Chapter 562. The Spiritual Body Golden Form? The Astonishment of Yu Wuxiao. Yu Wuxiao remains as graceful as ever. After 7 years apart, her cultivation has advanced beyond the late foundation establishment stage, reaching the 7th layer of foundation establishment. Lu Qinghe clasped his hands in respect, exclaiming, "I have come to pay my respects, senior sister." The mountain guarding disciples gazed in astonishment at the familiar interaction between the two. It was the first time they had witnessed Yu Wuxiao displaying such warmth towards another, particularly an inner sect disciple. Yu Wuxiao is a prodigy of the Medicine King sect, a direct disciple of the Peak Master. Noticing Lu Qinghe's poor condition, Yu Wuxiao expressed genuine concern. "Junior brother, are you injured?" Without even probing with her spiritual sense, it was evident that Lu Qinghe was in a dire state. Lu Qinghe nodded. "I encountered some troubles outside, but they have been resolved, which is why I have returned to the Medicine King sect. No wonder you did not participate in the core disciple competition. I even personally went to Dan Peak to seek you out." Lu Qinghe's absence from the core disciple competition piqued her curiosity, prompting her to visit Dan Peak for answers, only to discover that he had not returned to the sect. Suddenly struck by a thought, Yu Wuxiao invited Lu Qinghe. "This is not a suitable place for conversation. Please follow me, junior brother." Yu Wuxiao led the way, and the mountain guarding disciples dared not obstruct her. Soon, Lu Qinghe arrived at the small courtyard where Yu Wuxiao resided. This marked his second visit. Yu Wuxiao presented Lu Qinghe with exquisite spiritual tea and fruits. With a hint of regret, Yu Wuxiao remarked to Lu Qinghe, "With your cultivation, participating in the competition would have posed no issue. Alas, you must wait another 5 years." She discerned that Lu Qinghe had reached the 5th layer of foundation establishment, a pace of cultivation that was nearly catching up to her own. She had absorbed the resources from the cave of a great golden core cultivator, which allowed her to break through to the late foundation establishment stage in a short span of time. However, Lu Qinghe was no slowpoke. One could say his progress was astonishing. In just over a decade, he had advanced from the 2nd to the 5th layer of foundation establishment. Given another decade or so, breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage would pose no challenge. Lu Qinghe nonchalantly stated, "This junior brother has his own plans. I have come to thank you for your care, senior sister." Yu Wuxiao seemed to grasp Lu Qinghe's intentions. "The outer sect disciple from your Danfeng courtyard is currently within the spiritual medicine peak. You may take her with you." One of Lu Qinghe's reasons for seeking out Yu Wuxiao was indeed to retrieve Fu Lan. Having lost her status as a core disciple, the Medicine King sect naturally reclaimed Danfeng courtyard. Originally, with Fu Lan standing, she could have returned to the outer sect and become an elder there. Yet, after their last meeting, Lian Buqi entered seclusion for cultivation, completely unaware of the events that transpired. Lu Qinghe had maintained a low profile within the Medicine King sect and had not stirred up trouble. However, as a core disciple, there were other underlying reasons leading to various grudges and schemes. With his downfall and absence, Fu Lan, who had connections to him within the Medicine King sect, became a scapegoat. Were it not for the intervention of Yu Wuxiao, the situation might have spiraled beyond salvage, which is precisely the source of Lu Qinghe's ire. Otherwise, he would have held no disdain for the identity of a core disciple. Losing it would be inconsequential. "Thank you, senior sister." Yu Wuxiao waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Given our relationship, there is no need for such formality. It is my duty to assist. However, you appear to be quite injured. I have a few medicinal pills here that I hope will be of benefit to you." With a flick of her wrist, a jade vial materialized in Yu Wuxiao's hand, containing a mid-grade, Xian-level small recovery pill. Lu Qinghe found himself both amused and exasperated, as he had not anticipated that Yu Wuxiao would produce such a long-forgotten remedy. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of gratitude. Although he held little regard for such pills, a mid-grade Xian-level pill is indeed considered quite precious for a foundation-building cultivator. Yu Wuxiao's casual offering reminded him of another person, Bai Yutong from the Taishan sect. However, over 20 years have passed, and he is yet to uncover Bai Yutong's whereabouts, uncertain if she still walks the earth. Lu Qinghe declined, saying, "Such a precious pill. How could I dare to accept it?" Yu Wuxiao's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction. "You suffered losses last time, and I reaped all the benefits. This single pill is hardly of consequence. Or do you look down upon this pill?" The advantages she gained from the last encounter with the Golden Core Master were unimaginable. It has paved her path toward attaining the Golden Core of the Tao, especially with the insight grasp that Qinghe has obtained. She is in a phase of accumulation, with a considerable chance to break through to the heavenly Tao Golden Core. Thus, she has long felt indebted to Qinghe. Qinghe hastily waved his hand. That is not the case. Rather, senior sister, you have seen my condition. My vital energy is depleted, and such healing pills would be ineffective. If you possess a high-grade, earth-level body refining spiritual herb or a heavenly herb, I would be willing to purchase it at a premium. As a direct disciple of the Spirit Herb Peak and a member of the Yu family, Yu Wuxia had a high probability of acquiring superior spiritual herbs. Her eyes narrowed slightly. So this is the primary reason you sought me out? It seemed she had discerned Qinghe's intentions. Upon reflection, it appeared that his motives were not entirely pure from the outset, unlike other core disciples who sought to forge connections with her as an individual. Yet Qinghe's objective was, astonishingly, the spiritual herbs from the Spirit Herb Peak. Naturally, Qinghe denied this. My primary intention is to express my gratitude, but if senior sister has a way, I assure you that I will not let you suffer any loss. Yu Wuxia pondered for a moment before inquiring, what specific spiritual herb does my junior brother seek this time? A high-grade, earth-level body refining spiritual herb, or even a seed of a heavenly herb would suffice. Yu Wuxia raised an eyebrow. High-grade earth-level herbs are quite rare and are typically sought after only by formidable body refiners. Acquiring one would be futile for you. Qinghe refrained from further discourse. Activating the great sun-glazed golden body, which manifested before Yu Wuxia as a high-grade, Xian-level golden body. The sight of Qinghe having cultivated the great sun-glazed golden body to such a level astonished Yu Wuxia. Once Qinghe had retracted the great sun-glazed golden body, Yu Wuxia exclaimed in shock, I never imagined you could comprehend this technique to such an extent and even cultivate it to a high-grade, Xian-level golden body. This technique had been imparted to Qinghe by her, a legacy of the ancient Yu family, though it had now fallen out of favor as body refinement waned and qi cultivation became the predominant path. Such techniques are seldom practiced, and yet Qinghe had succeeded. An upper-grade golden body is equivalent to the strength of a late-stage foundation cultivator, which left her utterly astonished. Yu Wuxia's expression turned serious. Are you aiming to use earth-level body refining herbs to enhance your golden body? Qinghe nodded. Indeed, he would not divulge to Yu Wuxia that his goal was to attain the Tao golden body rather than merely enhancing the treasure body, although his primary concern was to restore his shattered treasure body. To achieve the Tao golden body, one requires heavenly level body refining herbs, and a minimum of 3 are necessary. Moreover, over 10 high-grade earth-level herbs would also be needed for assistance. Fortunately, he lacked none of these, as the true phoenix heavenly flame fruit and the diamond Bodhi fruit would suffice. However, what he needed was time. Relying solely on the black earth space, he estimated that it would take him 30 years to refine the Tao golden body. He felt he could not wait that long and sought alternative avenues to procure more body refining herbs. Chapter 563, The Path of Fortune and Arrangements for Lawn. Yu Wuxia reminded Qinghe, Junior brother, it would be prudent to refrain from revealing your golden body too readily. Otherwise, it may bring considerable troubles to senior sister. She imparted this cryptic caution without elucidating the nature of the potential troubles that might ensue. Qinghe, discerning the gravity of her words, understood that this technique must be a core practice within the Yu family, and that Yu Wuxia's clandestine transmission of it to him could lead to complications. I shall devise a means regarding the physical enhancement elixirs. However, do not harbor any illusions about the celestial elixirs. Not only am I unqualified to obtain them, but even our master lacks the requisite standing. Qinghe, despite being at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage, found it no simple matter to procure a single celestial elixir. The master of the Spirit Herb Peak? He could indeed serve as an excellent ally. Qinghe mused, contemplating whether he could leverage Yu Wuxia's influence to facilitate a transaction with the Peak's master. The latter was undoubtedly the most likely candidate to acquire celestial elixirs. Even if he could not procure one, obtaining seeds for celestial-grade herbs would not pose a significant challenge. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, Qinghe felt confident in his ability to subdue the Spirit Herb Peak's master with his prowess. However, he quickly abandoned this idea, realizing that the Peak's master bore no fondness for him. Had it not been for the protection of Elder Yao during their last encounter, he would have faced punishment from the peak's master. Moreover, who could ascertain whether the master had a nascent soul, true monarch backing him? Qinghe had already suffered great losses. Should the master turn hostile and summon a nascent soul avatar, he would find himself unable to unleash his 5 elements annihilation technique once more, leading to dire consequences. Noticing Qinghe's distracted demeanor, Yu Wuxia called out, "Junior brother, are you listening to my words?" Regaining his focus, Qinghe replied, "I am listening. I shall heed senior sister's advice regarding the elixirs." After exchanging a few more words, he excused himself, citing the need to recuperate from his injuries. Before his departure, Yu Shui had already brought Fu Lan to him. After greeting Yu Shui, Qinghe quickly took his leave with Fu Lan. Curious, Yu Shui inquired, "Senior sister, what business does Brother Lu have with you?" Yu Wuxia responded calmly, "What other business could it be? Did you not see? He came to collect someone." Yu Shui expressed regret. "It is a pity. With Brother Lu's cultivation and the assistance of a spirit beast, he could easily rank among the top 10 core disciples." Yu Wuxia, however, assessed the situation with precision. He has merely lost his status as a core disciple for a few years. He can reclaim it next time. Seeing Yu Wuxia's attitude, Yu Shui asked, "Do you hold him in high regard, senior sister?" She struggled to comprehend why Yu Wuxia valued Qinghe so highly, given that, among core disciples, he was not particularly distinguished in either talent or cultivation. Yu Wuxia scrutinized Yu Shui closely before explaining, "He is not as simple as he appears. His cultivation is unfathomable. Even I may not be his match. With a foundational 9th layer spirit beast and a golden body, Qinghe's overall strength could rival that of an 8th layer core disciple. Ordinarily, he would be capable of contending with 9th layer cultivators. However, anyone who has achieved core status in the Medicine King sect possesses hidden trump cards, including herself. In a complete outburst of power, she could certainly face a 9th layer cultivator without issue." Yu Shui was taken aback. She knew Yu Wuxia esteemed Qinghe, yet she had not anticipated such high praise. Aware of Yu Wuxia's formidable strength, she realized that what she perceived was but a fraction of Yu Wuxia's true capabilities. She questioned, "Is Brother Lu truly that strong?" Reflecting on her closest junior sister, with whom she had shared 20 years of life, and knowing Yu Shui to be exceptionally perceptive, she recalled how clearly she had seen Qinghe and Nangong Yu during their first encounter. Yu Wuxia nodded and added, "Junior sister hails from the Yu family and specializes in the path of fortune. Although she had previously failed to gain entry, she has made significant strides in her understanding during this time. Junior brother possesses immense fortune, although I cannot fully perceive it. My own fortune seems to amplify in his presence." She could not fully discern Qinghe's fortune, regardless of his awareness. He was indeed a genuine 5th layer golden core ancestor, far beyond the comprehension of a mere foundation establishment cultivator like Yu Wuxia. Of course, Qinghe remained oblivious to the fact that Yu Wuxia specialized in the path of fortune. Otherwise, he would have had even more reasons to conceal certain aspects of himself. To truly comprehend Qinghe's fortune, Yu Wuxia would need to cultivate a top-tier fortune technique. She could only vaguely sense the richness of his fortune and how it could enhance her own cultivation. It was undeniable that she harbored a favorable impression of Qinghe. From their first encounter, he had struck her as extraordinary, which was why so many subsequent events had transpired. Yu Wuxia's words left Yu Shui in deep contemplation, but she chose to trust her senior sister's insights. Upon returning to a cave dwelling at the Pill Peak, though it was merely a modest pavilion, it paled in comparison to the opulent residences of core disciples. Nevertheless, the pavilion was rich in spiritual energy, suggesting that the inner gate elders were indeed considerate. Qinghe observed Fu Lan standing before him, now having reached the 2nd layer of foundation establishment, on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd layer. This was a commendable pace for any inner gate disciple. Qinghe addressed her directly. "It is my fault that you have encountered some troubles. This is my oversight." Originally, he had intended to relocate Fu Lan to the Danfeng courtyard to avoid exposing certain matters from their time in the outer sect, as well as to compensate her for the spirit understanding grass. Now, he realized that his actions had inadvertently brought her into difficulty. Fu Lan replied respectfully, "Honorable brother, I have not encountered any troubles. I have been at the Spirit Herb Peak, well taken care of by senior sister Yu." She had not anticipated the special relationship between Qinghe and Yu Wuxia, which afforded her such consideration. Qinghe proposed, "You now have 2 choices. One is to return to the outer sect. The Peak Master of the Pill Peak has a good rapport with me. You could become a regular elder of the Pill Peak and enjoy the privileges of an outer sect elder." Qinghe was confident that, given his relationship with the Pill Master, he could facilitate this arrangement, and considering Fu Lan's formidable cultivation, she might even break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage in the future, thereby bolstering the outer sect's Pill Peak. Fulon promptly declined. I wish to remain by your side, honorable brother, to repay your kindness. Qinghe shook his head. Your cultivation is too weak. Following me could expose you to unimaginable troubles. However, you have a second option. During my time in Medicine King City, I established some connections. You could open a pill shop in my name there and sell some of my elixirs. Fulon made her choice. I choose the second option, to assist you. Honorable brother. Qinghe said no more, producing a storage bag along with his identity token. Go to the city lord's mansion in Medicine King City. They will make the necessary arrangements for you. Yes. Fulon accepted the storage bag and token, bowing respectfully before turning to leave. Chapter 564. Xianxiafan's provocation and a return to the treasure-gathering pavilion. After watching Fulon depart, Qinghe had several matters to attend to before he could resume his closed-door cultivation. He needed to make a trip to the treasure-gathering pavilion in Frostmoon City. He required several essential resources to ensure his peace of mind while refining pills and cultivating, and he was uncertain whether Lin Aoshang had managed to procure celestial-grade ores. Moreover, he might also seek to deepen his collaboration with Lin Aoshang, as his current resource needs were quite extensive. Most crucially, his strength has reached a formidable level. As long as the Yuanying true monarch does not intervene, even if he is outmatched, he can easily ensure his own safety. Qinghe turned and soared out of the small courtyard, departing from the Yaowang sect. Upon leaving, a figure appeared before the formation. Casting a glance before turning to ascend towards the Jianfeng, entering a grove of purple bamboo. This place is a true paradise. With the spiritual energy of heaven and earth significantly more potent than that of the Danfeng courtyard where Qinghe previously resided. An overwhelming sword intent pervaded the entire purple bamboo grove, instilling fear and preventing anyone from daring to step inside. After a considerable wait, the sword intent dissipated, and a voice resonated from within the grove. Junior brother, since you have arrived, please come in. Xianxiafan stepped into the purple bamboo grove. His eyes filled with trepidation upon seeing the figure seated before him. Qiyun's cultivation had become increasingly formidable. He was not far from achieving the perfection of foundation establishment. And should he attain the golden core through the sword path, he would undoubtedly become an invincible golden core sword ancestor. Xianxiafan bowed respectfully. Greetings, senior brother Qi. Congratulations on your significant advancement in cultivation. The Tao is within reach. As a sword cultivator, Qiyun maintained a commendable temperament. Neither arrogant nor impatient. The Tao is exceedingly distant. The golden core is merely a small step towards the Tao. Even this step is still quite far for me. The path of divine powers is far more challenging than I had anticipated. As a practitioner of the metal attribute, he knew that to condense the heavenly Tao golden core, he must comprehend the minor divine powers of the sword path. Only then could he possibly attain the golden core of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, he would be no different from other earth attribute golden cores. Xianxiafan seemed to have unwavering faith in Qiyun. Senior brother will undoubtedly take that step. Coupled with the sword path, once you attain the golden core, you will become a fearsome presence within the Yaowang sect. Qiyun cast a glance at Xianxiafan before responding. This generation's sword path is not solely mine. Do not forget about that individual from the Danfeng, destined to become a sword immortal with a natural sword body. Though Xianxiafan wished to curry favor with Qiyun, he dared not offend or belittle the individual from Danfeng. He could only say, senior brother may indeed surpass. Qiyun shook his head, choosing not to pursue the topic further but instead inquired, junior brother, your esteemed presence here, what brings you? It was then that Xianxiafan recalled the purpose of his visit and quietly reported, senior brother Qi, Qinghe has returned. Qiyun's brow furrowed. Qinghe, who should have been a mere minor character in his eyes, hardly qualified for his attention. A dual spiritual root, and not even a harmonious dual spiritual root. Even with the heavenly Tao foundation establishment, achieving golden core would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, he remembered Qinghe vividly, and the impression was profound. Noticing Qiyun's expression, Xianxiafan continued, he did not perish outside. He returned to the sect a few days ago, though I am uncertain of his intentions. Qiyun asked curiously, was he not demoted to an inner sect disciple? Could he still pose a threat to junior brother? Xianxiafan laughed heartily. Senior brother misunderstands. I harbor no great grievances with him, merely considering your well-being. If I am not mistaken, his first action upon returning was to seek out Sister Yuwuxia at the Spirit Herb Peak, and he lingered there for quite some time. Who knows what transpired? Silence. A terrifying sword intent enveloped the area, causing Xianxiafan's complexion to change as he hurriedly summoned spiritual fire to defend against the oppressive sword intent. The sword intent appeared and then vanished, granting Xianxiafan a moment to breathe as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Was this truly the divine power of the sword path? A mere thought could claim a life. Qiyun warned Xianxiafan. Such words should be spoken with caution. Junior brother, Master Uncle Ruan has already forbidden him from ascending the Spirit Herb Peak. Yet Qinghe remained undeterred. How could I dare fabricate lies to deceive senior brother? This is what I witnessed with my own eyes. If senior brother does not believe me, you may inquire with the disciples guarding the Spirit Herb Peak. This remark caused Qi Yun's brow to twitch, and he then questioned Qinghe. If I recall correctly, Lu Qinghe's demotion to an inner sect disciple was largely due to your efforts. You intended to take action against the Danfeng courtyard, causing quite a stir. Now, the Danfeng courtyard has fallen into your hands. Is it not that you fear retaliation from Lu Qinghe? Qinghe's expression stiffened as he hurriedly replied. Junior brother does have such apprehensions, but he is merely an inner sect disciple now, and within the Yaowang sect. His cultivation is only at the 5th level of foundation establishment. To me, he is merely a minor inconvenience, one that can be resolved in due time. Especially since my actions comply with the rules and regulations of the Yaowang sect. Of course, senior brother may choose to disregard this visit, and the previous conversation can be deemed unheard. Since senior brother is unconcerned, junior brother shall take his leave. Qinghe exited the purple bamboo grove with remarkable decisiveness, leaving behind a solemn-faced Qi Yun. Qi Yun grasped the exquisite spiritual sword in his hand, its intent radiating fiercely. Could it be that my junior sister truly favors an intersect insect? Impossible. My junior sister's discernment cannot be so lacking. Furthermore, neither master uncle nor the Yu family would consent. With sword intent surging, he soared into the sky, swiftly arriving before the gate of the Spirit Herb Peak. Unbeknownst to Lu Qinghe, he was being watched. Even if he were aware, he would hardly be concerned. For a colossal elephant does not heed the schemes and provocations of an ant. Qinghe's schemes could not elude him. He simply had yet to find the right opportunity. Otherwise, a single slap, or even a mere finger could crush him. A day later, he arrived at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion in Shuangyue City, presenting Lin Aoshuang's token. Soon, Lu Qinghe was welcomed into the familiar hall. Lin Aoshuang remained as poised and graceful as ever. Smiling as she addressed Lu Qinghe, "It has been years since we last met. I thought you might have forgotten this little girl." Lin Aoshuang was the first to learn of Lu Qinghe's troubles. She was aware that he did not participate in the core disciple competition of the Yaowang sect, and had lost his status as a core disciple. Utilizing her connections, she sought to uncover Lu Qinghe's whereabouts, but to no avail. She never anticipated that Lu Qinghe would appear at this moment. Lu Qinghe smiled. "How could I forget the dealings I have with the fairy? I have been in closed-door training for the past few years and have not ventured outside." As he scanned Lin Aoshuang's cultivation, he was taken aback. She had surprisingly reached the perfection of foundation establishment. This rate of progress was astonishing. He had known Lin Aoshuang for about 30 years. When he first encountered her at the Hongfeng Immortal Workshop, she was merely at the 6th level of foundation establishment. To advance from the 6th level to the perfection of foundation establishment in 30 years was indeed remarkable. Furthermore, Lin Aoshuang's magical power was profoundly deep, with hints of divine powers evident. This indicated that she was merely a step away from breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Considering that Lin Aoshuang was certainly under 100 years old, her future potential was immense. Chapter 565, South Mingli Fire Gold, the whereabouts of Bai Yutong. Lin Aoshuang found herself increasingly unable to decipher Lu Qinghe. Previously, her high-quality magical treasure could sense his circumstances. However, after Lu Qinghe refined the Qitian mask, that connection had vanished. Lin Aoshuang surmised that Lu Qinghe must have cultivated some profound divine powers or refined a powerful magical treasure. "What is it that you require this time, esteemed friend?" Lin Aoshuang asked. Lu Qinghe inquired. "Has there been any progress regarding the matter I entrusted to the fairy?" Previously, he had requested Lin Aoshuang's assistance in locating heavenly-grade ores. Although he could not currently control a second exquisite magical treasure, nor could he integrate it into his formation, it was prudent to prepare. In times of necessity, he could forge a second heavenly sword. Lin Aoshuang smiled proudly. "I thought you no longer needed it. Had you not arrived in time, the treasure would have been dispatched to the headquarters of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion." Lin Aoshuang produced a piece of sealed ore, its surface shimmering with hues of azure and violet. Even in its sealed state, it could not conceal the fervent aura and divine essence emanating from it. This ore, known as South Mingli Huajin, was a rare celestial-grade fire attribute mineral formed over millennia by the parasitic South Mingli Hua. It was an arduous endeavor for the young lady to retrieve it from the endless immortal sea. Lu Qinghe was astonished that Lin Aoshuang had indeed procured a celestial-grade mineral and had chosen to retain it for him. He was acutely aware of the immense value of such a mineral, even at an auction on the Divine Dragon Immortal Island, a venue where treasures are seldom encountered. It would command the highest bids. Moreover, this South Mingli Huajin was far more precious than the Taiji gold essence. He was determined to acquire this, or at any cost. Lu Qinghe inquired of Lin Aoshuang. Might I ask how you intend to sell this mineral? Although their prior agreement was for a transaction involving the celestial spirit pill, Qinghe understood the difficulty of purchasing celestial-grade resources with it. Lin Aoshang responded, "As per our original agreement to trade for the celestial spirit pill, we shall adhere to that, albeit at a slightly elevated price, considering this is a celestial-grade resource, and indeed, superior to standard celestial-grade treasures." Qinghe regarded Lin Aoshang with surprise, noting her unperturbed demeanor, and chose not to press further, simply stating, "Name your price." 150 celestial spirit pills, Lin Aoshang declared. Without haggling, Qinghe produced the required number of celestial spirit pills and handed them to Lin Aoshang, who was taken aback, once again astonished by Qinghe's financial prowess. Presenting over 300,000 spirit stones in celestial spirit pills without a hint of hesitation made her feel as though she were the impoverished one in comparison. She relinquished the South Ming Li Huijin to Qinghe, saying, "This South Ming Li Huijin is now yours." "Thank you," Qinghe responded, cherishing the mineral as he stored it away. "There is another matter you entrusted me with. I have obtained a lead on the person you are searching for, but it will require you to pay 5,000 spirit stones." Qinghe's heart raced. Bai Yutong had been found, indicating that she had not perished. He handed over the 5,000 spirit stones to Lin Aoshang and asked, "Do you know where she is?" Lin Aoshang accepted the spirit stones, unexpectedly asking, "Is she of great importance to you?" Qinghe did not comprehend the reason behind her inquiry, but answered candidly, "She has shown me kindness and has been a mentor to me, though it may seem trivial now, at that time, as a mere qi refinement cultivator. Her every action left a profound impression on him. It was likely that the first glimmer of warmth he felt upon entering the world of cultivation originated from Bai Yutong. Furthermore, it was her quest to find him that led her to depart from the Taishan sect and the Zhao kingdom's cultivation realm, resulting in her current unknown whereabouts. Thus, he felt a sense of guilt towards her. Lin Aoshang did not pursue the matter further and tossed a jade slip to Qinghe. A female cultivator with 3 spiritual roots posed no threat to her. Her advancement would be capped at the foundation establishment stage. Qinghe glanced at the jade slip. His expression shifting, Bai Yutong had indeed appeared in the Chaos Star Sea, suggesting that she was likely somewhere within it. He was curious as to how a qi refinement cultivator could traverse such a distance to the Chaos Star Sea, even with his current cultivation level. It would take him a month to reach there. However, Qinghe felt no urgency. He would have to expend effort to find her elsewhere. In the Chaos Star Sea, he only needed to search for someone under the guise of Qinghe Daorun, coupled with the 15 Immortal Islands beneath Qinghe Immortal Island, making it exceedingly simple to locate Bai Yutong. He resolved to return to the Chaos Star Sea for seclusion and cultivation once he had resolved matters here. Qinghe expressed his gratitude once again. "Thank you, Fairy. You have truly been a tremendous help." Lin Aoshang replied nonchalantly, "Given the nature of our relationship, this is but a trifling matter. I wonder if there are any other requests you might have for the treasure-gathering pavilion?" Each time Qinghe sought her out, it resulted in monumental transactions, and she anticipated that this occasion would be no different. Qinghe collected his thoughts and replied, "Indeed. There are numerous resources I wish to procure from you or the treasure-gathering pavilion." This was his first time expressing a desire to purchase resources from the pavilion. Previously, he had only negotiated with Lin Aoshang. However, the resources he required this time were not guaranteed to be obtainable by her. Lin Aoshang sensed the underlying implication and became intrigued. "Please do elaborate." "I seek a celestial-grade Meiji-grade formation, high-grade earth attribute spiritual items, high-grade water attribute spiritual items, a void spirit stone, and a star core of at least fist-sized dimensions." With each item Qinghe enumerated, Lin Aoshang's expression shifted. The least valuable among them was the high-grade earth attribute spiritual item, yet even that was worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. Not to mention the treasures like the void spirit stone, which surpassed the value of South Ming Li Huijin. Lin Aoshang sighed. "The items you require are exceedingly precious. Even acquiring any one of them would be no simple feat." Qinghe did not expect the treasure-gathering pavilion to possess such an abundance of resources. He implored Lin Aoshang, "Even information on these items would merit a generous reward from me." Lin Aoshang, intrigued, inquired, "These spiritual items are not typically utilized by foundation establishment cultivators, let alone golden core cultivators. Has your cultivation reached an extraordinarily advanced level?" Qinghe had always utilized resources beyond the reach of foundation establishment cultivators. Even if he obtained them, he would lack the capacity to use them. Moreover, the resources he had acquired in recent transactions were those sought after by nascent soul true monarchs, piquing Lin Aoshang's curiosity. Qinghe certainly would not easily divulge his cultivation level and jested, "Fairy, you jest. I have only recently managed to barely break through to the 5th layer of foundation establishment during my seclusion." The need for these resources stemmed from other circumstances, which I cannot disclose, so I hope for your understanding, fairy. Lin Aoshang scrutinized Lu Qinghe intently before stating, I can explore options for the celestial grade Mijian grade formation. The water and earth attribute spiritual items and the star core. However, you will need to prepare a substantial number of celestial spirit pills, and some items may require bartering with treasures that would entice the treasure-gathering pavilion. As for the void spirit stone, I can only do my utmost, but I cannot guarantee anything. Chapter 566, Blood Yinluo's Wealth, Soul-Searching Techniques of Divine Powers. This was already a cause for great joy for Lu Qinghe. If he could acquire these 4 treasures, it would resolve his pressing needs, particularly the celestial grade Mijian grade formation, which he had previously left at Qinghe, Immortal Island, had led him to avoid entering the Black Earth space, fearing that his secrets would be exposed. In the past, as a mere chi refinement cultivator, he had drawn little attention, but now, even merely presenting himself as a 5th-layer foundation establishment cultivator drew scrutiny. Not to mention the presence of numerous golden core ancestors and nascent soul true monarchs in the Medicine King sect. Thank you, fairy. I am immensely grateful for your assistance in procuring these 4 treasures. Lin Aoshang nodded. I will arrange for a few items to be sought, but the quickest turnaround will be no less than 6 months. At that time, do come prepared to find me here. I appreciate your efforts, fairy. Lu Qinghe said as he took his leave. Each visit to Lin Aoshang had yielded significant treasures. After departing from the treasure-gathering pavilion, Lu Qinghe did not return to the Medicine King sect, but instead rented a celestial-grade fire room, intending to concoct some elixirs and attend to matters that were inconvenient within the sect. Within the fire room, Lu Qinghe enacted several spells, using his divine sense to completely seal the area. Not even a 9th-layer golden core cultivator could penetrate his divine sense barrier. With no nascent soul, true monarch present in Frost Moon Immortal City, Lu Qinghe felt no need to exercise the same caution he had while in the Medicine King sect. Moreover, with his cultivation at the 5th level of foundation establishment, even golden core cultivators would hardly take notice of him, though he has encountered numerous golden core practitioners. The venerable elders of the golden core realm are exceedingly rare in the world of cultivation. They are not easily encountered. Under normal circumstances, the likelihood of meeting a golden core cultivator is exceedingly low unless under special circumstances. His actions are merely precautionary, taken as a safeguard against unforeseen events. Sitting upon the meditation mat, Lu Qinghe waved his hand, summoning the Blood Yinluo's Blood Soul banner into his grasp. Its formidable and terrifying aura radiating from this top-tier magic treasure. The entire fire chamber transformed into a realm of malevolent bloodshed. And had it not been for Lu Qinghe's suppression, the celestial phenomena resulting from the appearance of this supreme artifact would have engulfed the entire Frost Moon Immortal City. With the power emanating from this exquisite artifact, even early-stage golden core cultivators would be unable to suppress it. Any attempt to forcibly refine it would result in fatal backlash. Observing the intimidating might of the Blood Soul banner, Lu Qinghe scoffed, a masterless treasure, and it dares to aspire for supremacy? With a single motion, he subdued its ferocity. Having already vanquished the Blood Yinluo, the Blood Soul banner could inflict no harm upon him. Although the Blood Soul banner possesses boundless power and is indeed a top-tier magic treasure, its excessive brutality renders it unmanageable for him. It is fortuitous that he can refine it into the Blood Demon Flag. He has been seeking ways to enhance the Blood Demon Flag, yet suitable materials have eluded him. The Blood Demon Flag, a demonic artifact, requires exceedingly rare malevolent entities for further refinement, and the region he currently inhabits is one of righteousness. Acquiring such materials is nearly impossible. Thus, the Blood Demon Flag has remained a low-grade artifact without any advancement. Now, the arrival of the Blood Soul banner is perfectly timed, as it can elevate the Blood Demon Flag to a top-tier artifact, significantly amplifying its power. If he could obtain a Blood God puppet refined from a late-stage Golden Core cultivator, in addition to several other Golden Core Blood God puppets, the Blood Demon Grand Formation would achieve a level of excellence that even powerful cultivators at the 9th layer of the Golden Core would find insurmountable. Another crucial reason is that the Blood Demon Flag's rank surpasses that of the Blood Soul banner. If he could acquire several other Blood Demon Flags, it would surely promote the Blood Demon Flag to a spiritual treasure, and it is quite possible that it would not merely be a low-grade spiritual treasure. However, this is not something Lu Qinghe can contemplate at present. Confronted by an incarnation of the nascent soul, he would have no chance of defeating it without the Black Earth space. Against a true nascent soul sovereign, he would not even have the opportunity to escape into the Black Earth space. In battling the nascent soul incarnation, he has merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg of the power of laws. The laws manifest as a world, suppressing all within its domain, rendering any magical arts and secret techniques utterly futile. One could only be completely subdued. Lu Qinghe did not immediately refine the blood demon flag, but instead retrieved the storage ring of blood Yanluo. Upon opening it, he was astounded to find a storage space of 500 cubic feet, the largest he had ever encountered. The storage rings of the cultivators he had previously defeated were typically a few square feet at most, with only a rare few reaching 100 square feet. He had not anticipated that blood Yanluo's storage ring would be so vast. As he scanned the contents, he found a plethora of spirit stones, piled like small mountains within the ring. Counting them, he discovered 2 million low-grade spirit stones, 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and 80 high-grade spirit stones. Most astonishingly, within a jade box, there was a sealed top-grade spirit stone. Such a treasure is exceedingly rare, and Lu Qinghe had only encountered one previously, which he had given to the Lioli Pure Fire for consumption. The total value of the spirit stones amounted to 7 million, marking blood Yanluo as the wealthiest golden core cultivator he had ever encountered. Currently, he faced a significant scarcity of spirit stones. His previous nearly 50 million had dwindled to just over 20 million due to various expenditures. This influx of spirit stones would restore his reserves to around 30 million. Furthermore, the 80 high-grade spirit stones were a delightful surprise, especially since he had used most of his high-grade spirit stones during the last evolution of the Lioli Pure Fire. Lu Qinghe refrained from utilizing these spirit stones. Leaving them in the ring would suffice. He proceeded to organize the other resources he found. There were no elixirs present, only various grades of blood elixirs, the value of which he was uncertain. He could not use them himself, although his demonic avatar could. However, it was currently incapable of utilizing them and could only store them. Among the other items were spiritual tools and treasures, 1 mid-grade treasure, 2 low-grade treasures, and 15 spiritual tools of various grades, some of which were demonic artifacts while others were righteous artifacts. The righteous artifacts were undoubtedly acquired by blood Yanluo from slaying righteous cultivators. These treasures could be sold for several million spirit stones. With a net worth of tens of millions of spirit stones, it is evident that blood Yanluo held a significant position within the blood demon sect. However, Lu Qinghe knew without a doubt that a 9th-layer golden core cultivator, especially one as formidable as blood Yanluo, was likely among the few apex entities within the blood demon sect beneath the blood demon sovereign. Regardless, his enmity with the blood demon sect was already irreconcilable. He meticulously sorted through various ores and materials until, at last, 4 sealed boxes appeared in his hands. His gaze burned with intensity as he regarded the boxes. Recognizing them as blood Yanluo's most treasured possessions, he surmised that the item he coveted must reside within one of these boxes. With impatience, Lu Qinghe opened the first box. Revealing a blood sea before him, he reached in and grasped a jade slip. A sweep of his divine sense revealed its contents, detailing the cultivation methods for blood demon techniques, ranging from minor arts to supreme arts, though lacking the training of laws. Lu Qinghe sealed the jade slip. It was not what he sought. He then opened the second box, which emitted no discernible aura. Inside lay an ancient scroll. A glance with his divine sense produced several gray characters. Soul-searching secret technique. Chapter 567. A blood pool, the supreme blood demon flag. At last, he had acquired this soul-seeking secret technique. The soul-searching secret technique is undoubtedly one of the most terrifying techniques, capable of probing into the soul memories of others. Once subjected to soul-searching, any secret would be laid bare. This art is essential for killing and plundering. Although it is merely a great technique, its capabilities rival those of top-tier techniques. Moreover, the requirements and difficulty of cultivation are immense. It demands a powerful soul as a foundation, and the effort required to master it is akin to that needed to cultivate a top-tier technique. Lu Qinghe possesses the soul power necessary for practicing the soul-searching secret technique, indicating that he is innately gifted in the arts of the soul. His soul cultivation is on par with that of a heavenly root cultivator, making him an exceptional prodigy in the demonic path. As he perused the scroll, he found that even with his 50-fold soul strength, he could only comprehend its contents. Mastering it would require a significant amount of time for understanding. He decided to store the scroll for now, as the awakened soul grass would soon mature, at which point he could use it to comprehend this technique. Lu Qinghe felt a surge of anticipation as he approached the remaining 2 boxes. Opening the third box revealed a small blood pool, despite its fist-sized appearance. His divine sense delved in and discovered an endless reservoir of blood demon power. Instantly, Lu Qinghe recognized the significance of this blood pool. It was a crucial component for refining blood god puppets through the blood demon secret arts. His understanding of the refinement process had begun over a decade ago when he first acquired the blood demon art, allowing him to recognize this blood magic technique at a glance. Moreover, the blood demon secret art possesses a remarkably high level of complexity. Contemplating this, he surmised It is highly probable that this is the esoteric technique employed by Blood Yinluo for the creation of the blood god puppets utilized in the 9th level of Golden Core. During the battle, Blood Yinluo had also invoked the Blood Demon Grand Formation, accompanied by 72 blood god puppets. Although the most formidable among them only reached the 7th level of Golden Core, ultimately crushed entirely by the 5 elements sword array. The specifics would be revealed upon experimentation. Lu Qinghe retrieved the Blood Demon flag and unleashed a spell, transforming the Blood Demon's secret art into a river of blood that flowed into the Blood Demon flag, where it coalesced into a vast blood pool. Continuing to cast several spells, he submerged the suppressed Du Sha into the blood pool. Lu Qinghe's divine sense observed Du Sha being baptized within the blood pool. He wondered whether this blood pool could refine Du Sha into a blood god puppet. He had long desired to forge blood god puppets, as the ones he had previously acquired were of too low a caliber and had already been pushed to their limits. This had resulted in the Blood Demon flag's diminished potency. Yet, without the power of the Blood Demon, he found himself unable to create blood god puppets. This moment offered him a rare opportunity. The refinement of a blood god puppet at the 8th level of Golden Core would undoubtedly enhance the Blood Demon flag's power significantly. And there was also a box. Could it possibly contain a heavenly herb? Lu Qinghe hoped to obtain a celestial herb, ideally its seeds. Upon opening the box, an overwhelming and sinister aura surged towards him, causing Lu Qinghe's expression to shift. He summoned a protective spell shield to ward off the malevolent essence. Subsequently, he cast several spells to suppress the turmoil emanating from the box. It was at this moment that Lu Qinghe discerned the contents of the box, a drop of dark red blood. Demon blood? This blood bore a striking resemblance to that of the demonic avatars, though it exuded an even more sinister and potent energy. Lu Qinghe did not anticipate that he would come across a drop of demon blood. For practitioners of the demonic path, it was a treasure, yet it held no value for him. Disappointed, he sealed the box, pondering that if he could retrieve the demonic avatar in the future, it might prove invaluable. This endeavor had yielded substantial gains, compensating for his losses. The soul-searching secret art and the Blood Soul banner were both exceedingly precious treasures. Finally, Lu Qinghe held a bead in his hand, which emanated a distinct aura. He understood that Blood Yinluo had utilized this object to locate him. However, it had now completely lost its efficacy, and he would need to seek opportunities in the future to ascertain what treasure this bead truly was. Given the aura it radiated, Lu Qinghe realized that this artifact was far from ordinary, having reached the level of a superior Earth-grade spiritual item. He cast the bead into the black soil space of his storage ring, ensuring that no one could perceive the existence of these treasures. Having completed these tasks, Lu Qinghe took the Blood Demon flag and the Blood Soul banner, inhaling deeply as he summoned the Lioli Pure Fire and the Vermilion Bird Cauldron into his hands. He was about to begin the arduous process of refining the Blood Soul banner and the Blood Demon flag anew using the Robbery Soldier refinement technique. However, the endeavor of refining a superior magical artifact was no simple feat for him. Were it not for the fact that the Lioli Pure Fire had already reached the pinnacle of precious fire, he would not have even dared to entertain the thought. Employing the Lioli Pure Fire, he commenced the meticulous refinement of the Blood Soul banner. Waves of howling blood souls surged forth, attempting to escape from the banner. Some were fierce, others pleading, and a few even transformed into stunningly beautiful forms. Yet Lu Qinghe remained unmoved. All the blood souls were obliterated to ashes under the Lioli Pure Fire, leaving behind only the Blood Soul banner. He then began the process of merging and refining the Blood Soul banner with the Blood Demon flag. This endeavor consumed a full 2 months, after which the Blood Soul banner vanished, giving birth to a brand new Blood Demon flag in his grasp. As he wielded it, he discovered that he could unleash powerful Blood Demon divine abilities, transforming the surroundings into a sea of blood. Moreover, as this was Lu Qinghe's magical artifact, he could fully control it even without the power of the Blood Demon. Nevertheless, he could only invoke it once at present, for it was a superior magical artifact, and he would need to elevate his cultivation to the 7th level of Golden Core to wield it fully. Regrettably, lacking the refining method for the Blood Demon flag, he could not independently forge the other 6 Blood Demon flags into a spiritual treasure. Another unexpected boon arose, with the Blood Demon flag's ascension to a superior magical artifact. The operation of the blood pool within accelerated over 100-fold. Du Sha was refined into a blood god puppet, with only 1/3 of the blood pool's energy expended. This signified that he could continue to create 2 blood god puppets at the 8th level of Golden Core, or potentially even more lower-tier blood god puppets. Blood Yinluo had inadvertently presented him with a grand gift. Should he refine 8 blood god puppets, the Blood Demon flag would be capable of ensnaring an entire realm. Without a powerful practitioner at the 9th level of Golden Core, escape would be impossible. Lu Qinghe intended to seek out powerful materials for the blood god puppets in the future. Of course, he could not resort to indiscriminate slaughter. However, he had plenty of enemies, including several golden core practitioners. At that time, he would capture them all to refine into blood god puppets, thereby augmenting the power of the blood demon grand formation. After conducting a ritual refinement of the blood demon flag, he promptly stored it away. Otherwise, should its aura leak, countless cultivators in Frostmoon Immortal City would be stirred to action, instigating a sweeping extermination of demons. With several months remaining until the appointed time with Lin Aoshang, Lu Qinghe took out the golden xiandan and began his cultivation. The golden xian ginseng had matured further, now providing a continuous supply of golden xiandan for his practice, ensuring he would not face a shortage. Although much of the previous year was spent recuperating from injuries, he had not neglected any opportunity for cultivation. Now he was exceedingly close to the 6th level of golden core and anticipated a breakthrough within the year. Amidst his cultivation, Lu Qinghe also concocted various elixirs for sale, investing considerable resources to purchase the seeds of the purple gold flower. However, compared to the divine dragon Immortal Island and the chaotic star sea, the control over spiritual herbs in the southern heavenly cultivation realm was exceedingly stringent. It was challenging to procure earth-grade spiritual herbs in the market, let alone superior earth-grade ones, which were monopolized by golden core ancestors. Among the few golden core ancestors he was acquainted with in the southern heavenly cultivation realm, none were able to provide him with purple gold flowers or spiritual herb seeds. Through various channels, he managed to sell spiritual herbs worth 5 million spirit stones before halting. As the sale of 5 million spirit stone elixirs had already attracted considerable attention from many cultivators in Frostmoon Immortal City, he deemed it unnecessary to court trouble and concluded that trading with the Gathering Treasure Pavilion and Lin Aoshang would be more convenient and secure. Moreover, elixirs worth 10 million spirit stones had a limited number of consumers, with the Gathering Treasure Pavilion being one of the best candidates. Gradually, he abandoned the previous method of small-scale elixir sales. While safer, it was far too slow for acquiring sufficient spirit stones. Ordinary practitioners could still purchase human-grade and spiritual-grade elixirs, but those of the treasure grade were nearly beyond their reach. Only powerful foundational practitioners and golden core forces had the spirit stones to procure them. Lu Qinghe immersed himself in his cultivation. Over the course of 4 months, he refined 6 golden xiandan daily, amounting to a total of 720 golden xiandan, bringing him to the brink of the 6th level of golden core. However, he had to temporarily cease his cultivation as the time he had agreed upon with Lin Aoshang had arrived. He suppressed his cultivation to the 5th layer of foundation establishment and made his way to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. To his surprise, he encountered Lin Yi, a golden core practitioner he had met previously at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Lu Qinghe greeted him politely. "I am honored to meet you, senior." Lin Yi appraised Lu Qinghe, then spoke with admiration. "You have done remarkably well." Lu Qinghe found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend the sudden admiration expressed by Lin Yi. Nevertheless, he humbly replied, "Thank you for your kind words, senior." Lin Yi shook his head, stating, "This is not mere flattery. Over the centuries, I have encountered countless individuals, yet you are one of the few cultivators I cannot fully discern." Lin Yi's assertion was not an exaggeration. Upon their first meeting, he could see through some aspects of Lu Qinghe, but now, he was as inscrutable as an abyss. He was aware that Lu Qinghe was certainly not at the 5th layer of foundation establishment. He had witnessed Lu Qinghe's prowess in Dejin, where he had already reached the 6th layer. Even if Lu Qinghe concealed his abilities deeply, achieving the pinnacle of foundation establishment, Lin Yi would typically be able to perceive it. However, no matter how he scrutinized him, he could only discern a 5th layer of foundation establishment, leaving him utterly baffled. Realizing that Lu Qinghe's concealment techniques surpassed his investigative limits, he was uncertain whether Lu Qinghe had cultivated some secret technique or possessed a formidable magical artifact. The notion that Lu Qinghe had broken through to the golden core stage had never crossed his mind. Even if he were a spirit root of celestial quality with abundant opportunities, to ascend from the 6th layer of foundation establishment to the golden core stage in less than 20 years was utterly fanciful. Lu Qinghe responded, "I am merely an ordinary loose cultivator. You overestimate me, senior." Lin Yi merely chuckled, remaining silent, and finally remarked, "Follow me." Lu Qinghe accompanied Lin Yi into the hall. Feeling no apprehension about Lin Yi's intentions, it was not that he placed his trust in the treasure-gathering pavilion or in Lin Yi, but rather that he perceived no threat from Lin Yi. Upon entering the hall, they found Lin Aoshang waiting. As she noticed Lu Qinghe, she set aside her previous tasks and invited him to sit. "You are quite punctual, fellow Taoist. I have little time to spare and wish not to waste it on cultivation. I hope you have found the treasures I seek." Lin Aoshang, having grown familiar with Lu Qinghe, toyed with her storage ring. for treasures materialized before Qinghe, among which was the heavenly grade merging god array, a unique formation of the treasure-gathering pavilion. The other three included a star core, which Qinghe intended to use to elevate the grade of the vermilion bird cauldron, as the mid-tier alchemical furnace no longer sufficed for his needs. Higher-grade pills necessitated better furnaces, and more importantly, after the evolution of the glazed pure fire, the vermilion bird cauldron struggled to withstand the fire's formidable power. Although refining the furnace into a top-tier artifact was challenging, the star core was sufficient to elevate the vermilion bird cauldron to a superior grade. Lin Aoshang elaborated. This is a low-grade heavenly merging god array, which, when fully activated, can shield against the divine sense of a nascent soul true monarch. The star core is a prime material for artifact refinement, equivalent to a high-quality earthly spirit object, and can be infused into any magical artifact, its value exceeding that of other spirit materials by over 1-fold. It is one of the best materials for golden core cultivators to refine their innate treasures. She continued. Xianming True Water is a high-quality earthly spirit material from the depths of 10,000 fathoms of ice, or the extreme cold of the 9 nether realms. It freezes upon contact and can seal the soul, making it invaluable for cultivating water-related divine abilities or crafting water-based treasures. The essence of earth is another high-quality earthly spirit material, formed over millennia from the earth's dragon veins, immensely dense, and a precious resource for cultivating earth-related skills and forging earth-based artifacts. Qinghe was astonished that Lin Aoshang had indeed managed to procure these 4 treasures. How does the fairy wish to proceed with the trade? He inquired. For the heavenly merging god array, we shall adhere to the previous transaction price of 300 heavenly spirit pills. The other 3 items must be exchanged for spirit materials of equivalent value. After speaking, Lin Aoshang regarded Qinghe, aware that the 3 treasures were beyond her authority to negotiate alone. Qinghe pondered. The 3 items were equivalent to high-quality earthly spirit materials, but they paled in comparison to the treasures he acquired at the previous auction. Each of these 3 spirit materials ranged from 1.5 million to 2 million spirit stones. Ultimately, Qinghe produced 2 items, a reversal grass and a longevity fruit. The other options either held too little value or were excessively high, making these 2 a more fitting choice. Upon seeing the reversal grass and longevity fruit, both Lin Yi and Lin Aoshang's eyes brightened. However, Lin Aoshang did not immediately agree to the transaction. Instead, she asked, "Are you truly willing to part with these 2 items? They are sufficient for you to pave your path to the unparalleled golden core Dao, potentially even stepping into the late golden core stage. The reversal pill can help achieve golden core status, coupled with a century of longevity, far surpassing any ordinary golden core cultivator." Qinghe replied. "The golden core stage feels distant for me. It would be wiser to exchange for resources to enhance my cultivation. Otherwise, such treasures will only bring me endless troubles. I might merely be sewing garments for others. If I lose my life, what good is the golden core Dao?" He found Lin Aoshang's insistence to be overly verbose. A fair trade would suffice, and according to the prices in the Dragon Immortal City, he still felt he was at a disadvantage. However, both the reversal grass and longevity fruit had exceeded 100 in his black earth space. To others, they were treasures. To him, they were merely precious resources for exchange. Had he not feared attracting the attention of a nascent soul true monarch, he would have considered refining over 100 reversal pills and auctioning off 100 longevity fruits. After Qinghe made his offer, Lin Aoshang scrutinized him, unable to discern his true intent in offering the reversal grass and longevity fruit. Yet she acquiesced to the trade, stating, "Deal. Thank you, fairy, for your generosity." Qinghe supplemented her with 60 bottles of heavenly spirit pills and acquired the 4 treasures. He hurriedly took his leave, eager to attend to other matters. The remaining resources could wait until he reached the late golden core stage. Once Qinghe had departed, Lin Aoshang turned to Lin Yi and inquired, "Uncle Lin, were you able to ascertain his true cultivation level?" Lin Yi shook his head. "No, he conceals it too well. Furthermore, the fact that he could produce the reversal grass and longevity fruit indicates he must possess more of them." Lin Yi was convinced that Qinghe would not part with a single longevity fruit unless he had already refined another. Lin Aoshang considered this possibility, though she had not anticipated that even Lin Yi could not penetrate Qinghe's secrets. The realization that Uncle Yi could not see through him was, however, a reassuring sign. It meant she could live with greater security and longevity. If Qinghe could evade the scrutiny of golden core ancestors, other golden core cultivators would find it equally challenging to uncover his true circumstances, thus sparing him from unnecessary calamities. Lin Yi was aware of Lin Aoshang's thoughts, but he would not interfere. He was merely a protector, leaving all other matters to her discretion. He hoped she would not be disappointed. Lin Aoshang exuded confidence, stating, I trust my judgment, as well as my abilities. She refrained from disclosing much to Lin Yi. There were numerous transactions between Lu Qinghe and herself that Lin Yi was unaware of. Otherwise, he would not harbor such thoughts. The resources Lu Qinghe obtained from her were rare, not to mention the difficulty even typical late golden core cultivators would face in acquiring them. How could such an individual be as simple as he appeared? Just considering Lu Qinghe's financial prowess far exceeded her expectations. She suspected he had received the inheritance of a nascent soul, true monarch. Lin Aoshang handed the longevity fruit to Lin Yi, saying, "This longevity fruit is known only to heaven and earth. No one else shall know of it. I gift it to you, Uncle Yi." Lin Yi was taken aback. "Miss, this is absolutely out of the question." He understood better than anyone the exceptional value of the longevity fruit. It was exceedingly precious even for Lin Aoshang. Should it be returned to the family, it could garner the support of a 9th-level golden core cultivator. Lin Aoshang explained, "If the longevity fruit is taken back to the family, it will no longer concern us. I shall compensate with other treasures." Lin Yi proposed, "Miss might consider consuming it herself. I am already advanced in age, and utilizing this longevity fruit would be a sheer waste." Yet, Lin Aoshang remained steadfast in her conviction. "Uncle Yi, rest assured, I am still young, and I shall have many opportunities to acquire longevity fruits in the future. 2 have already surfaced at this Dragon Island auction, and surely more will follow. You are my greatest ally, and I shall require your assistance for many years to come, especially as I prepare for the golden core stage, where your protection will be essential." Hearing Lin Aoshang's words, Lin Yi found no grounds to refuse. For he indeed needed a longevity fruit. Missing this rare opportunity would mean a lifetime of regret. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude to Lin Aoshang. "Thank you, Mississippi. Should you require anything in the future, I shall not hesitate to brave fire and water for you." He carefully stored the longevity fruit away. Lin Aoshang smiled softly. "Uncle Yi, please refine the longevity fruit. I will need a year or 2 to prepare before I enter seclusion to break through." Lu Qinghe did not return to the Medicine King sect immediately after leaving Frost Moon City. Instead, he headed towards Medicine King City. Upon arriving at the Medicine King sect's residence, Lu Qinghe presented his identity token to the guard. "I wish to meet Elder Su. Please convey my request." Recognizing Lu Qinghe as an inner sect disciple and a foundation establishment cultivator, the guard did not dare to delay and promptly reported. Lu Qinghe was soon granted entry. He was not unfamiliar with this place, having spent a year here, and made his way to Elder Su's cultivation area. Bowing slightly outside the hall, he called out, "Disciple Lu Qinghe seeks an audience with Elder Su." A voice from within responded, "Lu Shixi, since you are here, please come in." Upon entering, Lu Qinghe saw Su Wentian seated in a chair, who was also sizing him up. It had been 5 years since Lu Qinghe left Medicine King City. And now that the sect's tasks had been completed and the city lord appointed, Lu Qinghe had reappeared. Su Wentian remarked, "It has been several years since we last met. Lu Shixi has made notable progress in his cultivation, which is indeed commendable." Although it sounded like a congratulation, Lu Qinghe detected a hint of estrangement in Su Wentian's tone. Their relationship had never been particularly close. His attitude had once been markedly different upon Lu Qinghe's arrival, exuding a sense of warmth. Now, only the identities of elder and disciple remained. Lu Qinghe understood that Su Wentian must have learned of his disqualification as a core disciple and his failure to become a direct disciple of the medicine elder. Such a shift in attitude was to be expected. In this world, there was no kindness without reason. Lu Qinghe adjusted his approach and presented a jade box. "Disciple has been out for many years and has acquired a spiritual herb, which I have come to present to the elder." Su Wentian's expression shifted to one of surprise as he gazed at the fruit within the jade box. "Transformation divine fruit?" Lu Qinghe nodded. "Indeed, it is the transformation divine fruit. I obtained it by chance and lack the fortune to utilize it. I implore the elder to accept it." A mid-grade earth-level divine fruit was undoubtedly of great use to him. After all, every cultivator had endured injuries, and even if he did not require it at present, it was prudent to be prepared. However, he did not immediately hand over the transformation divine fruit. "Lu Shixi, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. Though I have a need for this transformation divine fruit, I do not wish to accept it without merit. I shall not take advantage of my seniority or embarrass myself by accepting this divine fruit." Nevertheless, Su Wentian's demeanor had become notably more amiable. Lu Qinghe, naturally, had his own motives and spoke candidly. "Disciple has been injured during these years and has lost his core disciple status. Now, not only do I lack the benefits of a core disciple, but I must also complete the tasks assigned to inner sect disciples. Thus, I am compelled to seek alternative means to acquire cultivation resources. Fortunately, being a disciple of the Pill Peak, I possess a commendable talent for alchemy, and I have opened a pill shop in Medicine King City, where I hope to receive your guidance." This revelation piqued Su Wentian's curiosity. Lu Shizi has such aspirations? Lu Qinghe nodded, then expressed his helplessness. My injuries are quite severe. If I do not devise a solution soon, I may be unable to progress further in my cultivation. Su Wentian examined Lu Qinghe's condition and noticed the signs of injury in his vital energy. He inquired, "What must I do?" Lu Qinghe pointed, and an image of Fu Lan appeared before them. "This is my junior sister. I asked the elder to provide her assistance should she encounter any troubles." This request posed no difficulty for Su Wentian, especially since she was also a disciple of the Medicine King sect, with the sect's backing. Several Golden Core families in Medicine King City would surely show her due respect. Su Wentian chuckled. As a disciple of the Medicine King sect, she will naturally be under our protection. As he spoke, Su Wentian accepted the transformation divine fruit. Chapter 570, 7-star killing formation. Breaking through to the 6th level of Golden Core. I appreciate the elder's concern. Regardless, Su Wentian accepted the transformation divine fruit. Fu Lan would face no obstacles in Medicine King City, even if Su Wentian had grown distant from Lu Qinghe. Nevertheless, as a disciple of the Medicine King sect, coupled with the transformation divine fruit, he would not refuse a simple request. Disciple has other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Lu Qinghe bowed and turned to depart from Su Wentian's quarters. As Lu Qinghe exited, Su Wentian regarded the transformation divine fruit in his hand. This Lu Qinghe is no ordinary individual. He manages to obtain a mid-grade earth-level spiritual herb and dares to approach me thus. His assistance to Lu Qinghe would forge a benevolent connection. Although to Su Wentian, those who had not reached the Golden Core stage were akin to ants. Even elders at the 9th level of Foundation establishment had difficulty meeting him without special circumstances. Lu Qinghe's ability to reach him indicated Su Wentian held him in high regard. Previously, he had anticipated Lu Qinghe's potential, and now, Lu Qinghe's presentation of the transformation divine fruit elevated that opinion further. Otherwise, even within the Medicine King sect, only core disciples were entitled to an annual opportunity to receive teachings from the Golden Core ancestor. For other Foundation establishment cultivators, obtaining such an opportunity was exceedingly challenging. Only significant contributions could grant one a chance to learn from the Golden Core ancestor, and Su Wentian was a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator, a top-tier figure within the Medicine King sect. Lu Qinghe remained unconcerned with Su Wentian's opinion, whether it was favorable or not. If he revealed his true cultivation level, Su Wentian would undoubtedly address him with respect. He located an array pavilion in Medicine King City and procured a high-grade earth-level killing formation for the exorbitant price of 800,000 spirit stones, the highest grade formation he could acquire in the city. This was a necessary measure. Previously, a little fox had guarded the formation, alleviating concerns about potential issues. Now, the little fox was left to cultivate on the Golden Ao Immortal Island, while the fire python's massive form could not fit within the cave dwelling. Thus, he had no choice but to purchase a killing formation to complement the Xianxia formation. A high-grade, earth-level killing formation could temporarily restrain late-stage Golden Core cultivators, which was entirely sufficient for Lu Qinghe's needs. In a cave dwelling, Lu Qinghe activated the Xianxia formation by infusing it with 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He then produced a formation plate for the 7-star killing formation, infusing it with 100,000 low-grade spirit stones to activate it before confidently stepping into the Black Earth space. Within the Black Earth space, he was first met by the imposing form of the fire python, which, though still in slumber, had undergone a transformation from the 5th to the 6th level of Golden Core. Once it fully refined the dragon flame fruit, achieving the 7th level of Golden Core would pose no issue at all. Lu Qinghe paid no heed to the other spiritual herbs. His gaze was fixed upon the 9 reversal soul recovery grass. His urgency to procure the formation was largely due to the impending maturity of the 4th leaf of the 9 reversal soul recovery grass. As he wished to avoid wasting its profound essence, he was so close, perfectly positioned to refine his innate magical treasure. Seated cross-legged beside the 9 reversal soul recovery grass, his Golden Core flickered momentarily, and the diagram of the 5 elements sword formation manifested before him. With a swift gesture towards the diagram, the Water God sword and the Earth God sword appeared in his hands. His immediate objective was to refine these 2 mid-grade magical swords into high-grade treasures. In the realm of artifact crafting, Lu Qinghe had already reached a masterful level, although his abilities paled in comparison to his alchemical skills, wielding the pure glaze fire. Combined with the Tribulation Soldier refinement method, rendered the refinement of magical treasures a manageable task. Having successfully crafted high-grade treasures on 2 occasions, the creation of another was within his grasp. Beginning with the Water God sword, Lu Qinghe produced the Xianming True Water. instantly encasing the surrounding area in ice for several yards as the terrifying chill rapidly spread outward, threatening to freeze the entire black earth space. He hastily cast a spell, summoning a wall of pure glaze fire to encircle the area, preventing the ice from encroaching further. As his spell circulated, the frost enveloping him dissipated entirely. What a formidable freezing force! He pondered whether refining the water god sword with the Xianming true water would yield a transformative power capable of encasing 1,000 miles in ice. After a month of diligent effort, the water god sword emanated an overwhelming aura. It had been successfully refined into a high-grade treasure, and observing the ice-capturing power it possessed, Qinghe could not help but smile in satisfaction. Indeed, it was an ice-capturing divine ability, a truly grand one at that. With this water god sword, he could contend with cultivators at the late Golden Core stage. Many newly advanced late Golden Core practitioners might not even grasp such grand abilities. Setting the water god sword aside, he recognized that testing its capacity to freeze 1,000 miles would have to wait. It was impossible to encase all the spiritual herbs in ice within the black earth space. He then retrieved the earth god sword along with the earth essence, a mere palm-sized chunk weighing a staggering 500,000 pounds. Were it not for the magical seal, this small piece of earth essence could crush a mountain and slay a foundational cultivator. The earth god sword was originally forged from earth divine stone, making the fusion with earth essence relatively straightforward. Within half a month, Qinghe had transformed the earth god sword into a high-grade treasure. Now, the 5 elements sword formation comprised 4 high-grade treasures and 1 supreme treasure. The extent of its power eluded Qinghe's imagination. It was undoubtedly far superior to a supreme treasure, yet whether it reached the level of a spiritual treasure remained uncertain, as he had never encountered a true spiritual treasure nor witnessed its might. However, Qinghe was confident that had he possessed this 5 elements sword formation during his battle with Blood Yanluo, the outcome would have been far less tragic, as he could have subdued him with it, perhaps even shattering the true monarch's avatar. He presented the 5 elements sword formation, returned to position. The 2 heavenly swords fell into place, and a fearsome power radiated from the formation diagram, causing it to tremble violently. Qinghe's expression grew serious. He needed to swiftly locate the void divine consciousness, as the formation had reached its limit, and any further augmentation of the heavenly sword's power would shatter the diagram, retrieving the formation back into his dantian. The innate treasure's reciprocation emerged, prompting Qinghe to lay out numerous golden xian pills before him. Harnessing the feedback from his innate treasure, he began to fervently refine the pills. Rather than enhancing his cultivation with the treasure's power, he dedicated himself entirely to the refinement of the golden xian pills. For him, although the feedback from the innate treasure was quite pure, ever since he acquired the essence of Tao from the pills, he found the feedback from the innate treasure's power rather unworthy in comparison. The benefits derived from Tao essence pills far outweighed it. After another month, Qinghe's aura shifted, ascending to a new level. He ceased his practice of the 5 elements creation technique and opened his eyes. I've reached the 6th layer of the golden core. The feedback from my innate treasure has doubled my pill refinement speed. Otherwise, it would have taken an additional 3 months to reach the 6th layer. Testing his newfound strength, he discovered that his quintuplet magical power was now on par with other late golden core practitioners, and his divine soul had become extraordinarily robust, surpassing even those at the 9th layer of golden core. He believed he could now activate the 5 elements sword formation without needing to consume spiritual herbs. With each breakthrough, his cultivation underwent monumental transformation, as his enhancements surpassed that of others by 5-fold. Chapter 571, Preliminary Mastery of the Soul-Searching Technique, 8 Divine Abilities. With his cultivation elevated, Qinghe felt buoyant. Even in his typically somber demeanor, nothing could compare to the joy of ascension and power. He deviated from his plan to continue refining the vermilion bird cauldron and instead delved into the study of the soul-searching secret technique. He aimed to memorize every character and comprehend their profound meanings. In the days that followed, Qinghe tirelessly pondered and studied the soul-searching secret technique, preparing to grasp it as a divine ability. Leveraging his formidable divine soul, he made significant progress within mere days, catching a glimpse of its essence. Though he was still far from mastering the technique, he was confident that even without the Enlightenment Grass or the 9 Reversal Soul Recovery Grass, he could cultivate this soul-searching divine ability within 20 years. For many Golden Core practitioners, achieving a grand divine ability within such a time frame was beyond imagination. For countless Golden Core practitioners, taking hundreds of years to master a divine ability was considered a stroke of genius. Many at the 9th layer of Golden Core only mastered 1 grand divine ability, with a few minor abilities in the same vein. relying on fortune and innate talent for the more prestigious techniques. One day, a unique essence of Tao wafted through the black earth space. Qinghe turned his attention to the 9 reversal soul recovery grass, noticing that the 4th leaf had matured. Without hesitation, he seized a nearby dry branch, sealing it with magical power to prevent it from absorbing the essence of the 9 reversal soul recovery grass. This time, he had no intention of allowing the branch to consume any of the grass's profound essence. Sealed, the branch trembled momentarily before settling into stillness. Qinghe could not be bothered to investigate this mysterious branch. Even if it were a heavenly object, it held no value for him and was discarded as refuse. As the 9 reversal soul recovery grass shimmered with golden light, Qinghe sat upright, using his magical power to continuously absorb this profound essence. Commencing his comprehension of the soul-searching secret technique. His preparations were thorough. There was no need to waste excessive time in further study. He merely needed to build upon his previous understandings. Waves of divine soul energy coursed through him, and gradually Qinghe became immersed in the mysteries of the divine soul technique. He was no stranger to soul cultivation. Having practiced the spirit refinement technique during his qi refining stage, followed by the thunder refinement technique, both of which were pathways to enhancing the divine soul. With the aid of countless spiritual herbs, his divine soul was already 50 times stronger than that of an ordinary practitioner. However, despite possessing such formidable soul power, his previous usages had merely allowed him to exert soul pressure over lower-tier cultivators, utilizing less than 30% of his true potential. Conversely, the greatest utility of his divine soul power was in alchemy. The stronger the divine soul, the higher the success rate of his alchemical endeavors. Only the soul-searching secret technique could truly maximize the potential of his divine soul power. This was precisely why he had sought after the soul-searching technique discovered on Blood Yin Luo. It was a coveted pursuit. In other realms, unless one ventured into the demonic world, acquiring the soul-searching secret technique was exceedingly difficult. However, the demonic version of the technique might not even be suitable for him. He had no desire to become a malevolent demon cultivator in pursuit of mastering divine abilities. Soon, above the 6-colored golden elixir in his dantian, a gray divine ability seed quietly coalesced, marking the initial step in comprehending divine powers. Imprinting a divine seed upon the golden elixir, he aimed to nurture this divine seed, allowing it to take root and transform into minor, major, and ultimately supreme divine abilities, with the pinnacle being the power of laws. Adjacent to this seed, the golden elixir bore 6 additional divine seeds. 3 golden pattern seeds represented the sword path divine abilities, with 1 denoting a minor divine ability, 2 for major divine abilities, and 3 for supreme divine abilities. 3 golden patterned azure seeds embodied the cloud and rain technique, while 2 resembled the golden crow, and 2 others were associated with the great seal of mountains and rivers. Additionally, there were 2 green-hued seeds for the azure wood devouring technique, alongside 1 light blue seed for the water deity avatar. Now, with the emergence of this new, gray divine seed, these divine abilities were deeply engraved upon the golden elixir. Even though Qinghe had reached the 6th transformation of the golden elixir, causing it to swell to more than double its initial size, it remained entirely enveloped by the divine seeds. Moreover, the divine abilities Qinghe possessed were not merely 7, but 8. There existed 1 divine seed devoid of golden patterns, concealed within the depths of his soul. Unless he delved into his soul, he would scarcely detect it. This was the divine seed of the 5 elements annihilation technique, which, despite its lack of any golden patterns, constantly emitted an aura of total annihilation. Without the celestial medicine, his current magical power would not budge even a fraction. And Qinghe dared not activate the 5 elements annihilation technique lightly, unless in dire circumstances. He was uncertain why this divine seed was not imprinted upon the golden elixir, but rather upon his soul, and he could not inquire about it. Such an unusual matter, if discovered, would undoubtedly bring significant trouble. For him, as long as it posed no harm, there was no major issue. A cultivator at the 6th level of the golden elixir wielding such a plethora of divine abilities, including 2 supreme ones, would be met with disbelief if revealed. Qinghe remained undistracted, continuing his comprehension of the soul-searching divine ability. He lost track of time, and soon a golden pattern appeared upon the gray divine seed. He had elevated his soul divine ability to the level of a minor divine ability. However, this was still insufficient, as the minor soul-searching technique could only probe the souls of foundational and qi-refining cultivators below the golden elixir level. After another span of time, just as Qinghe was about to inscribe the 2nd golden pattern, the power of his soul suddenly dissipated, thwarting his efforts. Slowly, Qinghe opened his eyes and gazed at the fully matured 9-turn soul returning grass, sighing. It seems I have not grasped the major divine soul technique. While he was confident in mastering other divine abilities at the major level, the soul technique proved far more challenging to cultivate. A slight disappointment washed over him. Though it bore little weight, in the span of another year, the 5 acres of enlightenment grass would ripen, ample enough for him to cultivate the soul-searching technique to a major divine ability. He resolved to seek an opportunity to test the capabilities of the soul-searching technique. However, at present, he lacked suitable experimental subjects, as he could only probe the souls of chi-refining and foundational cultivators, and it seemed he had no enemies among them. The fate of those subjected to soul-searching was grim. Their memories stripped away, they risked severe soul damage and the possibility of becoming simpletons. Unless faced with an enemy, Qinghe would seldom resort to such measures. Observing the 4th leaf of the 9-turn soul returning grass fully mature and the 5th leaf on the verge of emergence, Qinghe was momentarily reflective. 4,000 years for the 9-turn soul returning grass signified he had been cultivating for over 40 years. He had surpassed 50 years of age, a time when mortals typically enjoyed a thriving lineage. In the realm of cultivation, time felt fleeting, and those 40-plus years seemed but a blink. 10 years of chi refinement, 20 years for foundational cultivation, and now over a decade at the 6th level of the golden elixir. Reflecting on the passage of time, Qinghe began to retrieve the vermilion bird cauldron and star core, intent on forging the cauldron into a superior-grade magical treasure in one go, preparing for the subsequent refinement of earth-grade superior pills and heavenly pills. As the star core fully integrated into the vermilion bird cauldron, the cauldron underwent a transformation, ascending to the level of a superior-grade magical treasure. The power of the vermilion bird's heart flame surged several-fold, its attacking force comparable to that of an ordinary major divine ability. Coupled with the cauldron's superior-grade essence, it could serve as a formidable offensive magical treasure. Currently, his primary magical treasures included the severely damaged superior-grade defensive treasure, the 8 Desolation Mirror, and the barely operational superior-grade treasure, the Ancient Bell of Capturing Immortals. He also possessed a middle-grade treasure, the Eye of Thunder God, the superior-grade alchemical treasure, the Vermilion Bird Cauldron, the superior-grade soul treasure, the Soul-Capturing Bell, and the ultimate-grade treasure, the Blood Demon Flag, whose power exceeded that of the ultimate-grade 5 elements sword formation diagram. Each of these treasures was invaluable, capable of inciting fierce competition among late-stage golden elixir cultivators vying to forge their life treasures. With the Vermilion Bird Cauldron's elevation, Qinghe promptly retrieved the materials for crafting the Golden Xian pill and began the alchemical process using the 5 spirits alchemy technique. After 1 furnace of pills, Qinghe discovered that the superior-grade Vermilion Bird Cauldron had doubled his alchemical speed. He could now refine 4 sets of 20 middle-grade treasure pills daily, compared to the previous 2 sets. Satisfied with the current outcome, Qinghe stowed the Vermilion Bird Cauldron, intending to continue crafting the Golden Xian pill upon returning to the Medicine King sect. His gaze shifted to the black soil space. Regrettably, the diamond Bodhi fruit and enlightenment grass required additional time to mature, although his cultivation had ascended to the 6th level of the golden elixir. As long as his treasure body remained unhealed, not only would his combat strength be significantly diminished, but it could also hinder his advancement to the late golden elixir stage. Apart from the diamond Bodhi fruit, the earth-grade spiritual herb he cared for most was the purple gold flower. Though the 10 stalks of purple gold flower were still premature, they would become his primary resource for cultivating in the late golden elixir stage. Next in importance was the Imu Qinglong ginseng, with 3 stalks of this celestial herb requiring over 2 years to mature. Previously, his primary intention for the Imu Qinglong ginseng had been to cultivate the heavenly grade 5 spirits transformation technique. However, circumstances had shifted. It was now necessary for employing the 5 elements annihilation technique. This was currently his sole means of inflicting damage upon nascent soul cultivators. Each stalk represented a potential opportunity for survival in dire straits, and until these 3 celestial herbs matured, he had no intention of returning to the chaotic star sea, lest he attract the attention of the blood demon, true monarch. Qinghe's departure from the Medicine King sect, albeit without acquiring the Void Divine Stone, could be deemed a success. He was uncertain whether the Medicine King sect possessed the Void Divine Stone, but given his current status, even if it did exist, he would have no means of accessing it and would need to contemplate alternative methods. In the coming 2 years, he would continue seeking the Void Divine Stone while also obtaining the recipe for the purple gold pill and the requisite spiritual herbs for its refinement, alongside the other herbs necessary for crafting the Yinyang Heavenly Pill. Within 5 years, he aimed to elevate his cultivation to the late golden elixir stage, mastering the soul-searching technique at the major divine level and achieving the pinnacle of the other 3 divine abilities before returning to the chaotic star sea. Qinghe meticulously outlined his cultivation plan for the future. After practicing the rain and cloud technique several times, he departed the black soil space. Stowing away the 7-star killing array and the divine array of the gods, he did not seek an audience with Fu Lan, having accomplished what he needed. The rest depended on Fu Lan's own capabilities. Upon leaving Medicine King City, Qinghe's cultivation had reached the 5th level of foundational cultivation. With the heavenly deceit mask and his current soul state, as long as he was not under close scrutiny, he held a 50% confidence that a nascent soul true monarch would be unable to discern his true nature. Brandishing a top-grade spiritual weapon flying sword, Qinghe soared toward the direction of the Medicine King sect. He sensed an unusual presence trailing him. Yet upon seeing the robe of an inner disciple of the Medicine King sect draped over him, no one dared to act against him. Thus, he returned to the Medicine King sect unscathed. As he stepped into the courtyard, he immediately detected a familiar aura seated just outside the small yard. After a moment of hesitation, Qinghe approached and respectfully called out, "Sister Yu." Yu Wuxia, who had been engrossed in her cultivation, opened her eyes upon hearing the voice. Her expression tinged with exasperation. "Junior brother Lu, it truly is a challenge to meet with you. I have been waiting here for several months." She had not anticipated that after their last encounter, Qinghe would vanish for such an extended period. Consequently, she had been left waiting for him in silence for months. Qinghe explained, "I was injured and had to venture out in search of ways to recuperate, which is why I have been away from the Medicine King sect for 8 months. I hope sister will forgive my neglect." He then inquired, "What matters did sister wish to discuss with me?" Yu Wuxia did not respond immediately. Instead, she scrutinized Qinghe, noting that he indeed appeared to have recovered considerably. "Junior brother, want you invite your sister inside for a chat?" Qinghe, sensing a multitude of divine senses probing towards them, understood that Yu Wuxia's prolonged presence here would inevitably attract the attention of the inner disciples. To them, core disciples were exalted figures, and encountering someone of Yu Wuxia's stature was a rare occurrence. It was not merely attention. Qinghe even suspected that the entire Medicine King sect might be aware of it. "Please, sister." He opened the restrictions of the small courtyard, leading Yu Wuxia inside. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a spell, rendering the courtyard immaculate. He then presented her with spiritual tea and fruits, which she accepted graciously. Yu Wuxia commended him. "Junior brother, the quality of your spiritual tea and fruits is quite exceptional, even surpassing what we have at the Master's. I'm glad you like it." After indulging in the refreshments, Yu Wuxia let out a contented burp and remarked, "Seeing you so concerned, I cannot let you bear the cost alone." With that, Qinghe produced a jade box containing several seeds. Upon seeing the jade box, Qinghe's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dragon bone refining grass, a top-tier earthly spiritual herb. He had studied various spiritual herbs extensively during his time at the Taishan sect, meticulously cataloging their characteristics. The dragon bone refining grass, known to grow in the remnants of celestial beasts, absorbed their blood and spirit, its leaves shimmering in dark gold, resembling dragon bones. Legends spoke of its ability to grant one veins akin to that of a flood dragon upon refinement. This herb was a true treasure. Even for those not focused on physical cultivation, the stronger the veins, the greater the capacity to harness spiritual power and enhance cultivation speed. Seeing the astonished expression on Qinghe's face, Yu Wuxia beamed, "I did not expect you to recognize this herb. It was quite a challenge for me to acquire. In all of the Medicine King sect, I am the only one capable of obtaining it aside from myself. This herb could not only heal Junior Brother's injuries, but might also significantly enhance his physical cultivation." Qinghe believed wholeheartedly in the efficacy of the dragon bone refining grass, equating its potency to that of 10 golden Buddha fruits. He inquired, "Might I ask how sister is willing to part with it?" Yu Wuxia, uncertain of what treasures Qinghe might offer in exchange, replied, "Since you are aware of its value, you understand that if you can provide an equivalent treasure, I shall gladly yield the dragon bone refining grass to you." Chapter 573, Yu Wuxia departs, Yu Tianxian arrives. Contemplating, Qinghe realized he possessed several treasures suitable for exchange. The reversal fate grass, longevity fruit, and the soon-to-mature enlightenment grass, along with several artifacts obtained from the blood yama, could all be offered in a one-to-one trade for the dragon bone refining grass. After some deliberation, Qinghe decided to use the longevity fruit as his offering, as it would be most beneficial to Yu Wuxia. And acquiring the reversal fate pill wound tea pose a challenge for her given her status. He cautiously produced a longevity fruit, stating, "I happened upon this longevity fruit, and propose we exchange it for the dragon bone refining grass." As the core disciple and peak master of the spiritual herb summit, Yu Wuxia was well aware of the significance of the longevity fruit. She stared at Qinghe in astonishment, initially expecting him to offer anything for a trade. She would not have gone to such lengths to bring this herb otherwise. To her surprise, Qinghe presented her with such a remarkable offer. Do you truly wish to give me the longevity fruit? She asked, incredulous. Qinghe nodded. I am rather impoverished. This is the only spiritual herb I can offer in exchange for the dragon bone refining grass, and it is also a top-tier herb. Why not keep it for yourself? Yu Wuxiao inquired. Qinghe responded. In my youth, I have no immediate need for the longevity fruit. For my current situation, recovering from my injuries and achieving physical mastery is far more valuable than the fruit at this moment. After some contemplation, Yu Wuxiao accepted the longevity fruit, acknowledging its immense utility for her. I shall give you the dragon bone refining grass along with these 3 seeds. You may bear a slight loss, but I will compensate you later. Qinghe felt satisfied. The dragon bone refining grass, along with the 3 seeds, outweighed the value of the longevity fruit. Even if he had to produce multiple longevity fruits for the exchange, he would not be at a disadvantage. Thank you, sister. But I hope you will keep this matter confidential. He wished to avoid any rumors regarding the longevity fruits circulating in the cultivation world and did not want others to connect him to it. Yu Wuxiao assured him. Rest assured, junior brother, I will not mention your connection to the longevity fruit to anyone. After a brief conversation, Yu Wuxiao took her leave. Qinghe watched her depart. Just as a multitude of probing divine senses began to converge upon their location. Unleashing the aura of his 5th layer of foundation establishment, he engaged these probing entities, causing considerable injury to their divine senses. Most of the onlookers were inner disciples, and those who had reached the early stage of foundation establishment were few. The majority who attained the late stage had already become elders. A 5th layer foundation establishment practitioner was undoubtedly a formidable figure among the inner disciples. The divine sense attacks left the inner disciples both shocked and furious. They were enraged at Qinghe's merciless approach, which had severely wounded them. They were astonished to discover that this newcomer was indeed a 5th layer foundation establishment cultivator and thus hastily concealed themselves. Qinghe issued a warning. I am Qinghe, a former core disciple. If any of my fellow disciples dare to probe here again, do not blame me for being impolite. With that, he enveloped the small courtyard in the 7-star killing formation and the divine shield formation, thoroughly isolating it from the outside world. Within the nearby courtyards, the expressions of the inner disciples turned pale. One among them exclaimed, It's him, the core disciple Qinghe, who entered the inner sect from the outer sect's Heavenly Tao Foundation. 15 years ago, during the core disciple competition, he was a 3rd layer foundation establishment practitioner and possessed a 9th layer spirit beast. He had vanished for 15 years, missing the competition among core disciples, and it was initially assumed that he had fallen from grace. To everyone's astonishment, he has returned, now boasting a cultivation level of the 5th layer of foundation establishment. This matter has garnered considerable attention from all core disciples, particularly those inner sect disciples who have successfully reached foundation establishment. They are especially wary of those who have attained the mid-stage of foundation establishment, fully aware of the significance of a core disciple status. It is no wonder that the moon fairy from the spirit herb peak sought him out, for it is rumored that there has always been an ambiguous relationship between him and the moon fairy. He is not someone to be trifled with, for with such formidable cultivation, he is destined to reclaim his status as a core disciple in the next competition. Although they were infuriated by Qinghe's mental pressure, which had left their souls injured and in need of time to recuperate, none dared to provoke him. Not only were they outmatched by Qinghe's 5th layer of foundation establishment, but they were also deeply apprehensive of Qinghe's 9th layer foundation establishment spirit beast. Should they offend him, they would be oblivious to how dire their fate could become. Within the realm of the Black Earth, Qinghe retrieved a jade box and sealed the dragon bone strengthening grass within it, as he did not intend to use this precious herb for the restoration of his physical body. Such an act would be too wasteful. He planned to wait for 5 of the diamond Bodhi fruits to mature, and then, combined with the dragon bone strengthening grass, he would strive to elevate his physical body to the pinnacle of excellence. This would expedite the rate at which he refines medicinal pills, hastening his cultivation speed and accelerating his progress to the late stage of golden core. There are still 3 seeds remaining, and with the recent reduction in the cultivation of golden xianxiaaudiobooks, a plot of spiritual land has been freed up for the planting of these seeds. The dragon bone strengthening grass requires 5 years to mature, while the diamond Bodhi fruits will be ripe in 1 year. At that time, he could plant an acre. And after 6 years, he would acquire 3 dragon bone strengthening grass and 20 diamond Bodhi fruits, coupled with a heavenly phoenix true flame fruit. He wonders if this will elevate his physical form to the divine golden body. Qinghe is uncertain of the outcome. To be safe, he also seeks another body refining celestial herb, which would ensure success. Qinghe utilized the cloud rain technique to irrigate 10 acres of golden xianxiaaudiobooks. And once these 10 acres mature, they will be sufficient for him to cultivate to the 7th level of golden core, rendering further large-scale planting unnecessary. Additionally, He employed a top-tier cloud rain technique on both the diamond Bodhi fruits and the enlightenment herb, enhancing his cultivation by a layer. Although it still encompasses an area of only 5 acres. However, normally he can perform the cloud rain technique twice, and with the enhancement from the spiritual herbs, he is able to execute the technique 5 times a day, covering an area of 25 acres. Yet, this comes at a cost, as it significantly reduces his cultivation time and continuously increases the consumption of spiritual energy within the Black Earth realm. The spiritual rain produced by the cloud rain technique cannot materialize out of thin air. It is derived from his own magical power and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Qinghe intends to purchase a heavenly-grade spiritual gathering array for daily use. Several days later, a figure descended upon Qinghe's humble abode. The moon fairy's divine sense scanned the area and was taken aback to find that she could not penetrate the defenses of the entire courtyard. Her expression shifted in astonishment. This junior brother Lu is indeed remarkable, having arranged such a formidable array to obscure divine perception. She could only inquire, "Is junior brother Lu present?" Chapter 574, Meeting Elder Yao, refusing to become a direct disciple. While engrossed in his cultivation, Qinghe concluded the refinement of the golden Xian pill and recognized the voice of the moon fairy. He was puzzled as to why she sought him out, as they were not well acquainted, having only interacted twice, once during Elder Yao's teachings and another at the Frost Moon Fairy City auction, where he had approached Elder Yao to escape pursuers, only to be escorted back by the moon fairy. He was left with a profound impression of her, not merely due to her beauty, but rather her innate sword body, a cultivation physique surpassing even that of a heavenly spiritual root. The moon fairy is destined to become a sword immortal with a minimum future attainment of a 9th layer golden core cultivator, potentially rivaling the terrifying golden core grand cultivators like Blood Yanluo. There is also a greater than 50% chance that she will ascend the supreme path of the nascent soul. Evading her was not an option. Qinghe retracted the illusionary god array and the 7-star killing formation, deactivating the courtyard's restrictions. "Sister, please enter." The moon fairy sensed the changes in the courtyard but said nothing, stepping inside. Qinghe respectfully awaited her arrival, greeting her with, "I pay my respects to sister." He was simultaneously astonished by the moon fairy's talent. After several years apart, her cultivation had reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment, and she emanated an aura akin to a sharpened sword. This indicated her sword path had reached its zenith, on the verge of comprehending the divine powers of swordsmanship. Qinghe speculated that once the moon fairy breaks through, she may very well condense a heavenly Tao golden core. The moon fairy scrutinized Qinghe, a hint of surprise crossing her features. Junior brother's swordsmanship has grown increasingly formidable. Qinghe frowned, for he did not believe that the moon fairy could discern the depths of his swordsmanship. After the previous incident, he had nearly sealed away his own sword path. Moreover, his current cultivation was not something the moon fairy could easily perceive. Qinghe feigned confusion. "Sister, what do you mean by that?" The moon fairy smiled enigmatically, then averted her gaze, revealing the purpose of her visit. "Master wishes to see you. Come with me." As anticipated, Qinghe knew Elder Yao would seek him out, albeit he hadn't expected it to happen so swiftly. "Please lead the way, sister." The moon fairy soared into the sky, with Qinghe following closely behind. Soon, they arrived at the residence of Elder Yao atop the Pill Peak. The moon fairy halted and inquired, "Are you quite close with Wuxia?" Qinghe was taken aback, unsure why the moon fairy would ask such a question. Could it be that the moon fairy is also a member of the Yu family? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He could only respond, "Sister Yu has been quite considerate towards me." "I see." The moon fairy ceased her inquiries and proceeded towards the grand hall. Qinghe sensed Elder Yao's aura within the hall and followed the moon fairy inside. The moon fairy stood to one side, while Elder Yao was seated on a mat, his gaze alighting upon Qinghe, a glimmer of golden light flashing in his eyes. Qinghe bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Elder Yao." Previously, as a core disciple, he could address Elder Yao as the Grand Elder. Now, he could only refer to him as Ancestor. In the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, and hierarchies are strictly observed. Elder Yao retracted the golden light from his gaze and asked Qinghe, "Have you been injured?" Qinghe replied with utmost respect. Disciple followed Ancestor's guidance to open the herb garden, but did not anticipate that a fearsome golden core demon beast would be guarding it. "Had it not been for the talisman bestowed upon me by Ancestor, I would have perished. I narrowly escaped using the talisman, but sustained severe injuries. I have been in seclusion for 6 years to recuperate, finally recovering to a considerable extent." Qinghe recounted the events surrounding the ice crystal jade spider in detail, omitting only what should not be disclosed. Elder Yao was taken aback by the gravity of Qinghe's encounter, and it was clear that Qinghe did not appear to be fabricating his tale. Furthermore, The ice crystal jade spider would not possess such detailed knowledge unless one had truly encountered it. Elder Yao sighed. It seems I have wronged you. My intention was to provide you with some foundational depth, yet I nearly led to your demise. The herb garden was originally meant as a gift for you. To accept you as a direct disciple. To have escaped the clutches of the ice crystal jade spider speaks to your remarkable abilities and fortune. It was my oversight that brought you into this calamity and cost you your core disciple status. How about I take you as my direct disciple? Qinghe was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that after all these years, Elder Yao still harbored such intentions. Initially, he had no desire to take on a master. At that time, he was merely a nascent soul cultivator, apprehensive that Elder Yao might discern his peculiarities. Now, it seemed even more implausible. Despite Elder Yao's cultivation level being at the 7th layer of the Golden Core stage, one tier above Qinghe's 6th layer, in terms of genuine combat prowess. Even 10 Elder Yaos could not contend with him. He had vanquished several 7th and 8th layer Golden Core cultivators in the Chaos Star Sea, and even managed to eliminate a formidable 9th layer Golden Core cultivator like Blood Yanluo. As for Elder Yao's alchemical legacy, Qinghe believed that if he were to acquire the formulae, he possessed a 50% certainty of concocting celestial elixirs. Not to mention, his success rate in alchemy far surpassed that of Elder Yao, as his accomplishments were not solely reliant on innate talent, but rather on the endless accumulation of medicinal herbs. Although Elder Yao had lived for over 350 years, the quantity of elixirs he had crafted paled in comparison to Qinghe's output, especially considering that the elixirs Qinghe produced were imbued with profound Tao insights. Elder Yao observed Qinghe with an air of confidence, firmly believing that no one would dare to decline the opportunity to become his direct disciple. With a single utterance, countless prodigies in Tian would yearn to be acknowledged as his disciples, aspiring to inherit the legacy of a 7th layer Golden Core cultivator. Qinghe responded respectfully. Thank you, ancestor, for your kindness. However, I am accustomed to a leisurely life, and having suffered severe injuries, I find it exceedingly difficult to make any breakthroughs in the Golden Core stage. I fear I may be unable to carry forth your teachings. A terrifying aura enveloped Qinghe, the overwhelming pressure of a 7th layer Golden Core cultivator compelling him to adopt an appearance of utter trepidation. Even beside him, Xianxian, who was typically composed, exhibited surprise. She too had not anticipated that Qinghe would decline Elder Yao's offer to become a direct disciple of the Golden Core ancestor. Elder Yao was no ordinary figure. He was a 7th layer Golden Core cultivator and a true master of alchemy, holding a status comparable to that of a 9th layer Golden Core grandmaster. Noticing Qinghe's pallor, Elder Yao retracted his Golden Core aura and inquired, "Do you believe I am incapable of teaching you?" Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Qinghe humbly replied, "I am filled with trepidation, ancestor. I am well aware that becoming your direct disciple would elevate my status immensely. However, I am even more fearful that your teachings may not flourish through me, which would be a tremendous loss to both you and the Yaowang sect." Elder Yao gazed at Qinghe, astonished that he had rejected the opportunity to become a direct disciple. Nonetheless, as a Golden Core ancestor, it was beneath him to plead with a disciple to accept his offer, for that would surely invite ridicule from others. Elder Yao asked, "Have you made up your mind?" Qinghe maintained his stance. "I kindly ask for your understanding, ancestor." Chapter 575. The Emergence of the Celestial Palace, the true monarch of the nascent soul, Cloud Sovereign. After being rejected a second time, Elder Yao's countenance betrayed his discomfort, and his tone grew frigid. "It appears that we are not destined to be master and disciple. Regardless of your motivations, I hope you will not regret this decision in the future. However, I do not wish to be criticized later, whatever you seek. I can assist you once." Having already shattered Elder Yao's pride, Qinghe felt unworthy to make further demands, knowing that even if he did, Elder Yao would be unable to provide what he sought. "I asked for nothing, merely desiring to cultivate in peace." The grand hall fell into an immediate silence, and after a lengthy pause, Elder Yao waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave." Qinghe clasped his hands in a bow. "I take my leave." As he exited the hall, he felt a twinge of guilt for Elder Yao, yet he harbored no fear of offending him. Elder Yao maintained the dignity befitting a Golden Core ancestor and would not stoop to retaliate against him for the slight. At most, he might choose to withhold his future guidance. In light of potential future complications, this was indeed the best choice. Otherwise, should his true cultivation level be revealed one day, it would invite unnecessary troubles. Qinghe transformed into a streak of fire and vanished. Within the great hall, Elder Yao watched him depart with a self-deprecating chuckle, lamenting that he had grown ineffective with age, unable to attract even a single disciple. Yu Tianxian regained her composure and praised Elder Yao. Master need only utter a word to attract countless prodigies of the Yao Wang sect to your side. Lu Shidi may have his own considerations. Elder Yao turned to Yu Tianxian. What is your opinion of this individual? After a moment of contemplation, Yu Tianxian replied, within a century, Lu Shidi will undoubtedly reach the Golden Core realm. For one who has likely comprehended the essence of swordsmanship, achieving Golden Core status in 100 years is entirely plausible. Elder Yao was taken aback, not doubting Yu Tianxian's words, but rather grappling with the implications. Regardless, he knew he could not take him as a disciple now. At the next recruitment event for the Yao Wang sect, he would personally select an exceptional disciple. Unbeknownst to anyone, Lu Qinghe had turned down the opportunity to become a direct disciple of a 7th-layer Golden Core ancestor. His acquaintances within the Yao Wang sect were few. Aside from Yu Wuxia and Yu Shui, he had no other close ties. Thus, his daily cultivation went uninterrupted. Half a year later, Lu Qinghe had refined over 1,000 golden Xian pills imbued with Dao insights. Although his cultivation had yet to break through to the 7th layer of the Golden Core stage, an enigmatic aura began to emanate from him. The most notable characteristic was his accelerated absorption of the spiritual essence from the heavens and the earth, a pace that far exceeded that of a typical 5-element root cultivator. Curiosity piqued. Lu Qinghe wondered if his spiritual roots had improved. However, he remained a genuine 5-element root. After several days of contemplation, he could not decipher the cause. Yet he found no detriment in this change. Rather, it was a boundless advantage, allowing him to advance in cultivation even without sufficient elixirs, relying instead on spirit stones. The reason behind this phenomenon remained elusive, but he anticipated clarity would emerge with further consumption of elixirs. For the time being, he chose to focus on his routine, diligently cultivating spiritual herbs, hastening the growth of golden Xian ginseng, purple gold flowers, enlightenment grass, and diamond Bodhi fruits. One day, while engrossed in his cultivation within the cave, Lu Qinghe felt the very fabric of the world tremble violently. His expression turned to one of alarm. Could it be that a nascent soul true monarch was battling above his cave? However, a far more oppressive aura soon followed, causing not only the countless cultivators of the Yao Wang sect to look up in shock, but the entire Tian cultivation world seemed to sense this disturbance. Emerging from his cave, Lu Qinghe beheld a colossal Dharma form materializing from the depths of the Yao Wang sect. Gazing far into a certain direction within the Tian cultivation realm, all disciples and elders bowed in reverence. We pay our respects to the Supreme One. The Dharma form returned its gaze and spoke calmly. The celestial palace has appeared. We know not whether the path to the heavens will open. Ultimately, the Dharma form transformed into a middle-aged man, who took a single step onto the main peak and entered the hall of the sect leader. The sect leader, Qinghe, had been awaiting him, and, upon seeing the middle-aged man, hastily bowed. I pay my respects to true monarch Yun. Cloud Sovereign seated himself upon the sect leader's chair and addressed Qinghe. You should be aware of what has transpired. Qinghe replied, Disciple is aware. A century ago, before the demise of the elder of the misty sacred land, it was foretold that a celestial palace would manifest within this temporal river. For decades, countless cultivators have entered the Tian cultivation realm, awaiting this opportunity. I did not expect it to appear so swiftly. Cloud Sovereign nodded. Indeed, the celestial palace is a relic of an ancient sect, containing immortal legacies that can guide one into the transformation god realm. Qinghe was astounded. Does this mean that those who obtain the legacy could dominate the cultivation world? The transformation god realm, a transcendent level beyond the nascent soul realm, is said to possess the power to determine the life and death of nascent souls. Before the transformation god, nascent souls are but insignificant insects. Yun Zhongjuan shook his head. If it were that simple, the transformation realm would not be so elusive. It is merely a seed, and even if obtained, given the current state of the cultivation world, reaching the transformation realm is nearly an impossible endeavor. To break through to the transformation realm, one must traverse the Sea of Realms. Ultimately, this is merely a place beyond the Sea of Realms, utilized to suppress demons. However, acquiring the supreme inheritance or treasures within could entirely transform the circumstances of the current cultivation world. This will incite the forces of Tian, the wilds, the demon domain, the endless celestial sea, and even the lurking demons to spring into action. A bloody storm is now unavoidable. He could envision the grand conflict that would erupt throughout the cultivation world for the sake of this celestial palace. Qinghe was acutely aware of the stakes involved. He inquired, Supreme Lord Yun, what path lies ahead for the Medicine King sect? The Medicine King sect, of course, would not escape unscathed. The celestial palace must not fall into the hands of other sects, especially not into those of the demonic path or the Four Holy Islands. However, there is no need for haste. The celestial palace is fraught with peril, and breaching it will require a decade at the very least. We can, however, allow a portion of our disciples to participate. Although they cannot enter the core areas, they will encounter countless secret realms and numerous opportunities. Opportunities for golden core and nascent soul advancements will undoubtedly arise. How to ensure their safety is up to you. I, alongside other true lords, will intervene when the time comes to penetrate the core area of the Celestial Palace. Currently, the petty skirmishes over resources are of no concern to us nascent soul true lords. Rather, we require these cultivators to exhaust the Celestial Palace's defenses. When the opportune moment arises, we shall shatter the Celestial Palace and seize the inheritance and treasures. Qinghe acknowledged. Disciple understands what to do. Once his instructions were conveyed, Yun Zhongjuan's figure vanished from the hall of the sect leader. Qinghe promptly commanded, summoned the peak masters to report to the hall of the sect leader. Days later, a momentous piece of news swept through the entire cultivation world. An ancient celestial palace had emerged, promising transcendent opportunities for cultivation. Those who obtained the inheritance could ascend to immortality. Instantly, countless cultivators flocked towards the location of the celestial palace in a frenzy, eager to seize the celestial fortunes. Chapter 576. The Great Contest of the Ages, Restoration of the Divine Body. Not only the Medicine King sect, but every nascent soul power had its true lords manifest. The emergence of the Celestial Palace had already become a grand contest of an era. More so, they sought the supreme realm that transcended the nascent soul. To surpass the nascent soul not only entailed possessing cataclysmic powers, but more importantly, it granted one longevity exceeding 1,000 years, a temptation no nascent soul true lord could resist. The longer one lives, the stronger one becomes, and thus the desire to live even longer and attain greater strength and powers intensifies. Days passed before the earth-shattering aura dissipated, signaling the full emergence of the Celestial Palace. Qinghe did not depart from the Medicine King sect, but continued his cultivation. Seated in his cave abode, Qinghe felt little yearning for the treasures of the Celestial Palace. It was not that he differed from other cultivators. Indeed, the Celestial Palace harbored countless secret treasures, including heavenly herbs and spiritual artifacts, all of which he desired. Yet, he understood that these treasures were unrelated to the ordinary cultivation world, as countless hidden golden core cultivators would inevitably intervene. Following them would be an overwhelming number of nascent soul true lords. The true treasures would invariably fall into their hands, rendering them out of reach for ordinary cultivators. The ensuing competition would be unimaginable, stirring the very winds and clouds of the cultivation world. Moreover, breaching the Celestial Palace would be no simple feat. It certainly possessed defenses and dangers. Various prohibitions and horrific measures awaited, and one could only speculate how many cultivators' lives would be sacrificed to dismantle them. As for the Medicine King sect, after the emergence of that nascent soul true lord, a tranquility settled in, as if the sect were not particularly concerned about the Celestial Palace. Primarily, his status was too low to glean the higher-ups' decisions. This also confirmed Qinghe's prior suspicions. The Medicine King sect did not have merely one nascent soul true lord. The one who emerged was Yun Zhongjuan, an unparalleled being who had achieved nascent soul status 500 years ago. Qinghe dared not probe further into his cultivation level, and other cultivators were equally unaware. Furthermore, the location of the Celestial Palace lay within the territory of the Tianjian sect, millions of kilometers away, making it challenging for ordinary cultivators to reach in a short time. Qinghe remained steadfast in cultivating spiritual herbs, adhering to his prior plan to restore his divine body before breaking through to the late golden core stage. Only then would he contemplate acquiring the void divine stone to elevate his divine body to the great Tao golden body, thus ensuring his self-preservation amidst the impending chaos brought by the Celestial Palace. On this day, Yu Wuxiao visited his small courtyard and, upon seeing Qinghe, broke into a radiant smile. "Junior brother, as I expected, you have not engaged in the competition for the Celestial Palace's opportunities." Qinghe was taken aback by her timely reminder and explained, "Junior brother is acutely aware of his limited strength and dares not take risks." Yu Wuxiao wholeheartedly agreed with Qinghe's perspective. "Your reasoning is sound. The higher-ups of the Medicine King sect have issued a decree forbidding core disciples from participating in the contest for the Celestial Palace before the next core disciples competition. The current territory of the Celestial Palace is exceedingly perilous, and core disciples face the risk of perishing if they venture there." Qinghe curiously asked, "Does the Medicine King sect truly disregard the emergence of the Celestial Palace?" Yu Wuxiao executed a spell to conceal their surroundings, carefully addressing Qinghe. "Not exactly. Several golden core ancestors have already departed in recent days. I am unaware of the specifics, but the sect must have its plans. As long as you do not involve yourself, you will remain safe. Moreover, that celestial palace is no ordinary place. Penetrating its core area will require no less than a decade. Qinghe expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior sister, for your warning. I shall refrain from participation. My injuries are yet to heal, and recovering swiftly is my utmost priority. Yu Wuxia beamed with satisfaction, relieved that Qinghe would heed her counsel. The higher-ups of the Medicine King sect had only issued orders to core disciples, leaving inner and outer sect disciples unmonitored. That is well, I shall not linger. I intend to enter seclusion for a few years and emerge for the core disciples competition. Thus, with a hurried visit and equally swift departure, Yu Wuxia left, likely summoned by the peak master of the spiritual herb Peak to focus on her own cultivation. Once Yu Wuxia departed, Qinghe fell into contemplation. He felt it a rare opportunity to let slip. While he did not plan to risk participating in the contest for the Celestial Palace, it did not mean he was unaffected. The more chaotic the cultivation world became, the more resources would be required, particularly with various elixirs and spiritual herbs. He could transform his existing resources into substantial gains. A plan began to form in Qinghe's mind, though the specifics remained uncertain. He reasoned that he had ample time. 10 years was still a considerable span, and currently, the competition at the Celestial Palace's periphery offered no remarkable treasures, rendering it unnecessary to expend his efforts there. Furthermore, he pondered whether the 3 sects of the Zhao Kingdom would re-emerge. Lost in thought, Qinghe took out a pill and resumed his cultivation. Half a year later, Qinghe noticed a significant number of inner sect disciples had vanished, realizing that they could not resist seeking opportunities within the Celestial Palace. After more than a year of arduous cultivation, his magical power had reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. Yet breaking through to the 7th level would not be achievable in a short time. This was not merely a minor transition from the 5th to the 6th level, but rather a significant leap from the mid to late Golden Core stage, necessitating the refinement of more Golden Shin pills. Qinghe paused his cultivation as the long-awaited Wu Shun grass and Vajra Bodhi fruit had finally matured. In the realm of the black soil, 5 acres of 120 spirit enlightenment herbs would undoubtedly drive the entire cultivation world into a frenzy if they were to be introduced into the present-day realm of immortals. Such a quantity of spirit enlightenment herbs may have surpassed the total that has appeared in the cultivation realm over the past millennium. Additionally, there are 2 trees of the diamond Bodhi fruit, each yielding 10 fruits, every one resembling a formidable Vajra. It remains uncertain whether these diamond Bodhi fruits can elevate the golden body to the pinnacle of its kind. For now, the priority is to restore the golden body. He retrieved 10 Kirin transformation herbs and 3 diamond Bodhi fruits to commence the process of refinement. Days passed, and after refining all 10 Kirin transformation herbs and 3 diamond Bodhi fruits, his previously shattered golden body was finally restored. The expenditure was staggering. Each Kirin transformation herb was valued at 100,000 spirit stones, and each diamond Bodhi fruit at 300,000 spirit stones, culminating in nearly 2 million spirit stones consumed merely to restore the golden body. Although the cultivation of the Great Sun glazed golden body appeared straightforward, when accounting for various spirit herbs starting from the ice skin jade bone technique, the resources consumed to cultivate it to the upper grade golden body surpassed 20 million spirit stones. This was a fortune that even a nascent soul true monarch might struggle to amass, sufficient to forge a spiritual treasure. With the restoration of the golden body, Qinghe's aura of loss reached its zenith. He took out the remaining 7 diamond Bodhi fruits and the dragon bone muscle forging herb brought by Yu Wuxia, hoping to fervently cultivate the ultimate golden body. Chapter 577, The Ultimate Golden Body, Planting the Seed of Inner Demons. With the golden body restored, Qinghe's speed in refining spirit herbs surged exponentially. Operating the Great Sun glazed golden body cultivation technique, he instantly transformed into a towering figure of glazed gold. As he refined the diamond Bodhi fruits, the glazed golden body became increasingly resplendent, emanating a terrifying pressure as its strength rapidly escalated. A month later, Qinghe had fully transformed into a dazzling embodiment of the Great Sun, his veins morphing into dragon-like forms, a special ability granted by the dragon bone muscle forging herb. The ultimate golden body was now a reality. Qinghe retracted his technique, returning to a normal state, impervious to all methods, repelling all evils with ease, relying solely on this Great Sun glazed golden body to overpower any cultivator below the late stage of the Golden Core. For those in the late Golden Core stage, unless they possessed an ultimate magical treasure or top-tier divine abilities, shattering the golden body would prove exceedingly challenging. The ultimate golden body was exponentially stronger than the upper-grade variant. Had he possessed this form earlier, it would have been impossible for Blood Yanluo to breach it. However, Without the heavenly herbs for body refinement, further advancement was unattainable, and the diamond Bodhi fruits yielded negligible effects. In the future, they could be administered in large quantities to the three spirit beasts. They were incapable of wielding magical treasures, yet could cultivate a physique on par with ultimate magical treasures, significantly enhancing their prowess. Qinghe had discovered an additional method to bolster the cultivation of the three spirit beasts, not only through their cultivation levels, but also by enhancing their physical forms. The innate strength of demon beasts stemmed from their formidable physiques. The dragon bone muscle forging herb needed to be cultivated extensively. If he could transform all 8 meridians into dragons, a single heavenly herb for body refinement would suffice to forge the golden body of the great Tao. His bones were as pure as jade, his blood shimmering like liquid mercury, and his veins were beginning to transform into dragons, his physical body now possessing an unimaginable strength. Qinghe grasped a handful of golden xian pills and began the refinement process. After a day, he had refined 12 golden xian pills, doubling his cultivation speed. The golden xian pills required some time to mature, so Qinghe decided to venture outside. As he departed from the inner sect's spirit peak, he soared outward, only to be intercepted by 2 figures before he could leave the Medicine King sect. Qinghe calmly regarded the 2 individuals before him. "Senior brothers, may I inquire as to the reason for your obstruction?" He recognized the 2, Qiyun from the Sword Peak and Qinghe from the Alchemy Peak. It was Qinghe who had previously suppressed Fulan. Qinghe looked down at Qinghe with an air of superiority. "Qinghe, as a mere inner sect disciple, how dare you not pay respects upon encountering us, the direct disciples?" Qinghe maintained his composure as he replied, "Has senior brother forgotten the lesson from our last encounter? The last time Qinghe sought trouble, he was frightened away by the little fox." He could not fathom why Qinghe would still harbor resentment over minor incidents from the past. Their enmity began when he became a core disciple, and Qinghe had sought him out to extract spirit herbs from the spirit herb peak. He had almost forgotten this insignificant character, only to see him foolishly reappear. Qinghe's expression shifted at Qinghe's words. Although he had advanced to the 7th layer of foundation establishment, he found himself at a disadvantage against a 9th layer spirit beast. Qiyun, witnessing Qinghe's embarrassment, refrained from mediating but addressed Qinghe. "Junior brother Lu, I am aware of your close relationship with wuxia." Close might be an understatement. The rumors surrounding Qinghe and Yu Wuxia had become widely known throughout the Medicine King sect. Not only were there whispers about their unique bond, but Yu Wuxia had also spent several months at the inner sect's spirit peak. It was no wonder he could not contain himself and had come personally to find Qinghe. Qinghe felt little interest in the conversation, as even the golden core cultivators behind them posed no threat. "Might I ask, what guidance do you have, senior brother?" Seeing Qinghe's complete disregard, Qiyun's anger flared. "Guidance is not the term. Rather, it is that wuxia is destined to achieve the golden core of the great Tao. Do you know how long the great Tao golden core can sustain one's life? 500 years. With your foundation establishment cultivation, you have already spent over a century in training. You have less than 100 years of lifespan remaining, so I implore you not to trouble yourself unnecessarily. It would be best for you to distance yourself from junior sister wuxia, as it would be beneficial for both her and you." Qinghe almost laughed, yet he could not act here. He turned to Qiyun and asked, "Do you know why Sister Wuxia does not favor you?" Qiyun's face darkened. This was the last thing he wished to hear, yet he still inquired, "Pray, enlighten me." Qinghe cast a nonchalant glance at Qiyun. "Because you lack the necessary ruthlessness. Were I in your position, I would not waste time with words, but would seize any opportunity to eliminate threats." His voice resonated with a unique cadence, as he activated the power of the soul-capturing bell, hoping to draw out Qiyun's inner demons. Although he bore no significant grudge against Qiyun, those who sought trouble with him must inevitably pay the price. Of course, if Qiyun chose to retaliate, it would afford him an opportunity to eradicate the root of the problem. Qiyun was momentarily stunned, incredulously staring at Qinghe. "Cease your nonsense. As righteous cultivators, how could we resort to the methods of the demonic path?" Qinghe smiled. "Is not cultivation merely about the clarity of thought? If you cannot overcome this trial, you will be unable to condense the Sword Tao divine abilities and step into the golden core realm. The Sword Tao divine abilities require a heart that is unobstructed, free from impurities." Qinghe's words caused Qiyun's complexion to drastically change, his aura fluctuating as he momentarily lost the ability to speak. Qinghe then turned his gaze to Qinghe, who was equally taken aback by Qinghe's remarks. He wished to caution Qiyun against falling for Qinghe's tricks, but Qinghe's voice rang out, "And you, senior brother Qin, harbor no righteous energy within your heart. You will only stray into unorthodox paths and ultimately find yourself at odds with the true great Tao. I predict you will falter here. and any forced breakthroughs will only invite inner demons, leading you to a fate of demonic deviation. Qinghe erupted in fury. You insignificant insect. You possess an audacious spirit. Today, I shall suppress you and deliver you to the law enforcement hall, lest you spread your heretical words here. Qinghe similarly struck Qinghe with a palm, this time merely employing a fraction of the power from his treasured golden body. With a single move, Qinghe was sent hurtling backward, landing some distance away. Gazing at Qinghe in disbelief. You have actually cultivated a body refinement technique. This matter was hardly the concern of a senior brother. Qinghe should rather ponder how to eliminate his inner demons. Qinghe turned to depart. And although the soul-capturing bell did not immediately unveil the inner demons of the two, it had already sown a seed within them. If they failed to locate the three-life soul-devouring flower, their respective realms would be rendered futile. As Qinghe vanished from sight, Qinghe fixed his gaze upon Qi. Senior brother Qi, will we simply allow him to leave like this? Qi withdrew his gaze, feeling somewhat unwell. Qinghe's words echoed incessantly in his mind. Moon Wuxia's lack of affection for him stemmed from his insufficient ruthlessness. His Dao heart remained clouded, hindering his ability to condense his swordsmanship and embark upon the golden core path. He struggled to suppress the turmoil within, as if a dreadful entity were taking root in the depths of his heart. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his swordsmanship, finally managing to quell the disquiet within. He cast a glance at Qinghe. Are you truly considering making a move against him within the Medicine King sect? Do you believe the law enforcement hall is merely for show? Qinghe's expression shifted. He was well aware of the law enforcement hall's formidable reputation. Yet he was unwilling to let Qinghe depart unchallenged. Noticing the dissatisfaction etched upon Qinghe's face, Qi spoke softly. There will be an opportunity. Whether Qinghe heard him or not, Qi turned away, uncertain of the decision brewing within him. Alone, Qinghe dared not seek trouble with Qinghe. Having previously felt apprehensive about the fiery spirit beast, the crimson flame fox, accompanying him. However, after their recent clash, his wariness of Qinghe had only intensified, particularly regarding Qinghe's rapid ascent in cultivation. In less than 20 years, Qinghe had progressed from the first level of foundation establishment to the fifth, surpassing Qinghe's own pace. When he had first encountered Qinghe had merely achieved foundation establishment, while he himself had reached the pinnacle of the fifth level. Yet, over a decade later, he had only just broken through to the seventh level, whereas Qinghe had soared to the fifth level. If this trend continued, it would not be long before Qinghe's cultivation caught up to his, at which point retribution would surely follow. Thus, he felt compelled to suppress Qinghe by any means necessary, even enlisting Qi aid. Yet, he had not anticipated that after a few pointed remarks from Qinghe, Qi would be deterred from taking action. Reflecting on Qinghe's earlier words, Qinghe muttered to himself, if I do not eliminate this person, he will become my inner demon, making my path to breakthrough fraught with peril. His resolve to deal with Qinghe deepened. Entirely unaware that Qinghe had not given him a second thought, had it not been for his intervention against Fulan, Qinghe would have ignored him entirely. Over time, Qinghe's narrow-mindedness had led him to fall into the clutches of his own demons, exacerbated by the malevolent influence of the soul-capturing bell. After departing the Medicine King sect, Qinghe's destination was Medicine King City. Within a pharmacy, he encountered Fulan, who was taken aback upon seeing him and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, senior brother. Qinghe waved his hand, causing Fulan to instinctively stand straight. There is no need for such formality. Our relationship is one of equality. Qinghe regarded Fulan merely as a way to repay the favor of the Enlightenment herb, and he would not mind if Fulan took the elixirs and left without further ado. These potions were sufficient for Fulan to attain the peak of foundation establishment. Hence he viewed her as an equal. Fulan dared not overstep, deeply grateful to Qinghe. Without him, she would not have achieved her current status. Had it not been for Qinghe's timely intervention, she would have met the same tragic fate as her elder brother, never even crossing the threshold of foundation establishment. Having broken through, she now understood the formidable challenge of establishing a foundation. Moreover, Qinghe's assistance had granted her resources beyond the imagination of other outer sect disciples, allowing her to make significant strides in her cultivation over the past decade, recently reaching the third level of foundation establishment. Fulan inquired, Senior brother, what brings you here? Qinghe replied, the landscape of the southern heaven cultivation realm has shifted dramatically. Along the way, I've heard tales of opportunities within the Immortal Palace. It seems many cultivators have gained fortuitous encounters there, rapidly advancing in their cultivation. Throughout his journey, Qinghe had encountered numerous accounts of the Immortal Palace, which had emerged 7 months prior. Many had derived various benefits from its secret realms, including an abundance of celestial herbs and minor inheritances. Yet, he also heard of the perils. Each day witnessed countless cultivators perishing within the Immortal Palace's vicinity. Nonetheless, throngs of cultivators from all corners of the southern heaven realm continued to flock to the palace. Just as Moon Wuxia had observed, after so much time, many were still lingering outside the Immortal Palace, unable to breach even the outermost areas. It was unclear how long it would take to achieve this. Beyond the Immortal Palace lay not only celestial herbs and inheritances, but also a plethora of venomous creatures, malevolent beasts, and terrifying entities left behind by the palace, leading to countless deaths among cultivators. Furthermore, the cultivation realm was embroiled in fierce conflicts over various treasures, creating a perilous atmosphere outside the Immortal Palace. A near riot had erupted within the territory of the Heaven Sword sect, prompting them to deploy several Golden Core ancestors and even a nascent Soul True monarch to eliminate tens of thousands of cultivators posing a threat to the sect. Finally quelling the storm, Medicine King City was one of the major cities within the Southern Heaven cultivation realm, and Fu Lan was well aware of the Immortal Palace's affairs. During this period, countless messages regarding the Immortal Palace had circulated throughout Medicine King City. Most crucially, numerous cultivators were heading toward the Immortal Palace, with those nearby or merely passing through Medicine King City entering in droves to purchase various elixirs. Many cultivators had exhausted their fortunes in pursuit of resources to enhance their cultivation and procure healing potions. Do you wish to seek opportunities within the Immortal Palace, senior brother? Lu Qinghe shook his head. I am too weak. I do not wish to risk my life without gaining any fortune. Sister, heed my advice. Greed will only ensnare one in a desperate situation. I have witnessed far too many cultivators perish due to insatiable greed, including numerous Golden Core ancestors. Fu Lan had no such intentions. With her cultivation level, reaching the Immortal Palace was a distant dream. Sister understands. I will not fall prey to such greed. Lu Qinghe nodded. While Fu Lan did not possess extraordinary qualities, she excelled in knowing when to advance and retreat. Without further preamble, he remarked, I have noticed an influx of cultivators in Medicine King City lately, and I happen to have a substantial stock of elixirs that I need your assistance in selling. During this period, Lu Qinghe had concocted an array of elixirs, sparing no effort in utilizing the cloud and rain technique to hasten the growth of spirit gathering grass, dragon blood grass, spirit transforming grass, divine refining grass, and celestial origin grass. He had produced countless spirit gathering pills, yellow dragon pills, divine refining pills, spirit transforming pills, and cultivating origin pills. Using the top-tier cloud and rain technique, these yellow-grade spiritual herbs could mature in mere days, resulting in 5,000 bottles of various elixirs. Enough for Fu Lan to sell for an extended period. Naturally, his intentions extended beyond mere sales. These elixirs were worth only a few million spirit stones, a sum dwarfed by the value of several bottles of heavenly spirit pills. He sought to amass seeds of spiritual herbs. Additionally, there is another matter I require your assistance with, sister. I need a significant quantity of spiritual herb seeds, specifically high-grade ones. I would appreciate it if you could procure earth-grade and heaven-grade spiritual herb seeds for me at a premium price. Regardless of whether one opts for payment in spirit stones or exchanges through elixirs, the acquisition price can exceed the market rate by 30%. This storage ring contains a plethora of various elixirs. In addition to 50,000 bottles of human-grade elixirs, there are numerous jade spirit pills, earth spirit pills, and heaven spirit pills, as well as 5 foundation establishment pills and 50 golden origin pills, along with 10 golden profound pills. The foundation establishment pills were concocted by him, while the golden origin and golden profound pills were obtained from the slain Golden Core cultivators, all of which are ordinary pills, rendered useless to him and thus intended for resource exchange. Lu Qinghe entrusted the storage ring to Fu Lan and subsequently produced a spirit beast pouch. These elixirs hold considerable value. Should anyone dare to covet them, Junior Sister can activate the spirit beast pouch to resolve most troubles. If the situation escalates, she can report to Elder Su, the Golden Core ancestor guarding the Medicine King sect, who is acquainted with me and would lend assistance. Should you encounter matters beyond your decision-making capacity, feel free to return to the Medicine King sect to seek my counsel. Chapter 579, Fu Lan's Astonishment. The recipe for the purple gold pill. Fu Lan was unaware of the specific elixirs contained within the storage ring or the spirit beasts within the pouch. Yet she held no objections, confident in Lu Qinghe's intentions. Respectfully accepting the storage ring and spirit beast pouch, she assured, Elder brother, rest assured, I shall fulfill your instructions. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qinghe instructed Fu Lan. The spirit herb seeds are not closely related to you, but if you manage to procure quality spirit herb seeds, I shall offer you a suitable reward. When selling elixirs for spirit stones, you may retain 1% of the profits. Despite the seemingly modest 1%, under current conditions. Fu Lan could potentially sell elixirs worth over 10 million spirit stones within a year. This equates to a windfall of 100,000 spirit stones. An unimaginable fortune for any foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, should she acquire exceptional spirit herb seeds or heavenly herbs, Lu Qinghe would provide additional recompense. However, Lu Qinghe understood that while heavenly herb seeds might be available for purchase, the actual heavenly herbs would only surface at large auctions. Fu Lan harbored no reservations regarding the promised reward, instead handing over all the spirit stones obtained from her prior elixir sales to Lu Qinghe. Elder brother, these are the spirit stones from my previous elixir sales, totaling 1,350,000 spirit stones. Please accept them. Lu Qinghe refrained from inspecting the storage pouch, stating, "There's no need to check. You keep 15,000 spirit stones for your cultivation, and the remainder should be allocated towards purchasing spirit herb seeds. I will remain in Medicine King City for several days. Should you require anything, you can find me at the Medicine King sect's residence." After issuing his instructions, Lu Qinghe departed from the elixir shop, hoping to swiftly acquire the various spirit herb seeds and spirit stones he needed. He was not only in want of spirit herb seeds, but also spirit stones, originally possessing tens of millions of spirit stones. His expenditures over the past 2 years had dwindled his reserves to less than 20 million, largely due to his excessive use of the Supreme Rain Cloud technique within the Black Earth space. He harbored no concerns regarding Fu Lan absconding with the elixirs or anyone causing her trouble. Not only did Fu Lan hold the status of a disciple of the Medicine King sect, but she was also under the protection of Su Wentian, a golden core cultivator at the 4th level, and more importantly, the fire python at the 7th level. As long as she did not encounter a formidable golden core cultivator at the 9th level, her safety was assured. The spirit beast pouch contained the fire python, which had consumed the flame dragon fruit and awakened. The fire python had not only achieved the cultivation of the 7th level of golden core, but had also undergone certain mutations. Lu Qinghe was uncertain of its exact strength, but it was undoubtedly not inferior to an 8th level golden core cultivator. Once Lu Qinghe had departed, Fu Lan opened the storage ring to organize the elixirs within. Upon witnessing the seemingly endless array of elixirs, particularly the numerous profound-grade spirit pills and the golden core pills, items typically reserved for golden core ancestors, Fu Lan gasped in astonishment. The sheer quantity of elixirs present was beyond what a foundation establishment cultivator could possess, and even a golden core ancestor would find it challenging to amass such a bounty. She could not fathom how Lu Qinghe had acquired such a vast collection of elixirs, nor why he entrusted them to her with such confidence. Elder brother Lu is truly formidable. I had sensed he was no ordinary individual, but now it seems I have merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. Seeing the immense quantity of elixirs, she began to doubt Lu Qinghe's cultivation level of merely the 5th layer of foundation establishment. With such elixirs at his disposal, consuming them all could potentially elevate him not just to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, but possibly even into the realm of golden core. While she could not decipher the depths of his capabilities, her reverence for Lu Qinghe grew exponentially. Lu Qinghe did not proceed to the Medicine King sect's residence, but instead made his way to the treasure-gathering pavilion. The treasure-gathering pavilion was a bustling hub, especially during this unique period, with countless cultivators nearly trampling its doors. This popularity stemmed from its extensive collection of cultivation resources, including those sought after by foundation establishment cultivators. Although golden core ancestors were present, they would not purchase resources in such a manner. Lu Qinghe revealed his identity. "I am a disciple of the Medicine King sect, and am acquainted with Elder Lin Xian. I request you convey this message." Upon observing the clerk's skeptical gaze, Lu Qinghe understood that although he was a foundation establishment cultivator, he was merely an inner sect disciple, making it difficult to fathom his connection to Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian was only at the 8th layer of foundation establishment, his status in Medicine King City was unmatched by ordinary golden core ancestors, many of whom would extend him a measure of respect. It was only when Lu Qinghe produced a VIP token from the treasure-gathering pavilion that the clerk's expression changed, signaling his belief. "Esteemed guest, please follow me." Soon, in the main hall, Lu Qinghe encountered the busy Lin Xian. Lu Qinghe greeted him. "I pay my respects, elder." Lin Xian regarded Lu Qinghe. It is young friend Lu. The treasure-gathering pavilion has been exceedingly busy of late. I apologize for any shortcomings in hospitality." He held a favorable impression of Lu Qinghe, recalling that a foundation establishment cultivator had previously transacted resources far exceeding what was typical for their rank. "May I inquire what resources young friend wishes to trade this time?" The junior has been tasked with selling some elixirs and wishes to purchase additional resources. Lu Qinghe presented a storage pouch to Lin Xian. Upon opening it, Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. Even as someone who had witnessed countless treasures, the contents of the storage pouch moved him. It contained a variety of profound-grade elixirs, as well as the more valuable earth-grade precious pills, collectively worth a staggering sum. How does young friend wish to proceed with the transaction for these elixirs? All shall be sold for spirit stones. Lin Xian exhaled in relief. Having feared Lu Qinghe might have other special requests, the treasure-gathering pavilion will purchase these elixirs at market price. Lu Qinghe shook his head and replied to Lin Xian, Elder, do you believe I am youthful and naive? The current elixirs in the cultivation world are exceedingly scarce and have increased by 30% in price. Purchasing at market value would be difficult for me to justify to the ancestors. Lin Xian, unfazed, inquired curiously, May I ask which ancestor you refer to? I might be familiar with them. Lu Qinghe smiled. If the ancestor wished to be disturbed, they would not have entrusted me with this task. Lin Xian did not question Lu Qinghe further. It was evident that he would not possess such profound-grade elixirs, much less the earth-grade precious pills, which undoubtedly bore the hallmark of a certain golden core ancestor from the Medicine King sect. I was remiss. Let us proceed as you suggested, with an additional 10% on the price. You should understand that although elixir prices have risen significantly, the treasure-gathering pavilion still incurs considerable operational costs. Lu Qinghe pondered for a moment. If the elder could provide 10 seeds of the purple gold flower and a refined inheritance for concocting the purple gold pill, I could agree to sell these elixirs to you at a 10% premium over the market rate. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Xian's eyes as he took a sip of spirit tea, saying, While the value of the purple flower seeds may not be exceedingly high, they are undeniably rarer than the elixirs you possess. He added, not to mention the lineage of a treasure such as the purple gold pill, which is certainly beyond the reach of mere spirit stones. Lu Qinghe remained unfazed, responding, In order to fulfill the ancestor's task, I have no choice but to seek alternative avenues to sell these elixirs at a price at least 20% above market value. Chapter 580. Completing the transaction, Lin Aoshuang's troubles. Lu Qinghe was all too familiar with Lin Xian's cunning nature. He would not be easily deceived. If it weren't for the offer of the golden core ancestor, he would never consider purchasing elixirs at a price exceeding 10% of their worth. For Lin Xian, it was either sufficient spirit stones or the transmission of the formula for the purple gold pill. He had initially wished to avoid spending spirit stones on acquiring the formula. After the internal competition of the Medicine King sect, he believed that revealing his foundation establishment cultivation would suffice to gain access to the sect's alchemical knowledge. This not only spared him the extra expenditure of spirit stones, but also guaranteed a higher quality of alchemical formulas from the Medicine King sect. However, the emergence of the Celestial Palace abruptly disrupted all his plans, forcing him to procure the formula for the purple gold pill ahead of schedule. Lu Qinghe's resolute attitude caused Lin Xian's expression to shift. He had not anticipated Lu Qinghe's shrewdness in negotiations, leaving little room for discussion. Observing Lu Qinghe's demeanor, Lin Xian sighed. Very well, I shall grant you this favor. But you must wait a while longer as I require additional time to gather such a quantity of purple flower seeds. Lu Qinghe nodded. Please, take your time, esteemed senior. He was aware that Lin Xian would acquiesce. Such pricing would allow the gathering treasure pavilion to reap substantial spirit stones. Upon receiving Lu Qinghe's agreement, Lin Xian rose and exited the hall. After keeping Lu Qinghe waiting for quite some time, Lin Xian finally reappeared, looking disheveled. Yet not only Lu Qinghe was present, but also an unfamiliar golden core cultivator. This individual, a golden core cultivator at the 5th level, was not identified by Lin Xian, and Lu Qinghe pretended not to see through it. After all, how could a foundation establishment cultivator discern the identity of a golden core practitioner? Introducing the stranger, Lin Xian stated, This is the chief steward of the Medicine King city. He has procured 10 purple flower seeds from other sources. Otherwise, I would not have been able to achieve this. Greetings, esteemed senior. Lin Fatian scrutinized Lu Qinghe, but found nothing particularly remarkable. He took a seat and inquired, Are you a disciple of the Spirit Herb Peak of the Medicine King sect? Lu Qinghe replied, I am a disciple of the Alchemy Peak. Lin Fatian expressed puzzlement. What need does a disciple of the Alchemy Peak have for spirit herb seeds? While other cultivators may also grow spirit herbs, only the Spirit Herb Peak can efficiently cultivate the purple flower, which takes 500 years to mature. This is an order from the ancestor. The specifics are beyond my knowledge. Lu Qinghe deflected, attributing everything to the Alchemy Peak's ancestor, just as he had done when responding to Lin Xian earlier. Even the golden core cultivators of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion dared not pry into the affairs of the Medicine King sect's golden core ancestors. Lin Fatian chuckled lightly. I have indeed had the fortune to meet a few ancestors from the Alchemy Peak of the Medicine King sect. Lu Qinghe's expression turned to one of shock as he regarded Lin Fatian. Noting Lu Qinghe's reaction, Lin Fatian chose not to pursue the topic of the golden core ancestors any further. Lin Xian has already discussed the terms of trade with me. Following your prior agreement, I shall purchase your elixirs at a price elevated by 10%. You are to trade 1,000 jade spirit pills valued at 1.65 million spirit stones, 200 earth spirit pills worth 1 million spirit stones, and 100 celestial spirit pills priced at 2 million spirit stones. Additionally, 30 golden yuan pills valued at 1.65 million spirit stones and 5 golden xian pills worth 550,000 spirit stones bring the total to 15 million spirit stones. The sheer quantity of spirit stones left Lin Xian astounded, leading him to speculate that Lu Qinghe must have the backing of a late-stage golden core cultivator. Likely the grand elder of the alchemy peak, for one could not simply produce elixirs worth such a fortune without substantial support. Lu Qinghe nodded. Your calculations are quite fair. Esteemed senior. Lin Fatian continued. The purple flower seeds are priced at 100,000 spirit stones each, totaling 1 million spirit stones for 10. While the formula for the purple gold pill is valued at 500,000 spirit stones. Thus, the Gathering Treasure Pavilion owes you 5.65 million spirit stones. Lu Qinghe did not contest the terms, stating, I shall abide by your words, esteemed senior. Lin Fatian collected all the elixirs, then handed over 5.65 million spirit stones, 10 purple flower seeds, and the formula for the purple gold pill to Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your assistance. Lin Fatian declined any form of gratitude, saying, it is a fair transaction. This is the duty of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Please convey my regards to the Golden Core Ancestor. I shall certainly relay your sentiments to the ancestor. Lu Qinghe replied hastily before taking his leave. Once Lu Qinghe had vanished, Lin Xian inquired, esteemed ancestor, who in the Medicine King sect possesses the capability to produce such a plethora of elixirs? Lin Fatian had already formed a conjecture in his heart. Only a few late-stage golden core alchemists could manage this. The purple flower seeds were plausible. But what purpose did they have for the formula for the purple gold pill? The Medicine King sect likely had access to these elixirs legacies, with many formulas even originating from the sect itself. Investigate this inner disciple's identity thoroughly. Ascertain what background he possesses within the Medicine King sect, he commanded. Lin Xian complied. Yes, I appreciate the guidance, esteemed ancestor. Were it not for your assistance, I would never have acquired the purple flower seeds. Lin Fatian shook his head. I had initially intended to leave the clan to visit the Celestial Palace, as we have received news of impending significant movements from the demonic faction. The Gathering Treasure Pavilion must plan ahead. Lin Xian asked, esteemed ancestor, will the Gathering Treasure Pavilion be involved as well? Lin Fatian replied solemnly. The inheritance of the Celestial Palace is of utmost importance, not merely affecting the future dynamics of the cultivation world for millennia, but also containing treasures that the Grand Ancestor requires. Lin Xian dared not speak further. The Grand Ancestor's commands were akin to divine edicts. Even if it meant sacrificing the entire Gathering Treasure Pavilion, they must comply. Without the protection of the Grand Ancestor, such a vast establishment as the Gathering Treasure Pavilion would have long been devoured by other top-tier forces. Moreover, there was the matter concerning Aoshuang that required attention. He had heard she intended to enter seclusion to attain the Golden Core, which he deemed an underestimation of her abilities. Lin Xian remarked, the young lady has always exhibited remarkable talent. Lin Fatian remained non-committal. While Golden Core cultivators may be few, they hardly constitute a significant concern for the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Without sacrifice, how could the Gathering Treasure Pavilion have reached its current stature? Only by adhering to the rules can the pavilion grow ever stronger. Otherwise, it shall continuously deplete until it is reduced to a mere ordinary force. The current status of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion is a result of the strong becoming stronger and the weak being sacrificed for sufficient gains. Lin Xian refrained from interjecting. Such matters were beyond his purview. In large families, particularly within a colossal force like the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, the relationships were intricate, rife with bloody schemes and rivalries. Those who succeeded could revel in the pavilion's terrifying resources, with hopes of achieving the Yuan infant Tao, while the failures would become the sacrifices that bolstered the pavilion's might. The faction to which Lin Aoshuang belonged had been on the losing side of the previous confrontation. Otherwise, given her standing, how could she have been relegated to outside the clan, limited to the resources available to ordinary family disciples? Enough. These matters are not for you to concern yourself with. The current circumstances present an opportunity for the Gathering Treasure Pavilion to acquire boundless resources and enhance its strength. The pavilion's ambitions align with those of Lu Qinghe. Yet unlike him, they possess far greater resources and power to realize this process. What Lu Qinghe can accomplish is merely the liquidation of resources, and even then, he must endure a stripping of profit by the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, as seen earlier. Chapter 581. The Mountain-Moving Ancestor, the Might of the Golden Body. At present, The seeds of the purple golden flower have been procured, and alongside the 10 previously acquired, they are sufficient to cultivate an entire acre of spiritual land. In 5 years, large-scale planting will commence. However, even so, it will take a decade before the purple gold elixir can be widely utilized for cultivation. With the exceptional physique of the supreme treasure body, his cultivation speed has significantly accelerated. Were it not for the insufficient quantity of gold mysterious elixirs, he would undoubtedly break through to the 7th level of the golden core within a year. Even with the lack of gold mysterious elixirs, he is capable of reaching the 7th level of the golden core within 2 years. 10 years feels excessively long to him, and he is reluctant to wait that long. Hence, he will seize any opportunity to purchase large quantities of both the purple golden flower and its seeds. Not only the seeds of the purple golden flower, but also various spiritual herbs required for concocting the purple gold elixir, which he intends to fervently collect in the coming days. As Lu Qinghe exited the Medicine King city, he cast a glance towards the direction of the Medicine King sect. There are still 3 years remaining until the competition for the core disciples of the Medicine King sect commences. At this juncture, it is highly unlikely that the Blood Demon sect's nascent soul true monarch would take action against him. At most, they would dispatch golden core cultivators. Even if a formidable figure like Su Yanluo were sent, he would not be intimidated. Previously, he refrained from leaving the vicinity of the Medicine King sect due to concerns about encountering the Blood Demon true monarch in person. However, with the emergence of the Immortal Palace, he does not believe the Blood Demon true monarch would forsake the opportunity presented by the Immortal Palace to pursue him. With this thought, Lu Qinghe summoned a flying sword and directed it towards the location of the chaotic star sea. With his cultivation at the 5th level of foundation establishment, it took him 3 days to traverse a distance of 1,000 miles. Suddenly, while soaring on his sword, the sky darkened. A colossal hand pierced through the heavens and reached out towards him, radiating with brilliant golden light. Lu Qinghe manifested a golden hand to counter the giant hand descending from the sky. A thunderous collision ensued. The 2 hands clashed in the air, scattering into the void. And once calm was restored, a withered elder stood in the emptiness, gazing down imperiously at Lu Qinghe. Such formidable physical cultivation. The body of a treasure body. You are undoubtedly more than merely at the 5th level of foundation establishment. You are quite remarkable, capable of deceiving my old eyes, the elder remarked. Lu Qinghe regarded the withered elder. Might I inquire as to the reason for your obstruction of my path, esteemed senior? In the Medicine King city, he had sensed that a golden core cultivator was tailing him, which is why he had concealed his true cultivation and proceeded under the guise of a 5th level foundation establishment. The withered elder inquired, youngster, you haven't forgotten me, have you? Over a decade ago, during the Great Qing Dynasty, you exchanged a piece of withered branch with me. It was then that Lu Qinghe recalled that this was indeed the golden core ancestor from the underground trading market. However, at that time, he had merely been at the foundation establishment level and could not possibly remember the aura of a golden core cultivator. Furthermore, Lu Qinghe's formidable divine sense instantly discerned the elder's cultivation level, the 5th level of the golden core, albeit with an unusual semblance of having suffered great injury. Lu Qinghe clasped his hands together. Ah, it is you, esteemed senior. I have always valued fair trade and have never deceived anyone, young or old. Are you perhaps considering reneging on our previous agreement? The withered elder naturally denied it. I am not reneging. Rather, I have a significant opportunity to trade with you. I am aware that you have recognized the extraordinary nature of that withered branch, which I obtained from a perilous secret realm. Unfortunately, that secret realm proved too dangerous, and I was gravely injured, unable to continue my exploration. It would be better if we collaborated to unlock the secret realm, for within lies an unparalleled divine object that can lead to the path of the nascent soul. Initially, he intended to capture Lu Qinghe and interrogate him about the secret of the withered branch. Over a decade ago, he had lost that opportunity, and despite his relentless pursuit thereafter, he had been unable to locate Lu Qinghe. This time, while purchasing elixirs in the Medicine King city, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Qinghe at the treasure-gathering pavilion and could not let this opportunity slip away, following him closely. However, he did not anticipate that Lu Qinghe was a disciple of the Medicine King sect. Thus, he dared not act in the vicinity of the Medicine King city, fearing the involvement of the golden core ancestors of the sect. After tailing him for 3 days, he acted directly, but did not foresee that Lu Qinghe had cultivated a powerful body refinement technique, enabling him to nullify his strike. He was further unable to see through Lu Qinghe's true cultivation, prompting him to reconsider his approach. Lu Qinghe sighed. I am but a person of limited fortune. The secret realm that you cannot navigate is beyond my reach, and more importantly, I do not trust you, esteemed senior. Enraged, the withered elder retorted, I, the ancestor of mountain moving, would not deceive a mere junior. I sought to collaborate with you precisely because of your formidable body refinement cultivation. He was not afraid to reveal the truth. Before my injuries, I was a cultivator at the 8th level of the Golden Core. Even now, I remain among the elite of Golden Core cultivators. Yet Qinghe still refused, unfazed by the mountain-moving ancestor's cultivation level. He had already vanquished 4 cultivators at the 8th level of the Golden Core. Thank you for your kind consideration. But I cannot trust someone who has attempted to kill me on 2 occasions. The pressure emanating from the 5th level of the Golden Core of the mountain-moving Taoist bore down on Qinghe. Youngster, do not be obstinate. Countless Golden Core ancestors have sought to collaborate with me, yet found no opportunity. Qinghe laughed heartily. Why must you be so aggressive, esteemed senior? Attempting to entice me with benefits? However, if you can withstand 2 of my strikes, I might consider your proposal. You seek death. The mountain-moving ancestor did not expect that his esteemed title would be disregarded by this insignificant being, and that he would dare to issue a provocation. Without further ado, Qinghe, having already faced this individual twice in lethal encounters, deemed him fit for his death list. Thus, anyone who harbored murderous intent and attacked him had not survived to tell the tale. Qinghe refrained from employing his magical powers and transformed into a magnificent golden sun body. The terrifying pressure distorted the surrounding space as the sight of Qinghe's glorious golden body evoked a feeling of reverence in the mountain-moving ancestor. His expression turned pale, a superior treasure body. No, this is an exquisite treasure body. In the current cultivation world, how could anyone have cultivated a body refinement technique to such a terrifying degree? The mountain-moving ancestor was utterly astonished, but before he could finish his words, a colossal golden hand descended upon him from the heavens. If he did not retaliate, he would be crushed by this hand. And he could not fathom how an insignificant creature had forged such a formidable treasure body. The opportunity required for such a feat was unfathomable. Mountain-moving force. Mountain-moving whip. The great divine ability, accompanied by a swirl of yellow clouds, ensnared Qinghe's golden giant hand in the sky, and then a golden whip emerged, striking out like a dragon, instantly shattering Qinghe's golden hand into fragments. Qinghe laughed heartily. Esteemed senior, you have not deceived me. A great divine ability. The life treasure of a superior artifact. You truly were an ancestor at the 8th level of the Golden Core. The mountain-moving Taoist, his complexion drained of color, gazed at Qinghe. Fellow Taoist, let us pretend I never came here and part ways amicably, shall we? It was too terrifying. An exquisite treasure body could only be contended with during his peak, and now it was utterly impossible for him to resist. Chapter 582, The Mountain Suppression Order. Please spare me, esteemed senior. Qinghe remained silent, responding with action instead. A colossal golden fist, several zhang in size, descended upon the mountain-moving ancestor. The mountain-moving ancestor, infuriated, exclaimed, "You seek death." However, faced with the golden fist, he dared not take the hit directly. If struck, his physical body would be reduced to pulp. Earth God force. He burrowed down into the earth, 100 zhang deep. Boom. The giant fist struck down, collapsing the entire mountain, while the mountain-moving Taoist, hidden within the mountain range, was forced out. Blood gushed forth from the mouth of the mountain-moving ancestor, as if it were free of cost. The mountain-moving ancestor dared not hesitate for a moment and summoned the power of his Golden Core's origin to flee into the distance. The power of the prisoning Immortal. The ancient prisoning Immortal bell appeared, sealing the entire space. Although the bell was significantly damaged, it was still capable of confining a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator without issue. The mountain-moving ancestor found himself trapped, and Qinghe felt a tinge of regret. The supreme treasure body, the golden body, was formidable enough to potentially crush late-stage Golden Core cultivators. However, it bore significant flaws, as the supernatural powers and artifacts wielded by cultivators could evade the golden body's attacks. This was also a reason for the decline of body cultivators, who struggled to catch up with fleeing cultivators who employed evasion techniques. In stark contrast to Qinghe's regret, the mountain-moving ancestor gazed at the golden giant bell, his heart filled with dread. The prisoning Immortal bell? Who on earth are you? You are the golden Ao Taoist of the chaotic star sea. It cannot be. You are undoubtedly not the golden Ao Taoist. Qinghe, surprised, inquired. You actually know the golden Ao Taoist? Observing the prisoning Immortal bell, Qinghe realized that many were familiar with the life-bound artifact of the golden Ao Taoist. The mountain-moving ancestor regained his senses, pondering the relationship between Qinghe and the golden Ao Taoist. He was certain that the individual before him could not possibly be the venerable golden Ao. Merely possessing a similar artifact, the golden Ao Taoist did not possess such a terrifying golden body. I am a friend of the golden Ao Taoist. I wonder what your relationship with him is. Qinghe replied with a peculiar smile. You will soon find out. With a swift motion, Lu Qinghe struck towards the suppressed mountain-moving ancestor. As Lu Qinghe showed no signs of restraint, the mountain-moving ancestor, both astonished and enraged, exclaimed, "Friend, do you truly wish for a fight to the death?" Witnessing the giant palm descending mercilessly, the mountain-moving ancestor bellowed, "Very well. I shall let you witness the true power of the 8th level of the Golden Core." Ignoring the risk of his demise, the mountain-moving ancestor unleashed the full extent of his 8th level Golden Core cultivation, summoning the mountain-driving whip. A golden dragon tenfold more powerful than before pierced through the prisoning Immortal bell. The attack shattered the golden giant palm, crashing into Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe, maximizing the potential of his golden body, withstood the blow, merely staggering back a few steps. Seeing his attack land on Lu Qinghe, the mountain-moving ancestor's expression brightened, and he hurled a token, mountain suppression. The surrounding heavens and earth were suppressed, exerting a force more terrifying than that of the fully formed prisoning Immortal bell. As Lu Qinghe's form was confined, the mountain-moving ancestor laughed heartily. "This is the mountain suppression token, capable of suppressing dragon veins. I obtained it in an ancient cave. Soon, I shall eradicate your soul, and at that time, I will seize your fleshly body, undoubtedly reaping unimaginable benefits. The supreme treasure body, how perfectly it suits my formidable shell." He had set his sights on Lu Qinghe's golden body, believing that by acquiring it, he could restore himself to his peak cultivation. His current physical form had been utterly ruined during the earlier eruption of his 8th level Golden Core powers, leaving him with no hope of regaining that level. Impenetrable by all methods, all evils shall evade. Lu Qinghe transformed into a 10 tall golden body, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Realizing Lu Qinghe was attempting to break free from his restraints, the mountain-moving ancestor was taken aback. Damn it. How can the golden body be so powerful that even the mountain suppression token cannot hold it? He produced a talisman. His final resort, a talisman of the 9th level of the Golden Core. Be suppressed. The talisman flew towards Lu Qinghe's golden body, plunging the entire realm into darkness. Witnessing this, Lu Qinghe felt a sense of helplessness. He merely wished to gauge the true strength of the golden body and whether it could effortlessly slay Golden Core cultivators. Yet, he had not anticipated that the mountain-moving ancestor possessed so many hidden cards. Now, he had no choice but to employ supernatural powers in retaliation. For he could not withstand the assault of the 9th level Golden Core talisman. Infinite Sword Calamity. A sword domain manifested behind Lu Qinghe, instantly dissolving all suppressive forces around him. Countless destructive sword intents surged forth, shattering the 9th level Golden Core talisman completely. Suppression. Lu Qinghe brought his palm down, pinning the mountain-moving ancestor to the ground. The mountain-moving ancestor trembled. "Great supernatural power. You are a great cultivator of the 9th level of the Golden Core? Spare me, senior. I have realized my mistakes." He pleaded desperately, shocked that Lu Qinghe was a master of top-tier supernatural powers at the 9th level of the Golden Core. Overcome with fear, he barely had time to assess Lu Qinghe's true cultivation. It's too late. Lu Qinghe grasped the mountain-moving ancestor, an eerie glint in his eyes. The mountain-moving ancestor, trembling with fear, asked, "What do you intend to do?" Lu Qinghe smiled gently. "Fear not. I have recently learned a soul-searching technique and am in need of a subject for experimentation." Soul-searching technique? The mountain-moving ancestor's spirit plummeted into an abyss of dread. He had not anticipated that the person before him wielded such a sinister supernatural power. To be subjected to a soul search meant that no secret would remain hidden. A fate more horrifying than death. For cultivators, it was undoubtedly an evil technique. The mountain-moving ancestor, no longer hesitating, grimaced, channeling his Golden Core's power, intending to self-destruct and perish alongside Lu Qinghe. However, Lu Qinghe was already prepared. He had experienced 2 prior self-detonations of Golden Cores and would not be caught off guard. The soul-capturing bell appeared, instantly suppressing the mountain-moving ancestor's soul. Observing the mountain-moving ancestor's lack of resistance, Lu Qinghe initiated the soul-searching technique. Yet, to his surprise, the mountain-moving ancestor's soul acted like a barrier, obstructing his soul-searching powers. After several attempts, Lu Qinghe conceded, indeed, one must cultivate the soul-searching technique to the level of a great supernatural power to affect Golden Core cultivators. Lu Qinghe did not immediately slay the mountain-moving ancestor, as there was a significant connection between him and that withered branch. He was determined to uncover the secrets of the withered branch, which was shrouded in mystery, even surpassing the 9-turn returning soul grass. First, he would suppress the mountain-moving ancestor. Soon, he would cultivate the soul-searching technique to greatness. Presently, within the black earth space, 100 spirit understanding herbs had matured. All he needed was to find a secluded place to enter closed-door cultivation and elevate the soul-searching technique to perfection. Qinghe produced the blood demon banner and, using the soul-capturing bell, suppressed the mountain-moving ancestor within the blood river of the blood demon banner. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the token the mountain-moving ancestor had previously produced. The token bore 2 runes on either side, inscribed with the words mountain suppression. This treasure was indeed remarkable. It was not a magical artifact, but possessed suppressive power akin to that of a supreme magical artifact. I shall find an opportunity to study this. After all, the treasures that puzzled him were not limited to this one, and he would have ample time to investigate in the future. Chapter 583, Peach Blossom Immortal Island, Peach Blossom Fairy. Without the power of mountain suppression, a beam of light shot forth. This was the mountain-moving Taoist life-bound artifact, attempting to flee. Although magical artifacts lack sentience, they possess their own will. Qinghe swiftly seized the fleeing mountain-driving whip. A masterless high-grade magical artifact could not escape his grasp, no matter how it struggled. A masterless artifact still harbored aspirations of escape. Qinghe suppressed and sealed it, casting it into the black earth space, erasing all traces of the encounter. Qinghe transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing into the void. He fully unleashed the thunder movement secret technique, devouring a significant number of earthly-grade spiritual herbs. And after several months, he returned to the territory of the chaotic Star Sea. He did not return directly to Golden Ao Immortal Island, but instead took a circuitous route, arriving at the edge of the chaotic Star Sea, where several immortal islands were situated. However, the spiritual essence of this realm pales in comparison to the core regions like the Golden Ao Immortal Island and the Wuji Immortal Island. Qinghe landed on a certain immortal island and, with a sweep of his divine sense, discerned that the most formidable cultivator on this island was merely at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. There were also a dozen or so other foundation establishment practitioners present, transforming into a cultivator of the 5th layer of foundation establishment. Qinghe emitted an aura befitting his cultivation level, instantly attracting the attention of the island's practitioners. Several of them soared into the air, warily fixating their gazes upon Qinghe. Leading the group was an elderly woman of the 7th layer of foundation establishment, who, sensing Qinghe's 5th layer of cultivation, was taken aback by his youth. Such a young foundation establishment cultivator was indeed a rarity in the chaotic Star Sea. She inquired, "Who might you be, fellow cultivator?" "This is the Peach Blossom Immortal Island. If you mean no harm, I kindly urge you to depart swiftly to avoid any misunderstandings." Qinghe clasped his hands in greeting. "I pay my respects, fellow cultivator. I have come here for the sake of an old acquaintance, and I implore you to facilitate my request." The elderly woman, puzzled, responded, "Do you have an acquaintance on Peach Blossom Immortal Island? May I inquire who it is?" "White Yutong, hailing from the southern sky cultivation realm," Qinghe declared, as he recalled that this was the island designated by Lin Aoshang as the residence of White Yutong. Qinghe intended to ascertain her situation, hoping she would accompany him to Golden Ao Immortal Island. Naturally, he would respect her choice, should she wish to continue her cultivation on this island. He would provide ample resources before taking his leave. The elderly woman's expression shifted in surprise, and she spoke, "Fellow cultivator, you seem to be in the wrong place. There is no one here by the name you seek." Qinghe furrowed his brow. Were it not for his emotional ties to White Yutong, he would not have bothered to engage in idle chatter. His tone grew sharper. "Do not jest with me. How could I have come here without concrete information?" Introducing himself, he continued, "I am Qinghe, from Golden Ao Immortal Island." His declaration caused a change in expression among the surrounding practitioners, including the elderly woman. Golden Ao Immortal Island was renowned as the most powerful immortal island in the chaotic Star Sea, without question. The Taoist of Golden Ao single-handedly faced 4 foes, vanquishing 3 of the 8-layered Golden Core ancestors and allowing 1 to escape. His reputation had long since echoed throughout the chaotic Star Sea. It was rumored that the Taoist of Golden Ao had ascended to the supreme realm of the 9th layer of Golden Core. Even a mere insect from Golden Ao Immortal Island would be sufficient to crush these ordinary immortal islands. The elderly woman softened her tone and said to Qinghe, "Please wait a moment. I shall summon the island master." Deep within the island, the elderly woman entered a chamber where a middle-aged beauty was immersed in her cultivation. Sensing the arrival of another, she slowly opened her eyes and inquired, "Elder Wong, what brings you to disturb my practice?" The elderly woman reported, "Island master, there is a matter that requires your guidance. I am uncertain how to proceed." The middle-aged beauty was none other than the island master of Peach Blossom Immortal Island, the Peach Blossom Fairy, at the peak of foundation establishment. She knew that Elder Wong would not interrupt her unless it was of great importance. The Peach Blossom Fairy asked, "What has occurred? Is there still someone attempting to suppress Peach Blossom Immortal Island? Previously, Peach Blossom Immortal Island had been under constant suppression, but due to special circumstances, it had aligned itself with the Lu family's power, a formidable force within the chaotic Star Sea. This alliance had allowed Peach Blossom Immortal Island to soar to new heights, deterring surrounding forces from offending them easily. Elder Wang replied, "It is not a matter of suppression, rather. A cultivator claiming to be from Golden Ao Immortal Island has appeared outside." Golden Ao Immortal Island? The Peach Blossom Fairy's expression shifted dramatically, and she quickly rose, then realized. How could this be? How could someone from Golden Ao Immortal Island appear in the fringes of the chaotic Star Sea? Moreover, I have not heard of any cultivator of the 5th layer of Foundation establishment hailing from there. Elder Wang, equally perplexed, admitted, "I do not know the answer to that. Which is why I sought your decision." After a moment's hesitation, she added, "This person is named Lu Qinghe and has come in search of Yutong." Elder Wang's words startled the Peach Blossom Fairy, filling her with concern. Why must such a matter arise at this time? Her thoughts raced, and she finally murmured, "I hope he is not truly from Golden Ao Immortal Island. Otherwise, it would spell trouble. Come, I shall go and see this person." The Peach Blossom Fairy exited her chamber, soaring towards the island's exterior. Soon, she encountered Lu Qinghe. Although she was at the peak of Foundation establishment, she dared not act arrogantly and greeted him respectfully. "I have met you, fellow cultivator." Lu Qinghe regarded the Peach Blossom Fairy with a calm demeanor. "I trust you are aware of the matter I wish to discuss. I ask only to see my old friend." He sensed that something was amiss regarding White Yutong. However, having already pinpointed her location, he remained composed. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago. He could obliterate this entire island with a mere slap. The Peach Blossom Fairy did not respond to Lu Qinghe's request, saying instead, "There is a matter I hope you can clarify for Peach Blossom. I have not heard of any cultivator of your caliber residing in Golden Ao Immortal Island. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, you hail from the Southern Sky cultivation realm. How could you possibly have ties to Golden Ao Immortal Island?" Lu Qinghe narrowed his eyes. "Do you think I am impersonating someone from Golden Ao Immortal Island?" While he may have been impersonating the Taoist of Golden Ao, he would never masquerade as a member of Golden Ao Immortal Island. The Peach Blossom Fairy was taken aback and quickly replied, "I would not dare." Until she could ascertain Lu Qinghe's true identity, she could not afford to offend him. Lu Qinghe, however, was disinclined to waste time. "Have seen your sister White Yutong come forth to meet me, or this immortal island will have no reason to exist." Lu Qinghe's tone was unequivocal, leaving the previously suspicious Peach Blossom Fairy even more uncertain. Yet, her anger began to simmer. Though she remained polite out of fear of offending Golden Ao Immortal Island, she found it audacious for a mere 5th-layer Foundation establishment cultivator to speak to her in such a manner. The Peach Blossom Fairy, displeased, retorted, "Your words are excessive. Though Peach Blossom Immortal Island may be weak, we are not reduced to such a pitiful state." Lu Qinghe regarded her with a playful glint in his eyes. "Would you care to test that?" The Peach Blossom Fairy's expression fluctuated, feeling as if Lu Qinghe viewed her as an insignificant insect. Though she was uncomfortable, she dared not provoke him further and could only invite, "I kindly request you to enter the island for a discussion." Without hesitation, Lu Qinghe stepped onto the island. Chapter 584, Golden Core Guardian, finally meeting White Yutong. Seeing Lu Qinghe's blatant disregard, the Peach Blossom Fairy quietly instructed Elder Wang, "You go to Lu Family Immortal Island and inform them of this matter." Understood. Elder Wang promptly took flight away from Peach Blossom Immortal Island. The Peach Blossom Fairy pondered for a moment before returning to the island, finding Lu Qinghe watching her with an enigmatic smile, compelling her to lead the way. "Please follow me, fellow cultivator." In contrast to Golden Ao Immortal Island, Peach Blossom Immortal Island was bustling with activity, adorned with countless peach blossoms, a type of spiritual tree that bore spiritual peaches, enhancing the cultivator's prowess. Before long, the two arrived at the residence of the city lord of Peach Blossom Island. The Peach Blossom Fairy addressed Lu Qinghe, "Please rest for a moment. I shall prepare a humble gift for you." Lu Qinghe saw through the Peach Blossom Fairy's intentions and warned her, "Do not mislead yourself into actions that would lead to your own demise." While he was not a villainous person, he was nonetheless a venerable Golden Core ancestor. Observing the Peach Blossom Fairy's repeated attempts to obstruct his meeting with White Yutong, he would have otherwise dismissed the matter entirely had he not been uncertain of their relationship. Before the Peach Blossom Fairy could respond, a cloaked figure appeared behind Lu Qinghe. A terrifying aura instantaneously enveloped the entire Lord's mansion, causing the Peach Blossom Fairy to undergo a sudden transformation in countenance, with beads of cold sweat cascading down her forehead. The moment this figure appeared, she felt an overwhelming loss of control, as though a mere thought from the being before her could lead to her annihilation. Her voice trembled with fear. "The golden elixir ancestor." Only the golden elixir ancestor could stealthily enter the celestial island, exuding such an imposing presence. She hurriedly bowed. The younger generation pays respects to the ancestor. Yet, no response came from beneath the cloak, sending a jolt of alarm through her as she turned her gaze to Qinghe. I will summon Yutong to meet you immediately. Qinghe waved his hand, and Du Sha, the creator of the blood god puppet, vanished from behind him, leaving the Peach Blossom Fairy unable to sense him at all. As the terrifying pressure dissipated, the Peach Blossom Fairy bowed to Qinghe and quickly retreated. Without making Qinghe wait long, Bai Yutong's figure soon emerged. Bai Yutong wore a perplexed expression, unsure why the Peach Blossom Fairy had insisted she meet a distinguished guest. Initially, she presumed it was someone from the Lu family, whom she had no desire to meet. But this time the Peach Blossom Fairy had forced her to comply. Upon seeing Qinghe, her face froze in astonishment. There had been no change at all. She never expected to encounter Qinghe at such a moment. The person she had been searching for had materialized before her very eyes. Bai Yutong approached, scrutinizing Qinghe seriously. Could this be an illusion? Seeing Bai Yutong, Qinghe's earlier cold demeanor vanished as he smiled and replied, Senior Sister Bai? It has been quite a while. 30 years had elapsed since he left the Taishan sect, when Bai Yutong was merely at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Now, 3 decades later, she had only advanced to the 2nd layer of foundation establishment, still far from the 3rd layer. This was the cultivation speed of a practitioner with 3 spiritual roots, even in a place as rich in spiritual energy as Peach Blossom Island. Had she been in the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm, Bai Yutong would not have reached this level at all. Her utmost potential might only be the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, making a breakthrough to the mid-foundation stage exceedingly difficult. Compared to Fu Lan's innate talent, Bai Yutong was significantly lacking, as Fu Lan was a dual spiritual root cultivator. Realizing she was not experiencing a mirage, Bai Yutong steadied her expression. Junior brother Lu, it is truly wonderful to see you. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and her tone shifted to one of concern. Junior brother Lu, how did you come to be here? Is it possible that the Peach Blossom Fairy has summoned you to pressure me into marrying into the Lu family? She had previously implored the Peach Blossom Fairy to assist in locating Qinghe, and the coincidence of his appearance at this moment was troubling. Qinghe replied, I came seeking you, senior sister. For all these years, I have been searching for you, and upon hearing news of your whereabouts, I arrived. I simply did not expect you to have ventured so far. Bai Yutong inquired, Junior brother Lu, has the island master given you any trouble? Qinghe shook his head. No, the island master is hospitable and has allowed me to see you. Bai Yutong found it difficult to fathom the Peach Blossom Fairy's intentions and could only say, that is good. She wished to inquire further but was at a loss for words until Qinghe posed a question. Senior Sister Bai, will you leave with me? Or will you remain on this island to continue your cultivation? Should Bai Yutong choose to depart with him, he would take her back to Golden Ao Island, where there was a need for someone to manage affairs. Conversely, if she held affection for Peach Blossom Island, he would offer her Peach Blossom Island and several neighboring islands. Although he could not guarantee the extent of her future achievements, he was certain that forming a golden elixir was entirely within her reach. Qinghe's words filled Bai Yutong with melancholy, as she contemplated the potential trouble she might cause him, and could only say, Junior brother Lu, you should leave quickly. I cannot depart from Peach Blossom Island for the time being. Qinghe furrowed his brow. Senior sister, do you have an attachment to this place or some unspoken difficulties? Fear not, for in the chaotic Star Sea, I still hold a place. Should you encounter any troubles, you may confide in me, and I shall find a solution. Bai Yutong felt a bitter pang in her heart. After all, that was the family of a powerful golden elixir ancestor. And even Peach Blossom Island had to rely on their favor. She intended to send Qinghe away and then find a way to escape herself. Otherwise, it would be arduous for both to leave the chaotic Star Sea alive. Junior brother worries too much. The island master has taken good care of me. It was she who brought me here, Bai Yutong recounted, explaining how she had come to this place. After leaving the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm to seek Qinghe in Frostmoon City, she had been pursued by Blood Demon sect cultivators. Ultimately, she was rescued by the passing Peach Blossom Fairy and arrived in the chaotic Star Sea aboard the treasure-gathering pavilion's celestial vessel. Qinghe calculated the timing. It was during the auction in Frostmoon City, when Peach Blossom Fairy was likely attending the event. He said nothing further, addressing Bai Yutong, Senior Sister Bai, I shall remain on Peach Blossom Island for a few days. Then you may decide what to do. I have other matters to attend to, so please return for now. I will seek you out once I have resolved my affairs. Bai Yutong wished to converse further with Qinghe, but upon seeing the Peach Blossom Fairy's arrival, she hesitated, and the fairy addressed her. Yutong, Lu Dao friend is a distinguished guest of Peach Blossom Island. Do not worry. She dared not question Qinghe's identity. With a golden elixir guardian by his side, even if he were not from Golden Ao Island, he was undoubtedly of significant stature, one she could not afford to offend. With matters to attend to, Lu Qinghe said to Bai Yutong, "You should rest for now." Bai Yutong turned to leave, filled with uncertainty, pondering why the exalted peach blossom fairy treated Lu Qinghe with such warmth. As Bai Yutong departed, the gentle expression on Lu Qinghe's face vanished, and he addressed the peach blossom fairy coldly. "In light of your past assistance to my senior sister, I offer you a chance to ensure Peach Blossom Island's continued existence." His soul was immensely powerful, and Bai Yutong's every nuance did not escape his keen perception. Chapter 585. The Golden Elixir family of Starry Island employs soul-searching techniques. The chilling gaze of Lu Qinghe instilled fear in the Peach Blossom Fairy, sending shivers down her spine, a sensation far more disquieting than that of the Golden Elixir Guardian moments ago. How could it be? How could a practitioner at the peak of Foundation establishment fear one at the 5th layer? It must be the pressure stemming from his identity as a member of Golden Ao Island. Should this individual truly belong to Golden Ao Island, not even she, a peak Foundation establishment cultivator, nor the Golden Elixir ancestor, would dare to offend him lightly. The Peach Blossom Fairy hastily explained, "Dao friend, please calm your anger. Peach Blossom Island is also under duress and has no means to resist." She elucidated, "It is the third son of the Lu family from Starry Island who has taken a fancy to Yutong and wishes to take her as a concubine. The Lu family is a powerful Golden Elixir clan, boasting a mid-Golden Elixir ancestor and 2 early Golden Elixir ancestors, dominating this region. Our strongest member on Peach Blossom Island is merely myself, a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator, rendering us vulnerable to their whims. Were it not for the mysterious Golden Elixir ancestor by your side, I would not dare to offend the Lu family." Now, she could only cast all the blame onto the Lu family, as the unfolding events would be beyond her control. Observing the actions of the individual before her, it was indeed plausible that the Golden Elixir Guardian might annihilate Peach Blossom Island. The Peach Blossom Fairy clenched her fists. If only she possessed Golden Elixir strength. Who would dare to trample upon the dignity of Peach Blossom Island? The person before her dared not, nor would the surrounding islands, even Starry Island, show her any disrespect. Lu Qinghe believed only 2/10 of the Peach Blossom Fairy's words, trusting solely that Bai Yutong was coerced and unable to leave Peach Blossom Island. There must be a scheme orchestrated by the Peach Blossom Fairy behind this. I hope what you say is true. Lu Qinghe rose from the Peach Blossom Fairy Island and cast a spell, swiftly vanishing from sight. The Peach Blossom Fairy, witnessing Lu Qinghe's departure, pondered whether he had truly given up, succumbing to the terror of the Lu family. It was indeed a reasonable thought. How could a mere guardian, a cultivator at most at the 1st level of the Golden Core, possibly contend with the Lu family? She did not dare to pursue him for justice, as the mysterious figure that had just appeared had emanated a breath of death. In a vast expanse of sea, Lu Qinghe's silhouette materialized, blocking the path of several individuals. Elder Wang gasped upon seeing Lu Qinghe's face. "It's you?" She had not anticipated encountering Lu Qinghe here. He was supposed to be atop Peach Blossom Fairy Island. Lu Qinghe greeted her, "Fellow Taoist, what a coincidence it is to meet you here." Observing Elder Wang's peculiar expression, those beside her inquired, "Elder Wang, do you know this person?" Elder Wang could only nod reluctantly. This is a distinguished guest from Peach Blossom Fairy Island, hailing from Golden Turtle Island. Nearby, a cultivator at the 8th level of Foundation establishment burst into laughter. "Elder Wang, who would have thought that your Peach Blossom Fairy Island could be so easily deceived by a charlatan? Since when did Golden Turtle Island have such a 5th level Foundation establishment cultivator? I have never heard of it. Moreover, Golden Turtle Island has been sealed for quite some time. Not only have no one emerged, but no one from nearby islands has even entered. Being a Golden Core family, their status was far superior to that of Peach Blossom Fairy Island, allowing them access to detailed intelligence about Golden Turtle Island. Over the past few years, Golden Turtle Island had been completely shut off, with terrifying beasts prowling, deterring anyone from disturbing it. Thus, he could not believe Lu Qinghe was truly from Golden Turtle Island. Well then, it would be perfect to eliminate this rogue, lest he impede the affairs of the 3rd young master, who was the most cherished descendant of the ancestral elder. As the words were spoken, 3 figures blocked Lu Qinghe's path. 2 cultivators at the 6th level of Foundation establishment, and 1 at the 8th level were not only tasked with capturing the one who emerged from Golden Turtle Island, but also to forcibly bring Bai Yutong back to Starlight Island. Bai Yutong had repeatedly refused and even threatened to die, dragging matters on for quite some time. Now that the 3rd young master's cultivation had reached a critical juncture, it was imperative to bring this furnace back. Otherwise, how could the Lu family's 3rd young master deign to look upon a mere 2nd level Foundation establishment cultivator? The deployment of such formidable strength was to ensure Bai Yutong's return, and Elder Wang's call for help provided them with a perfect opportunity. Elder Wang could only retreat to the side, knowing that Lu Qinghe was doomed. How could a 5th-level Foundation establishment cultivator possibly stand against the 3 esteemed Foundation cultivators of the Lu family? Yet, her expression soon transformed into one of horror. "You boy! How audacious of you to claim to be from Golden Turtle Island and brazenly deceive others." Lu Qinghe retorted, "Have you finished your drivel?" The Lu family elder at the 8th level of Foundation establishment inquired, "What? Do you still wish to resist?" The overwhelming aura of the 8th level cultivator bore down upon Lu Qinghe, who raised his hand. Under the terrified gazes of the 3, his palm descended. They attempted to flee, but that seemingly powerless hand rendered their bodies completely bound in midair. Lu Qinghe seized all 3, and before they could struggle, he cast a cold glance at Elder Wang and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Elder Wang stared in disbelief at the disappearing Lu Qinghe. It must be an illusion. How could the elder of the Lu family be captured in an instant, especially one at the 8th level of Foundation establishment? Yet, no one answered her, leaving her trembling, aware that if it were not an illusion, her treatment of Lu Qinghe would surely lead to retaliation. "I must report this incident to the island master." She grasped a spiritual artifact and soared towards Peach Blossom Fairy Island, lest it bring calamity upon them. In the void, Lu Qinghe paid no heed to Elder Wang. The effect of intimidation had been achieved, whether by Yutong left with him or remained on Peach Blossom Fairy Island. Those on the island would not allow her to remain in peril any longer. The 3 Lu family Foundation cultivators gazed at Lu Qinghe in terror. Even they comprehended the gravity of their predicament. The 8th level cultivator pleaded for mercy. "Senior, spare us." Lu Qinghe replied coolly, "You have forcibly seized countless lives. Did they not plead for mercy when you took theirs? Your actions against Bai Yutong are unforgivable, and your family is undoubtedly steeped in crime." The 8th level cultivator attempted to argue, but Lu Qinghe offered him no opportunity, placing his hand upon his head, unleashing a grayish force of divine power. Waves of memories not belonging to him surged forth, all belonging to the 8th level cultivator before him. Moments later, the 8th level cultivator could not withstand Lu Qinghe's soul search, and his spirit was extinguished. Lu Qinghe did not spare the other 2. Under their terrified gazes, he performed soul searches on both, disregarding their desperate pleas. From the soul searches, Lu Qinghe learned that the Lu family was built upon a mountain of bones, illustrating the brutality of the cultivation world. The rise of every cultivator, every family, and every sect was paved with bloodshed and slaughter. Both individuals met the same fate as the 8th level cultivator, their souls obliterated. Lu Qinghe acquired the information he sought: Starlight Island, an island entirely under the control of the Lu family, along with its precise location. Chapter 586. A single palm destroys the Immortal Island, cause and effect. Starlight Island, the supreme overlord situated tens of thousands of miles from the chaotic Star Sea, commanded an endless wealth of resources from numerous immortal islands. It was through these resources that Starlight Island could thrive, continuously producing golden core ancestors, thus solidifying the Lu family's status. Furthermore, a mid-stage golden core ancestor at the 4th level resided there, making it rare for any immortal island to dare offend. Today, Starlight Island was as busy as ever, showing no signs of change. Suddenly, countless cultivators sensed something amiss and looked up to the sky, discovering that the entire firmament was rapidly dimming. Panic spread as a colossal golden hand descended upon the Immortal Island. Why is it darkening? What an intimidating pressure. Someone is using great divine powers against the island. Who dares to attack the Immortal Island? Everyone flee. The sky is falling. Amidst the chaos, numerous figures soared into the air, 3 of them exuding terrifying auras. It's the ancestors. They have made a move. The appearance of the golden core ancestors instilled unprecedented confidence in them. Dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators and 3 golden core ancestors shared expressions of horror as they beheld the gigantic hand. They could feel an overwhelming pressure emanating from the golden palm, pressing down upon the entire Immortal Island. Lu Tianhai roared in fury. Who dares to attack Starlight Island? Activate the island's great formation. Countless spirit stones fell, and the island's great formation was activated, a superior-grade earthly defensive formation capable of withstanding the attacks of late-stage golden core cultivators. Boom! An earth-shattering sound erupted, shaking the very ground, as the golden hand struck the island's formation. To their astonishment, the protective formation, which should be capable of withstanding late-stage golden core assaults, began to emit cracking sounds. Countless fissures appeared around the formation. Lu Tianhai was taken aback. This was the attack of a cultivator far beyond the late-stage golden core level. Quickly cast all the spirit stones into the grand formation to restore the celestial island's array. Immediately send a message across thousands of miles. urging Xianbing Island to extend their assistance to us. Yet, it proved futile, despite the multitude of spirit stones invested. The painstakingly restored Celestial Island's array was shattered beneath the colossal palm. Subsequently, 5 golden crows emerged, exuding an aura of annihilation, before the terrified gazes of the onlookers. The entire Celestial Island was engulfed by the divine flames of the golden crow's formidable powers. Even the 3 venerable golden core ancestors could not escape. They were obliterated in an instant. Qinghe appeared in the void, gazing upon the utterly vanished Celestial Island, a flicker of compassion surfacing in his eyes. He had only once before committed such an act, erasing the Song family of Yawang City with the 5 elements sword array, prompted by their repeated attempts on his life. However, recollecting the deeds of the Lu family during the soul searching, his fleeting mercy evaporated. Originally, he intended merely to deter Xinguang Island from troubling Bai Yutong, to instill a sense of fear. Yet, through the soul search, he discovered that the Lu family's 3rd son practiced nefarious arts, intending to use Bai Yutong as a furnace for his wicked cultivation. Had he arrived a few years later, the fate awaiting Bai Yutong would be dire. Not only would she lose her cultivation, but she could also perish, leaving him no opportunity for regret. This realization further enlightened him to the laws of the cultivation world. If he remained careless, he too might be dispatched by a certain nascent soul true monarch without a chance to flee. Suddenly, Qinghe sensed several other auras approaching him. He barely had time to use his magical powers for defense. Alarmed, he swiftly activated the Great Day glazed golden body. As strands of black mist materialized upon it, an occurrence unprecedented until now. Yet, he felt a strange familiarity with this power. It bore a resemblance to the aura from the soul-capturing bell. Although the mist's potency was diminutive, he found himself unable to dispel it. Qinghe's expression grew grave. This must be the karmic power of the cultivators from Xinguang Island who had perished by his hand, destined to transform into tribulations during his future breakthroughs. No wonder those who practiced demonic arts often fell into madness, ensnared by various karmic debts. Realizing the potential boundless karmic retribution and resentment, Qinghe produced a complete 3-life soul-devouring flower, channeling the Great Day glazed golden body to refine it. Under the influence of both the Great Day glazed golden body and the 3-life soul-devouring flower, the gray mist dissipated entirely, causing no further troubles for Qinghe. It seemed he would have to exercise caution regarding such karmic forces in the future. However, the Great Day glazed golden body appeared innately adept at countering these karmic influences. Otherwise, he might not have noticed them at all. This golden body was indeed extraordinary. He wondered what transformations attaining the heavenly level Dao golden body would entail. Having completed everything, Qinghe turned and vanished above Xinguang Island. Countless nearby celestial islands heard the earth-shattering sound. They were oblivious to the events that had transpired, but could ascertain that the sound originated from Xinguang Island. Numerous foundation establishment and golden core cultivators flocked towards Xinguang Island, only to find before them a sea of ruins where the island once stood. One individual inquired, "Where is Xinguang Island? How has it vanished? Have we come to the wrong place?" A mid-stage golden core cultivator replied hoarsely, "It hasn't vanished, it has been destroyed." The faces of all present shifted dramatically. Hastily scanning the area with their divine senses, their expressions turning pale as they realized they had not erred, the original Xinguang Island had indeed been obliterated, submerged beneath the waves, with countless bodies of its cultivators strewn across the surface. What kind of power could annihilate an entire celestial island in an instant? A golden core cultivator at the 9th layer, or perhaps an even greater force. How could Xinguang Island have offended such a formidable being? Although Xinguang Island was powerful, it was still far removed from such terrifying entities. Under normal circumstances, they would not even qualify to behold them. I was relatively close to Xinguang Island. I only saw a gigantic golden hand descend, and then this happened. Xinguang Island is under the jurisdiction of Xianbing Island. I wonder if Xianbing Island will intervene to preserve its reputation. The destruction of an allied celestial island is a blatant and audacious provocation. Failing to act would not only lead to a loss of face, but might also prompt other celestial islands to reconsider their alliances, believing Xianbing Island incapable of offering protection, potentially choosing to pay tribute to more powerful islands instead, even with a late-stage golden core ancestor presiding over Xianbing Island. Such overwhelming might would only provoke them to act if they had lost their senses. Even if their reputation were sullied, they would not dare offend such a formidable being. Unless they could summon the Grand Ancestor Qinghe from the depths of the chaotic star sea, there would be no possibility of assistance. Yet, the Grand Ancestor Qinghe is both righteous and wicked, unpredictable in temperament. Why would he easily intervene for another? Let us disperse. The karmic ties here are beyond our comprehension. Instantly, everyone scattered, refraining even from seizing the storage bags from the bodies of fallen cultivators, fearing they might incur the wrath of an unparalleled power, bringing about their own destruction. In Chapter 587, fear and unease permeated the air as news reached Taohua Island. Taohua Fairy learned of the calamity instantaneously, her heart filled with profound dread and anxiety. The destruction of Xinguang Island by a mighty divine power left countless cultivators, including 13 Foundation Establishment cultivators and 3 Golden Core ancestors, without a chance for escape. Turning to Elder Wang, who reported the news, she asked, was it Lu Qinghe's doing? While others might not connect the dots, Taohua Fairy immediately associated the incident with Lu Qinghe. It was no coincidence that the Lu family had just attempted to harm Bai Yutong before such a cataclysmic disaster struck. Elder Wang's face was etched with terror. She had hurried back to report after witnessing Lu Qinghe capture 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators from Xinguang Island, only to receive this shocking news moments later. Her voice trembled. He swiftly captured the 5 elders of Foundation Establishment, including the 8th layer elder, and then they vanished without a trace. She could hardly imagine that this was Lu Qinghe's doing, nor could she fathom the kind of power it would take to obliterate an entire celestial island, even eliminating Golden Core ancestors, unless the Grand Ancestor Qinghe personally intervened. Taohua Fairy posited. Elder Wang's complexion turned pale, her mouth opening in shock, unable to respond. If there was indeed a connection to Lu Qinghe, it would certainly involve the Grand Ancestor Qinghe, a possibility that loomed large. In the entirety of the chaotic star sea, only the Grand Ancestor Qinghe possessed such supreme power. Taohua Fairy recalled Lu Qinghe's words. Had she not saved Bai Yutong's life, Taohua Island might have already ceased to exist. Previously, she had harbored anger, deeming Lu Qinghe arrogant. But now she realized she had merely been a frog in a well, blind to the vastness of the world. He possessed ample confidence. She was also taken aback by Lu Qinghe's ruthlessness. In a fit of rage for Bai Yutong, he had annihilated an entire celestial island. Such methods were nothing short of demonic. Now, she could only hope that Lu Qinghe would not take his wrath out on the entire Taohua Island. She had never anticipated that the individual she had brought back would bring about such tremendous trouble, regardless of whether it was related to him. If he returned, she would ensure Bai Yutong left with him first. Elder Wang concurred, noting that Bai Yutong now hung over Taohua Island like a sharp blade, threatening their very existence if they were not cautious. I will go find her immediately, Taohua Fairy declared. I shall personally pay a visit. She swiftly made her way to Bai Yutong's residence, where Bai Yutong appeared troubled, worried for Lu Qinghe's safety. As she pondered deeper, an unsettling thought struck her. She was convinced that Lu Qinghe had been coerced by the Peach Blossom Fairy. Just as she contemplated ways to rescue Lu Qinghe from Peach Blossom Island, the sudden appearance of the fairy startled her. Bai Yutong's complexion soured as she greeted. I pay my respects to the island master. The Peach Blossom Fairy regarded Bai Yutong and understood at last why she had been so intent on locating her rather inept junior disciple. With a wave of her hand, the fairy dismissed Bai Yutong's formality, saying, there is no need for such courtesy. Seated, the Peach Blossom Fairy reflected. It has been nearly 30 years since you came to Peach Blossom Island, and I have yet to fulfill my promise to find your Taoist sect. Yet, fortune smiles upon you. Your junior has come seeking you. Bai Yutong hastily defended Lu Qinghe. Master, please do not hold it against him. He sometimes lacks discretion in his actions. The Peach Blossom Fairy forced a smile. How could she dare to hold a grudge? Her life and the fate of Peach Blossom Island were precariously balanced on the whims of this young man, and only Bai Yutong could save the island. The fairy quickly gestured. Yutong, do not disclose this to Taoist Lu. I am aware of his intentions. He seeks to take you away. Though Peach Blossom Island has engaged in some actions you may disapprove of, this is the reality of the cultivation world. We have no alternatives, and we act merely to survive. Given the years that have passed, I hope you will not harbor resentment. Confusion welled up within Bai Yutong. This was not the Peach Blossom Fairy she knew, and she struggled to grasp her true intentions. Nevertheless, she resolutely declared, Master, even in death, I will not wed into Starlight Island. I only hope you will not make things difficult for junior brother Lu. The Peach Blossom Fairy fixed her gaze upon Bai Yutong, her words confirming the bond between her and Lu Qinghe. I request that you leave with Taoist Lu, hoping he will show mercy and spare Peach Blossom Island. I will bear all consequences alone. Should Taoist Lu seek retribution, let it fall solely upon me. The Peach Blossom Fairy bowed in supplication, an unexpected gesture that left Bai Yutong momentarily speechless. She quickly grasped the fairy's arm, exclaiming, Master, you mustn't. The Peach Blossom Fairy, recognizing Bai Yutong's ignorance, could only smile ruefully and inquire, do you not understand why I act this way? Why do I fear Taoist Lu? Bai Yutong discerned that for some unknown reason, Lu Qinghe inspired such trepidation in the island master. Master, has junior brother Lu done something? She inquired. The Peach Blossom Fairy refrained from revealing matters regarding Starlight Island. instead sharing the origins of Lu Qinghe. Taoist Lu hails from the depths of the chaotic Star Sea, from Golden Arowana Island. Bai Yutong's eyes widened. How could she not know of Golden Arowana Island? The reputation of the Golden Arowana Taoist had long reverberated throughout the chaotic Star Sea. In comparison, Peach Blossom Island seemed woefully insignificant, even less than Starlight Island. She could hardly believe that Lu Qinghe was associated with such a formidable force. Master, you jest, do you not? Bai Yutong asked incredulously. The Peach Blossom Fairy's expression was one of resignation. I do not jest. I merely hope you will not hold a grudge and spare all the inhabitants of Peach Blossom Island. This is but a small token of compensation. Hoping to alleviate your discontent, she extended a storage bag to Bai Yutong, who declined to accept it, instead expressing her gratitude. Master, if you can ensure my safe departure with my junior brother, I would be eternally grateful. How could I accept such gifts? The Peach Blossom Fairy's countenance darkened as she pressed. Yutong, do you truly wish to condemn Peach Blossom Island? Observing the fairy's urgency, Bai Yutong began to trust that the Peach Blossom Fairy's intentions were sincere and not a mere test. She assured the fairy, I will leave with junior brother Lu. I can promise that he will not trouble Peach Blossom Island. He has always been a kind-hearted person and would not resort to bullying. The Peach Blossom Fairy's lips twitched. To extinguish an entire island over a mere disagreement was a cruelty even demon cultivators would not commit. If such actions were deemed kind-hearted, then the world's demons would surely be seen as benevolent. However, relieved by Bai Yutong's assurance, the fairy was grateful, for she had genuinely feared that Bai Yutong would harbor resentment against Peach Blossom Island. Then, I ask you to intercede on behalf of Peach Blossom Island before Taoist Lu. Once his matters are resolved, you may depart with him. Bai Yutong refrained from inquiring about Lu Qinghe's intentions. It was most fortuitous that she could leave Peach Blossom Island in this manner. 2 days later, Lu Qinghe returned to Peach Blossom Island, having not only emptied the Lu family's treasury before taking action, but also having thoroughly acquired all nearby enterprises within that time frame. Most crucially, he had eradicated all traces of potential threats, employing soul-searching techniques to quietly eliminate several foundation-building cultivators absent from Starlight Island. Upon his second arrival at Peach Blossom Island, the Peach Blossom Fairy promptly led the island's cultivators to greet him with utmost reverence, her tone laced with supplication. Welcome back, Taoist Lu. Peach Blossom Island has prepared grand gifts in anticipation of your arrival. This was a stark contrast to the demeanor she had exhibited just 2 days prior, where all the Foundation elders bowed their heads in deference, not daring to utter a sound. Had he not brought forth the might of Golden Arowana Island and the Blood God puppet, she would have moved to strike, uniting with the Lu family to eliminate him. The Peach Blossom Fairy held out a storage ring, hoping Lu Qinghe would accept it. Lu Qinghe, however, showed no hesitation. With a flick of his wrist, the storage ring landed in his palm, and without a glance, he tucked it away. Out of consideration for Bai Yutong, he was disinclined to quibble with Peach Blossom Island. As he stored the ring, the Peach Blossom Fairy sighed in relief, indicating that Peach Blossom Island would be spared. Take me to meet my senior sister. I will then return to Golden Arowana Island. The Peach Blossom Fairy respectfully led the way, stating, Taoist, please follow. Yutong has been awaiting you there. Lu Qinghe entered Peach Blossom Island and arrived at the courtyard where Bai Yutong resided. Upon seeing the Peach Blossom Fairy and Lu Qinghe together, Bai Yutong felt a surge of excitement as she gazed at him. Recognizing that they had much to discuss, the Peach Blossom Fairy tactfully excused herself. Bai Yutong softly inquired, Junior brother, have you resolved everything? Lu Qinghe nodded. A few minor matters have been taken care of. But what of you, senior sister? Have you decided whether to remain here to cultivate or to depart with me? He confessed, to be candid, my circumstances mirror yours. I was brought from the southern skies cultivation realm to the chaotic Star Sea by the Golden Arowana ancestor. I hold some standing in the chaotic Star Sea, and regardless of whether you choose to remain or follow me, I can make all necessary arrangements. Although she had already learned from the Peach Blossom Fairy of Lu Qinghe's origins, hearing it directly from him left Bai Yutong astounded. She hesitated before asking, Junior brother, do you remember the Taishan sect? Compared to Lu Qinghe, her emotions toward the Taishan sect ran deep. Lu Qinghe nodded. How could I forget? However, the Taishan sect and the other 2 sects of Zhao Kingdom were forced out of the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm by the Blood Demon sect, and their whereabouts remain unknown. For years, I have been searching for the whereabouts of the 3 sections. His quest was not solely to locate the Taishan sect. He felt a debt of gratitude for having assisted the 3 sects in escaping the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm. Rather, he sought the means to forge the Qinghe too and to find Nangongwe, uncertain as to the reasons behind it. He felt an inexplicable and unique connection with Nangongyu as time progressed. Despite employing various methods to unravel this mystery, he found himself at an impasse. Only by locating Nangong Yu could he discern her true intentions. He refused to allow events beyond his control to unfold, even though she exhibited no overt malice. She had even gifted him a reverse fate pill, along with the formula for spirit beast pills and Qilin transformation grass. However, Lu Qinghe was acutely aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch, and Nangong Yu must be plotting something. Previously, he had harbored trepidation regarding her strength. But now, as she had merely reached the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, he no longer felt intimidated by her. Upon his return to the Taishan sect, Lu Qinghe soon learned of Bai Yutong's departure and briefly recounted the events surrounding the departure of the elite from the 3 sections. As he was escaping the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm, he fortuitously encountered the venerable Xianxiao ancestor, who, recognizing his remarkable talent, brought him to Xianxiao Island. Lu Qinghe's exceptional aptitude suggested a unique physique, as his rapid advancement in cultivation was evident, although she could not ascertain the depth of his cultivation. She sensed that he surpassed her significantly. Were it not for the information provided by the Peach Blossom Fairy regarding Lu Qinghe's 5th level of foundation establishment, she would have remained oblivious to his true capabilities. Bai Yutong found herself puzzled by the nature of Lu Qinghe's spirit roots. He might possess 4 or 3 spirit roots, but the only one who knew about his 5 spirit roots, Zhou Tong, had already been eliminated by Lu Qinghe. There was one other individual who might be aware, Yu Zhenjinren, who was technically Lu Qinghe's only formal master, regardless of whether he possessed 3 or 4 spirit roots. His rapid cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. Bai Yutong, cognizant of Lu Qinghe's age, noted that he was barely around 50 years old. Achieving the 5th level of foundation establishment at such a young age suggested that reaching the Golden Core stage within a century was not an impossible feat. In contrast, she, with her 3 spirit roots and over 65 years of age, had only attained the 2nd level of foundation establishment after being 15 years his senior, a testament to the disparity in their cultivation progress. Listening to Lu Qinghe narrate his experiences, Bai Yutong was taken aback by the multitude of events that had transpired. She felt a pang of regret. Had she not been concerned for Lu Qinghe's safety and left the Taishan sect, none of these occurrences would have unfolded, and he would not have needed to venture out to find her. They could have both departed with the Taishan sect instead. Surprised by the turn of events, she resolved to accompany her junior brother on his journey. Although Xianxiao Island was a fine place, her heart remained set on locating the Taishan sect, where countless dear friends and family awaited her. As a native practitioner of the Taishan sect, she felt an unwavering connection to her sect, which housed her fellow disciples and kin. She had to discover its whereabouts. Lu Qinghe nodded, deeming this to be the best course of action. Despite the resources and protective measures he could provide Bai Yutong at Xianxiao Island, they would inevitably face many unknown dangers. Her presence on Xianxiao Island would not only assist him in managing numerous matters, but also ensure her safety. Very well, senior sister, please accompany me. Lu Qinghe produced a top-tier spiritual tool, his flying sword, which expanded to several zhang in length. He then took Bai Yutong aboard the sword, soaring away from Peach Blossom Island. Bai Yutong had long been prepared for departure, having bid farewell to the Peach Blossom Fairy and familiar acquaintances over the past few days. Within the confines of the island, the Peach Blossom Fairy gazed at Bai Yutong's retreat with a complex expression, finally releasing a breath of relief. She had finally departed. Lu Qinghe lingered not a moment longer on the island, fully aware that the lives of countless cultivators were at stake, vulnerable to Lu Qinghe's whims. She feared that he might act impulsively, given his unpredictable temperament. Now, she felt a sense of fortunate survival. The elder looked upon Bai Yutong's departure, contemplating the future of Peach Blossom Island. In a hushed tone, she spoke to the Peach Blossom Fairy. Island Master, this might not be without its opportunities. Yutong has spent 30 years on Peach Blossom Island. She surely harbors feelings for this place. If we could maintain contact, it might yield great benefits for Peach Blossom Island in the future. Should Lu Qinghe truly hail from Xianxiao Island and earn the favor of Xianxiao ancestor, then aligning with Bai Yutong could elevate Peach Blossom Island to unprecedented heights, potentially establishing it as a significant force within the chaotic Starry Sea. The Peach Blossom Fairy considered these possibilities, yet refrained from voicing her agreement or dissent. Such matters could be addressed in due time. No one could discern her true thoughts. Chapter 589. Return to Xianxiao Island. 2 Spirit Beasts Breakthrough. The Starry Sea was rife with peril, murder and treasure-seeking were commonplace, and it was a realm devoid of any semblance of order. Though the Southern Heaven cultivation realm was chaotic, each celestial city maintained a semblance of order, and every sect's territory enjoyed protection. In stark contrast, the Starry Sea was a realm where any cultivator, including Golden Core ancestors, could transform into a bandit. Lu Qinghe, wielding a top-tier spiritual flying sword alongside 2 foundation establishment cultivators, naturally drew the attention of many practitioners in the Starry Sea. Lu Qinghe wished to conceal his true cultivation level from Bai Yutong, as revealing it could lead to significant complications. After all, she was aware of his training duration. Achieving the 6th level of Golden Core in mere decades was a feat that even those with heavenly spirit roots would envy. Furthermore, disclosing his prowess might hinder Bai Yutong's own cultivation journey. She might find herself unable to progress further, despite the ample resources he could offer her. Unfortunately, Bai Yutong lacked the 5-spirit creation technique, making her path to advancement riddled with challenges, each breakthrough presenting considerable obstacles. Unless she could continuously utilize Dao Essence pills. Lu Qinghe was wary of providing her with such elixirs before he reached the nascent soul, true monarch stage. This caution was not solely for his own safety, but also for hers, should these pills become exposed. The ensuing threats could very well be those posed by a nascent soul, true monarch. During their flight, Lu Qinghe detected several concealed presences and smirked internally, recognizing their folly. With a mere thought, his blood god puppet silently appeared behind him, unnoticed by Bai Yutong, before vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the lurking presences had been eradicated. As Lu Qinghe conversed with Bai Yutong, she noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired, "Junior brother Lu, what is amiss?" Although propriety dictated that she should address him as senior brother or elder, Lu Qinghe preferred her to call him junior brother to avoid any sense of distance. Lu Qinghe, perceiving through his divine sense the demise of several ambushing Foundation establishment cultivators at the hands of his blood god puppet, returned to the present and replied, "It is nothing. The Starry Sea is exceedingly perilous, and we must hasten our return to Xianxiaaudiobooks Island." Bai Yutong, having spent 30 years on the fringes of the Starry Sea, was well aware of its dangers and prepared herself with caution. Due to Bai Yutong's presence, even after traveling thousands of miles daily, it took Lu Qinghe a month to finally bring her back to Xianxiaaudiobooks Island. Surrounding the island were countless cultivators standing still, and upon seeing Lu Qinghe and Bai Yutong, they merely expressed surprise without further thought. They had come to pay homage to nearby celestial islands, and although the time for tribute had long passed, Xianxiaaudiobooks ancestor showed no inclination to meet them. Were it not for the occasional terrifying spirit beasts that roamed the area, they might have assumed that Xianxiaaudiobooks ancestor had departed. They believed Lu Qinghe and Bai Yutong to be practitioners from some celestial island. Bai Yutong was astonished to behold the cultivators lingering outside Xianxiaaudiobooks Island, each exuding an aura as profound as the abyss, with many rivaling even the peach blossom fairy, indicating that they were all Foundation establishment cultivators at the 9th level. More alarming were several exceptional figures among them, Golden Core ancestors, whom she had previously yearned to meet but had never had the opportunity. "Those are the Golden Core ancestors. Let us keep our distance and avoid offending them." She tugged at Lu Qinghe, urging him not to provoke these venerable Golden Core figures. Although Lu Qinghe hailed from the Golden Ao Immortal Island, he was merely a Foundation establishment cultivator, and offending the Golden Core ancestor might not bode well for him. Lu Qinghe nodded, "I understand." He offered Bai Yutong a reassuring glance and approached the grand formation of the Golden Ao Immortal Island. A Golden Core ancestor spoke coldly, "Junior, are you unaware of the principle of precedence? Step aside and let this ancestor pass." A glance from the Golden Core ancestor made Bai Yutong tense, as it was her first encounter being scrutinized by such a powerful figure. Lu Qinghe glanced at the Golden Core cultivator of the 3rd tier and remarked, "Noisy." The Golden Core ancestor seethed with rage, yet he dared not utter another word, his expression shifting to one of unease. Suddenly, Lu Qinghe executed several incantations, and astonishingly, the grand formation of the Golden Ao Immortal Island was opened. He led Bai Yutong into the island, leaving everyone else in a state of shock as they stared at the now closed formation. Who were these two to unlock the grand array of the Golden Ao Immortal Island? It went without saying, they were indeed members of the Golden Ao Immortal Island. They then took delight in the misfortune of the earlier speaking Golden Core ancestor. One of them laughed heartily, "Friend Chu, it seems your vision is lacking, having offended those you ought not to." Chu Huai retorted defiantly, "What is the Golden Ao ancestor compared to mere Foundation establishment cultivators? I wonder what means they use to open the island's formation. Just wait. They will surely be torn to shreds by the island's divine beasts." However, after a prolonged wait, no stir was heard from the island. Bai Yutong followed Lu Qinghe onto the island, still unable to believe his audacity in confronting a Golden Core ancestor. She anxiously asked, "Junior brother, do you think that Golden Core ancestor will hold a grudge against you for this?" She was concerned about potential retribution from the Golden Core ancestor in the future. Lu Qinghe smiled gently, "Sister, do not worry. In the Chaos Star Sea, no one dares to lay a hand on me. They lack the courage to provoke the authority of the Golden Ao ancestor." Lu Qinghe led Bai Yutong to a grand hall and said, "Sister, You shall stay here for the time being while I seek an audience with the ancestor. Bai Yutong, firmly trusting Lu Qinghe, nodded in response. You go ahead, junior brother. Once Bai Yutong was settled, Lu Qinghe proceeded towards the main hall. As he arrived, two massive figures descended, landing within the hall. A small fox, its fur a vivid red, and a two-headed thunder ape, crackling with electricity, spotted Lu Qinghe. The little fox transformed into its normal form and leaped onto Lu Qinghe's shoulder, relishing the opportunity to be so close to him. The two-headed thunder ape stood before him, awaiting Lu Qinghe's command. Observing his two spirit beasts, Lu Qinghe praised, well done. Both had not only successfully cultivated the 10,000 demon technique, but had also made remarkable progress under the ample resources he had provided. The little fox had broken through to the 4th tier of golden core, advancing to a mid-stage great demon, its strength comparable to a 5th tier golden core cultivator, which was considered moderate in the Chaos Star Sea. The two-headed thunder ape had made even greater strides, having fully refined the thunder beast's inner core, now reaching the 7th tier of golden core. With its terrifying thunderous abilities, it could stand its ground against even an 8th tier golden core cultivator, establishing itself as a top-tier entity in the Chaos Star Sea. Though the Chaos Star Sea was vast, the most formidable beings were a few 8th tier golden core cultivators, two of whom Lu Qinghe had already defeated, along with the blood god puppet he had forged. Madame Morong did not count as a cultivator in the Chaos Star Sea. The 8th tier golden core cultivators were few and far between, with some hidden deep within the 9th tier. These great cultivators were not only scarce in number, but also typically refrained from action. It would be exceedingly difficult for them to vanquish the two-headed thunder ape. Chapter 590. 9 Nether Flower of the Other Shore, 2 acres of purple gold flowers. All of this was made possible by the endless supply of Qilin transformation pills he had provided to them. Their bloodlines had already reached the zenith of the 9th tier of golden core. With sufficient resources, they could ascend to that level. However, to elevate them to heavenly grade demon beasts and become a Yuan-ing demon emperor, he would need to concoct the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana pill. Presently, he had acquired the main ingredient, the Heavenly Phoenix True Flame fruit, and with continuous cultivation, he could yield a steady supply of these fruits. Nevertheless, it remained uncertain how long it would take to gather all the necessary spiritual herbs. Lu Qinghe waved his hand, signaling the two spirit beasts to continue guarding the island's safety. He retrieved a storage ring belonging to the mountain mover ancestor. As he scanned its contents with his divine sense, his expression turned slightly surprised. The ring was quite spacious, approximately 100 square feet, yet contained meager resources. There were only 150 high-grade spirit stones, worth 1.5 million low-grade spirit stones. However, for a former 8th tier golden core ancestor, this was rather paltry. Lu Qinghe examined the items. While few in number, they were indeed rare treasures. A vial of purple gold pills containing 5 elixirs, though of ordinary quality. They were still valued at 1.5 million spirit stones. Lu Qinghe had previously refined a vial to break through to the 4th tier of golden core. There were also 2 vials of the rare 10,000-year heavenly heart milk, the source of which was a mystery. And with the one he had exchanged for with the lifespan fruit, he now possessed 3 vials. Additionally, he found 8 seeds of the purple gold flower he needed. Most astonishingly, there was a plant bearing pale yellow flowers. Although sealed, it revealed to Lu Qinghe a glimpse of extraordinary potential, manifesting a series of laws that, once integrated, could lead to the attainment of a true Yuan-ing. With his formidable divine sense, Lu Qinghe brushed against this vision, and it dissipated. He took a deep breath, carefully cradling the jade box that contained the sealed spiritual herb, his face alight with elation. A stroke of fortune, an immense boon, the 9 Nether Flower of the Other Shore. A heavenly grade superior spiritual herb, born on the banks of the river of the underworld, capable of transforming mortals into immortals. This discovery filled Lu Qinghe with exhilaration. Not only was this a heavenly grade superior spiritual herb, but the 9 Nether Flowers' effects could also significantly enhance a cultivator's training speed. It could amplify a cultivator's progress several times over until its effects wore off. If he now possessed sufficient purple gold pills, with no bottleneck in his cultivation, he could potentially increase his training speed manifold. Moreover, this was the most extravagant use of the 9 Nether Flower, as it was also an ingredient for refining Yuan-ing pills and breaking boundary pills. The heavens have shown favor. As long as he finds the flower of the Tao and the formula for the Yuan-ing pill, a great future awaits. Lu Qinghe was baffled as to how the mountain mover Taoist had come into possession of such a precious spiritual herb. Such a herb, upon emergence, would undoubtedly attract the attention of true Yuan-ing cultivators who would vie for it. It was equally beneficial for them, capable of reducing their cultivation time by decades. The seeds above had yet to mature. This spiritual herb had been harvested prematurely, diminishing its value to others, yet for him, it was a priceless treasure. Qinghe had long since grown accustomed to the premature harvesting of heavenly-grade spiritual herbs. Ordinary heavenly-grade spiritual herbs required a millennium to mature, even with methods to accelerate growth. They still took several centuries. Moreover, for such a heavenly-grade superior spiritual herb, a maturation period of 5,000 years was typical. A yuaning cultivator could have undergone several reincarnations in that time. Thus, many in the cultivation world, upon discovering rare spiritual herbs, would harvest them regardless of maturity. Though the efficacy would be significantly lessened, they could still yield considerable benefits. This also indirectly contributes to the increasing scarcity of resources within the realm of cultivation. Qinghe swiftly entered the Black Earth space, where he meticulously tended to a plot of spiritual farmland, replanting the 9 nether beyond flowers. With these flowers, my cultivation speed towards the nascent soul stage will accelerate significantly. Moreover, the cultivation of nascent soul true monarchs will also become swifter than that of their peers. He was confident he could cultivate enough 9 nether beyond flowers within 500 years, even upon reaching the nascent soul realm. The efficacy of a single flower would only sustain cultivation at the first level. He was assured that in 300 years, he could attain the consummate stage of the nascent soul. Calculating this, if he were to find the flower of the Tao, it was conceivable he could achieve the nascent soul realm before reaching the age of 100. After consuming the longevity fruit, he possessed a lifespan of 1100 years. If he spent 400 years achieving the consummate nascent soul, he would still have 700 years to seek methods to transcend the nascent soul. However, this came with the condition that he could procure sufficient resources for cultivation at the nascent soul stage. Qinghe steadied his emotions, apart from the invaluable treasures. There was the cultivation method and divine abilities of the mountain-moving ancestor, as well as the technique of soul possession. Qinghe speculated that the mountain-moving Taoist was on the verge of depletion, having long contemplated the matter of soul possession to restart his cultivation with the 9 nether beyond flowers. Yet, he had not anticipated that it would ultimately benefit Qinghe. Glancing at the soul possession technique, Qinghe lost interest. Having mastered the soul-searching technique, he already possessed formidable soul possession capabilities, rendering further study unnecessary. Next was the Lu family treasury on Starry Island, brimming with countless resources, including over 6 million spirit stones. There were also various ores, pills, and spiritual artifacts, collectively valued at no less than 5 million. However, apart from 20 stalks of golden xian ginseng, 2 purple gold flowers, and 10 seeds of purple gold flower, the rest held little value for Qinghe. The artifacts amounted to 2 inferior grade and 1 medium grade, the latter being the life-bound artifact of 3 gold core practitioners. Qinghe stored everything in a spatial ring, intending to sell these superfluous items at a later date. His spirit stones had dwindled to insufficient levels, but with the newly acquired stones, he barely reached 20 million. This meager sum would sustain his cultivation for less than 3 years. After that, his reserves would be completely exhausted. Consequently, Qinghe had no choice but to cultivate another acre of spiritual farmland, planting 18 seeds of purple gold flower. Now, the entire Black Earth space had yielded 2 acres with a total of 38 purple gold flowers. However, even the already planted flowers would take 4 years to mature after just 1 year. To obtain a sufficient quantity of purple gold flowers would require an indeterminate amount of time. The golden xian ginseng only needed to be planted once. Coupled with 5 purple gold pills, they would suffice for his breakthrough. Leaving an acre of farmland for the golden xian ginseng and dedicating the rest to purple gold flower and its auxiliary herbs. The refinement of the purple gold pill demanded not only high-grade purple gold flower, but also 6 types of mid-grade spirit herbs, 3 types of low-grade spirit herbs, and 3 types of medium-grade spirit herbs. However, compared to purple gold flower, these spirit herbs could still be purchased at a high price. First, he would resolve the matters outside, then retreat to cultivate, enhancing both his cultivation and several divine abilities. The 5 acres of enlightenment grass had matured, ample for Qinghe to comprehend top-tier divine abilities. Chapter 591, The Ancestor's Decree, the chaotic layout of the Starry Sea. Qinghe exited the Grand Hall and found Bai Yutong. Bai Yutong, visibly anxious, inquired of Qinghe, "Junior brother Lu, is the golden turtle ancestor displeased with you?" She worried that her presence might bring trouble to Qinghe. Qinghe was taken aback by her thoughts, entirely unaware of the immense pressure a gold core ancestor could exert on an ordinary cultivator, particularly one as formidable as the golden turtle ancestor. He reassured Bai Yutong, "Senior sister, there is no need for concern. The golden turtle ancestor is quite amiable. He has tasks for us to undertake. Please accompany me on an outing." Though puzzled, Bai Yutong followed Qinghe as they soared from the celestial island. Upon the formation's opening, all the tributary cultivators turned their gaze towards them. Spotting Lu Qinghe and Bai Yutong, a gold core ancestor inquired in a calm voice, "Young friends, are you cultivators of the Golden Turtle Island?" Lu Qinghe nodded. "Indeed, my sister and I are from Golden Turtle Island, favored by the ancestor. He has entrusted us with the management of the island's affairs, which we will report back to him." This revelation stunned everyone, who scrutinized Lu Qinghe and Bai Yutong in disbelief that the Golden Turtle ancestor would place such significance on two Foundation establishment juniors. To hand over governance of the island to them seemed unfathomable, even with the status of the Golden Turtle ancestor. It would be easy to recruit several Gold Core practitioners to join Golden Turtle Island. The Gold Core ancestor asked, "Do you have proof?" Lu Qinghe retorted, "Senior, do you suspect that I would deceive you? Who among us would dare act so recklessly on Golden Turtle Island?" The Gold Core ancestor quickly replied, "I would not presume to doubt. It is merely a matter of great importance, and we must return with an account for the island." After all, the Golden Turtle ancestor was preoccupied with cultivating supreme immortal techniques. How could he afford time to manage such matters? As Lu Qinghe spoke, two immense figures descended from the sky, landing behind him, their overwhelming aura suffocating the onlookers. Panic ensued among the crowd. "It's the island's celestial beasts." The pressure was immense. The Fox Celestial Beast was a terrifying demon of the mid-Gold Core stage, and the Thunder Beast was even more formidable, its aura rivaling that of the most esteemed ancestors, having reached the late Gold Core stage. The mere fact that he could command two celestial beasts indicated he had received the Golden Turtle ancestor's approval. Noticing Bai Yutong's pallor, Lu Qinghe waved his hand, and the two spirit beasts retracted their oppressive aura. Bai Yutong instinctively edged closer to Lu Qinghe. He patted her shoulder and addressed the crowd. "Now, does anyone still harbor doubts? I can elucidate any uncertainties you may have." Everyone hastily replied, "We dare not." They were entirely convinced of Lu Qinghe's words. These two celestial beasts could effortlessly obliterate their island. "Now, please present your tributes from the past few years." The cultivators promptly handed over their tribute storage bags to Lu Qinghe, who collected them without even glancing. Once all tributes were submitted, ensuring they could continue receiving protection from Golden Turtle Island, they finally exhaled in relief. Lu Qinghe clasped his hands in gratitude. "On behalf of the ancestor, I thank you all, fellow Taoists." The crowd quickly responded, "We dare not." Next, Lu Qinghe announced a decree from the Golden Turtle ancestor. The ancestor required several herbs to refine batches of purple gold pills and would need the islands represented to provide them, of course, not without compensation. The ancestor would exchange equivalent value pills: ice spirit cold spring grass, dragon pattern blood lingji, and sky blue fruits. 3 types of mid-grade spirit herbs, along with seeds of these herbs, could be exchanged for 10 heavenly spirit pills or 1 golden yuan pill at Golden Turtle Island. 3 types of mature spirit herbs could be exchanged for 20 heavenly spirit pills or 2 golden yuan pills. Purple gold flower seeds could be traded for 10 golden yuan pills or 1 golden xian pill, while mature purple gold flowers could fetch 20 golden yuan pills or 2 golden xian pills. Everyone was once again astonished. Not only was the Golden Turtle ancestor refining purple gold pills, but he could also produce such a bounty of pills. For most cultivators, even those at the early Gold Core stage, heavenly spirit pills were exceedingly scarce. However, the Golden Arowana Immortal Island not only possesses an abundance of celestial spirit pills, but is also capable of producing golden yuan pills and golden profound pills, as well as earth-grade precious pills, all of which would be fervently coveted by the golden elixir ancestors upon their emergence. Considering the esteemed identity of the Golden Arowana ancestor, it is entirely reasonable for such a multitude of elixirs to be at their disposal. The assembly dared not linger, hastily bidding their farewells. Even though they possessed these spiritual herbs, they refrained from openly trading them, apprehensive of drawing the attention of others. Moreover, they were not the overseers of the Immortal Island and were obliged to return for discussions regarding its affairs. Observing the departing crowd, Lu Qinghe hoped to expedite his acquisition of various spiritual herbs and herb seeds through such means. The frosty cold spring grass, dragon vein blood ganoderma, and sky blue fruit are 3 mid-grade earth-level spiritual herbs essential for concocting the purple gold pill. He had already procured 3 lower-grade earth-level herbs: the Starlight Soul Refining Flower, Millennium Stone Milk, and Earth Song Flower. He had an ample supply of Starlight Soul Refining Flower seeds, and the Earth Song Flower was nearly sufficient, though he could cultivate enough before the purple flower blossoms. As for the Millennium Stone Milk, he could purchase an adequate quantity from the Divine Dragon Immortal Island. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. Lu Qinghe did not doubt that the golden elixir ancestors of the chaotic star sea were unaware of the emergence of the Immortal Palace in the southern Tianxian realm, and they would undoubtedly seek to partake in its benefits. At this juncture, the elixirs from the Golden Arowana Immortal Island had become increasingly vital to them. Simultaneously, Lu Qinghe harbored a grander ambition. Should he manage to indirectly control the entirety of the chaotic star sea in this manner, the speed at which he could acquire spiritual herbs would be unimaginable. However, this was not something he could contemplate at present. Unless he achieved the status of a nascent soul true monarch. Lu Qinghe cast a spell, imprinting a mark upon Bai Yutong's forehead. She offered no resistance, fully aware that Lu Qinghe would not harm her. Instead, she regarded him with a gaze of curiosity. Lu Qinghe elucidated. This is the control mark of the Golden Arowana Immortal Island's grand formation. In the future, I will need you to manage the affairs of the island. I have recently attained some insights and must retreat for a period of cultivation. Furthermore, our governance over the Immortal Island is not without merit. We will receive a 10% tribute from the various islands, and each year, the ancestor will bestow upon us Jade Spirit Pills and Earth Spirit Pills for our cultivation. This storage ring contains various elixirs, and soon, individuals from the Immortal Island will come to exchange them. You merely need to oversee this. Should any troubles arise, you can communicate with these two spirit beasts through the mark. They shall protect you. Bai Yutong gazed incredulously at the two spirit beasts. Even though Lu Qinghe had explicitly assured her that they would not harm her, she still felt a sense of trepidation. After all, these were two genuine golden elixir ancestors, capable of effortlessly extinguishing her as a foundation establishment cultivator. Once Lu Qinghe had entrusted Bai Yutong with her responsibilities, he unceremoniously entered the grand formation of the Immortal Island. Bai Yutong, witnessing Lu Qinghe genuinely retreating for cultivation, could only respectfully bow to the two spirit beasts, exclaiming, I pay my respects to the two ancestors. The two spirit beasts merely cast a puzzled glance at Bai Yutong before turning and soaring into the depths of the Immortal Island. Once they departed, Bai Yutong let out a sigh of relief, her expression a mixture of bitter amusement. Lu Qinghe had become increasingly inscrutable to her. There were matters she refrained from inquiring about, wishing to avoid any unpleasantness. What manner of person are you, junior brother Lu? Bai Yutong pondered, and after a moment, she activated the mark Lu Qinghe had inscribed on her forehead, thereby opening the grand formation of the Immortal Island and stepping within. Chapter 592, The Excitement of the Fire Spirit Taoist, Mastery of Soul-Searching Technique. Having entrusted the affairs of the Golden Arowana Immortal Island to Bai Yutong, Lu Qinghe entered the Black Earth space to commence his closed-door cultivation. He continued cultivating 5 acres of enlightenment grass, sealing 100 stalks of the grass before him. His first objective was to achieve mastery over the soul-searching technique. He took out a stalk of enlightenment grass and began to consume it, utilizing it to comprehend the soul-searching technique, as waves of soul power swirled around him, forming a terrifying storm of consciousness. With the aid of the enlightenment grass, Lu Qinghe's understanding of the soul-searching technique fully transitioned into a new chapter. Outside the Golden Arowana Immortal Island, 2 figures hovered midair. A golden elixir third-layer cultivator inquired of the Foundation Establishment cultivator beside him. Are you certain that the Golden Arowana ancestor truly issued a decree to seek spiritual herbs and herb seeds, even offering such precious elixirs as the Golden Yuan Pill and Golden Profound Pill? The Foundation Establishment cultivator hastily replied, How could I dare deceive the ancestor? All 15 of the Immortal Islands are aware of this, not just those belonging to the Golden Arowana Island. For quite some time, the surrounding islands have caught wind of the news and have concealed their spiritual herbs, causing us to miss out on opportunities to acquire them at high prices. If I could obtain a Golden Profound Pill, I would surely be credited with a great merit. Years ago, I acquired a purple gold flower and 5 seeds. To exchange for a Golden Profound Pill from the Golden Arowana ancestor would surely advance my cultivation significantly, making a breakthrough into the mid-golden elixir stage a possibility. At that point, the strength of the Fire Spirit Island would undoubtedly increase substantially. As they spoke, the two descended outside the grand formation of the Golden Arowana Immortal Island, with the Golden Elixir Third Layer cultivator respectfully announcing, the Fire Spirit Taoist of Fire Spirit Island seeks an audience with the ancestor. The formation remained silent. Yet the two dared not exhibit any semblance of negligence, waiting with utmost reverence. After an extended period, the gates of the formation finally opened, revealing Bai Yutong before them. Unable to discern the cultivation levels of the two, she nonetheless recognized that they were formidable. She greeted them, saying, Greetings, esteemed seniors. The Fire Spirit Taoist, not daring to underestimate the Foundation Establishment cultivator before him, adopted a gentle demeanor, stating, This must be the envoy of the Immortal Island. I am the Fire Spirit. Honored to make your acquaintance, fair maiden. This is but a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will not take offense. With a gesture, a storage bag landed in Bai Yutong's hands. She, however, felt hesitant to accept such a gift casually, promptly attempting to return the storage bag. Yet the Fire Spirit Taoist, having a request, was unwilling to retract his offering. Could it be that the maiden looks down upon this humble gesture? The Foundation establishment cultivator beside him, sensing the awkwardness, quickly interjected, "My esteemed senior, my ancestor has urgent matters to discuss with the golden arowana ancestor. Please convey this message." Bai Yutong's expression tightened upon realizing that the one presenting gifts was indeed a golden elixir cultivator. Unsure of how to proceed, she could only say, "The ancestor is currently in closed-door cultivation and cannot meet with you both at this moment. Once the ancestor concludes his retreat, I shall certainly deliver your message." The fire spirit's expression shifted, and after a moment's contemplation, he clasped his hands in apology. "I apologize for the disturbance, fair maiden." As the two turned to leave, Bai Yutong called out, "Esteemed seniors, wait." The departing duo regarded her with confusion. Bai Yutong continued, "If you are here to exchange for elixirs, I can handle that on behalf of my junior. The ancestor has entrusted these matters to my junior and me." This revelation brightened their eyes, and the fire spirit Taoist eagerly inquired, "Might there be any golden profound pills available?" Bai Yutong nodded. "Indeed, however, the exchange requires mid-grade earth-level herb seeds and mid-grade earth-level herbs." The fire spirit Taoist promptly produced 2 jade boxes and a small pouch. "Fair maiden, this contains a purple gold flower and a frosty cold spring grass, along with 5 seeds of the purple gold flower." Bai Yutong accepted the items, carefully inspecting them before confirming their authenticity, in preparation for the task entrusted to her by Qinghe. She had diligently studied much about spiritual herbs over the past few days. Once satisfied, she asked, "What elixirs do you require, esteemed senior?" The fire spirit Taoist replied, "I seek several golden profound pills. If those are unavailable, golden yuan pills would suffice." Bai Yutong cautiously retrieved several elixirs from her storage ring, presenting them to the fire spirit Taoist. "Here are 7 golden profound pills and 2 golden yuan pills. I hope you will accept them, esteemed senior." The fire spirit Taoist stared in a daze at the 7 golden pills, momentarily lost in thought. As a golden elixir third-layer cultivator, it was indeed his first encounter with such a plentiful quantity of golden profound pills. He hastily retrieved the golden profound pill and the golden elemental pill, his gaze towards Bai Yutong momentarily flickering with a glint of murderous intent, particularly fixated on her storage ring. However, this thought was swiftly extinguished. He was acutely aware that should he dare to act, both he and his entire clan would be obliterated in an instant by the venerable golden AO. "Thank you, fairy." Bai Yutong, feeling unworthy of such gratitude, stepped back slightly and replied, "Senior, you flatter me. This is merely a duty of mine." The fire spirit Taoist inquired, "Earlier, you mentioned that not only the purple gold flower but also other high-grade earth-level spiritual herbs and seeds could be exchanged for the golden profound pill?" Bai Yutong affirmed, "Indeed. This was entrusted to me by Qinghe before his seclusion, though the specific reasons elude me." The fire spirit Taoist expressed his gratitude, "Thank you, fairy." After which, he departed alongside the Foundation establishment cultivator, soaring away from the golden AO Immortal Island, unable to contain his hearty laughter. This esteemed self has been trapped in the 3rd layer of the golden pill for over a century, lacking superior medicinal aids. This time, I shall surely break through to the 4th layer of the golden pill. He commanded the entire Fire Spirit Island to spare no effort in seeking high-grade earth-level spiritual herbs and the various herbs required by the venerable golden AO. While Xian-level pills could be purchased with spirit stones, high-grade earth-level treasures were exceedingly rare in auction houses. Whenever they appeared, they were swiftly acquired by powerful golden pill cultivators. For those of lesser cultivation, obtaining high-grade earth-level treasures proved quite challenging. Soon, other immortal islands would catch wind of this. Time was of the essence. For who could say whether the pills in the venerable golden AO's possession were sufficient? If enough pills could be secured, not only would his own cultivation soar, but it was also conceivable that Fire Spirit Island might gain another golden pill cultivator. The Foundation establishment cultivator responded, "Yes. We shall ensure the entire immortal island exerts itself to the utmost." No sooner had the Fire Spirit Taoist departed than several figures descended upon golden AO Immortal Island. Qinghe remained indifferent to external affairs and had no cause for concern regarding Bai Yutong's safety, with 2 spirit beasts alongside the grand array of the Immortal Island. Even a 9th-layer golden pill cultivator would require considerable time to breach its defenses. After continuously refining 10 spirit understanding herbs, an enigmatic aura emanated from Qinghe, and a golden thread appeared on the seed of the soul-searching technique. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The soul-searching technique had reached fruition. Previously, he had been just a step away from completion, yet it had taken the consumption of 10 spirit understanding herbs to achieve mastery. The soul-searching technique enables him to probe the souls of those within the cultivation realm who are 1 realm below him. For instance, He could search the souls of early golden pill cultivators while being in the mid-stage, and late golden pill cultivators could probe those in the mid-stage. Although Qinghe's cultivation was at the 6th layer of golden pill, his soul cultivation was 50 times that of an average practitioner. Consequently, he could search the souls of those at the 8th layer of golden pill. Should he break through to the 7th layer, he would be able to probe the souls of 9th layer golden pill cultivators. Chapter 593. Comprehending the Supreme 5 Elements Divine Ability, Memories of the Mountain-Moving Taoist. Next comes the Golden Crow Divine Ability. Qinghe's current endeavor not only aimed to master the soul-searching technique, but also to elevate the other 3 divine abilities to the pinnacle. At that point, whether through the terrifying power of the Supreme Divine Ability or the execution of the 5 Elements Annihilation Great Technique, his strength would ascend to a new echelon. Qinghe grasped the Spirit Understanding Herb and continued to cultivate the Golden Crow Divine Ability, as heads of golden crows enveloped him. The minor divine ability of the golden crow could condense into 9 great sun golden crows, while the supreme divine ability could manifest 18 golden crows. With 18 great sun golden crows appearing behind Qinghe, the surroundings transformed into an infinite sea of flames. The 5 elements sword array chart flew out from his dantian, confining the sea of flames to prevent harm to the spiritual herbs within the black earth space. A month later, with the consumption of 1 spirit understanding herb per day, 36 formidable great sun golden crows manifested behind Qinghe, creating an ethereal world of flames. Once this fiery realm solidified, it would embody the power of the laws of fire. Compared to the supreme golden crow divine ability, the quantity had doubled, and each golden crow's potency had multiplied several-fold. Effortlessly capable of vanquishing cultivators at the 8th layer of golden pill, this would serve as another trump card. The Supreme Fire Path Divine Ability was inherently a potent offensive technique with terrifying destructive capacity, augmented further by the exquisite glazed pure flame. Its power could rival that of 5 divine abilities combined in the 5 Elements Annihilation Great Technique, far surpassing the might of a supreme divine ability. With this, he gained yet another strategy against 9th layer golden pill cultivators, without a superior magical treasure in hand. A 9th layer golden pill cultivator who comprehended the supreme divine ability would find himself with a 90% certainty of being slain by Qinghe using the golden crow divine ability and glazed pure flame. However, the consumption was equally daunting. The spirit understanding herb was valued between 150,000 to 200,000 spirit stones, and the expenditure of 30 herbs amounted to nearly 50 million spirit stones worth of resources. Another month passed, and a shadow of a divine tree appeared behind Qinghe, manifesting a world that devoured boundless life force. The azure wood swallowing heaven technique had also reached the pinnacle, making it significantly easier to absorb heavenly-level spiritual herbs than before. In the 3rd month, a mountain that suppressed eternity appeared behind Qinghe. Its strike equated to being crushed by a divine mountain weighing millions of pounds, impervious to all but supreme divine abilities. After 3.5 months of cultivation, utilizing 70 spirit understanding herbs, he had comprehended 3 divine abilities to their peak and brought the soul-searching technique to full fruition. Although his cultivation had not increased significantly, his power had multiplied, especially with the 5 supreme 5 elements divine abilities. Each of these could match the combat strength of a 9th layer golden pill cultivator. Coupled with his formidable magical power and exquisite treasure body, the golden body, Qinghe believed no golden pill cultivator could pose a threat to him. He wondered if the current 5 elements annihilation great technique could injure a nascent soul, true monarch. Qinghe felt a sense of anticipation, yet he dared not attempt it. Even if it could harm a nascent soul, true monarch, encountering one would surely spell his doom. Moreover, previously activating the 5 elements annihilation divine ability had exacted a heavy toll, taking him over a year to recover, requiring the aid of a heavenly herb. Now, even with his greatly enhanced magical power, invoking the 5 elements annihilation great technique still necessitated the support of heavenly herbs. Each loss of such herbs weighed heavily on him. Currently, the heavenly herbs in the black earth space were not abundant. Only 2 Yinyang divine lotuses were mature, and 3 Imu, Qinglong ginseng needed several months to ripen. The sword grass had 1 mature specimen, yet it could only be considered a spiritual plant, not a heavenly herb. The 9-turn soul returning grass leaves could also trigger the 5 elements annihilation great technique, but that would be wasteful. He would only resort to it if left with no choice. He longed to witness the spectacle of a millennia-old immortal herb maturing. Furthermore, invoking the 5 elements annihilation great technique could potentially destroy his exquisite body. The cost was simply too great. Qinghe refrained from further cultivating his magical power, opting instead to await the ripening of the next batch of golden profound ginseng. which would allow him to directly cultivate to the 7th layer of golden pill in one fell swoop. With a thought, the blood demon flag materialized in his hand, and he cast a spell. The sealed mountain-moving Taoist appeared before Lu Qinghe, the seals on him being lifted. The mountain-moving Taoist awakened, his gaze bewildered as he looked at Lu Qinghe, momentarily unclear about the situation. However, he quickly grasped his predicament. He was at the mercy of the individual before him, a 9th-layer golden pill cultivator. He wished to plead for mercy, yet Lu Qinghe offered him no such opportunity. In the midst of his terror-stricken gaze, Lu Qinghe's hand morphed into a claw, reaching for the head of the mountain-moving Taoist. A wisp of divine soul manifested above the mountain-moving Taoist's crown. Soul-searching technique. As the technique was unleashed, the mountain-moving Taoist's divine soul emitted a distorted wail, ultimately succumbing to a state of stupor. By the time Lu Qinghe concluded the soul-searching technique, the mountain-moving Taoist's divine essence had utterly dissipated. Observing that even the formidable soul power of a golden core cultivator at the 8th level could not withstand the might of the soul-searching technique, Lu Qinghe reflected, this technique is exceedingly malevolent. The fate of being searched through one's soul is akin to a complete annihilation, a fate reduced to ashes. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qinghe meticulously catalogued the few most striking memories from the mountain-moving Taoist soul, erasing all other recollections. Had he attempted to absorb all the fragmented memories, his own soul would have been overwhelmed. Instead, he selectively extracted only the necessary fragments. Firstly, he learned that this realm of cultivation was a place where ancient immortals imprisoned demons, which resulted in incomplete laws that hindered ascension to the divine transformation realm. At this moment, he discovered that the realm above the nascent soul was indeed the divine transformation realm. Though the mountain-moving Taoist himself was unclear about the nature of such a realm, it was merely known that traversing the boundless immortal sea might present a possibility for breaking through to the divine transformation. This was a fragment of knowledge he had gleaned over hundreds of years, a revelation the mountain-moving Taoist had stumbled upon unexpectedly. Secondly, the withered branch stemmed from a mysterious secret realm within the immortal sea, where he had sustained injuries that caused his cultivation to plummet from the 8th to the 5th level of the golden core. For over a century, he had been unable to make further progress. However, fortune smiled upon him as he procured the 9 nether lotus from another secret realm, which he had been fervently seeking as a means to mend his injuries. Once restored to the 8th level of golden core, he aspired to pursue the path of the nascent soul with the aid of the 9 nether lotus. Yet, all his attempts had ended in failure, which accounted for why a once mighty golden core cultivator now found himself in such dire straits. All his resources had been squandered on healing. As for the origins of the withered branch, he remained in the dark, having merely brought it out from that enigmatic secret realm, speculating it to be some form of treasure. He had casually placed it on a stall, never anticipating that Lu Qinghe would exchange it. Believing Lu Qinghe must have been aware of its significance, otherwise, he would not have clung to him so tenaciously. What could possibly exist within that secret realm, capable of inflicting such grievous harm upon the mountain-moving Taoist? It was best not to take unnecessary risks. Perhaps, when his power was sufficient, he might explore it. For that secret realm was undoubtedly extraordinary. Having gleaned little from the mountain-moving Taoist's memories, Lu Qinghe discarded the corpse into the blood pool, where, in a few months, he would acquire a blood god puppet at the 5th level of the golden core. Lu Qinghe concluded his retreat and emerged from the black earth space. Chapter 594. Heavenly Medicine for Treasure Medicine, a Nascent Soul Battle? Lu Qinghe sought out by Yutong, discovering her deep in cultivation, likely on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. This was not due to his influence. Rather, Bai Yutong should have advanced long ago, having already attained the pinnacle of the 2nd layer of foundation establishment. Although the spiritual energy on Peach Blossom Immortal Island was quite good, it paled in comparison to Golden Turtle Immortal Island by at least tenfold. Otherwise, Golden Turtle Taoist would not have claimed this island for himself. Additionally, there lay an unknown spiritual vein beneath the sea, which he could not yet explore. But he resolved to purchase a heavenly grade spirit gathering array to be installed on the island. This would allow for a continuous absorption of spiritual energy from the vein to replenish Golden Turtle Immortal Island, transforming it into a more suitable sanctuary for cultivation. Currently, Lu Qinghe possessed 2 spirit gathering arrays, both of which he had installed in the black earth space, perpetually absorbing spirit stones to convert into spiritual energy within that realm. While the celestial spiritual energy in the black earth space had once again multiplied, becoming more potent than ever, cultivating there now equated to the effects of consuming a heavenly spirit pill daily. This was still the result of his continuous utilization of the rain technique to create spiritual rain. Otherwise, his cultivation effects might have reached the level of golden yuan pills. The consumption was equally staggering, with monthly expenses reaching 100,000 spirit stones, leading to a depletion of over 6 million from his 30 million spirit stones in just half a year. He now found himself troubled by the scarcity of spirit stones. Retracting his consciousness from Bai Yutong, he shifted his gaze toward the expanse beyond the island. The heavenly mask materialized, concealing his visage and transforming it into a scaled appearance. With a single step, Lu Qinghe crossed from Golden Turtle Immortal Island. A figure approached from the distance, and before he arrived, a hearty voice called out, "Congratulations, Golden Turtle Taoist, on your significant advancement in cultivation. How delightful!" The old ancestor of the infinite void descended into the void, his eyes filled with astonishment. He could not discern whether Lu Qinghe had anticipated his arrival or was merely stationed there. If it were the former, the cultivation level of the Golden Turtle Taoist appeared unfathomable, detectable even from miles away, surpassing the sensory range of a golden core cultivator. Having merely recovered some of his injuries, he questioned the purpose of the infinite ancestor's visit. It was, of course, regarding the matters of that day. He inquired if the words spoken then still held true. Lu Qinghe was taken aback by the old ancestor's fervent desire for the longevity fruit. Unable to comprehend why a golden core cultivator of over 400 years would covet it so. 100 years of lifespan represented a slender opportunity to ascend to the nascent soul. The longevity fruit held its greatest value for golden core cultivators at the 8th and 9th levels. For others, it merely extended life by a century. However, for those at the 8th and 9th levels, it represented a chance to attain enlightenment. Lu Qinghe's expression brightened. Could it be, infinite Taoist, that you have found a heavenly grade spiritual item? The old ancestor exhibited no concern that Lu Qinghe would seize it from him. He produced a jade box, within which lay a divine fruit imbued with colorful Tao essence. This is the Tao Yuan fruit, acquired at great cost. A primary spiritual herb for refining the Tao Yuan pill for nascent soul true monarchs. I nearly exhausted my entire fortune for this fruit, but obtaining the longevity fruit will make it all worthwhile. Lu Qinghe inquired, why does infinite Taoist not refine it to enhance your cultivation? With your prowess, you would surely break through to the 9th level of golden core. The old ancestor nodded. You speak truly. I have every confidence that refining this Tao Yuan fruit will allow me to ascend to the 9th level of golden core. Yet, the prospect of 100 years of life holds greater significance for me than the attainment of the 9th level. Lu Qinghe had merely asked out of curiosity. Now that the Tao Yuan fruit was presented, he was determined to acquire it at any cost. He produced a longevity fruit, offering it to the old ancestor, who eagerly accepted it, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Golden Turtle Taoist. Lu Qinghe stowed the Tao Yuan fruit, astonished that he had acquired the spiritual herb for elevating the cultivation of a nascent soul true monarch without having reached that stage himself. The longevity fruit was merely a top-tier treasure, while the Tao Yuan fruit was a heavenly grade spiritual herb. Indeed, he had gained quite an advantage. The old ancestor brushed it aside. A fair trade, each taking what we need. He then continued, there is yet another matter. Since Golden Turtle Taoist has been in seclusion for so long, are you aware of the two significant events that have transpired in the Southern Heaven cultivation realm? Lu Qinghe surmised that one of these events might pertain to the emergence of the Immortal Palace. Yet he was unaware of the other occurrence that had reached the borders of the chaotic Star Sea. I am eager to hear the details. The first event involved a conflict between nascent soul true monarchs at the juncture of the chaotic Star Sea and the Southern Heaven cultivation realm several years prior, leaving a vast expanse of thousands of miles in ruins. I personally visited the site. Even now, the area remains shrouded in a violent aura, making it impossible for ordinary cultivators to approach. Lu Qinghe's expression was peculiar, for he had not anticipated that his fierce battle with the Blood Yinluo would be regarded as a confrontation between nascent soul true monarchs. The devastation wrought by the 5 elements' great annihilation technique and the manifestation of the nascent soul had torn the very fabric of the void, a restoration that would require decades. This exemplifies why high-ranking cultivators command such reverence. Beneath such overwhelming power, golden core cultivators are but slightly larger ants. The matters concerning the nascent soul are beyond our comprehension. As for the second issue, a celestial palace has emerged within the Tiannan cultivation realm, housing transcendent legacies. A passage has now been opened by the cultivators of Tiannan. I wonder if my fellow cultivator would be inclined to journey to the Tiannan cultivation realm with me, should Lu Qinghe choose to venture forth. Despite the lack of mutual trust, unity will be essential to establish a foothold in the Tiannan realm, thereby significantly enhancing the strength of the Chaos Star Sea. Lu Qinghe, intrigued, inquired, the transcendent legacy will undoubtedly attract the attention of nascent soul true monarchs, and we may face peril. The Wujigong ancestor reassured him, fear not. Fellow cultivator, the celestial palace is far from ordinary. The nascent soul, true monarchs possess their own opportunities, just as we have ours. The specifics will reveal themselves once you set foot in the celestial palace. Furthermore, not only I, but many fellow cultivators wish to contest for these opportunities. United, we shall not be easily overwhelmed by the forces of the Tian cultivation realm. Lu Qinghe's thoughts began to churn as he contemplated how to derive benefits from the celestial palace. Alone, even if he revealed his cultivation, he would likely gain nothing and encounter unknown dangers. However, joining forces with the Golden Core faction of the Chaos Star C might provide him the chance to realize his ambitions. Yet, Lu Qinghe refrained from giving an immediate affirmation. Apologizing to the Wuzhigong ancestor, the Tian cultivation realm is perilous. Allow me some time to ponder. The Wuzhigong ancestor anticipated this hesitance and extended another invitation. In 1 month, Wuzhigong Island will host a Golden Core discourse, primarily concerning our plans for the Celestial Palace. It will also serve as a preparation for mutual exchange, enhancing our cultivation and increasing our chances of survival. Should you be interested, Wuzhigong Island warmly welcomes your presence. With that, the Wuzhigong ancestor vanished into the void, leaving Lu Qinghe deep in contemplation. Chapter 595, by Yutong's breakthrough and the planning of spiritual fields. It seems that the ancient beings of the Chaos Star Sea intend to take the risk of entering the Tian cultivation realm for a grand endeavor. This upcoming discourse is likely to unveil some treasured artifacts, making it worth attending. Those invited by the Wuzhigong ancestor are likely to be late-stage Golden Core cultivators, who have roamed the Chaos Star Sea and the endless celestial sea for centuries, undoubtedly possessing numerous treasures. Lu Qinghe resolved to attend the discourse at Wuzhigong Island in a month. Upon returning to the island, a surge of energy rose within, indicating that Bai Yutong had broken through to the third layer of foundation establishment. Lu Qinghe hastened to her location, arriving promptly at her training site. Sensing his presence, Bai Yutong emerged from her chamber. After assessing Lu Qinghe, she inquired, "Junior brother, have you finished your cultivation?" With a beaming smile, Lu Qinghe replied, "I just completed my session. Congratulations, senior sister, on your significant progress. You have taken a step closer to attaining the Golden Core." Despite her breakthrough, Bai Yutong felt little joy, as the gap between her cultivation and Lu Qinghe's was vast. She sighed, "I have cultivated for over a decade longer than you. Yet you have already reached the 5th layer of foundation establishment. I wonder when I will achieve the 6th layer." Lu Qinghe laughed heartily. "Senior sister, your talent is commendable. You will surely catch up in due time." He then retrieved a jade slip and a high-grade wooden spirit tool flying sword from his storage ring, presenting them to Bai Yutong. Bai Yutong, possessing wood, water, and metal attributes, had primarily focused on wood-related techniques. However, she had only practiced the Taishan sect's qi refining technique before departing, lacking subsequent methodologies. The absence of a suitable technique had contributed to her slow progress. The jade slip contained a remarkable technique, the Qing Emperor longevity technique, obtained from the Blood Yinlua's storage ring. Such a prized cultivation method would undoubtedly be extraordinary, perfectly suited for Bai Yutong. Despite possessing numerous heavenly-grade techniques, acquiring them in the outside world is nearly impossible. Even Earth-grade techniques are typically held by Golden Core factions. The Xian-grade techniques are also elusive for loose cultivators. Lu Qinghe had only acquired several heavenly-grade techniques after slaying a few late-stage Golden Core cultivators. Bai Yutong, unaware of the contents of the jade slip, immediately recognized the flying sword's exceptional quality. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a high-grade spirit tool worth a fortune. "Junior brother, I cannot accept such a precious artifact," she protested. "A high-grade spirit tool is valued at tens of thousands of spirit stones. A gift even between close kin would rarely be exchanged." Lu Qinghe brushed off her concerns, saying, "I already possess a top-tier spirit tool, as you can see. This wooden spirit tool is of no use to me. When you find a formidable metal spirit tool in the future, you may compensate me then." To alleviate any psychological burden Bai Yutong might feel, he added, "This is also the intention of the Golden Ao ancestor. Should our cultivation be too weak, he may expel us from the island." Bai Yutong's expression wavered, but she ultimately cast a lingering glance at Lu Qinghe before accepting the spirit tool and jade slip. She too worried that her lower cultivation might lead to negative perceptions from the Golden Ao ancestor regarding Lu Qinghe, potentially hindering his future progress. At that moment, she produced a storage bag. "Junior brother, these are the spirit herbs exchanged from various islands over the past few months. Please take a look." Lu Qinghe's spirit sense swept through the bag, discovering a bounty of spirit herbs and seeds. Most importantly, he had gathered the necessary herbs to concoct the purple gold pill, merely requiring expansion in the black earth space for cultivation. Lu Qinghe laughed heartily. "Senior sister, you have truly aided me immensely. With these spirit herbs, I shall undoubtedly reap significant benefits." "Senior sister, May I request as many of these spirit herbs as possible from the islands in the future? Lu Qinghe was skeptical that such a collection was solely from the 15 islands, as their strongest cultivators were merely mid-stage golden core. Opportunities to obtain high-grade medicinal herbs are rare, suggesting a collaboration with other islands to acquire the golden AO islands' medicinal concoctions. The more, the better for him. Seeing Lu Qinghe's enthusiasm, Bai Yutong felt joyful. As long as they are useful to you, that is enough. Then I shall not disturb you further as you solidify your cultivation. I will go and present these spirit herbs. With that, Lu Qinghe departed with the storage bag. In the black earth space, Lu Qinghe laid out all the spirit herbs, 5 purple gold flowers, 15 ice-cold spring grasses, and 18 sky-blue fruits. There were also 30 purple gold flower seeds and 50 ice-cold spring grass seeds. It seems my assumptions were correct. With these spirit herb seeds, the speed at which I can concoct the purple gold pill will accelerate, hastening my cultivation to the pinnacle of the golden core. Otherwise, relying on just a few seeds would mean it would take over 100 years to reach golden core perfection. Utilizing the black earth space in this manner is not the most optimal choice, but it maximizes my benefits. However, he soon found himself troubled. With so many spirit herb seeds, the black earth space could no longer accommodate them. Firstly, the largest area is dedicated to the cultivation of 10 acres of golden ginseng, supplemented by an additional 30 acres for various auxiliary spiritual herbs required in its refinement. The wisdom grass continues to be cultivated over 5 acres, alongside 1 acre for longevity fruit, and 1 acre occupied by 5 heavenly demon flowers. 2 acres are dedicated to 2 Bodhi fruits, while 1 acre is reserved for 3 dragon tendon strengthening herbs. Furthermore, 2 acres of purple gold flowers are included, which are indispensable in his current inventory of earth-grade precious herbs. Altogether, these account for over 50 acres of Lu Qinghe's black soil spiritual field. Additionally, 1 acre is allotted for the unchanging 9-cycle soul return grass, a heavenly grade herb, while 6 yin-yang divine lotuses, categorized as low-grade heavenly herbs, occupy 2 acres, with 1 acre capable of accommodating a maximum of 5 heavenly herbs. Among the remaining crops are a single low-grade heavenly sword grass, a low-grade heavenly flame dragon fruit, 3 low-grade heavenly Imu Qinglong ginseng, a low-grade heavenly phoenix fruit, and a low-grade heavenly Tai pure spirit grass. The cultivation area for heavenly herbs totals 10 acres. The remaining space is designated for the refinement of various elixirs. Lu Qinghe reflects on this and resolves to reserve 1 acre each for the refining of small returning elixir, celestial spirit elixir, golden element elixir, and the 5 elemental precious elixirs. Other rare spiritual herbs, including the 3 lives soul-devouring flower and reverse destiny grass, are temporarily set aside for cultivation until the black soil space is expanded following his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. This planting strategy is devised not only for his own cultivation, as his progression is limited, but also to exchange resources for spirit stones. Hence, small returning elixir, celestial spirit elixir, golden element elixir, and the 5 elemental precious elixirs cannot be relinquished. After outlining the plan for the spiritual fields, Lu Qinghe promptly identifies 1 acre to plant the Tao origin fruit, thereby introducing another heavenly grade spiritual herb into the black soil space. He then expands the area for purple gold flowers by 2 acres, bringing his total to 68 plants, alongside 3 acres for 50 ice spring grass. Regarding the heavenly blue fruit, Lu Qinghe only plants 5 seeds, retaining 13 for his forthcoming plants. Chapter 596, The Depths of the Chaotic Star Sea, A Dreadful Presence. Subsequently, he prepares to refine various elixirs, with the intention of attending the discourse at the Wajixian Island in a month. Lu Qinghe retrieves the vermilion bird cauldron and begins the refinement of ordinary grade 5-element precious elixirs, golden element elixirs, and golden ginseng elixirs, intended for the acquisition of necessary cultivation resources. His aspiration is to concoct the purple gold elixir, for which he has amassed 8 purple gold flowers over recent years, alongside several other earth-grade spiritual herbs that are sufficient. However, he still requires an additional 42 auxiliary spiritual herbs, necessitating a wait of several months to refine the purple gold elixir. A month later, Lu Qinghe delivers a portion of the elixirs to Bai Yutong, informing her that he is tasked with a mission. He entrusts her with the management of matters on Qinghe Island during his absence, leaving behind a considerable quantity of golden ginseng elixirs for the 2 spiritual beasts to aid in their cultivation before departing from Qinghe Island. Upon exiting Qinghe Island, Lu Qinghe, his visage cloaked in scales, strides forth, covering 500 miles in a single step, arriving at Wajixian Island within half a day. Although the island is protected by a grand formation, Lu Qinghe's divine sense traverses it, revealing several potent auras emanating from the island. As the island's sovereign, The Wujixian ancestor immediately perceives the probing of his domain. Surprised, he realizes that a person's divine sense has managed to penetrate the protective formation of the island, a crucial defense mechanism. Several golden core cultivators nearby regard the Wujixian ancestor with confusion, one inquiring, "What has transpired, Taoist Wujixian?" Regaining his composure, the Wujixian ancestor exhales deeply. "An old friend has arrived. I shall go to greet him. Please, my esteemed friends, wait here." Exiting the island, he booms with laughter, "Welcome, Taoist Qinghe, to our humble abode." His voice reverberates throughout Wujixian Island, provoking varied reactions among the seated golden core cultivators, who turn their gazes toward the island's periphery. One golden core elder scoffs, "What a grandiose display by Taoist Qinghe, a cultivator of the 8th heavenly layer," truly believing himself to be the foremost in the chaotic star sea. Another golden core cultivator interjects, "Taoist Yuan. It is rumored that Taoist Qinghe has already stepped into the 9th heavenly layer of golden core cultivation. His prowess comparable to ours. In these exceptional times, we should unite and strategize. Furthermore, I have heard that Taoist Qinghe possesses countless elixirs and precious medicines, which would greatly benefit us in our discourse. Such an unpredictable individual could undoubtedly bring endless trouble to the chaotic star sea." The others remain silent. All present are golden core cultivators of the 8th or 9th heavenly layer. While they respect the reputation of Taoist Qinghe, they are not intimidated. Yet they would not dare provoke him, as it would yield no advantage and might instead invite various troubles. Qinghe, with a respectful demeanor, responds, invited by Taoist Wujixian. "How could I possibly decline? Taoist Qinghe, please." Upon arrival at the island, Qinghe and the Wujixian ancestor enter a grand hall, where Qinghe observes 7 golden core cultivators, including 3 at the 9th heavenly layer and the rest at the 8th. He realizes that most of the 8th and 9th heavenly layer golden core cultivators in the chaotic star sea are gathered here, representing the island's formidable foundation. His gaze shifts back from the 3 9th heavenly layer cultivators, pondering how their strength compares to that of Shui Yinluo. However, even if he were to face the might of Shui Yinluo, he believes he could suppress a single opponent without fear. Though 3 working in unison would pose a challenge he does not shy away from. Currently, he is uncertain of his true combat power. Yet he is confident he will not suffer as he did previously against the 9th heavenly layer golden core cultivator. Qinghe bows. Taoist Qinghe pays respect to all esteemed friends. Taoist Yuan's gaze turns icy as he addresses Qinghe. "Taoist Qinghe, your actions have been utterly reckless, even going so far as to slay a late-stage golden core cultivator of the chaotic star sea. Do you comprehend the consequences your actions entail?" The oppressive aura of a 9th heavenly layer golden core cultivator envelopes Qinghe, having shared a bond with the Kumu Taoist for centuries. He seeks to demand justice for the slain. The assembly is taken aback by Taoist Yuan's sudden aggression, but their expressions remain those of spectators. In recent years, Taoist Qinghe's renown has soared, having battled 4 8th heavenly layer golden core cultivators, slaying 3 and escaping 1. They suspect these tales are exaggerated and see this as an opportunity to test Qinghe's strength while refraining from suppressing him, lest his growth threaten their own standing. Only the Wujixian ancestor's expression shifts, knowing Qinghe's temperament. A single disagreement could escalate into a fierce conflict between 2 9th heavenly layer golden core cultivators, undoubtedly reducing Wujixian Island to ruins, a situation he cannot prevent. Suddenly, a domain of swords envelopes Qinghe, a terrifying aura enveloping all golden core cultivators present. The 7 faces pale, gasping in disbelief, a supreme sword technique. Their expressions are a blend of shock and disbelief. As 9th heavenly layer golden core cultivators, they understand that attaining a supreme technique is not something just any cultivator can achieve. They had previously heard of Taoist Qinghe's mastery of a supreme sword technique, but had dismissed it, fully aware of the arduous path to such enlightenment, especially in the most lethal of sword techniques. The air thickens with the oppressive presence of golden core energy as they regard Qinghe warily, fearing an impulsive action might lead to collateral damage. Qinghe questions Taoist Yuan, "Are you truly prepared to seek justice for those few who dared to strike against me?" The expression on Yuan Dao's face was grim. Although he was a formidable cultivator at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, he had yet to comprehend the supreme divine abilities, leaving him susceptible to the overwhelming pressure of a sword domain. The terrifying aura of destruction emanating from the sword domain made him acutely aware that it could severely injure him in an instant. However, retracting his previous words would mean losing face, and just as he found himself in a dilemma, the opportunity for the ancient ancestor Wuji to interject finally arrived. "My esteemed friends, there is no need for anger," Wuji spoke. "The Wuji Immortal Island cannot withstand the wrath of both parties. Fellow Taoist Qinghe, Please understand that Yuan Dao did not mean any offense. His concerns are solely for the safety of the Chaos Star Sea. I kindly ask you not to take offense. I implore you to retract your divine abilities for the sake of my old age. Lu Qinghe had no intention of engaging in conflict. His aim was merely to intimidate these golden core cultivators to ensure the forthcoming transaction proceeded smoothly. He withdrew the sword domain. For the sake of Wu Ji Daoist's request, I shall overlook this matter for today. This statement caused Wu Ji to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, regretting his decision to invite such a fearsome individual to the discourse. The previous gathering had seen most of the participants eliminated, and he could only hope this time would not yield a similar outcome. Wu Ji addressed Lu Qinghe. Please, fellow Taoist Qinghe, take your seat. He welcomed Lu Qinghe to the highest position, while the others dared not voice any objections, bowing their heads to digest the astonishing scene they had just witnessed. Even Yuan Dao did not dare to provoke Lu Qinghe further, taking a seat with a troubled expression. Chapter 597. Treasures Abound, the Art of Insect Cultivation. After Lu Qinghe exhibited his supreme swordsmanship, the thoughts of all present diverged. Wu Ji broke the stalemate. Esteemed friends, now that fellow Taoist Qinghe has arrived, let us commence this discourse. I hope each of you may gain ample celestial fortune to enhance your cultivation. Wu Ji produced a piece of precious jade, instantly transforming the atmosphere of the hall into one of tranquility, calming the hearts of all present. This is a 10,000-year warm jade, a high-grade treasure capable of resisting inner demons, an exquisite material for crafting protective artifacts. I seek a great void talisman or a flying artifact in exchange, he stated. Upon seeing the 10,000-year warm jade, the eyes of all present lit up. Even the most adept practitioners of any technique would inevitably encounter inner demons to some extent. Even Lu Qinghe had nearly succumbed to such darkness. While the value of the 10,000-year warm jade may not rival that of the three-life soul-devouring flower, which is the ultimate remedy for inner demons, wearing the jade significantly mitigates the risk of their emergence. Lu Qinghe, however, was not particularly interested. Although he possessed a modest supply of the three-life soul-devouring flower, 48 plants, he had no need for the warm jade. Moreover, he lacked either the Great Void Talisman or a flying artifact, both of which were crucial for survival. After a moment's wait, a cultivator at the 8th level of Golden Core produced a Great Void Talisman. Wu Ji Daoist, I have a Great Void Talisman to trade for the 10,000-year warm jade. Wu Ji offered the warm jade to the Golden Core practitioner. This 10,000-year warm jade now belongs to fellow Taoist Xianxian. Fellow Taoist Xianxian then presented the Great Void Talisman to Wu Ji, who accepted it with satisfaction, acknowledging the multitude of dangers that lay ahead in the Southern Heaven cultivation realm. In times of peril, the Great Void Talisman could facilitate an escape over vast distances. The next treasure was brought forth by a cultivator at the 9th level of Golden Core, a blue beast egg. This is a top-tier dragon egg of Earth grade, obtained from a secret realm. With proper hatching and nurturing, it can yield a dragon spirit beast of immense power. I wish to exchange it for a premium metal material. The crowd gasped, and a nearby cultivator at the 9th level of Golden Core remarked, it appears that Taoist Zhong intends to refine his life-bound artifact into a premium treasure. Others cast envious glances at Taoist Zhong. Promoting a life-bound artifact to the premium tier would not only enhance his cultivation, but also provide formidable strength capable of contending against Golden Core cultivators who had comprehended supreme divine abilities. As for Lu Qinghe, he dismissed the notion of the Earth-grade dragon spirit beast without a second thought. The resources required to nurture a spirit beast from hatching to the 9th level of Golden Core were exorbitant, demanding not only an endless supply of resources, but also several centuries of time in which he would have already transcended to the nascent soul stage. An Earth-grade spirit beast held little value for him. He would consider it only if it were a sky-grade beast egg. Ultimately, the beast egg was traded away by Yuan Dao. Subsequent items included several high-grade talismans, a few artifacts and formations, alongside a puppet from the 7th level of Golden Core. However, none were of interest to Lu Qinghe. Yet, one could not deny that these Golden Core cultivators were indeed the pinnacle of their realm, possessing treasures that exceeded expectations, each difficult to procure externally, until a cultivator at the 8th level of Golden Core presented a fist-sized material, purple gold copper, a top-tier Earth-grade material. I wish to exchange it for a mid-grade defensive artifact. Another Golden Core cultivator interjected, Taoist Luo, while this purple gold copper is indeed precious, it falls short of a mid-grade artifact. I have a low-grade defensive artifact and can add several pills. Would you consider trading? Taoist Luo remained steadfast. Replying to the speaking cultivator, fellow Taoist Ping Tian, low-grade artifacts are of no use to us. Let us trade as usual. Yet, I still seek the treasures I desire. Fellow Taoist Ping Tian wore a look of regret. Even if he possessed a mid-grade defensive artifact, he could not afford to trade it. Just as he resigned himself to the failure of the exchange, Qinghe spoke up, "I shall take the purple gold copper." In a flash of brilliance, a dragon-scale armor appeared before fellow Taoist Ping Tian, a defensive artifact he had obtained from slaying an unknown golden core cultivator. Though he possessed several artifacts, he lacked a premium one, yet had a handful of mid-grade artifacts and over a dozen low-grade ones. This purple gold copper was of great utility to him, capable of repairing the prisoning immortal ancient bell and significantly enhancing its power. Fellow Taoist Ping Tian had not anticipated that Qinghe would truly offer a mid-grade defensive artifact in exchange, hastily accepting the artifact and expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Fellow Taoist Qinghe. All eyes turned to Qinghe, astonished that he could produce such a treasure for trade, speculating on what other hidden treasures he might possess. Qinghe produced a vial of pills. "This contains purple gold pills. I wish to exchange it for a formidable insect cultivation technique." Qinghe had not forgotten about the four-winged golden cicada, which remained in the black earth space. However, he had not suppressed it. Instead, he had severed all connections with Madame Murong within the black earth space, where it had been resting atop the 9 transmutation soul grass. Thus, Qinghe had not attended to it, yet he had been searching for a means to control the four-winged golden cicada. The crowd exchanged peculiar glances at Qinghe. One individual inquired, "If my information is correct, the four-winged golden cicada of Murong Xian is suppressed by fellow Taoist Qinghe. Do you intend to control it?" Qinghe was taken aback that Li Hua Taoist was aware of his suppression of the four-winged golden cicada, which belonged to another cultivator at the 9th level of golden core. He did not deny it. "You are indeed well informed." "Indeed, I have suppressed the four-winged golden cicada," Li Hua Taoist remarked. "I possess a scroll containing the art of insect cultivation, but while the purple gold pills are valuable, they hold no utility for me." Having reached the 9th level of golden core, a mere few purple gold pills could not enhance his cultivation. Qinghe inquired, "What does my esteemed friend require?" "A heavenly herb." Upon witnessing the change in Qinghe's expression, Taoist Li Hua interjected, "Fear not, my good friend Qinghe. The secret technique I possess for nurturing insects is not of mere earthly grade. Rather, it is a celestial level scroll, with a 90% certainty that it will enable you to unravel Murong Xian's cultivation method and claim the four-winged golden cicada for your own." Contemplating the matter, Qinghe recognized that a heavenly herb holds tremendous value regardless of its location. Yet, if this truly is a celestial-grade secret technique, it is indeed worth a heavenly herb. Ultimately, Qinghe opted for the transaction. After all, the nurturing technique was inherently a dark art, far more elusive than any method for cultivating the divine soul. Furthermore, being a celestial-level technique, acquiring it again would pose significant challenges. Qinghe produced an item. "I happen to possess a heavenly herb. Let us exchange." In his hand, swirling with the dual energies of yin and yang, appeared a rare herb, the yin-yang divine lotus. Chapter 598. The ancient mysterious turtle shell, worth millions of spirit stones. The yin-yang divine lotus. The crowd gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Qinghe would truly present a heavenly herb, particularly one as extraordinary as the yin-yang divine lotus. This herb not only solidifies the foundation of the physical body, but also facilitates the creation of a second avatar, which serves not only as a formidable life-preserving trump card, but effectively grants one a second life. Gradually, the glint of greed in their eyes sharpened with clarity. Both Taoist Li Hua and Qinghe were not individuals they could dare to offend. Indeed, this is something I unearthed from an ancient tomb of gods and demons. After recovering from his initial shock, Taoist Li Hua swiftly grasped the yin-yang divine lotus, presenting a jade slip in return. Qinghe glanced at it, confirming it was indeed the celestial-grade nurturing technique, before accepting the jade slip. Just as Qinghe was about to pocket the purple gold elixirs, the venerable Wuji spoke up. "Might I inquire what could be exchanged for fellow Taoist Qinghe's 5 purple gold elixirs?" Having refined the longevity fruit over the course of a month, he had extended his lifespan by a century and restored his vitality. The previously insurmountable bottleneck now seemed to yield, and with the aid of the purple gold elixirs, he felt confident in breaking through to the 9th layer of the golden core in the coming years, thus becoming one of the most elite cultivators of the chaotic star sea. Although he would not compare to Qinghe, who had comprehended top-tier divine abilities at the 9th layer, it would sufficiently fortify the position of Wuji Immortal Island and procure greater resources. Qinghe countered, "Pray tell, what does fellow Taoist Wuji propose to offer in exchange for these 5 purple gold elixirs?" Wuji hesitated for a moment before producing a turtle shell. This is the shell of an ancient mysterious turtle. While it may not reach celestial grade, it is a top-tier material for refining artifacts and can be utilized to forge a powerful defensive treasure. The value of this shell far exceeds that of the purple gold elixirs. If auctioned, it would fetch at least 3 million spirit stones, while the purple gold elixirs are valued at merely 1.5 million spirit stones. You would need to make up the difference. Qinghe retrieved another golden core, the reversal life pill. What if I include this reversal life pill? This elicited a pleased expression from Wuji. Although the reversal life pill held no direct benefit for his cultivation, it could be exchanged for the resources he sought. He could take it to Shenlong Immortal Island to acquire several treasures he required, thus raising his chances of reaching the 9th layer of the golden core to 80%. Deal. 5 purple gold elixirs and 1 reversal life pill were thus exchanged for the ancient mysterious turtle shell. This shell was sufficient for Qinghe to restore the 8 Desolations mirror and transform it into a top-tier artifact. Otherwise, he would not have invested such a significant price in the trade. Subsequently, Qinghe produced 30 vials of elixirs. These are some elixirs I have obtained. Esteemed friends may exchange them for spirit herbs or seeds, or even 1,000-year stone milk, but I only accept top-grade spirit stones. In his hands were 2 vials each of 5 elements golden pill, 10 vials of golden yuan pill, and 10 vials of golden profound pill. The crowd gazed at Qinghe with astonishment. The value of these elixirs alone surpassed 10 million spirit stones, far exceeding their collective fortunes. Were it not for their awareness of Qinghe's overwhelming prowess, thoughts of murder for treasure might have crossed their minds. Wuji swallowed hard indeed. Fellow Taoist Qinghe's wealth is unfathomable, far beyond our means. I possess 100 top-grade spirit stones and would like to purchase 2 vials of golden profound pill. Wuji presented his 100 top-grade spirit stones, and Qinghe handed over the 2 vials of golden profound pill, having discerned Wuji's intentions. This was a gamble on Wuji's part. Aiming to break through to the 9th layer of the golden core and subsequently participate in the Celestial Palace competition alongside the cultivators of Tiannan. These elixirs were intended for several cultivators at the 8th layer of the golden core. Only the purple gold elixirs would yield benefits for those at the 9th layer. Before long, these elixirs were swiftly distributed among the 4 cultivators at the 8th layer of the golden core, netting Qinghe 500 top-grade spirit stones, 30 vials of 1,000-year stone milk, and several valuable spirit herbs and seeds. Afterward, Qinghe refrained from further transactions. He had reached the limits of what he could offer, and pushing further might provoke the 7 to unite against him. He had indeed made significant gains, replenishing his spirit stones and acquiring materials for refining the 8 Desolations mirror and the ancient prison bell. Particularly, the ancient prison bell would serve as a crucial artifact whenever he needed to maintain the identity of Qinghe Taoist in future confrontations. However, the greatest value lay in the nurturing technique. The 4-winged golden cicada was not particularly formidable, comparable only to a cultivator at the 7th layer of the golden core. Yet its abilities were precisely what he required. It could dismantle restrictions and break seals, ensuring that he would no longer have to fear being suppressed by a nascent soul, true monarch with no means of resistance. He did not intend to rely on the 4-winged golden cicada to confront a nascent soul, true monarch. Rather, in the event of suppression, he could exploit even a slight weakening of the suppressive force to instantaneously escape into the Black Earth realm. With the transactions concluded, each party had acquired commendable treasures, ensuring significant growth in their cultivation. They also agreed to reconvene in 6 months to venture into the Tiannan cultivation realm to seize opportunities within the Celestial Palace. Qinghe declined to act in concert with the others, merely agreeing that should they enter the Tiannan cultivation realm, he would join forces with them against formidable foes. Once negotiations concluded, everyone departed. Qinghe too took his leave, but instead of heading towards Qinghe Immortal Island, he set his course for Shenlong Immortal Island, where he had further matters to attend to. In the void, Taoist Lihua halted his advance and called out into the emptiness, "Esteemed friends, if you are present, please reveal yourselves." A ripple in the fabric of space heralded the appearance of 2 figures, the 9th layer golden core cultivators, Yuan Taoist and Zhong Taoist. Taoist Lihua questioned, "Might I ask what intention you have in obstructing my path?" Yuan Taoist inquired gravely, "Taoist Lihua, do you not find Qinghe Taoist behavior rather peculiar?" Taoist Lihua remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon Yuan Taoist. Yuan continued, "Qinghe Taoist practices dark and sinister techniques. How could he possibly comprehend top-tier swordsmanship, let alone possess such a multitude of treasures and elixirs?" Taoist Lihua nodded. "I am well aware of this and understand your concerns. He has indeed acquired extraordinary celestial fortunes. However, do not entertain thoughts of taking action. Even with our combined strength, we may not stand against his top-tier swordsmanship, especially with that old fellow Wuji at his side. Their relationship has always been amicable, and his recent purchases of elixirs clearly indicate preparations for a breakthrough to the 9th layer of the golden core. By bringing Qinghe Daoist into the fold, he aims to prevent us from interfering with his advancement. This old trickster is truly a master of strategy. If the two of you wish to oppose the golden Ao Daoist, I shall not intervene. However, I shall not participate either. With his supreme swordsmanship and numerous treasures, it would be exceedingly difficult for the three of us to subdue him. Should he manage to escape, the consequences are more apparent to you than to me. My esteemed friends, let us part ways here. Without waiting for a response, the Daoist of departing fire took his leave, entirely unwilling to invite danger upon himself. Not due to a lack of greed for Qinghe's wealth, but because the risks were too great, and it had not yet reached a point where he must stake his life in combat. Yuan Daoist and Zhong Daoist exchanged a resigned glance, with Zhong Daoist remarking, "Yuan, we shall meet again in half a year." He too vanished into the void, leaving Yuan Daoist to cast one last glance towards the direction of the Divine Dragon Immortal Island before departing as well. Chapter 599, Acquiring More Supreme Treasures. Refining the Purple Gold Pill. Qinghe entered the Divine Dragon Immortal Island, selling off the majority of the ordinary pills he possessed, thereby amassing a fortune of 10 million spiritual stones. However, he expended all of this fortune within the Divine Dragon Immortal Island, utilizing 3 million spiritual stones to purchase a heaven-grade spirit gathering formation. He spent an additional 2 million spiritual stones on 20 vials of millennium stone milk, and another million on various spiritual herbs required for refining the purple gold pill. He procured a substantial amount of the necessary materials for the pill, along with numerous spiritual herb seeds, and, most astonishingly, acquired a high-grade spiritual item of the Thunder Path. Although this set him back 5 million spiritual stones, a price that could easily secure a commendable high-grade magical treasure. Upon Qinghe's departure, several divine senses swept in his direction. Yet these golden core cultivators recognized Qinghe's identity as the golden Ao Daoist and refrained from making a move, allowing him to leave unscathed. In a grand hall, the Tian Yuan Daoist listened to the report from the Tianji Daoist, his expression one of astonishment. The golden Ao Daoist grows ever more inscrutable. To have so many pills for sale. After years of seclusion, he must have digested the treasures from the previous auction, and his power has undoubtedly ascended further. Perhaps even I might not be his equal. This person cannot be casually offended, lest it lead to significant trouble. The Tianji Daoist nodded in agreement. Understood. Furthermore, the emergence of the Immortal Palace in the Tiannan cultivation realm is of great concern to the true monarch. You must make a trip and report the situation back to the Divine Dragon Immortal Island at all times. You will enter the Tiannan cultivation realm alongside the people from the treasure-gathering pavilion. As long as you keep a low profile, you will be safe. The true monarch has already made arrangements with the treasure-gathering pavilion. Very well, I shall set off immediately. 2 days later, Qinghe returned to the Golden Ao Immortal Island without encountering any trouble, which puzzled him, as he had expected to face other golden core cultivators. The blood pool he had hoped to utilize for creating a formidable blood god puppet remained unattainable. He did not disturb by Yutong, instead diving beneath the Immortal Island to embed the heaven-grade spirit gathering formation deep within the ocean, channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the Golden Ao Immortal Island. Standing atop the island, Qinghe could distinctly feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth beginning to surge. He clapped his hands. In a matter of decades, the spiritual energy here will multiply several-fold, transforming this place into a true paradise. Qinghe returned to the Great Hall and entered the Black Earth space. He had 3 tasks ahead. The first was to refine the Prisoner of Immortal's ancient bell and the 8 Desolations mirror, restoring both magical treasures. Secondly, he aimed to refine the purple gold pill. He had already prepared the most difficult earth-grade spiritual herbs for the pill and had gathered 8 sets of materials for its refinement during his purchases on the Divine Dragon Immortal Island. Most crucially, he needed to master the secret art of insect cultivation, but that would have to wait, as comprehension was not something that could be rushed. Qinghe took out the Prisoner of Immortal's ancient bell and the purple gold copper. He cast a series of incantations, employing heaven-grade refining techniques, superior treasure fire, and a high-grade cauldron. Refining a high-grade magical treasure was no longer overly difficult. In just 10 days, Qinghe fully integrated the purple gold copper into the Prisoner of Immortal's ancient bell. The bell not only regained its former glory, but also enhanced its might. It still fell short of being a supreme magical treasure, yet it was more than sufficient to deal with ordinary late-stage golden core cultivators. The mighty Prisoner of Immortal's technique could effortlessly subdue such foes. Gazing at the Prisoner of Immortal's ancient bell before him, Qinghe's face lit up with joy. Once this bell is refined into a supreme magical treasure, it will undoubtedly be capable of easily suppressing late-stage golden core cultivators. Yet he could only dream of such a reality. as materials were exceedingly rare, not to mention the supreme materials. Even those required for crafting high-grade magical treasures were hard to come by. The resources he had gathered came at an unfathomable cost. Even with the capability to sell resources worth tens of millions of spiritual stones, he could not guarantee that he would acquire the materials needed to elevate the prisoner of Immortal's ancient bell to a supreme treasure. After successfully refining the bell to the point of complete mastery, Qinghe stored it away and proceeded to refine the 8 Desolations mirror. Although its power seemed modest, it remained one of the most unremarkable treasures in his collection, yet it had repeatedly shielded him from lethal attacks. This was a significant reason he had never abandoned the 8 Desolations mirror, despite its frequent destruction during battles with formidable foes. Even though he had now cultivated a supreme treasure body, it would be irrational to forsake a defensive magical treasure in favor of confronting enemies with mere flesh. The cost of bodily harm far outweighed that of a magical treasure's destruction, and he certainly had no inclination towards suffering. Thus, the 8 Desolations mirror was indispensable to him. Qinghe shattered the 8 Desolations mirror, but instead of merging the ancient turtle shell into it, he replaced the body of the mirror with the ancient turtle shell. This shell was no ordinary material. Without any refinement, it equated to a mid-grade defensive magical treasure. Had it not been for the urgency of the Wuji ancestors' breakthrough, he would never have considered trading the shell. Once refined into a powerful defensive treasure, his strength would multiply. A month later, a terrifying aura emanated from the 8 Desolations mirror in Qinghe's grasp, as it truly transformed into a supreme defensive treasure. With its activation, an ancient turtle emerged, forming a formidable barrier to withstand all assaults. Finally, it was accomplished. Now, with the combination of the 8 Desolations mirror and top-tier divine abilities, he could contend against most late-stage golden core cultivators. With the mirror's defense augmented by supreme divine techniques, Qinghe felt a 50% certainty of subduing or even defeating late-stage golden core cultivators. The treasure-gathering pavilion likely never anticipated that he could refine the 8 Desolations mirror to the level of a supreme treasure. When he purchased the 8 Desolations mirror, it was merely a failed refining attempt, a subpar magical item that could withstand only a single attack from a first-layer foundation establishment cultivator, valued at no more than several thousand spiritual stones. However, now, even ordinary late-stage golden core cultivators found it challenging to penetrate the 8 Desolations mirror, which could fetch nearly 10 million spiritual stones at auction. Every expenditure had proven worthwhile, yet upgrading to a spiritual treasure remained formidable. Aside from the giant Qinghe, none of his other supreme treasures could ascend to the status of a spiritual treasure, as they required even more formidable materials for the opportunity. The 8 Desolations mirror radiated a glimmer, settling upon Qinghe. Whenever he faced an attack, it would automatically safeguard his safety. With the magical treasures refined, it was time to focus on alchemy. Qinghe laid out the 8 sets of materials for the purple gold pill before him, contemplating. For now, there is no need to refine it into flawless pills. I shall create ordinary pills as a precaution. The purple gold pill holds great allure for golden core cultivators, particularly those in the late stages, as it can facilitate the acquisition of the resources he requires. He currently finds no need to cultivate with the purple gold elixir. And as he practices the 5 elements transformation technique, he realizes that breaking through from the 7th to the 8th layer of the golden core stage is an endeavor that necessitates thousands of purple gold elixirs, an impossibility without them. It would be far more prudent to first maximize his resources through the use of the purple gold elixir. Thus, Qinghe retrieved the vermilion bird cauldron and began to refine his first batch of purple gold elixirs. Even with the high-quality vermilion bird cauldron, it took Qinghe an entire day to successfully complete the refinement of a single batch. Though he managed to produce 5 ordinary-grade purple gold elixirs, the process was still somewhat unfamiliar to him. He set these aside and continued to prepare his second batch. 8 days later, Qinghe stood before 6 vials of purple gold elixirs. Despite having reached an extraordinary level in alchemy, with a 100 success rate for mid-grade elixirs, he realized that without the use of enlightenment grass, he could only succeed in 6 out of 8 batches of purple gold elixirs. He finally comprehended why higher-tier elixirs are so exceedingly valuable. Many alchemists consider a 50 success rate a remarkable achievement. It is nearly impossible to become a formidable alchemical master without sufficient spiritual herbs to support one's endeavors. 30 purple gold elixirs hold a value nearing 10 million spirit stones, ample enough to elevate a common golden core practitioner from the 7th to the 8th layer. The purple gold elixir, enlightenment grass, longevity fruits, reversal fate pills, and the 3 live soul-devouring flower would provide Qinghe with some exceptionally hard-to-obtain cultivation resources. As long as his cultivation level is adequate, Qinghe plans to sell a portion of these resources. He possesses many other resources, but acquiring heavenly-grade resources necessitates offering these specific spiritual herbs. For instance, the Void Divine Stone and other heavenly-grade 5 elements spiritual herbs could be sought after through a bounty placed by the Golden Ao ancestor across the vast expanse of the Chaotic Star Sea. The boundless territory of the Chaotic Star Sea, spanning millions of miles, should certainly yield a few heavenly-grade spiritual herbs. After securing the 6 vials of purple gold elixirs, Qinghe took out the secret technique for raising insects. To expedite his comprehension of this technique, he consumed a piece of enlightenment grass. The ancient scroll detailing the ancient insect-raising canon not only provides a powerful means of controlling spiritual insects, but also methods for enhancing their strength. It documents 108 unique spiritual insects found throughout the world, including the 4-winged golden cicada he had subdued, known as the Void Golden Cicada. This creature possesses the ability to disregard soul pressure, teleport, and slice through space. The Void Golden Cicada comes in various forms. The wingless variant corresponds to the Qi refinement stage, the 2-winged variant to the foundation establishment stage, the 4-winged variant to the golden core stage, and the 6-winged variant evolves into the nascent soul stage. Qinghe is unaware of how Madame Moreau acquired this celestial insect, nor how she cultivated it into a 4-winged golden cicada, endowing it with the strength of a 7th-layer golden core. However, the ancient insect-raising canon contains a miraculous method for nurturing spiritual insects, allowing them to revert to their ancestral forms and undergo a 9-transformation rebirth. Qinghe is astonished by the ancient insect-raising canon, a technique capable of enabling spiritual insects to attain a divine status, regardless of the prospect of achieving divinity. Any connection to the divine is something no practitioner would dare to disclose. Such a prodigious technique, one that the fire Taoist would trade for, requires the configuration of a specific 9-turn spiritual liquid, which necessitates a plethora of precious spiritual herbs and a primary ingredient, the 9-opening crossing tribulation flower. This is the first time Qinghe has encountered such a spiritual herb. It was not listed in the previous compendium of spiritual herbs he possessed. It is described as a flower with 9 openings, moving with the wind, emitting a sound akin to a melody, and maturing over the course of 10,000 years. This herb should not merely be classified as a spiritual herb, but rather as a celestial herb, resembling the 9-turn soul returning grass. No wonder the fire Taoist wishes to exchange it. Spiritual insects are already difficult to procure, and the 9-turn spiritual liquid is even more challenging to create. Its only feasible use is the control method for spiritual insects. Yet, the thought of achieving divinity is one he dares not entertain. Such notions are too ethereal. Even during the ancient times, no one had attained divinity. For now, he will focus on refining the 4-winged golden cicada for his own use, and later seek ways to strengthen it on the 4 Holy Island. If Madame Moreau could transform the Void Golden Cicada into a 4-winged golden cicada, she must possess methods to cultivate it into a 6-winged golden cicada. Controlling the 4-winged golden cicada is simple, through the insect-raising technique. He can erase the foreign blood and soul power from the cicada, nurturing it with his own blood until it matures, thus gaining complete dominion over the spiritual insect. This task poses no difficulty for Qinghe, whether within the Black Earth space or outside. With his current strength, he merely needs to expend some effort to accomplish it. Approaching the 9-turn soul returning grass, Qinghe witnessed the 4-winged golden cicada vanish, only to reappear several dozen meters away. The cicada's teleportation distance is limited to that range. Otherwise, he would not have been able to intercept Madame Moreau and subdue it. Qinghe chuckled, "In my domain, do you truly think you can escape?" With a swift motion, he grasped the 4-winged golden cicada, which attempted to teleport away but inexplicably found itself in his grasp. Observing the creature in his hand, he declared, "Teleportation is futile here. In this space, I am the true sovereign, and everything lies within my control." As time passes and his cultivation deepens, Qinghe's mastery over the Black Earth space reaches an alarming level, as if this space is an extension of his very being. His control over it even surpasses that of a nascent soul true lord over the realm of laws. The 4-winged golden cicada emitted a spatial rift in an attempt to escape Qinghe's grip, sensing imminent danger. "I said, there is no escape." With a firm grasp, Qinghe smoothed over the spatial rift. "Out there, you might have a chance to struggle, but here, you will obediently accept your fate. Rest assured, while I may not grant you divinity, transforming you into a 6-winged golden cicada will be a simple matter." Qinghe firmly restrained the struggling 4-winged golden cicada, sitting cross-legged on the ground as he executed the techniques of the insect-raising canon. However, he soon faced resistance from 2 waves of soul power. A cold glint flashed in Qinghe's eyes as a soul storm surged toward the 4-winged golden cicada, shattering its resistance. He seized a shadow from its essence. It was Madame Mourong's soul power. Before this soul could react, a mere thought from Lu Qinghe caused it to vanish. In a cultivation cave on the Four Holy Island, Madame Mourong spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale with fury as she roared. The four-winged golden cicada has been slain, or my soul mark has been erased. You scoundrel, just wait. Golden Ao Taoist. If I don't flay you alive and extract your soul, I, Mourong Xian, will ensure you pay dearly. Lu Qinghe remained oblivious to Madame Mourong's wrath. Days later, a golden glimmering essence of blood appeared before him, and he pondered. It seems that Madame Mourong nourished the four-winged golden cicada with her own blood. After a moment of contemplation, he chose not to destroy this essence but instead sealed it with a spell, considering it might prove useful in locating Madame Mourong and compelling her to divulge the methods to enhance the cicada's power. At this moment, Lu Qinghe expelled a drop of his own essence blood, which, unlike Madame Mourong's golden-hued blood, shimmered with a glazed brilliance. This phenomenon stemmed from his cultivation of the Great Sun glazed gold body. Once he achieves the Great Tao golden body, his blood will ultimately transform into a fully glazed hue. Chapter 6:01. 3 Heavenly Herbs. Strong enemies enter the chaotic star sea. Blood flowed into the golden cicada, causing an ancient golden rune to shimmer upon its surface. Yet the blood was insufficient. Lu Qinghe continued to expel several mouthfuls of his essence blood, all of which he infused into the four-winged golden cicada. This was unlike a contracted spirit beast. Each drop of essence blood represented the very essence of Lu Qinghe's life force. After several such offerings, his complexion turned pale, and he began to feel overwhelmed. Remarkably, after absorbing so much of Lu Qinghe's essence blood, the previously frail four-winged golden cicada began to pulsate with vitality. Lu Qinghe sensed an inexplicable connection with the cicada, akin to that with a spirit beast, yet even more profound. The specifics remained unclear to him. He would need to study the ancient tome on insect rearing further in due time. Lu Qinghe subsequently cast several incantations, and archaic symbols coalesced into a golden thread that adhered to the cicada. This golden thread represented his means of control over the cicada and indicated that it had attained the first transformation. When 9 such golden threads appeared, it would signify the cicada's ascension to the 9th transformation, a transcendent being. Should he find himself unable to maintain control, he could retract the golden threads, rendering the cicada entirely useless, for these threads were the essence of Lu Qinghe's life force. Upon awakening the cicada, it circled Lu Qinghe a few times, lacking any significant intelligence, unlike the 3 spirit beasts that had begun to exhibit human-like awareness. After a brief flight, it returned to the 9-turn soul-returning grass. Lu Qinghe paid it no further mind. In future confrontations with formidable foes, he could simply summon it to his side. He felt a considerable depletion of his essence blood. Yet he was fortunate that his youth would allow him to recuperate from this loss with time spent in cultivation. After reflecting on his circumstances, Lu Qinghe retrieved a vial of millennium heart milk and consumed it in one swift motion. The formidable potency of the elixir surged through his being, prompting him to immediately engage in the 5 elements transformation technique and the Great Sun glazed true scripture, using the millennium heart milk to refine his golden elixir and physical form. Days later, having fully assimilated the millennium heart milk, while his cultivation level had not seen a dramatic increase, his golden elixir had grown more profound. His body had been thoroughly refined, with all imperfections purged, and the essence blood he had lost had been restored. With sufficient treasures at his disposal, all problems would become solvable. No one would extravagantly utilize such a precious elixir under these circumstances, even if it meant spending decades to recover their essence blood. Time was of the essence. In 2 years, the sword trial conference of the Medicine King sect would commence, and it was time for him to return. Lu Qinghe knew he had to go back to the Medicine King sect. As long as his identity remained undisclosed, he had a significant opportunity to acquire heavenly-grade alchemical formulas, such as that for the Dao Yuan pill. He was uncertain whether he could procure such formulas from the treasure-gathering pavilion, not to mention his need for other heavenly-grade formulas. Additionally, he sought spirit herbs and the seeds of the flower of the Great Path, which were crucial for his rapid advancement to the nascent soul stage. Beyond the Medicine King sect, he could not conceive of any source for acquiring the flower of the Great Path. Moreover, his identity within the Medicine King sect served as an excellent means of concealment. Perhaps he could gain advantages from the forthcoming Celestial Palace contention. In just a few months, the Golden Xian Ginseng would mature, allowing him to refine the Golden Xian pill and cultivate a large-scale planting of the spirit herb of the purple gold pill before departing the chaotic star sea for the Tian-Nan cultivation realm. Lu Qinghe took out the Golden Xian pill and began his cultivation anew. 2 months later, the entire black earth space trembled, and 3 azure dragons ascended into the sky. Lu Qinghe had long since grown accustomed to such celestial phenomena. Every maturation of heavenly herbs caused notable tremors within the black earth space. 3 ethereal wood azure dragon ginsengs had matured, and Lu Qinghe approached with practiced ease to seal them away. Gazing at the heavenly herbs within the jade box, resembling azure dragons, he laughed heartily. This was true foundation. 3 heavenly herbs granting him 3 opportunities to evade the pursuit of a nascent soul, true monarch. Not only were heavenly herbs immensely valuable, but they also enabled him to invoke the 5 elements annihilation technique. In the face of formidable adversaries, this technique could prove to be a life-saving measure. While it could not currently contend with a nascent soul true monarch, it could indeed obliterate their nascent soul manifestations. This revelation also reminded Lu Qinghe of Lian Buqi, who had been in seclusion for a decade, refining the lifespan fruit and the reversal fate pill. With no sign of emerging from his retreat upon Lu Qinghe's last return to the Medicine King sect, Lian Buqi's determination to achieve a breakthrough in his golden elixir was evident, yet it remained uncertain whether he had succeeded in the span of 10 years. However, given Lian Buqi's status as a peak master of the Outer Sect's Pill Summit for several centuries and his prowess as an alchemical master, resources would not be a constraint, and a breakthrough should pose little challenge. Lu Qinghe resolved to return to the Medicine King sect to assess Lian Buqi's progress. For now, he would plant the ethereal wood azure dragon ginsengs, each of which bore 3 seeds. 9 heavenly herb seeds would occupy 2 acres of spiritual fields. He had long prepared for this. The originally 10 acres of golden xian ginseng had yielded 3 acres of maturity, and he had refrained from planting any other spiritual herbs, reserving the land solely for heavenly herbs. He planted the 9 seeds of the ethereal wood azure dragon ginseng. Once his cultivation reached sufficient strength and his physical and spiritual essence could withstand the forces of the laws, he would attempt to comprehend the law-level rain and cloud technique to hasten the growth of the heavenly herbs. Currently, he was uncertain whether the comprehension herb could aid in understanding the forces of the laws. Even if it could, he possessed only 20 comprehension herbs, which were woefully inadequate for grasping the power of the laws. Furthermore, such comprehension would yield little benefit and could even harm his physical body and spirit. He would need to reach the later stages of the golden elixir, enhancing his physical form several times over, before attempting such endeavors. Just as Lu Qinghe began to refine a new batch of golden xian pills, a surging celestial might descended from the divine dragon Immortal Island upon the chaotic star sea. This event left countless cultivators in the chaotic star sea aghast, bewildered by the unfolding events. It was only when this celestial might penetrated the depths of the chaotic star sea that they breathed a sigh of relief. Had a nascent soul true monarch descended upon the chaotic star sea? A cultivator at the late stage of the golden elixir denied this, asserting, it is not a nascent soul true monarch, but rather a supreme elder of the golden elixir, whose purpose for descending into the chaotic star sea remains unknown. His palpable rage suggests he is here for vengeance. Who among them had offended such a formidable golden elixir master? The strongest entities in the chaotic star sea were merely a handful of 8th and 9th level golden elixir ancestors. Countless golden elixir practitioners focused their consciousness deep into the chaotic star sea. It was the golden AO Immortal Island. Could it be that he was here to eliminate the golden AO ancestor? This seemed highly plausible, as the golden AO ancestor had recently garnered much attention, likely offending numerous cultivators, or perhaps the immortal islands of the chaotic star sea had solicited the intervention of mighty beings from the endless immortal sea. It was also possible that the golden AO ancestor had provoked someone from the endless immortal sea. Rumors had it that the golden AO ancestor had obtained a fortuitous opportunity in the endless immortal sea, enabling his rapid ascension to the 9th level of the golden elixir. The situation was dire. Regardless of how powerful the golden AO ancestor might be, he was merely a newly ascended master and could hardly contend with such top-tier figures. Numerous golden elixir practitioners gathered far beyond the golden AO Immortal Island, witnessing the terrifying aura pressing down upon it. Among them were several individuals Lu Qinghe recognized: the Wuji ancestor, the Yuan Taoist, the Zhong Taoist, and the Lihua Taoist, along with several other 8th and 9th level golden elixir practitioners he had yet to meet. They, too, were struck with shock by this overwhelming presence. Chapter 602. The Sword Cultivators of the 4 Holy Islands, a cry from the Golden Crow. The Lihua Taoist unveiled the identity of this formidable being. He is a supreme elder of the Du family from the 4 Holy Islands, who, a century ago, had reached the pinnacle of the golden elixir and comprehended top-tier divine abilities. It was astonishing that he had not perished in the past century and had now re-emerged in the chaotic star sea. What was most alarming was that he was a master who had grasped the supreme sword path divine abilities. An unfamiliar 9th level golden elixir practitioner inquired, How had the golden Ao Taoist defended such a towering figure? Turning his gaze to the Wujie ancestor, he asked, Wujie ancestor, you are acquainted with the golden Ao Taoist. Do you know the reason? The infinite ancestor has already deduced the reason. Previously, Taoist Qinghe had made a move against Murong Xin and seized the golden cicada, which likely has significant implications. Taoist Zhong's expression turned grave. Taoist Qinghe is in deep trouble this time. The aura emanating from this individual fills us with dread, and we are evidently no match for him. Only Taoist Yuan appeared to revel in the misfortune. Taoist Qinghe has been excessively arrogant. He has provoked an entity he should not have, and even if he survives, he will undoubtedly pay a heavy price. He exchanged glances with several golden core cultivators. Should Taoist Qinghe be severely wounded, they would not hesitate to act, primarily to seize opportunities and resources from the chaotic star sea. The rise of Taoist Qinghe has greatly depleted their strength. Upon the Divine Dragon Immortal Island, Taoist Tian Yuan sensed the arrival of someone from the Divine Dragon Immortal Island into the chaotic star sea almost immediately. It was indeed an assault on Taoist Qinghe. The people from the four sacred islands have seized a splendid opportunity. The gaze of the nascent soul true monarchs was fixed upon the immortal palace. For the time being, no one would concern themselves with their appearance. The arrival of the four sacred islands was not solely to deal with Taoist Qinghe, but could merely serve as a pretext. Their true objective was the immortal palace of the southern heavens cultivation realm, and targeting Taoist Qinghe provided a convenient excuse. He firmly believed that the four sacred islands would not descend upon the chaotic star sea merely for a servant, as this would ignite a fierce conflict between the southern heavens cultivation realm and the four sacred islands. The enmity between the four sacred islands and the southern heavens cultivation realm runs deep. The infinite immortal sea harbors boundless resources and serves as a passage to the celestial sea. This has drawn many golden core ancestors and nascent soul true monarchs into its depths, yet the four sacred islands, which rose to prominence thousands of years ago, specialize in hunting these golden core ancestors and nascent soul true monarchs, thus rapidly amassing strength. Each of those hunted was a figure of ancestral caliber from various sects within the cultivation realm, ensuring that the appearance of any cultivator from the four sacred islands would inevitably attract the ire of the southern heavens cultivation realm. Taoist Qinghe is in peril this time. Duda is a rare top-tier existence below the nascent soul, far beyond the reach of an ordinary golden core great cultivator. Just as Lu Qinghe emerged from the black earth space, he had no time to bid farewell to Bai Yutong before sensing a terrifying aura descending from the sky, aimed at the golden Ao Immortal Island. A beam of celestial sword light cleaved through the void. Taoist Qinghe, come forth. Boom. The celestial sword was poised to strike the grand formation of the Immortal Island. While it could not shatter the grand formation, it would certainly inflict damage. Lu Qinghe hastily summoned the prison immortal ancient bell, which transformed into a massive entity soaring towards the heavens. Rumbling, the celestial sword struck the prison immortal ancient bell, causing it to emit a resonant hum, yet it also shattered the celestial sword. Stepping forth, Lu Qinghe stood atop the golden Ao Immortal Island. The prison immortal ancient bell now in his grasp. He cast a grim gaze at a middle-aged man who had crossed the heavens. This individual was a ninth-layer golden core cultivator, comparable to Shui Yanluo, and a sword cultivator to boot, though that previous strike was not executed with full strength. It bore the semblance of a top-tier sword technique. This indicated that he likely possessed mastery over advanced sword techniques. Lu Qinghe has seldom encountered sword cultivators, especially ones of such formidable prowess. Yet, he felt unafraid. Compared to his bout with Shui Yanluo, his strength had amplified several times over. His only concern was whether this individual would bring forth a nascent soul avatar. Resolutely, Lu Qinghe decided to act decisively, affording the enemy no opportunity, intending to subdue him in one fell swoop. Who dares to attack my golden Ao Immortal Island? Duda, wielding a supreme great sword, surveyed Lu Qinghe from above. Are you Taoist Qinghe? Lu Qinghe nodded. Indeed, I am Taoist Qinghe, though I do not seem to recognize you. Why do you assault the golden Ao Immortal Island? Duda's voice was steady. As long as you are Taoist Qinghe, that suffices. I hail from the Du family of the four sacred islands. There is no need for further discourse. Surrender the four-winged golden cicada to me, and I can grant you a swift death. Lu Qinghe had encountered many arrogant cultivators, but none had displayed such hubris as to regard him as mere vermin. Even Shui Yanluo, accompanied by a nascent soul avatar, would not dare to be so audacious. This time, Lu Qinghe refrained from retorting. Producing the four-winged golden cicada, since you desire it, I shall hand it over. Duda was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Lu Qinghe's compliance, as he seemed far from the typical ninth-layer golden core cultivator. He wondered whether it was fear of him or the Du family's authority, Or perhaps there were other schemes at play. Nonetheless, he remained uninterested. A newly advanced 9th-layer golden core cultivator held no distinction in his eyes compared to others. The four-winged golden cicada flew forth, and he grasped it in his hand. Coldly addressing Lu Qinghe, "I am a man of my word, and shall grant you a swift end." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the four-winged golden cicada emitted a radiant glow. Witnessing this, Duda's fury erupted. "You have actually completed the refinement of the four-winged golden cicada? How is that possible?" The four-winged golden cicada was nurtured from a young age with the blood of cultivators. No one else could possibly refine it again. He remained unaware that Lu Qinghe had acquired the most potent ancient technique for refining insects. And even Lu Qinghe himself did not know that he had not obtained the ancient scripture for nurturing insects, making it seemingly impossible to refine the four-winged golden cicada. "A mere cicada poses a threat to me?" His anger was directed solely at Lu Qinghe's actions, entirely dismissing the notion that the four-winged golden cicada could endanger him. Just as he attempted to suppress the four-winged golden cicada, Lu Qinghe's figure abruptly appeared before him, having utilized the cicada's void power to silently materialize beside Duda. Prison Immortal Ancient Bell. Infinite Sword Tribulation. Faced with peril, Duda's expression shifted dramatically, brandishing his supreme-grade sword against Lu Qinghe. "You seek death." A turtle shell manifested upon Lu Qinghe, shielding him from Duda's assault. Duda found himself ensnared by the infinite sword tribulation and the prison Immortal Ancient Bell. Furious, Duda had not anticipated being outmaneuvered by Lu Qinghe. A sword-like phantom emerged from his form, revealing that Lu Qinghe's sword domain was unlike any top-tier sword technique. This supreme sword technique forcefully cleaved through the sword domain. Lu Qinghe was taken aback. He had not expected Duda to be so formidable, as even this ambush failed to suppress him. Golden Crow Divine Power. In the instant Duda shattered the sword domain, a cerulean-hued golden crow appeared behind Lu Qinghe, igniting the surrounding air. The golden crow let out a cry, summoning a raging sea of flames surging towards Duda. Chapter 603, Slaying Duda. Stirring the chaotic star sea. An unprecedented crisis of death emerged, and Duda roared. Red Dust Inquiry Sword Slay. The celestial sword in Duda's hand transformed into a vast expanse of red dust sword intent, cleaving towards the golden crow. Boom. The sword techniques capable of vanquishing a 9th-layer golden core cultivator were wholly engulfed by the golden crow's flames, culminating in a blood-curdling scream as Duda was plunged into the depths of the sea. Lu Qinghe's divine sense swept across, detecting a figure attempting to escape from the depths of the sea, seeking to flee the golden Immortal Island. In a single strike, this once arrogant golden core great cultivator chose to retreat, unwilling to engage further. Lu Qinghe couldn't help but marvel at the sheer might of a 9th-layer golden core cultivator. Even such an ambush could not bring them down. The combined might of the fire crow technique and the pure glazed flame far surpassed that of top-tier divine techniques. Yet it had not succeeded in eliminating Duda in one blow. The critical factor was Duda's possession of a supreme-grade sword and the Red Dust Inquiry Sword, which held the power to shatter myriad laws with a single strike. However, given the current circumstances, Lu Qinghe understood that Duda lacked a nascent soul avatar, granting him the freedom to act without restraint. Lu Qinghe's voice resonated. "Since you are here, why the haste to depart?" Dude suffered a devastating blow. And how could Lu Qinghe let such an opportunity slip away? The secret technique of thunder movement transformed into a bolt of lightning, and the ancient bell of capturing immortals in his hand morphed into a colossal bell resembling a mountain. With a decisive strike, it descended upon a specific location in the sea, suppressing the surrounding waters under the divine power of the capturing immortal's bell. The sword of red dust inquired cut. A premier sword technique erupted from the ocean, shattering the suppression of the capturing immortal's bell. The infinite sword calamity. Countless celestial swords rained down, driving Dude deep into the ocean. Lu Qinghe seized him, his visage reflecting the horror etched on Dude's face. In that moment, Lu Qinghe activated the soul-absorbing bell, his hand transforming into a colossal claw that reached down toward the sea. The soul-absorbing bell ensnared Dude's soul in an instant. But despite the terrifying sword intent emanating from Dude, it swiftly shattered the soul-absorbing bell, yet it was too late. He had already been cast into the 5-element sword array, where its formidable power bore down upon him. Dude was gripped by sheer terror. A spiritual treasure? The might of the 5-element sword array far surpassed that of ordinary treasures. Even the finest magical artifacts paled in comparison. Back when it was not as powerful, even Blood Yanluo deemed it a spiritual treasure. Now, with 4 upper-grade celestial swords and 1 supreme-grade celestial sword, its power was magnified several-fold. However, Lu Qinghe could only employ the 5-element sword array in this manner. To fully manifest its potential would instantly deplete all his mana. allowing him only a single strike with the array. Otherwise, he would need to consume several high-grade earthly spirit herbs to unleash it again, no matter how formidable his abilities. Even a spiritual treasure would be subdued. In the face of such a life-and-death crisis, Dude's soul transformed into a celestial sword, seeking to escape the confines of the 5 elements sword array. Yet, as he took flight, the soul-absorbing bell materialized before him, blocking his path. The bell emitted a series of unique auras, beginning to devour the essence of the celestial sword soul. In agony, Dude howled, "Qinghe, do you truly dare to slay me, to provoke an eternal vendetta with the 4 sacred islands?" He regretted not gauging Qinghe's strength before recklessly coming forth. He had initially thought that slaying a cultivator of the 9th level of the Golden Core was a mere trifle, allowing him to lay the groundwork for the Du family in the chaotic Star Sea. However, he never anticipated Qinghe to be so terrifying. Wielding fire techniques that surpassed the pinnacle of divine abilities, premier sword techniques, supreme defensive artifacts, and the soul-absorbing bell. Moreover, he possessed a spiritual treasure and could command it. This was absurd for a Golden Core cultivator, even one of his exalted status. Such power and techniques were simply not to be expected from a mere 9th-level Golden Core cultivator. Do not threaten me, Taoist friend. Since you have come, you must have considered the consequences of your demise. Qinghe's formidable soul pressed upon Dude's essence, his own soul having solidified and surpassed the power of Dude's Golden Core soul. With Qinghe's soul bolstering it, the soul-absorbing bell accelerated its consumption. The soul was rapidly devoured into oblivion, and Dude bellowed, "Wait. The true monarch of the 4 sacred islands will avenge me, will surely slay you." What a nuisance. A fragment of his soul still attempted to threaten Qinghe, who unleashed a gray light from his eyes, attempting to probe Dude's soul. Yet, Qinghe found himself unable to do so. Dude's soul was not only powerful, but also bore sword intent. Ultimately, with a final, anguished cry, Dude was entirely consumed by the soul-absorbing bell, which emanated an even more terrifying aura. Holding the soul-absorbing bell, Qinghe mused, "If I can devour a few more 9th-level Golden Core souls, then no Golden Core cultivator will escape the grasp of the soul-absorbing bell." He pondered whether this method could lead to the bell's transformation into a spiritual treasure. Commanding the soul-absorbing bell was effortless for him. His soul power was formidable. And even if the bell were to grow 100-fold stronger, he could still wield it with ease. The bell, forged from phoenix bloodwood, already possessed the potential to become a spiritual treasure, albeit slight, yet there remained a glimmer of hope for its evolution. However, Qinghe was well aware that such possibilities were exceedingly slim. The distinction between spiritual treasures and magical artifacts lay in the realm of laws. Only with the power of laws could a magical artifact transcend into a spiritual treasure. For the soul-absorbing bell to metamorphose into a spiritual treasure, it would need to give birth to the laws of the soul. He would attempt such endeavors in the future. With that, Qinghe stowed the soul-absorbing bell and glanced toward the direction of the dragon Immortal Island. Initially, he intended to investigate the situation of the 4 sacred islands. But with his current soul power, he was unable to probe the souls of 9th-level Golden Core cultivators. He could at most search the souls of those at the 6th level. His previous attempt to probe the mountain-moving Taoist succeeded only because the latter's cultivation had diminished to the 5th level of the Golden Core, leaving him with a weaker soul as well. Only upon reaching the 7th level of the Golden Core or discovering a heavenly grade soul cultivation method could he hope to probe the souls of late Golden Core cultivators. Next, Qinghe's voice enveloped with mana declared, "The majesty of Qinghe Island is not to be trifled with. I now set forth toward the southern celestial realm. Should the 4 sacred islands seek vengeance, they may come to the southern celestial realm to confront me." Qinghe's figure cast a shadow over a vast expanse of thousands of miles before transforming into a beam of light and vanishing into the chaotic Star Sea. Countless cultivators were stirred. Had the formidable cultivator from Dragon Immortal Island been slain by the ancestor of Qinghe, a 9th-level Golden Core cultivator so easily dispatched? Could it be that the ancestor of Qinghe had ascended to the nascent soul stage? Uncertain, yet the might of the ancestor was evident. Having not only slain a formidable 9th-level Golden Core cultivator from the 4 sacred islands, but also daring to issue such provocations. It remained to be seen whether the 4 sacred islands would dispatch a nascent soul true monarch to confront him. The most astonished were the late Golden Core cultivators, especially the several 9th-level cultivators who fell silent for half a day, unable to comprehend the situation. They had initially believed that Qinghe Taoist would be slain or severely injured, never anticipating that he would not only vanquish an invincible sword path Golden Core cultivator from a century prior, but do so with such swiftness that they scarcely grasped the events before the opponent was slain. Such strength left them in awe, more so in trepidation. Chapter 604. The Intimidation of the Chaotic Star Sea, Qinghe's reputation. Yuan Daoist's countenance paled, his lips twitching. How could he be so strong? They had previously plotted against Qinghe, and the thought of engaging him sent chills down their spines. They would undoubtedly perish. To slay a peerless golden core cultivator in less than 10 breaths was an effortless feat for him. To eliminate them would require but a single exchange. This level of power instilled fear in him, as it did in the other late golden core cultivators. Such ferocity would deter any golden core cultivator from daring to provoke him. Lihua Daoist laughed heartily. Daoist Qinghe, your prowess is a blessing for our chaotic star sea. Yet, the apprehension and gravity in his gaze could not be concealed by mere words. He understood that the heavens of the chaotic star sea were about to change, with such strength, combined with the wealth displayed during the recent discourse. A monumental figure was poised to rise in the chaotic star sea. They also knew that the 4 sacred islands would not let Qinghe Daoist off the hook. Dude was not a mere Murong Xin, but a being of utmost reverence within the Du family. If the Du family did not act, their reputation would be tarnished. Yet as long as they were not eliminated by the Du family beforehand, they were entities they could not afford to offend. Zhong Daoist took his leave, esteemed friends. Daoist Qinghe has already departed for the southern celestial realm. I shall not linger any longer. Farewell to the southern celestial realm. He did not return to his Longzhou Immortal Island, but instead turned and flew into the southern celestial realm. Other golden core masters similarly took flight, some returning to the chaotic star sea while others slipped into the southern celestial realm of cultivation. Ultimately, only the infinite ancestor and another golden core elder remained. Dear infinite Daoist, will you not seize this moment to enter the southern celestial realm? Inquired the figure of the illusion moon Daoist from illusionary fairy island, a practitioner of the 8th level of golden core. The infinite ancestor responded, what intentions does the illusion moon Daoist harbor? The illusion moon Daoist replied, the actions of my friend, the golden arowana, will undoubtedly draw the attention of the southern celestial realm, making this an opportune moment for us to enter. However, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall refrain from joining the fray. The reason other golden core cultivators chose this moment to enter the southern celestial realm was due to a single remark from Qinghe, who intended to step into that realm, urging the people of the 4 holy islands to seek him out there. The arrival of such a formidable cultivator to the southern celestial realm would not only cause a stir among countless golden core masters, but might also attract the notice of nascent soul-true monarchs. They would take this opportunity to enter quietly, avoiding obstacles and dangers. The infinite ancestor laughed heartily. I, too, have matters to attend to, so I shall not join. Observing today's battle, it was evident that he did not plan to enter the southern celestial realm without first breaking through to the 9th level of golden core. Otherwise, he might not survive the encounter. I bid you farewell. With that, the infinite ancestor soared back to infinite fairy island. The reputation of the golden arowana echoed once more throughout the chaotic star sea. On Peach Blossom Fairy Island, upon receiving this news, the Peach Blossom Fairy instructed the Grand Elder, prepare generous gifts at once and make a trip to Golden Arowana Island. The Grand Elder inquired, Mistress, the Golden Arowana has already departed the chaotic star sea for the southern celestial realm. Should we not wait to make our decision? This time, the Peach Blossom Fairy was resolute. The Golden Arowana is a being of great significance, one we cannot afford to meet on a whim. We are going to visit Yutong. I hope she remembers our 30 years of incense connection. Commands were dispatched from not only Divine Dragon Fairy Island and Treasure Gathering Pavilion, but also from powerful surrounding families, all focused on Golden Arowana Island. Qinghe returned to the southern celestial realm, restoring his identity and revealing his 5th level of foundation establishment cultivation. His first destination was Frost Moon City to see Lin Aoshuang, but he learned she was in closed-door cultivation, which left him quite disappointed. He wished to ascertain whether Lin Aoshuang had procured the treasures he sought and had other items requiring her hand for sale. Within the Treasure Gathering Pavilion, Lin Aoshuang was one of the few he trusted, having known her for several decades, with transactions amounting to tens of millions, devoid of any sordid affairs. This was sufficient to attest to her capability and trustworthiness. Without Lin Aoshuang, Qinghe sold off a portion of inconsequential resources, all acquired from slain golden core cultivators, various ores, and spiritual artifacts. Not only at the Treasure Gathering Pavilion, but also under his concealed identity in countless shops throughout Frostmoon City. He managed to sell off just a portion of his goods, netting him 10 million spirit stones, bringing his total to 40 million spirit stones. However, this was still insufficient. With a divine array and 2 heavenly-level spirit gathering arrays, alongside other necessities, he required nearly 20 million spirit stones each year. At this rate, his 40 million spirit stones would be depleted in just 2 years. The advantage of such consumption was that using the cloud and rain technique could quintuple the growth rate of yellow-level spiritual herbs, double that of Xian-level herbs. and enhanced the growth rate of earth-level herbs by 30%. Qinghe also made a trip to Medicine King City, selling off more resources and acquiring another 10 million spirit stones. Had he not been concerned about potential troubles, he would have considered selling all of his resources. Moreover, the resources in his possession, which could be collected by golden core ancestors in their storage rings, were all exceptional, with the lowest quality spiritual artifacts being abundant superior grade items. There were even 30 exquisite grade artifacts, and selling them all could fetch upwards of 30 million spirit stones. Qinghe visited Fulan, acquiring not only 2 million spirit stones, but also 40 earth-level spiritual herbs and over 100 seeds of earth-level spiritual herbs. After securing these, he gifted Fulan a medicinal pill valued at 5 million spirit stones before departing from Medicine King City. He did not take the fire python with him, allowing it to remain in the spirit beast bag to slowly digest the residual potency of the heavenly level spiritual herbs. Fulan had never used it and was unsure of what kind of spirit beast resided within the bag. She speculated it could very well be a Qinghe fire fox at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, and she dared not use it recklessly, especially with Su Wentian's protection in Medicine King City. No one had yet dared to attempt to seize the medicinal pills. Qinghe then returned silently to the Medicine King sect, where, despite appearing unchanged, a current of undercurrents began to stir. With the impending opening of the Immortal Palace, countless disciples from the Medicine King sect had already participated in the unfolding events, including some core and direct disciples. Upon returning, Qinghe encountered no one, nor did anyone disturb him. Though residing within the inner disciples' courtyard, his reputation had soared. Not only was he a former core disciple with 5th-level Foundation establishment cultivation, but he also had the esteemed Yu Wuxia looking after him, which inner disciples would dare to challenge him. Without mentioning Qinghe's cultivation level, the mere mention of Yu Wuxia's status would send these inner disciples spiraling into an abyss of despair. Yu Wuxia was a genius of the Yu family and also the direct disciple of the peak master of the spiritual herb peak. This, however, led to another reputation for Qinghe as a kept man relying on a woman for his cultivation. Everyone finally understood how an outer sect disciple could ascend to the Tao of Foundation establishment and reach the 5th level in just 20 years, all due to Yu Wuxia's nurturing. Fortunately, Qinghe remained unaware. Otherwise, he would have sought these disciples for a philosophical debate, ringing the soul-capturing bell throughout the Enlightenment Peak to let everyone experience the taste of inner demons. The Enlightenment Peak was indeed the spiritual peak where inner disciples resided. Chapter 605, Void Divine Stone, Tricolor Golden Lotus, Red Dust Inquiry Sword. Qinghe set up the divine array, concealing all traces of his presence. With a flick of his hand, the corpse of Du dematerialized before him. Gazing upon Duda's remains, Qinghe pondered whether the blood pool could refine him into a blood god puppet. The remaining blood pool had the capacity to create 2 blood god puppets at the late stage of golden core. Yet Qinghe was uncertain about the feasibility of transforming Duda into one. As one advances through the levels of golden core, their various powers amplify exponentially. A being like Duda was particularly formidable. Not wanting to dwell too much on the matter, Qinghe reasoned that even if this attempt failed, he could always capture a few golden core members of the blood demon sect in the future or retrieve his demonic avatars. There would always be a way to craft him into a blood god puppet. Taking out the blood demon banner, he enveloped Duda's corpse and immersed it in the blood pool, allowing him to gradually metamorphose into a blood god puppet. Next, Qinghe produced a dark red heavenly sword, emanating the aura of the red dust. A myriad of chaotic wills surfaced, and Qinghe beheld the myriad forms of humanity. With a sweep of his divine soul, these visions dissipated, and Qinghe suppressed the heavenly sword. What a remarkable red dust sword, possessing such power. If this heavenly sword were to become a spiritual treasure, could it not instantaneously manifest a world of red dust? This exquisite heavenly sword was a treasure of immeasurable worth to Qinghe, yet it did not harmonize with his 5-element sword array. Even if forcibly integrated into the 5-element sword array map, it would be a waste. This heavenly sword was undoubtedly the pinnacle among exquisite treasures, far surpassing ordinary ones. Yet it could not compare to the sword grass, which was the very foundation of his soul. Though the red dust sword of inquiry is formidable, it pales in comparison to the foundations of spiritual treasures. For now, it must be temporarily suppressed within the black earth space, and I shall find a means to address it later. Qinghe suppressed the heavenly sword into the black earth space, denying it any chance of resurgence. With the sword contained, Qinghe retrieved his storage ring, effortlessly activating it with a sweep of his divine consciousness. First, he beheld a mountain of spirit stones, countless in number, totaling over 3 million, the majority being mid-grade spirit stones, along with 100 high-grade spirit stones. The abundance of spirit stones pleased him greatly, particularly the mid and high-grade ones, as the spirit energy quality in the black earth space had risen several tiers after being transformed by the spirit gathering array. Among the myriad other ores, Qinghe was astounded to discover a peculiar stone radiating an extraordinary aura, reminiscent of a star. Cautiously, he extracted this stone and examined it closely. His face broke into a wild grin. Huh? It is indeed the void divine stone. His heart raced with excitement, his hands trembling. There was no mistaking it. This was undoubtedly a genuine void divine stone. He had not anticipated acquiring the void divine stone in such a manner, having spent years searching for its whereabouts. Yet, not even in the treasure-gathering pavilion nor the dragon Immortal Island had he found any trace. To encounter it in this way felt like a grand stroke of fortune. Could it be that the golden core from the Dew family he had slain had intended to use the void divine stone to elevate the heavenly sword to a spiritual treasure? While such a notion seemed far-fetched and the likelihood slim, it was indeed a possibility. Nevertheless, none of this pertained to him. With the void divine stone in his possession, he could upgrade the 100-mile landscape diagram of the 5-element sword formation to a high-grade formation diagram. The value of this void divine stone far surpassed that of any top-tier magical artifact. For any cultivator, a life-bound magical artifact eclipses all others. And many golden core cultivators focus solely on enhancing their life-bound artifacts' rank and power. Had Qinghe not been overwhelmed with resources, he too would have chosen this path. Moreover, each enhancement of a life-bound artifact would correspondingly elevate his combat prowess. Presently, the landscape diagram had reached its limit, which was why he hesitated to forge a second top-tier heavenly sword. Qinghe carefully stored the void divine stone and began organizing the remaining materials. Next, he found 5 vials of purple gold elixir and 30 earth-grade spiritual herbs, half of which were of superior grade. Finally, he uncovered a tricolored lotus seed resembling a miniature sun. Qinghe murmured to himself, "Tricolored golden lotus, a low-grade heavenly spiritual herb." The golden lotus seed can be refined into a heavenly elixir, while the lotus platform can be forged into a spiritual treasure, surpassing the value of mid-grade heavenly elixirs. This was indeed a tremendous windfall. The golden lotus still possessed life force, making it entirely viable to cultivate into a tricolored golden lotus. This golden lotus was of equal value to a high-grade heavenly elixir. It appeared that this old fellow genuinely sought to break through to the nascent soul realm, though his luck seemed to have faltered. If he could refine the heavenly sword into a magical artifact and combine it with this golden lotus, he might possess a slight chance of attaining the supreme nascent soul. Should he acquire the Tao condensing infant pill, he would have an 80% chance of achieving the nascent soul with a deft maneuver of his divine consciousness. Qinghe placed the golden lotus atop one of the 2 remaining acres of spiritual fields within the black earth space. The golden lotus took root, and in a decade, it would fully mature into a complete tricolor golden lotus. Qinghe then produced a jade slip, inscribed with an extraordinary sword cultivation technique, the red dust sword of inquiry. This was also the name of the heavenly sword he had suppressed, representing a supreme heavenly sword cultivation method. And it contained not merely a top-tier divine ability, but a technique capable of condensing laws, the red dust sword of inquiry. Though only Du Ditsai had managed to cultivate a top-tier divine ability. With a glance, Qinghe noted the minor ability of severing the heart of Tao, the major ability of severing cause and effect, and the top-tier ability of severing red dust, ultimately culminating in the red dust sword domain to attain the supreme nascent soul. He could hardly fathom how the Du family had acquired such a remarkable sword cultivation technique, ultimately forging the red dust sword. The prerequisite for cultivating this technique was to forge the red dust sword, then to enter the Tao through the sword. Only cultivators with metal-type heavenly spiritual roots or sword bodies could practice it. It seemed that slaying individuals from the Du family had brought about a significant predicament. From these signs, it was likely that the person he had slain was a candidate the Du family had nurtured as a nascent soul true monarch, and this enmity surpassed even that of familial vengeance. Qinghe's resolve hardened. What is done is done. Given another chance, I would slay him again without hesitation. Should a nascent soul true monarch truly take action, he could retreat into the black earth space and cultivate for a century, ensuring that even if he did not reach nascent soul, he would possess means to counter a nascent soul true monarch. Moreover, with the emergence of the Immortal Palace, countless nascent soul true monarchs had refrained from acting recklessly, and finding him would prove exceedingly difficult. Presently, it seemed he was relatively safe. As for the red dust sword of inquiry, he was neither a heavenly spiritual root nor a born sword body. He was uncertain if he could cultivate it. If not, it would undoubtedly be a divine ability that surpassed the wondrous sword tribulation. The wondrous sword tribulation was formidable, Yet Lu Qinghe possessed only minor divine ability level techniques. The subsequent ones cultivated through the accumulation of enlightening herbs, failing to unleash the true power of the wondrous sword tribulation. In contrast, the red dust sword of inquiry appeared flawless, devoid of deficiencies. And it might even lead to insights into the power of laws, something the wondrous sword tribulation could not compare with. Chapter 606, Formation Diagram Space, Refining Sword Grass. Lu Qinghe set the jade slip aside, uncertain if he could cultivate the red dust sword of inquiry. To practice, it would require countless enlightening herbs for comprehension and the forging of the red dust sword into his magical artifact. This would demand substantial time and resources for validation, so he could only set it aside for the moment. He sensed that if the wondrous sword tribulation reached the power of laws, its might would not be inferior to that of the red dust sword. The wondrous sword tribulation, with each strike, represented a significant calamity, an ultimate force of destruction. In contrast, the red dust sword cultivated the path of humanity, while the wondrous sword tribulation pursued the path of heaven. However, should the possibility arise, he would still strive to cultivate the red dust sword. No one would disdain having an excess of divine abilities, especially one capable of reaching the level of laws. Such techniques and methods were typically possessed only by forces with the foundation of the nascent soul, making them exceedingly difficult to acquire externally. Indeed, it was no wonder that he was a prominent cultivator at the 9th level of the Golden Core. This harvest surpassed even that of slaying the blood llama. It appeared that having many enemies was not entirely a misfortune. The magnitude of this gain stirred Lu Qinghe's heart, igniting a tinge of greed. Should he encounter several such formidable foes again and slay them all, he would no longer worry about resources for breaking through to the nascent soul. Lu Qinghe activated the great sun-glazed golden body, dispelling the distracting thoughts from his heart, for a cultivator's typical demons and calamities stem from insatiable greed. Lu Qinghe considered himself exceptionally fortunate. He cultivated top-tier techniques, consumed top-tier spiritual herbs, and utilized only the finest resources. Had another been in his position, they would have long since strayed down the wrong path. Lu Qinghe did not immediately commence the refinement of the 100-mile landscape diagram. He had another vital task to attend to. He stepped into the black earth space, waving his hand to reveal all the matured golden xian ginseng before him. Under his relentless cloud and rain technique, after 2 years, the golden xian dan and his 10 acres of spiritual fields had fully matured. Lu Qinghe planted 12 purple gold flower seeds, expanding the cultivation of purple gold flowers to 3 acres with 60 plants. He then employed the cloud and rain technique to irrigate the purple gold flowers, observing their growth beneath the nurturing rains. Although the cloud and rain technique has diminished the potency of high-grade medicinal pills to a mere 20% efficacy, it remains commendable. The originally 5-year maturation period for the violet golden flower has been reduced to 4 years. This batch of golden xian ginseng, refined into golden xian pills, is poised to allow breakthroughs to the 7th level of the golden core within 2 years. There is no need to resort to the spiritual herbs from the black earth space. Resources can be exchanged for a portion of the violet golden flower and other spiritual herbs to concoct the required purple gold pills for the next 2 years. His cultivation has reached sufficient heights, alleviating concerns about attracting attention through large-scale purchases of the violet golden flower, and with ample resources at hand. Acquiring a portion poses no significant issue. Progressing gradually as before, he realizes that obtaining yuan-ing resources necessitates several times the investment in time. His aspirations have transformed from achieving the yuan-ing to becoming a transcendent being of the transformation stage. Lu Qinghe meticulously arranged the ingredients for the golden xian pills, soon laying out materials for 200 doses before him. He then produced the vermilion bird cauldron, employing the 5-spirit alchemy technique to refine the golden xian pills. After half a month, he presented a full 1,000 golden xian pills, each imbued with a unique hue, a manifestation of the Tao's essence that could only be produced by him. He carefully sealed the pills within jade vials, preserving their medicinal potency. Continuing, he retrieved 2 violet golden flowers, obtained from Duda's storage ring, along with additional spiritual herbs, including those acquired from Fulan, managing to barely gather enough for 2 batches of purple gold pills. This time, Lu Qinghe approached the refinement of the purple gold pills with utmost caution, fearful of any misstep. For days later, 5 purple gold pills appeared before him, differing from those previously acquired, as these possessed a far richer essence of the Tao. The pills he produced this time were flawless purple gold pills, although one batch had failed, resulting in only one successful batch. Stowing away the pills, Lu Qinghe finally had the opportunity to refine the 100 mountains and rivers map. He took out the formation diagram and the void divine stone. Having previously consumed a considerable amount of enlightenment grass to comprehend the refinement process, He was well versed in the techniques, ensuring no errors would occur, especially since the hundredly mountains and rivers map was a part of his innate treasure, simplifying the process further. Moreover, having refined numerous high-grade treasures, the difficulty of crafting a superior formation diagram was comparable to that of creating a high-grade treasure. With the glazed pure fire manifesting in his hands, Qinghe began refining the hundredly mountains and rivers map. The void divine stone transformed into a series of unique substances that continuously merged into the formation diagram, effecting a remarkable transformation. Under Qinghe's divine sense, he discovered that a void was gradually being created within the diagram, evolving from nothingness to a space akin to a storage bag. As the void divine stone continued to integrate, this space expanded, growing from a few square meters to over 100 meters wide, ultimately culminating in a vast 10 square expanse. Qinghe gazed in astonishment at this ethereal space, its size surpassing that of the Black Earth space. However, unlike the latter, the Black Earth space, despite its mere meter, possessed a formidable might that far exceeded this new space. The primary function of this newly formed area, besides serving as a 10 square storage ring, was to stabilize the formation diagram, rendering the hundredly mountains and rivers map remarkably robust. It was akin to an aerial edifice suddenly supported by unyielding strength, elucidating why the diagram had previously failed to reach the status of a superior treasure. Uncertain of the complete refinement method for the hundredly mountains and rivers map, Qinghe pondered whether it could truly yield a hundredly space. He resolved to find a way to acquire the complete refinement technique for the hundredly mountains and rivers map, for it was surely not merely a treasure, but a powerful spiritual treasure of immense caliber. Testing the strength and stability of the formation diagram, he found it had increased several-fold compared to before, sufficient to accommodate another high-grade treasure. The 5 elements sword formation diagram, being his innate treasure, had always been the strongest entity. Previously regarded by both Shui Yanluo and Duda as a spiritual treasure, Qinghe was aware that the current 5 elements sword formation diagram was still far from qualifying as a spiritual treasure, yet it possessed power exceeding that of high-grade treasures. With the enhancement of the formation diagram, integrating another high-grade treasure would render the 5 elements sword formations might truly terrifying. Furthermore, he was entirely capable of refining another high-grade treasure-level celestial sword. He retrieved the South Bright Leaf Fire Gold from Lin Aoxian, then took out the Leaf Fire Divine Sword and the Sword Grass. This time, he intended to replace the core of the Leaf Fire Divine Sword with Sword Grass and South Bright Leaf Fire Gold, endowing it with the potential of a spiritual treasure. A month later, the Leaf Fire Divine Sword in Qinghe's hands radiated a searing light, emanating the pressure characteristic of only high-grade treasures. He now possessed another formidable high-grade treasure, one that was also his innate treasure. A sense of familiarity emanated from the sword's body, prompting Qinghe to softly declare, "From now on, you shall be known as the South Bright Leaf Fire Sword." The South Bright Leaf Fire Sword responded with a melodious chime, circling around Qinghe before soaring into the formation diagram. Instantly, the 5 elements sword formation diagram erupted with resplendent brilliance. 5 celestial sword phantoms appearing at the 5 corners of the hundredly mountains and rivers map's void, continuously emanating divine might that enveloped the entire ethereal space. This power stirred Qinghe's heart, as he realized that if fully unleashed, the strength of the 5 elements sword formation diagram could rival that of the 5 elements annihilation great technique. He now possessed an additional means to contend against the Yuan-ing manifestations, though the obvious shortcoming lay in his insufficient magical power, even as an innate treasure. Mobilizing the current 5 elements sword formation diagram remained a challenge, necessitating at least one celestial herb for a single activation. However, his arsenal of treasures was vast, and both the 5 elements sword formation diagram and the 5 elements annihilation great technique served as his life-saving measures. Should he find himself unable to escape a life-and-death crisis, he would have no choice but to rely on his ultimate resort, the Black Earth space. Unable to sustain the might of the 5 elements sword formation diagram, it transformed into a beam of light and merged into his dantian. Instantly, a terrifying surge of magical power surged forth, sweeping across his entire dantian. A scenario Qinghe had anticipated. He consumed one pill after another, utilizing this formidable force to refine the medicinal pills. As his innate treasure, the process encountered no difficulties. In an instant, several pills were refined, and Qinghe continued to devour pills for refinement. His prior purpose in alchemy was precisely this. He had discovered that he could forcibly accelerate the pill refinement speed through such methods. In just a month, Qinghe refined 800 golden xian pills, and the power of the treasure's retribution had completely dissipated. At the pinnacle of the 6th level of the golden core, He stood just a step away from ascending to the 7th level of the golden core, approaching the late stage of the golden core. Normally, refining golden xian pills would require 2 months, but with the refinement of purple gold pills, the time was halved to just half a month. Without hesitation, Qinghe took out a purple gold pill and swallowed it. He had previously refined a purple gold pill, but that had been an ordinary one. This time, however, it was a flawless Tao Essence gold pill, with its medicinal power more pure and substantial. The potency of the purple gold pill rapidly permeated through his limbs and bones as Qinghe activated the 5 spirits creation technique to its fullest extent. Given his current cultivation and the quality of his treasure body, refining a pill of this nature would take 5 days. If it were any other cultivator at the 6th level of the golden core stage, it would take 3 months to fully refine a purple gold pill. However, astonishingly, after just 5 days, the purple gold pill was completely refined, and a series of profound auras began to circulate around Qinghe. 10 days later, Qinghe's golden core expanded by 30%, reaching the size of a child's skull, with vibrant 6-colored radiance becoming increasingly powerful. He finally ascended to the 7th level of the golden core stage, achieving this feat 4 years earlier than anticipated. It had only been 6 years since he broke through to the mid-golden core stage, and according to his plan, it would have taken him 10 to 15 years to reach the late golden core stage, which would have been commendable. To his surprise, he achieved this in just 6 years. The reason for such rapid progress was the ample resources available, far exceeding his expectations. He did not rely solely on the repeated cultivation within the Black Earth space. Rather, he made extensive purchases of a significant quantity of golden ginseng and its seeds, considerably accelerating the process, coupled with the premier cloud rain technique to expedite the growth of spiritual herbs, as well as the superb body refinement technique that hastened the refining of pills, along with the nurturing from his innate magic treasure and the enhancement from 6 purple gold pills. His cultivation efficiency improved by 50% compared to his previous plans of using golden ginseng. It appears my method is indeed effective. Instead of relying purely on the Black Earth space, I have harnessed its resources to enhance my cultivation. Now, Qinghe is imbued with greater confidence. Having broken through to the late golden core stage, his magical power is now on par with that of a cultivator at the 9th level of the golden core stage. When he channels his top-tier divine abilities and superior magical treasures, he possesses an almost boundless reservoir of magical energy, free from any concerns of depletion. As for his spiritual consciousness, it has become increasingly solidified, embodying a profundity that even Qinghe himself can perceive. While he cannot yet compare to a nascent soul, true monarch, he is certainly not to be underestimated when compared to a cultivator at the 9th level of the golden core stage. Qinghe senses that his current spiritual power is sufficient to support the use of the soul-searching technique on a formidable cultivator at the 9th level of the golden core stage. In the world of cultivation, every golden core ancestor represents an unfathomable treasure, the result of centuries of accumulation. Moreover, a cultivator at the 9th level of the golden core stage is comparable to the resources amassed from over 100,000 cultivators. If he were to successfully perform soul-searching on several such golden core cultivators, it would entirely compensate for his lack of knowledge about the cultivation world. However, the soul-searching technique is not omnipotent. He cannot absorb the fragmented memories of hundreds of years without risking his spiritual consciousness to shatter. So he can only extract the specific fragments of information he desires, which may not even be complete. Regardless, his cultivation has become increasingly formidable and inscrutable. He can confidently claim to be the foremost individual beneath the nascent soul stage. His next course of action involves finding ways to cultivate more purple gold flowers and refining body enhancement elixirs, especially the dragon bone body refinement grass and the celestial phoenix nirvana flower. Upgrading his body refinement to the level of the great Tao golden body is not merely to hasten the refining of the purple gold pills. Only with the great Tao golden body can he dare to attempt comprehending the laws of divine abilities. He has only just begun crafting true spiritual treasures and believes that this is still insufficient. He must also seek out heavenly-level methods for cultivating his spiritual consciousness, elevating it to the heavenly tier. Additionally, he needs to continue searching for other heavenly-level spiritual materials and herbs, with the foremost being the Great Tao Flower and the 9 Apertures Tribulation Flower. The Great Tao Flower is not only crucial for the Golden Core Essence pill he requires to attain the nascent soul, but it is also a vital factor in perfecting the 5 elements transformation technique. The 9 Apertures Tribulation Flower is essential for cultivating the 4-winged golden cicada, whose cultivation value far surpasses that of the 3 spirit beasts. Though the 3 spirit beasts are not weak and their cultivation speed is astonishing, it can be said that their growth has exceeded what is conceivable for ordinary beings. They possess the strength to establish their own sects anywhere in the southern sky cultivation realm. Their shortcoming lies in Qinghe's own rapid cultivation and growth, which cannot meet his current combat demands. This is also the reason Qinghe has not contracted any additional spirit beasts beyond the 3 spirit beasts. Otherwise, given his current spiritual strength, he could easily contract 8 or 10 spirit beasts without issue. Qinghe's expectations for the 3 spirit beasts are not particularly high. He only anticipates reaching the nascent soul realm, which he believes he can achieve once the celestial phoenix true flame fruit is cultivated in large quantities. Along with other spiritual herbs refined into nirvana pills, it will be sufficient to elevate their bloodlines to the heavenly tier. With his resources, breaking through to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage should not pose significant challenges. However, the 4-winged golden cicada is different. If he can locate the 9 apertures tribulation flower, its value would be extraordinary, surpassing not only the 3 spirit beasts but also the demon avatar. He wonders if such heavenly medicines exist within the celestial palace that has emerged. Chapter 608. Radiance spanning 10 miles, refining instruments to certify the golden core. Qinghe resolved to seek an opportunity to explore the celestial palace. He would not engage if it were too perilous, but if heavenly-level spiritual herbs were indeed present, he would not hesitate to make the journey. It was time to emerge from seclusion. He currently lacked sufficient purple gold pills, making further enhancement of his cultivation impossible. Qinghe's aura shifted, transforming from a cultivator at the 7th level of the golden core stage to that of the 6th level of the foundation establishment stage. Gaining a level after such a long time was not a daunting task. His spiritual consciousness is now approaching the nascent soul level, and with the heavenly deceit mask, even a nascent soul true monarch would find it difficult to discern his true identity unless they were particularly vigilant. Naturally, if possible, he wishes to refine the heavenly deceit mask into a spiritual treasure, as this would be foolproof. However, this proves more challenging than crafting other spiritual treasures. To this day, he remains unaware of the material composition of the heavenly deceit mask, rendering him uncertain about how to elevate it to the level of a spiritual treasure. Qinghe plans to revisit the Heritage Hall of the Medicine King sect to peruse the records once he regains his status as a core disciple. If that fails, he will seek assistance from Wuxia, as her status will undoubtedly grant her access to information he cannot obtain. As a friend, Wuxia would likely not refuse such a request. The critical issue is that he has no acquaintances within the Medicine King sect. Yushui counts as one. Yet she is not particularly close to him, along with Elder Yuanxin and Lian Buqi. Both are unable to intervene in internal sect matters, with Elder Yuanxin's status being equivalent to that of an ordinary inner sect disciple. The highest-ranking Elder Yao last declined to become a direct disciple, which has strained their relationship. Avoiding trouble is already a blessing. After careful consideration, Wuxiao emerges as the person with whom he has the best rapport. However, she is currently in seclusion, and he refrains from disturbing her. The core disciple competition is approaching, and she will emerge soon. He intends to thoroughly study the red dust inquiry sword. One day, Qinghe sensed something amiss and directed his gaze toward the outer sect of the Medicine King sect, where a beam of radiant light ascended, enveloping an area spanning dozens of miles. Someone has broken through to the golden core. Qinghe is no stranger to such phenomena, and the only one currently capable of breaking through in the outer sect is Lian Buqi. With a smirk, Qinghe mused, "This old fellow certainly possesses a wealth of treasures. If he can produce the heavenly medicine, what else could he possibly have in store?" Lian Buqi's breakthrough, though expected, was also somewhat surprising. Even with the reverse fate pill, without sufficient resources and luck, breaking through would still be fraught with challenges. However, considering Lian Buqi's identity and the support of a golden core ancestor behind him, it is entirely reasonable for him to attain the golden core stage. The moment Lian Buqi achieved his breakthrough, it captured the attention of countless cultivators within the Medicine King sect, as numerous golden core elders directed their consciousness toward the outer sect. Radiance spanned 10 miles. Someone has indeed broken through to the golden core stage. After so many years, someone from the outer sect has finally achieved this milestone. But who possesses such fortuitous luck? The Medicine King sect is about to gain another golden core ancestor. The golden core cultivators were primarily filled with curiosity and astonishment as they observed who had successfully transcended into the golden core realm. Meanwhile, the foundation establishment practitioners and Qi refining disciples regarded this achievement with envy and respect, for the golden core path is a realm that countless cultivators aspire to attain. Only by stepping into the golden core and mastering supernatural abilities can one truly be considered omnipotent, capable of traversing the skies and the earth. At the inner sect's Dan Peak, Elder Yao sat cross-legged, and the celestial moon Tianxian reported, respectfully informing Master, "It is senior brother Lian." Moon Tianxian's face brimmed with envy. Even she, born with the innate sword body, longed for the golden core, pondering when she might reach such a height. Elder Yao's expression was one of surprise, though relief washed over him. In the outer sect, only a handful have the chance to attain the golden core, and he is among them. I initially believed his temperament would hinder his breakthrough, yet he has succeeded against my expectations. Moon Tianxian defended Lien Buqi, saying, "Senior brother Lien possesses remarkable talent. Had he not spent so many years refining pills, he would have broken through long ago." Elder Yao admonished Moon Tianxian, "Ignorance. Pill refining merely accumulates resources. Both fortune and resources are essential for breaking through to the golden core. Otherwise, the cultivation world is filled with prodigies, yet few can achieve the golden core. This requires not only innate talent and fortune, but also endless resources." Moon Tianxian bowed, expressing gratitude for her master's guidance. Elder Yao understood that speaking to Moon Tianxian was futile. Her innate sword body destined her to condense the golden core of the heavenly way. Given his circumstances, breaking through to the earthly golden core was commendable, especially since he emerged from the inner sect's Dan peak. He would surely present a generous gift when the time came. As for his matters, I will naturally inquire, but you must prepare yourself. The emergence of the Celestial Palace presents immense opportunities. The exploration of the Celestial Palace is nearly complete, and the ensuing struggle among various powers will commence following the core disciples' grand competition. Countless core disciples will venture to the Celestial Palace, which houses not only treasures sought by true monarchs, but also legacies of Qi refining, foundation establishment, and golden core. If you can acquire a sword path legacy of foundation establishment, it may enable you to directly condense a sword path supernatural ability. Moon Tianxian was eager, responding, "As you command, master." Noticing her enthusiasm, Elder Yao cautioned, "Do not rejoice too soon. Not only the prodigies of the Medicine King sect will take action, but also those from other top sections. Additionally, hidden forces from the boundless sea of immortals have entered the southern sky cultivation realm, along with a formidable golden core presence from the chaotic star sea. This year, an invincible golden core has made a grand entrance into the southern sky cultivation realm, a being capable of effortlessly slaying golden core 9th layer grandmasters. In the past, golden core ancestors held a revered status, and those of the late golden core stage commanded respect across vast distances. However, with the Celestial Palace's emergence, even golden core ancestors are no longer safe, as the risk of fall exists even for those in the late stages. Moon Tianxian, astonished, asked, "Master, is the gap between golden core ancestors truly so vast? Even the mightiest golden core is merely at the pinnacle of the golden core realm. Logically, it should be impossible to slay a golden core 9th layer cultivator," she reasoned. Elder Yao patiently explained, "The higher the cultivation level, the more significant the disparity between even the smallest realms. Some golden core ancestors possess supernatural abilities that are unimaginable and beyond reach, even for me. Moreover, if I conjecture correctly, your ancestor from the Yu family, following the true monarch, possesses such strength." Moon Tianxian smiled wryly. "The Yu family has not seen the ancestor in over a century. I am even less fortunate to meet them." Elder Yao was at a loss for words. Such beings seclude themselves for centuries, either achieving unparalleled status or having perished. "Well then, focus on your cultivation and refine the seed of the sword path," he concluded. Disciple obeys. Days later, Lu Qinghe received an invitation to Lien Buqi's golden core ascension ceremony, which would see many familiar faces in attendance. He was taken aback by the invitation, reminiscing about the time he attended a similar ceremony for a newly ascended golden core in the Dan God sect, when he was still at the Qi refining stage. His enmity with the Blood Demon sect had also begun at that time. In the following days, Lu Qinghe endeavored to refine the red dust inquiry sword. This was the most challenging artifact he had ever attempted to refine. He had successfully refined numerous top-grade artifacts, including demonic treasures like the Blood Soul Banner, into the Blood Demon flag. However, the process of refining the red dust inquiry sword was fraught with difficulties, and it was only after he refined a Wuxian herb that he barely succeeded in the endeavor. This success was largely due to his formidable magical prowess and the enhancement of his spiritual cultivation, coupled with his comprehension of sword path supernatural abilities. Otherwise, refining the red dust inquiry sword would have been nearly impossible for any other golden core 9th layer cultivator. The path of refining the red dust inquiry sword was beset with challenges, as Lu Qinghe repeatedly refined several Wuxian herbs without reaching the threshold of comprehending the sword path supernatural seed. After several more attempts, he finally grasped a glimmer of the true essence of red dust. The red dust inquiry sword could only be comprehended through the trials of multiple lifetimes in the mortal realm. Although I hail from the mundane world, I have not endured the tribulations of mortal dust. Reflecting on his decades of experiences, Lu Qinghe found a lack of worldly entanglements, only a steadfast heart of Tao. The red dust inquiry sword requires insights drawn from the essence of the mortal realm. To descend into the mundane is not my desire, he mused. If he could not comprehend the red dust inquiry sword through his current method, he would have to relinquish this supernatural ability. The red dust inquiry sword might reveal the laws of supernatural abilities. But Qinghe was unwilling to squander decades, or even centuries merely to experience the mundane for a single supernatural ability. Such a pursuit seemed utterly unworthy within that time frame. He could elevate the Wuyang sword tribulation beyond the level of the red dust inquiry sword. Yet, the 5 Wushan herbs were not wasted. They inspired him to consider a potential method of cultivating the red dust sword path. Utilizing the Wuyang sword tribulation as a foundation, the pinnacle of sword path, in some respects, surpasses the innate sword body in its comprehension of the sword path. One could say that the process of embodying the innate sword body is akin to grasping the pinnacle of sword path supernatural abilities. Coupled with the 3 lives soul-eating flower and the heavenly demon flower, the red dust inquiry sword could cleanse his heart of Tao, simulating the path of red dust, which was worth attempting. This was the feasible method Qinghe conceived for cultivating the red dust inquiry sword path. Utilizing the 3 lives soul-eating flower to resonate with the soul, while the heavenly demon flower would evoke the power of the red dust inquiry sword. If all else failed, he would abandon the cultivation of the red dust sword path, rendering the red dust inquiry sword merely a common top-grade artifact in his possession. Having made his decision, Qinghe took action, also retrieving the soul-capturing bell to prevent himself from becoming ensnared within the inquiry of the sword. He prepared 10 3 lives soul-eating flowers and 1 heavenly demon flower. Once ready, the sword domain behind him emerged, enveloping him as he began to draw upon the red dust inquiry sword for cultivation. While Qinghe was immersed in refining the red dust inquiry sword, an incident related to him occurred in Medicine King City. On that day, a customer approached Fu Lan's shop, inquiring, "I have heard that there are precious pills here. Let me see them." Fu Lan respectfully responded, "Our small shop does possess a few precious pills. May I present them for your esteemed consideration?" Although she could not discern the visitor's cultivation level, those capable of purchasing precious pills were typically no weaker than foundation establishment late-stage cultivators. And they could even be golden core ancestors. In the past, the golden core ancestor was a rare sight, yet in recent years, he has been frequently spotted in the Medicine King City, purchasing vast quantities of elixirs to vie for opportunities in the Immortal Palace. Fu Lan produced a vial of golden yuan dan, which was swiftly seized by a cultivator. This sudden act caused her expression to shift dramatically, as it was akin to theft. Nevertheless, she explained, "Esteemed elder, this elixir originates from the Medicine King sect, and according to current valuations, you are required to pay 300,000 spirit stones to procure this vial. Of course, you may also settle the amount with equivalent valued spiritual herbs or seeds." She hoped the other party would recognize her affiliation with the Medicine King sect and adhere to the rules of the Medicine King City. The cultivator's demeanor turned cold. A mere vial of low-grade precious elixir commands such an exorbitant price? Young one, do you truly believe me to be so easily deceived? His disdain for the golden yuan dan was palpable. Scanning the shop with his spiritual sense, he addressed Fu Lan. "Listen well, I am a golden core ancestor, and today I offer you a tremendous opportunity. Hand over your storage ring, and I shall bestow upon you the fortune of the golden core." Qinghe's fears materialized as a golden core cultivator disregarded the reputation of the Medicine King sect and set his sights on Fu Lan. This cultivator had long coveted her, not merely for the vial of golden yuan dan, but for the store's substantial revenue of several million spirit stones. His greedy gaze fixated on Fu Lan's storage ring. For if his assumptions were correct, it contained numerous elixirs and a fortune in spirit stones. Acquiring it would undoubtedly facilitate his advancement to the late golden core stage. Moreover, he had gleaned Fu Lan's identity as an outer disciple of the Medicine King sect, supported only by a single inner disciple. His audacity to act was clearly premeditated. While he dared not offend the Medicine King sect outright or blatantly disrupt the rules of the Immortal City, dealing with a mere foundation establishment cultivator posed no challenge for a golden core ancestor. Fu Lan's countenance darkened as she realized this golden core ancestor was fixated on the wealth within her storage ring. She hurriedly bowed. "I pay my respects, ancestor. While I yearn for the fortune of the golden core, these spirit stones belong to a distinguished member of the Medicine King sect. I am merely a facilitator in this transaction and cannot comply with your request. Consider the golden yuan dan as a tribute from me to you." The golden core cultivator's expression turned icy. "Child, do not be so naive. Countless cultivators have sought my favor for such opportunities, and I have granted none." Fu Lan took a deep breath. "Thank you for your kindness, esteemed elder. However, I am unable to make decisions regarding the storage ring. I kindly request your patience while I report this to the Medicine King sect. She discreetly attempted to contact Elder Su Wentian, only to find an unseen force severing her ability to send any messages. The Golden Core cultivator saw through her subtle maneuver. Have you considered your options carefully? Do not think to use the Medicine King sect to intimidate me. I am bold enough to act, and the Medicine King sect will not trace my actions back to me. Besides, you are merely an outer disciple. The sect would not intervene on your behalf. Fulon argued back, Elder, do not threaten me. In Medicine King City, there exists not only the City Lord's mansion, but also Golden Core ancestors of the Medicine King sect. I have already notified a Golden Core ancestor, who will arrive shortly. The Golden Core cultivator laughed heartily. I have set up a formation here. By the time the Golden Core cultivators sense the disturbance, I will have already departed from Medicine King City. Very well, I shall take it myself. He lunged towards Fulon, who found herself utterly defenseless against the Golden Core ancestor, unable even to flee. In her moment of despair, a fiery glow erupted from her spiritual beast pouch, followed by a terrifying aura that enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 610, The Might of the Fire Python, Condensing the Red Dust Sword Dao. With a roar, the colossal form of the fire python materialized, instantly obliterating the entire shop, engulfed in an inferno of relentless flames. The Golden Core cultivator's face paled in horror upon witnessing the fire python. A late-stage Golden Core beast? He could hardly fathom the presence of such a formidable creature. Yet the imminent threat of death was undeniable. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, knowing he stood no chance against a late-stage Golden Core beast. However, the fire python would grant him no respite, unleashing a breath of flames towards the fleeing cultivator. The Golden Core cultivator hastily summoned his life-bound magical treasure. Yet it proved insufficient to withstand the fire python's onslaught. With a cry of anguish, the Golden Core cultivator was reduced to a charred corpse by the fire python's fiery breath. A golden core emerged from the remains, which the fire python swiftly devoured. Swallowing it whole, sensing something amiss, the fire python hurried back into the spiritual beast pouch. At that moment, countless spiritual senses intertwined above the Medicine King City, activating the city's great formation. A figure in the City Lord's mansion hovered in the air, his gaze sharp and piercing, yet beneath his scrutiny, the powerful auras had vanished without a trace. He commanded, investigate. Whoever dares to cause trouble in the Immortal City shall face its retribution. Only the powerful Golden Core cultivators sensed the fluctuations of the two auras. The rest of the cultivators were left bewildered, unable to comprehend why the city's grand formation had suddenly activated. Upon hearing the voice of the Golden Core ancestor from the City Lord's mansion, they realized someone had dared to strike in Medicine King City. This was not merely a provocation against the City Lord's mansion, but also an affront to the Medicine King sect. A memory of the City Lord's mansion's destruction over a decade ago, still vivid in their minds. Among all, Fulon was the most astonished. She could scarcely comprehend that a Golden Core ancestor had just been slain. The sudden appearance of the fire dragon had nearly suffocated her with its mere presence. Had it desired her life, it would have sufficed with just its aura. To her, the fire python loomed as a massive fire dragon. She gazed at her spiritual beast pouch, uncertain of what to do, as it harbored a powerful late-stage Golden Core beast that had been by her side day and night. Trembling, she thought that if this beast sought her life, she could not fathom how many times she might perish. She recalled Lu Qinghe, realizing that this pouch had been gifted to her by him, suggesting a profound connection between him and the beast. Fulon could only wonder at the extent of Lu Qinghe's capabilities, which could compel a Golden Core beast to willingly reside within the pouch. A Golden Core beast was something even the Golden Core ancestors of the Medicine King sect would avoid, let alone one that could annihilate a Golden Core with a single breath. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow, she reverently offered the spiritual beast pouch, no longer daring to wear it carelessly as before. She remained oblivious to the fact that this fire python was indeed the same one she had encountered previously with Fu Qinghe, having undergone unimaginable transformations since then. The demise of Fu Qinghe was intricately linked to the fire python, and she could only speculate what thoughts might arise from that connection. Regaining her composure, Fulon swiftly resolved, I must restore this place immediately. I cannot allow the existence of the Golden Core beast to be exposed. Otherwise, it would surely bring great trouble to my senior brother. With urgency, Fulon began to restore the shop. While the aura of the fire python and the fleeing cultivator had leaked slightly, the Golden Core cultivator had laid a formation capable of shielding the city's grand array, preventing the fire python from being discovered. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly caused significant complications for Fulon and affected Lu Qinghe within the Medicine King sect. At the Medicine King sect's residence, Su Wentian instructed his direct disciple. 2 Golden Core auras just appeared. One belongs to a 6th-layer Golden Core cultivator. A presence emanating from a late-stage golden core demon has been detected. Just now, the city lord's mansion sent out a call for assistance. You must attend to this matter. The disciple inquired, Master, is it truly possible that a golden core cultivator would dare to act in the Medicine King city? Su Wenti sighed. Times have changed. The Medicine King sect once held sway over the southern heavens cultivation world, yet those hailing from the endless celestial sea, the demon domain, the chaotic star sea, and the realms of cave paradises may not adhere to the established rules. They could bring considerable turmoil to the southern heavens cultivation world. Such cultivators are beyond my reach and must be reported to the sect. Coincidentally, the sect has recently appointed a new golden core ancestor. I shall return to the sect. The disciple accepted the command. Meanwhile, Qinghe, who was cultivating within the Medicine King sect, remained oblivious to the dangers faced by Fu Lan and the attack by the fire python. After a month of arduous training, Qinghe underwent a profound transformation. Utilizing 10 soul-eating flowers and a celestial demon flower, he finally coalesced a seed of divine power for the red dust sword Dao. A rare smile graced Qinghe's face. With this seed, he could persistently cultivate the red dust sword Dao in the future. The subsequent training would be straightforward. He merely needed to continuously use enlightenment grass to elevate the red dust sword Dao to the pinnacle of divine abilities, eventually comprehending the law-level red dust sword Dao. This might be Qinghe's first encounter with the power of the laws. At the same time, Qinghe discovered that his mastery over the red dust inquiry sword had intensified several-fold. What an enigmatic path of sword cultivation. Yet, despite the allure of the sword path, the foundation of the 5 elements remains my primary focus. Qinghe practiced the sword not to seek enlightenment, but to enhance his combat capabilities. He would not allow his path to be parasitic upon the sword path. Thus, he could not be considered a true sword cultivator, but rather a formidable cultivator in his own right. He refrained from further pursuing the red dust sword Dao, primarily because his current supply of enlightenment grass would only elevate it to the level of great divine abilities, which held little significance for him. He still possessed 14 additional enlightenment grass, which he intended to utilize for other purposes. Furthermore, the date for the Alchemy Advancement Conference had arrived. Given the time available, he would attend. After all, the alchemy master had treated him quite well in the past, and he had even received 3 celestial medicine seeds from it. Qinghe retrieved a jade vial, prepared an ordinary golden yuan pill, of little value, yet useful for the alchemy master, and deemed it the best gift he could offer at this stage of his identity. He stored away the Mi Shun Grand Array and the 7-star Killing Array, producing a spiritual flying sword, and soared from the Inquiry Peak towards the outer sect. Not only Qinghe, but countless disciples from various sects also headed towards the outer sect's Pill Peak. However, many disciples and Foundation establishment cultivators found themselves barred from entering the outer sect's Pill Peak Plaza. As Qinghe descended, 30 years had passed. Few outer sect disciples could recall such a figure. Yet, among the inner sect disciples, Qinghe's reputation was unparalleled. It was he, Qinghe, once a core disciple. What audacity! Is that Brother Lu? Did you not see he has already reached the 6th layer of Foundation establishment? The next year's core disciples would undoubtedly include him. Everyone soon realized Qinghe's cultivation level, their expressions filled with astonishment. How could this be? If memory serves, he only succeeded in Foundation establishment 20 years ago. In just 20 years, he has attained the 6th layer of Foundation establishment. Chapter 611. A bustling scene, identity and status transformed. Reaching the 6th layer of Foundation establishment in 20 years is a pace that many Golden Core direct disciples would find difficult to match, leaving countless inner sect disciples in awe. For the majority of inner sect disciples, achieving the 3rd layer of Foundation establishment in 20 years would be considered exceptional, with only those possessing remarkable talent and fortune attaining the mid-stage within that time. Could it be that he possesses the potential for Golden Core enlightenment? Let us not forget, he is a genius of the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment, backed by that figure from the spiritual herb peak, which has facilitated his rise to the 6th layer of Foundation establishment. However, progressing to the later stages of Foundation establishment would pose great challenges. It is not merely a matter of resources, but rather reliant on comprehension and innate talent. I truly do not understand why Senior Sister Yu has taken an interest in such a fledgling. Enough of this chatter. Let us keep it to ourselves, lest we draw the attention of Brother Lu or those from the Heavenly Sword Peak. All gazes were filled with envy and jealousy towards Qinghe. They imagined that if they received the support of Yu Wuxia and the abundance of spiritual herb peak, they too could have reached the 6th layer of Foundation establishment, with a bright future in the Golden Core realm awaiting them. Yet, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. Qinghe's cultivation was beyond their reach, and the likes of Yu Wuxia were not figures they could dare to covet. Qinghe greeted the elder at the entrance. Greetings, elder. The elder, not daring to be presumptuous, recognized Lu Qinghe, who had emerged from the outer sect's pill peak. They had not anticipated that in just 20 years, Lu Qinghe's cultivation would surpass theirs, while they lingered at the 5th and 6th layers of foundation establishment. Lu Qinghe had soared to his current heights. The two elders of the pill peak bowed to Lu Qinghe. Greetings, Brother Lu. Lu Qinghe paused momentarily, reflecting on the realization that even at the 6th layer of foundation establishment, he was considered a formidable presence here. The strongest in the outer sect were only those like the alchemy master at the 8th or 9th layers of foundation establishment. Most other elders remained in the early to mid stages. Addressing him as brother posed no issue. Lu Qinghe presented an invitation to the two elders, who did not need to inspect it, for Lu Qinghe's invitation was anticipated. Brother Lu, please enter. Lu Qinghe clasped his hands in greeting and strode forward, igniting the envy of countless disciples. More outer sect disciples clamored to inquire about Lu Qinghe's identity, curious about how he had received an invitation to enter. Upon learning that he was the outer sect disciple who had achieved Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment 20 years ago and now stood at the 6th layer, it ignited a sense of aspiration among the outer sect disciples, establishing a new benchmark. For the outer sect disciples, most were merely Qi refinement disciples, and 20 years was indeed a considerable span of time. 3 individuals, however, bore complex expressions: Wang Lingshu, Qian Baichao, and Zhou Wenhua, who had also transitioned from the outer sect to the inner sect. They had once competed in alchemy against Lu Qinghe, emerging victorious and thus enabling their entry into the inner sect ahead of him. At that time, they had all been at the cusp of foundation establishment, while Lu Qinghe had merely been at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Yet, 20 years later, despite all having successfully established their foundations, the strongest among them, Wang Lingshu, barely reached the 3rd layer, with the other 2 at the 2nd layer. They had completed their foundation establishment years after Lu Qinghe, and achieving such levels was no small feat, as they were from the outer sect entering the inner sect, and also alchemists. The 3 had banded together for support. However, given Lu Qinghe's current standing, they felt they lacked even the right to speak with him. Exchanging bittersweet glances, they recognized the vast chasm between them, a disparity that threatened their resolve. Qian Baichao remarked, Brother Lu is a prodigy beyond our league. Wang Lingshu withdrew his gaze, concealing the tremors of his heart. After this golden core discourse, I intend to seek out celestial opportunities. Remaining within the sect diminishes the tempering of my heart's resolve. I have heard that Brother Lu willingly relinquished his core disciple status to refine his resolve. Anyone acquainted with Lu Qinghe recognized that he was destined to be a core disciple, not solely due to his cultivation, but also because many were aware of his spirit beast at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Thus, aside from voluntary relinquishment, no one could contest Lu Qinghe's status as a core disciple. Zhou Wenhua concurred, take me along. We too can venture to that celestial palace to seek opportunities. I've heard that some have already attained extraordinary fortunes, defying fate. Thus, the 3 reached an accord to embark on a quest for celestial encounters. Lu Qinghe remained oblivious to the myriad discussions stirred by his arrival. Even if he were aware, he would not be concerned. Upon entering the pillar peak, he approached the main hall, typically inhabited solely by the alchemist and a few disciples responsible for maintenance. However, today it was bustling with guests, all masters and elders from various external sections. Lian Buqi occupied the principal seat, graciously fulfilling his host's duties. Upon noticing Lu Qinghe's entrance, all eyes turned towards him. Lu Qinghe respectfully bowed. Greetings, Peak Master. Lian Buqi appraised Lu Qinghe, commenting, remarkable indeed, to reach the 6th level of foundation establishment so swiftly. With your aptitude, the golden core stage may very well be within your grasp. A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. Such praise from a venerable golden core ancestor lent immense credence to Lu Qinghe's potential, and they scrutinized him with varying expressions. Observing their reactions, Lu Qinghe maintained his composure, offering a smile. This time, he refrained from responding, for his cultivation of the red dust sword path had subtly transformed his disposition. I extend my congratulations to the Peak Master on entering the golden core path. Here is a pill I have prepared. I hope it proves beneficial. Lu Qinghe presented the golden yuan pill before Lian Buqi. The latter gazed in astonishment at the pill, utterly unprepared for such a treasure from Lu Qinghe. Your gift is graciously accepted. Unfortunately, I possess no suitable offerings for you. Thus, I bestow upon you this jade slip, without disclosing its contents. He tossed it to Lu Qinghe, who caught it and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Peak Master. Lu Qinghe secured the jade slip and took his leave. I shall take my leave now. Lian Buqi intended to speak, but a voice interrupted him, causing him to defer for the moment. From within the inner sect, Yu Tianxian, under the orders of her master, arrived to congratulate Lian Shixiao on achieving the golden core path. As she entered the hall, she momentarily froze upon seeing Lu Qinghe, nodding at him in acknowledgement before proceeding. Then another voice resonated, the flowing cloud peak, under the Peak Master's command, extends its congratulations to Lin Shixiang on attaining the Golden Core path. These were all direct disciples of the Peak Masters, even with Lin Buqi's recent achievement. Merely referring to him as Xixiang was a significant honor, considering each Peak Master was a practitioner at the late stage of Golden Core. The presence of a Golden Core ancestor, Lu He, soon materialized, prompting Lin Buqi and the other Foundation Establishment elders to rise and welcome. Chapter 612, Lin Buqi's Invitation, a sword to cut through the mundane. Lu Qinghe had already exited the Grand Hall, while countless disciples of the Pillar Peak were astonished by the appearance of the Golden Core ancestor. They congregated here for a singular purpose, to hear the Golden Core's teachings. Lin Buqi was poised to share his experiences and insights from his breakthrough to the Golden Core. And every disciple aspiring to that level yearned for the chance to absorb even a fragment of knowledge. Such wisdom would illuminate their path and significantly enhance their future cultivation. In this moment, Lu Qinghe found himself overshadowed by these legendary figures, and was ready to depart when he spotted a familiar face. With a smile, he greeted Elder Yuanshan. Though his status was modest, he was formerly an elder of the Pillar Peak, and Lin Buqi's invitation was entirely reasonable. Elder Yuanshan regarded Lu Qinghe with a beaming smile. You seem to have recovered well. Observing Lu Qinghe's transition from the 5th to the 6th level of Foundation Establishment, it was evident that he had rejuvenated from a near-death state, reaping considerable benefits. Thank you for your concern, Elder. I encountered a fortuitous opportunity and have regained my strength. Lu Qinghe replied. Elder Yuanshan inquired with a peculiar expression. Does it have anything to do with the moon fairy from the Spirit Herb Peak? Lu Qinghe was taken aback. How could Elder Yuanshan know of Yuwuxia? Logically, there should have been no connection, yet the bond between his recovery of the golden body and Yuwuxia was substantial. Without her provision of the dragon bone refining herb, reaching the pinnacle of the golden body would have been exceedingly difficult. Lu Qinghe nodded in acknowledgement. She has indeed been a significant help. The admission left Elder Yuanshan astounded, realizing Lu Qinghe had secured such a formidable ally. It seemed the rumors held considerable weight. Coupled with Lu Qinghe's innate talent, his future was boundless. Congratulations. Not only have you healed, but your cultivation has surged to the 6th level of Foundation Establishment. It's merely the beginning, yet you must understand that the Peak Master has little time to attend to you now, as the hall is filled with distinguished figures. Elder Yuanshan shook his head. I have come specifically for you. Lu Qinghe regarded him with confusion, prompting Elder Yuanshan to clarify. He understood Lu Qinghe's temperament, knowing he might genuinely depart. Should Lu Qinghe retreat to seclusion for cultivation, finding him later would prove challenging, a frequent occurrence for him. This is not merely my desire. It is the Peak Master's intention. Do you truly believe that ascending to the Golden Core is as simple as offering a gift? Lu Qinghe was well aware that discussions on doctrines would follow, but he felt no need for them. I kindly request the Elder to elucidate. Elder Yuanshan whispered. The most crucial aspect is the Golden Core teachings. It is not about divine techniques or cultivation methods, but rather the process of condensing the Golden Core itself. Do you think so many core disciples and direct disciples would deign to attend the outer sect simply for the Peak Master's insights on forming the Golden Core? This is an opportunity too rare to miss, especially for someone like you. Should you let it slip away, it would be a tremendous loss. Moreover, according to the traditions of the Medicine King sect, newly ascended Golden Core ancestors will clarify doubts for 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators after delivering their teachings. Elder Yuanshan ceased further explanation, but he knew Lu Qinghe had grasped the implication. He was among those chosen by Lin Buqi. Lu Qinghe chuckled, feeling both amused and exasperated. Though he was far younger than Lin Buqi, possessing knowledge of the Golden Core path that could take Lin Buqi centuries to comprehend, he felt rather out of place. May I refuse, Elder? Elder Yuanshan shot Lu Qinghe a disapproving look. While the Peak Master treats you well, the laws of the sect are not to be taken lightly. Missing this chance would render the pursuit of authentic Golden Core teachings nearly impossible. Then, with earnestness, Elder Yuanshan counseled Lu Qinghe, times have changed. The Peak Master is now a Golden Core ancestor and not merely the leader of the Pillar Peak. In my view, offending Lin Buqi at this juncture would be unwise. His regard for you will greatly benefit your future cultivation. The gap between the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment and the 1st level of Golden Core may be but a single realm, yet the disparity in status is monumental. Lu Qinghe cast a peculiar glance at Elder Yuanshan, pondering what his thoughts would be if he were to realize that, despite the passage of several years, he still declined to become a direct disciple of a late-stage Golden Core cultivator. Nonetheless, Lu Qinghe comprehended Elder Yuanshan's perspective. To those in the Foundation Establishment stage, The golden core represents an insurmountable mountain. Back when he himself was in the foundation establishment phase, even at the pinnacle of the 9th level, he held profound reverence towards golden core cultivators, let alone someone like Elder Yuansheng, an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator at the 4th level. This contemplation led Lu Qinghe to a rather grave concern. Elder Yuansheng was the sole individual aware of his possession of the longevity fruit. At that time, he had been oblivious to its true value and bore no regrets about presenting it to Elder Yuansheng. In comparison to the 3 life-devouring soul flower, a single longevity fruit was of little consequence. However, he harbored concerns that one day Elder Yuansheng might inadvertently reveal the matter of the longevity fruit. Observing that Elder Yuansheng was no longer to remain in the medicinal garden but was instead summoned back to the Pill Peak by Lian Buqi, Lu Qinghe felt the weight of his worries. While one longevity fruit might not bear significant implications, he had already presented at least 10 in the realm of cultivation and intended to offer more in the future. If this were to be discovered, the ramifications would be dire. Although he shared a favorable relationship with Elder Yuansheng, it was certainly not one that could guarantee unwavering loyalty. Even a golden core ancestor could instill fear in Elder Yuansheng. Lu Qinghe held faith in Elder Yuansheng's character, but had even greater faith in the formidable powers wielded by golden core cultivators, particularly those terrifying entities who practiced soul cultivation. After a moment of hesitation, a peculiar glint flickered in Lu Qinghe's eyes, and in an instant, Elder Yuansheng fell into a daze. With his left hand employing the soul-searching technique and his right hand wielding the red dust inquiry sword, Lu Qinghe delivered a decisive strike, severing the memory of the longevity fruit he had gifted to Elder Yuansheng. This was a small ability he had developed during his recent study of the synergy between the soul-searching technique and the red dust inquiry sword, and he had not anticipated it would prove useful at this juncture. Elder Yuansheng's soul could not withstand such a strike. Even a 9th level golden core cultivator would find it challenging to defend against. Elder Yuansheng instantly regained his senses, confusion clouding his eyes as he remained utterly unaware of what had just transpired. Instead, he turned to Lu Qinghe and inquired, "Do you understand what I have said?" The sentiments underlying his words had diminished somewhat, a consequence of Lu Qinghe's recent actions, as most of Elder Yuansheng's gratitude stemmed from the longevity fruit. Lu Qinghe nodded. "Thank you for your guidance, Elder. I shall accompany you." Chapter 613. Discussing the Tao of Immortal Fate under the gaze of the multitude. This time, they did not enter the Grand Hall. Under Elder Yuansheng's leadership, Lu Qinghe arrived at the Alchemy Square, which was already teeming with people. The assembly was organized in an orderly fashion, with core disciples, inner sect disciples, and then outer sect disciples, arranged according to their cultivation levels. Lu Qinghe also spotted the direct disciples of the peak masters, such as Yu Tianxian and Qi Yun, seated in the most central area. To Lu Qinghe's surprise, Qi Yun, who had previously been chastised by him, now exhibited signs of possessing a seed of divine power, whether due to overcoming his inner demons or some other reason. Might it be a case of misfortune turning into fortune? He inadvertently aided Qi Yun, yet considering his identity and his status as a sword cultivator, this was not entirely unexpected. Furthermore, those capable of becoming the direct disciples of peak masters and cultivating the sword path were certainly not mediocre individuals, much like the formidable cultivators who could ascend to the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Despite this, Lu Qinghe remained indifferent. As long as Qi Yun did not provoke him, there was no need for him to take further action. Their relationship could be deemed a minor conflict rather than a true enmity. Adhering to his customary practice, Lu Qinghe sought a secluded corner to sit, surrounded by a few Qi refinement disciples who paid him no mind. Once all the disciples were seated, a resplendent light appeared, and Lian Buqi's figure descended upon the central mat. Everyone bowed in unison. "We greet the ancestor." Lian Buqi waved his hand. "No need for formalities. As per tradition, I shall share my insights on the Golden Core with you today, hoping that it proves beneficial for your future cultivation." "Thank you, ancestor." Lian Buqi began to elucidate the path of fire and the art of alchemy. As a master alchemist, his primary focus was, of course, the path of fire, followed closely by alchemical arts. He recounted his cultivation journey, insights, and methods for breakthroughs, particularly emphasizing the importance of comprehending the seed of divine power after reaching the foundation establishment stage. While the seed of divine power was not the Tao itself, it represented its nascent form and was a treasure for fire-attributed foundation establishment cultivators. For other foundation establishment cultivators, especially those in the late stage aspiring to comprehend divine powers, its value was akin to that of a supreme spirit artifact. Lu Qinghe listened intently, validating his own medicinal knowledge. To the onlookers, he appeared utterly entranced. Yet in comparison with his mastery of the fire path, their understanding seemed rather juvenile. In contrast, Lien Buqi's knowledge resembled a mere sprouting blade of grass, while Lu Qinghe's was akin to a towering tree. It was no wonder that Lu Qinghe harbored such thoughts. He had mastered top-tier fire-related divine powers, while Lien Buqi had only recently entered the realm of minor divine powers. Most importantly, Lu Qinghe's understanding stemmed from the insightful spirit grass, coupled with his unparalleled foundation in the 5 elements, allowing for a harmonious interplay that approached perfection. Lien Buqi's path of fire, due to various limitations, exhibited numerous deficiencies. As for alchemy, even when refining precious pills, Lien Buqi could not compare to Lu Qinghe, who had refined countless precious pills, including many high-quality ones, while Lien Buqi had barely managed a few dozen successful batches. After a while, Lu Qinghe remained composed, quietly continuing to grasp the red dust sword path. Time slipped away unnoticed, and finally, Lien Buqi concluded his discourse on the process of breaking through to the golden core stage, stating, as per tradition, "I shall answer queries from 3 foundation establishment cultivators. However, I intend to make an exception this time, and will assist 1 foundation establishment cultivator in exploring the Tao and reinforcing their Tao heart. This will provide you all with a clearer and deeper understanding of the path from foundation establishment to golden core." The crowd was taken aback, not anticipating Lien Buqi's magnanimous intent. However, their eyes sparkled with desire, hoping to be the chosen one. This was a genuine opportunity for immortal fate, potentially enabling one to gain profound insight into the Tao heart, and henceforth cultivate with twice the efficacy for half the effort. Countless foundation establishment cultivators gazed eagerly at Lien Buqi, while the Qi refinement disciples could only feel disheartened, as they were entirely excluded from such opportunities. This was not due to Lien Buqi's disdain for Qi refinement disciples, but rather the realization that such matters were too distant for them. Only foundation establishment cultivators, particularly those at the 9th level, had a chance to participate. Everyone began to consider the possibility, directing their attention to a few 9th level foundation establishment direct disciples in the core area. Meanwhile, Lu Qinghe, sitting at the periphery, sensed an ominous premonition upon hearing Lien Buqi's words, realizing that Elder Yuansheng had been tasked with finding him. Lien Buqi might very well select him, and he certainly did not wish to engage in such a thankless endeavor. He intended to discreetly leave, but it was already too late. A wave of divine consciousness swept over, locking onto him. Lien Buqi's voice rang out. In these past decades, the outer sect has been brimming with talent. Yet the one with the most exceptional aptitude is undoubtedly a certain individual, namely the prodigy who entered the outer sect as a foundation establishment disciple 20 years ago, Pill Peak disciple Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe's lips twitched. Indeed, he was that unfortunate soul. All eyes scanned the area, yet they could not discern Lu Qinghe's figure. Lien Buqi called out, "Lu Qinghe, do you require my invitation?" Lu Qinghe rose from his secluded corner and bowed to Lien Buqi. "I pay my respects to the Peak Master." The attention of the multitude was upon him. From the moment Lu Qinghe stepped into the realm of immortal cultivation, he found himself the focus of countless astonished gazes. The crowd was predominantly filled with shock and disbelief. They had never anticipated that the one chosen by the revered refiner was Lu Qinghe, a mere cultivator at the 6th level of foundation establishment. The expressions of the core disciples at the later stages of foundation establishment were particularly grim. Among them was Qinghe, whose heart bled with frustration. How could it possibly be him? Even if anyone were to be chosen, it should not be Lu Qinghe. Damn it. He has already broken through to the 6th level. His speed of cultivation is terrifying, and with the refiner's favor, this calamity has now become a serious threat. Qi Yun's expression shifted as he regarded Lu Qinghe, but he quickly regained his composure. Only Yu Tianxian wore a smile, turning to Huangfu Xuanqi and stating, "This is indeed a commendable choice. It is only natural that junior brother Lu, hailing from the outer sect, receives such care." Huangfu Xuanqi nodded in agreement, replying, "This junior brother Lu is no ordinary individual." Yu Tianxian did not refute this. She was well aware of Lu Qinghe's exceptional nature, as rejecting the position of a direct disciple of a late-stage golden core ancestor was a feat beyond the imagination of most. "Does senior brother know junior brother Lu well?" Huangfu Xuanqi inquired. "Not really," he replied, "but I have worked alongside him in Yaowang City. My exchanges with Lu Qinghe did not exceed 10 sentences. Yet his actions spoke volumes. He remains unaffected by worldly distractions, wholly devoted to his cultivation. If not for a slight deficiency in innate talent, he might have reached the heights achieved by you and Yu Tianxian." Yu Tianxian recalled the events of that time in Yaowang City, which had led to Lu Qinghe losing his status as a core disciple. "I am merely curious about the essence of junior brother Lu's path. I suspect it is the sword path." Huangfu Xuanqi appeared puzzled, but he possesses both earth and fire spiritual roots. Should it not be the fire path? Otherwise, the refiner would not have chosen him. Yu Tianxian offered no explanation, simply asserting, "My intuition tells me that junior brother Lu is a formidable sword cultivator, and his methods of cultivation are manifold. He possesses both earth and fire sword paths, yet the metal path is merely more suitable for him." Chapter 614. Speaking of the mortal world, the golden core lies at your feet. The refiner called out to Lu Qinghe, "Step forward." There was no need to speak of Lu Qinghe's talent. Having relied upon his own comprehension of the Tao to reach the 6th level of foundation establishment at such a rapid pace was no small feat, however. He lacked the audacity, proceeding with utmost caution. Otherwise, given the arrangements made for him, he should have been seated at the forefront. While this ensured his safety, it also caused him to miss numerous opportunities. Had it not been for Lu Qinghe's unambitious nature, how could someone with his talent have not attracted the attention of a golden core ancestor and become a direct disciple? The refiner aimed not only to rectify Lu Qinghe's understanding of the Tao, but also to elevate his fame and prestige, thereby enabling him to acquire greater resources within the inner sect. He tossed a mat, and Lu Qinghe advanced to sit cross-legged upon it. Once Lu Qinghe was settled, the refiner addressed him. "Speak of your Tao, your path of cultivation. I wish to ascertain the depth of your comprehension of the Tao, and then I shall offer you guidance." Not only Lu Qinghe, but the others were also intrigued by his methods of cultivation, eager to learn how he could establish his foundation through the Tao and ascend from the 1st to the 6th level in merely 20 years. Yet, the late-stage foundation establishment cultivators regarded him with disdain. Were it not for the refiner's presence and his forthcoming teachings, they would hardly have bothered to listen. Their own achievements in cultivation spoke volumes about their understanding of the Tao, which far surpassed that of Lu Qinghe. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qinghe bowed respectfully and said, "For many years, I have wandered in a haze, proceeding with caution and diligently cultivating to arrive at my current state. The most significant influence on me arises from the fact that, unlike many of my senior brothers, most of whom were born into the realm of immortal cultivation, I come from the mortal world. The entanglements of the world are like a spider's web. The more one is ensnared, the tighter the bindings. Cultivation is akin to alchemy. It requires true fire to forge and eliminate impurities, allowing the heart of the Tao to shine brightly. However, the Tao of heaven is the Tao, and the Tao of humanity is also the Tao. Without first grasping it, how can one discuss letting go? Without entering the world, how can one discuss transcending it? Without experiencing emotion, how can one comprehend the subtleties of detachment? Lu Qinghe eloquently articulated his insights into the mortal sword path, which was why he had previously understood that the mortal sword path pertains to the powers of humanity. Upon hearing Lu Qinghe's words, not only were countless disciples astonished, but many foundation establishment cultivators were also moved. Even the refiner's expression shifted to one of shock. How could this be? Yu Tianxian felt the deepest resonance with Lu Qinghe's words, as she was born into the Yu family, a natural sword body destined to become an immortal from the moment of her birth. What Lu Qinghe spoke of represented a missing piece of her own heart's Tao. Subsequently, Lu Qinghe dissected his understanding in its entirety. He was unable to help himself. This was the weakest Tao he currently grasped, yet it was the one the gathered crowd could most readily comprehend. As for other paths, not even the refiner would understand them, just as he cultivated divine abilities. Without the countless comprehension herbs, he too would be at a loss. Even those late-stage foundation establishment cultivators who had previously looked down upon Lu Qinghe, believing he could not articulate what the Tao was, were now earnestly contemplating the insights he presented. They were astonished to discover that Lu Qinghe's explanations surpassed even those of the refiner in perfection, showcasing a deeper understanding of the Tao. The refiner continuously integrated Lu Qinghe's insights into his own understanding, beginning to refine his own path. His expression was one of bitterness. He had not anticipated that. As a golden core ancestor, he would seem like the one unable to grasp the Tao compared to Lu Qinghe. He set aside distractions and skepticism, listening intently. After a considerable time, Lu Qinghe concluded, "True gold must be refined by fire. A divine sword requires forging. The myriad forms of mortal beings serve as the finest crucible for tempering the heart of the Tao. This is the essence of inquiring into the mortal path." Lu Qinghe thoroughly articulated the seed of the mortal divine ability, but refrained from discussing the subsequent minor divine abilities. They were too astonishing and would reveal his comprehension of divine powers, which would not bode well for concealing his identity. Turning to the refiner, Lu Qinghe bowed once more, saying, "I can only comprehend thus far. I beseech the peak master for your guidance." The refiner gazed fixedly at Lu Qinghe, a disciple he had never been able to fathom. This was true now more than ever. The inquiry into the mortal path had already surpassed him, a golden core ancestor. The refiner withdrew his gaze. "You have already attained clarity of heart. The golden core lies at your feet, and further guidance from me is unnecessary." A profound silence enveloped the disciples and elders, for they had effectively heard two distinct paths to the golden core. One was the golden core path that the refiner had already completed, while the other was Lu Qinghe's unique and mysterious seed of the golden core path. Lu Qinghe expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Peak Master." The refiner shook his head. "It is I who should thank you, after years of cultivation. Your teachings have filled many gaps in my understanding, thus I owe you a debt." With the conclusion of this discourse, everyone returned whence they came. With that, the refiner's figure vanished, as he needed to digest the insights of the mortal Tao that Lu Qinghe had shared. At this moment, Lu Qinghe noticed that all eyes were fixed upon him with an unusual intensity. He scratched his nose and summoned a flying sword, soaring away. Huangfu Xuanqi then spoke. "With clarity of heart, the golden core lies at your feet. Esteemed colleagues, this is my realization for today. I look forward to our next meeting." These words not only elucidated the prerequisites for attaining the golden core, but also hinted at the undeniable certainty of Lu Qinghe's future attainment of the golden core. How could this be? How could he possess such qualifications? To think that someone of such caliber emerged from the mundane world. Could this truly be a legitimate path? Minor paths lead to the ultimate sword Tao, which is the true path. Minor paths may yield the golden core, yet cannot lead to the Yuan Ying. Junior brother Lu. What a remarkable talent. A future golden core ancestor awaits. For a time, Lu Qinghe became renowned within the Yaowang sect due to his teachings, stirring a considerable commotion that reached even the ears of the Foundation establishment elders and the golden core ancestors. In the inner peak Estan Peak, Yu Tianyin took her leave from Elder Yao, saying, "Master, I wish to pursue this path to rectify my own." Elder Yao expressed his discontent. "Nonsense. What is this worldly inquiry? Experiencing the myriad facets of life is merely a minor path. You are a natural sword body. The supreme sword path is your true calling." Yet, Yu Tianyin remained resolute. "But I have perceived the supreme sword path in junior brother Lu. If I can attain his realm, the nascent soul is within reach." Elder Yao's expression was complex. While others may have doubted her, he believed her words. "You truly see the sword path in him?" Yu Tianyin nodded. "Indeed. How could I deceive my master? You are aware that this is precisely what I lack." Elder Yao had to concede that what Lu Qinghe expounded upon was indeed the very deficiency in Yu Tianyin's understanding. As a late-stage golden core ancestor, he recognized the strength of Lu Qinghe's path. However, such a path, if mishandled, could lead to irrevocable ruin. Elder Yao stated, "I permit you to venture into the mortal realm, but only for a few years. You must seize the opportunity of the Immortal Palace. Should you acquire a legacy from the Immortal Palace, I shall not intervene in your cultivation thereafter." Yu Tianyin smiled brightly. "Thank you, master." She bowed and departed, leaving Elder Yao deep in contemplation, who eventually murmured 3 words. Lu Qinghe? Chapter 6:15. The initial success of the mortal sword path and the maturation of the heavenly phoenix true flame fruit. Lu Qinghe did not anticipate that a simple lecture would create such a stir, elevating his reputation to unprecedented heights. His spiritual sense detected numerous presences converging upon his small courtyard, predominantly those of Foundation establishment practitioners, with a few concealed golden core presences among them. Regardless of whether their intentions were inquisitive, benevolent, or otherwise, Lu Qinghe paid them no mind, as they were unaware that his spiritual sense had already perceived them. Their attempts to probe into his consciousness were futile. "I have remained discreet, yet still attracted so much attention," Lu Qinghe reflected, deciding to abandon his previous plans and instead visit Yaowang City and the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. His only recourse now was to enter seclusion for cultivation to avoid disturbances. Although his restrictions could hinder others from prying, some profound golden core cultivators could still penetrate such barriers. At this juncture, it was certainly unwise to employ the divine array. Previously, it would only reveal that he possessed a barrier against spiritual probing. However, now that he had drawn attention, it could expose the clues of a heavenly great array. And Lu Qinghe was uncertain whether he might attract the notice of a nascent soul true monarch. Seated upon his mat, he circulated his spiritual energy, grateful for his current strength, which allowed him to immerse himself in the black earth space. Although his consciousness could not leave his body, it could envelop the entire black earth space. Lu Qinghe wished to manipulate his spiritual sense to employ the cloud and rain technique to enhance the growth of the spiritual herbs, but upon attempting it, he found the method utterly unfeasible. Without the cooperation of golden core power, executing such divine abilities was unrealistic. Thus, he quietly began to refine the purple gold pills. And having reached the late golden core stage, he could now refine 1 purple gold pill per day to break through to the 8th level of the golden core. An ordinary cultivator would require 50 purple gold pills. He would need 1,000. Even with relentless cultivation, it would take him 3 arduous years to reach the 8th level. And complicating matters further was the fact that he currently possessed only 10 Tao Essence purple gold pills. The next batch of purple gold pills would take 4 more years to mature, and even with the use of the cloud and rain technique to nourish them, it would still require over 3 years. By this calculation, achieving the 8th level of the golden core might demand more than 3 times the time, approaching a decade. 10 years is a considerable span. However, in the context of breaking through at the late golden core stage, it is remarkably swift, as many golden core ancestors take decades or even centuries to ascend to the next realm. Among those he encountered, several golden core ancestors had remained stuck at a certain level for a century, including the likes of Taoist Qinghe and the Elder of Wuji, who had lingered at the 8th level for 100 years. 10 days later, Qinghe refined all the purple gold pills, significantly enhancing his cultivation. In the absence of purple gold pills, he could still utilize the golden Xian pills for cultivation. While the efficacy was slightly inferior, it still contributed to his advancement. He had several hundred flawless golden Xian pills remaining, and refining them equated to dozens of purple gold pills. In the realm of cultivation, only Qinghe possessed the lavish ability to utilize purple gold pills for training. Many golden core ancestors could only afford golden yuan pills. The few who could employ golden Xian pills were exceedingly rare, and for a late-stage golden core ancestor, possessing a single vial of purple gold pills was already a mark of immense wealth. After refining several hundred golden Xian ginseng pills, Qinghe employed the comprehension herb to grasp the mortal sword path. After refining 5 comprehension herbs, he finally mastered the small divine ability level of the mortal sword path. Though it was merely a minor divine ability, when combined with the supreme grade treasure, the sword of mortal inquiry, it was not difficult to sever great divine abilities. The destructive power of a supreme grade treasure was on par with, or even superior to, top-tier divine abilities. High-level spiritual artifacts were coveted by cultivators. After a span of 6 months, Qinghe could no longer sense those spiritual presences. He quietly condensed the Foundation Establishment 6th layer Water God avatar, which remained undetectable as long as he refrained from employing his powers. In a flash, Qinghe entered the black earth space. Within this realm, a phoenix phantom flitted about. The heavenly phoenix true flame fruit had finally matured. However, akin to the flame dragon fruit, each tree bore but a single fruit. This scarcity is precisely why heavenly grade spiritual herbs are extraordinarily precious. Not only do they require a unique environment and boundless high-level spiritual energy to grow, but they also take millennia to yield just one fruit. Qinghe carefully harvested the heavenly phoenix true flame fruit. He had not planted a second tree, nor had he refined it. Gazing at the fruit in his hand, he thought, finally matured. In 3 years, with 3 dragonbone forging herbs and 20 diamond bodhi fruits, I can attempt to cultivate the heavenly grade golden body, elevating my physical form to the Tao golden body. Once my body reaches this level, not only will my cultivation speed accelerate, but I may also acquire means to protect myself before a nascent soul true monarch. Although facing a nascent soul true monarch head-on is unfeasible, I might withstand 1 or 2 of their attacks. Qinghe stored the heavenly phoenix true flame fruit, noting that producing the next fruit would require another decade. In this time, he must gather the materials to concoct the nirvana pill, and after 10 years, he would attempt to refine it, hoping to elevate the bloodline of one of the spiritual beasts to heavenly grade. While he currently regarded the 3 spiritual beasts' cultivation with disdain, should they reach the nascent soul level, the situation would be vastly different. With a single nascent soul, true monarch spiritual beast, he could command respect from the majority of forces in the cultivation world. At that point, with 3 nascent soul spiritual beasts, alongside his potential breakthrough to a nascent soul true monarch, he could boldly undertake numerous ventures. Otherwise, he worried that excessive prominence might provoke a united assault from nascent soul true monarchs, leading to his downfall. Qinghe secured the heavenly phoenix true flame fruit, marking it as his second matured spiritual herb, with the previous one being the yin-yang divine lotus. He had long sought to concoct a heavenly pill, yet one essential spiritual herb remained unfound. Other heavenly grade spiritual herbs, such as the 5th leaf of the 9 turns returning soul herb, required 8 years to mature. The 9 ethereal wood Qinglong ginseng require a span of 9 years to reach maturity, while 6 yin-yang divine lotuses take 5 years to mature. A single sword grass also necessitates 6 years, as does a flame dragon fruit. The Tai pure spirit herb matures in 5 years, and the tricolor golden lotus in 9. Most remarkably, the 7-colored moon orchid and the 9 nether bienhua demand 40 and 49 years, respectively, for their growth. Such celestial-grade spiritual medicines are extraordinarily precious, incomparable to other celestial-grade herbs. Unbeknownst to him, the Haida space has cultivated 23 plants, and with the addition of 2 mature ones, he now possesses a reserve of 25 celestial-grade spiritual medicines. This is an astonishing quantity. Even a nascent soul true monarch would marvel at such an abundance. Next in line are the terrestrial-grade spiritual herbs, with the foremost being 3 acres of purple gold flowers, followed by 5 acres of enlightenment grass, 1 acre of 3 lives soul-devouring grass, and 3 dragon-bone body refining grasses. Additionally, there are various auxiliary spiritual herbs for refining the purple gold pill, and the spiritual fields are sufficiently ample. Qinghe, however, is not content with these. He seeks to devise methods to acquire various purple gold flowers and their seeds to accelerate his cultivation speed. Chapter 6:16. The Trial Path Conference commences. Formulation of the soul-enhancing pill. On this day, the resonant chime imbued with Taoist essence reverberated throughout the Medicine King sect, heralding the decade-long assessment for core disciples. Countless inner sect disciples, core disciples, and personal disciples flocked to the Trial Path Square. Qinghe heard the chime but did not rush to attend. The preceding days were dedicated to competitions among core disciples, which bore little relevance to him as an inner sect disciple. He merely needed to appear at the end to challenge a core disciple. Seated within his cave abode, Qinghe recalled the jade slip bestowed upon him by Lian Buqi. Were it not for the fact that he had already refined all the medicinal pills and had none left to utilize, he might have almost forgotten about it. During Lian Buqi's ascension ceremony, he had gifted Qinghe a jade slip. Qinghe retrieved the slip and, upon inspection, discovered it contained a plethora of alchemical legacies as well as his own alchemical experiences. This legacy, if disseminated, would be as valuable as that of a master alchemist or a golden core ancestor. It not only documented hundreds of human and spiritual pill formulations, but also included 3 lower-grade precious pills, 1 middle-grade precious pill, and 1 upper-grade precious pill. Qinghe reviewed all the other pill legacies, finding that he was already familiar with the majority of them. Finally, he arrived at the upper-grade precious pill legacy, the soul-enhancing pill, which he had previously coveted when acquiring the soul-tempering pill formula from the Legacy Hall. Upon examining the formula, he realized that aside from the primary ingredient, earth soul grass, he possessed all other required spiritual herbs. This was indeed a significant boon. Currently, the soul-enhancing pill holds little value for him, as his spiritual consciousness has reached a formidable level within the golden core stage. However, should he acquire a celestial-grade cultivation technique for his soul, the value of the soul-enhancing pill would be greatly amplified, further augmenting his spiritual power. The strength of his spiritual consciousness has always been Qinghe's advantage, surpassing even the benefits of his precious body. He had long desired to seek a celestial-grade cultivation technique for the soul, and with the soul-enhancing pill, he could undoubtedly expedite his progress in mastering such a technique. As Qinghe contemplated the pill formula in detail, a figure descended from the heavens, prompting him to stow away his cultivation methods. A familiar voice resonated from outside. "Is junior brother Lu present?" Emerging from his secluded abode, Qinghe saw that it was Yu Wuxia. He greeted her respectfully. "Greetings, senior sister." Yu Wuxia appraised Qinghe, exclaiming, "Junior brother Lu, after several years of absence, you have remarkably cultivated to the 6th layer of foundation establishment and have comprehended the Tao heart. It's a pity that I was in seclusion and did not have the opportunity to hear your teachings." Upon her emergence from seclusion, Yu Shui had informed Yu Wuxia of Qinghe's teachings, as she too had been present that day. Apart from her astonishment, she genuinely felt happy for Qinghe. Comprehending the Tao heart assures a high probability of successfully entering the golden core stage, as long as he does not falter. Qinghe was taken aback that even the reclusive Yu Wuxia was aware of his progress, and he humbly remarked, "It is but a minor achievement, unworthy of mention. However, senior sister, your advancement is commendable. Congratulations." Yu Wuxia, who had evidently cultivated some unknown technique, had astonishingly broken through to the 9th layer of foundation establishment. This rate of progress was remarkable. When he had first met her, she had only attained the 6th layer. Calculating the years, achieving the 9th layer within 15 years is no small feat. With another 20 years, Yu Wuxia could potentially break into the golden core stage, or perhaps even sooner, making her age less than a century at that time. A golden core within a century is truly the hallmark of a nascent soul prodigy. If all goes as expected, there should be no hindrance to Yu Wuxia reaching the later stages of golden core, with her future fate determining whether she ascends to the nascent soul stage. Yu Wuxia covered her mouth and smiled. The golden core is within reach. This is merely a minor path. With countless foundation establishment prodigies cultivating in the Medicine King sect, it would be a shame if one were to falter. She added with a playful tone, "I merely hope that junior brother does not surpass senior sister in cultivation one day." Yu Wuxia was most acutely aware of Qinghe's rapid cultivation speed. She was at the 6th layer of foundation establishment, while Qinghe had reached the 2nd layer. Yet he had now obtained the legacy of the 9th layer of golden core. With the support of the Yu family and the resources from the spiritual herb peak, she had managed to reach the 9th layer, while Lu Qinghe had already advanced to the 6th layer. Moreover, given that Lu Qinghe had comprehended the Tao heart, his cultivation is poised for exponential growth, making it entirely plausible that he may step onto the golden core path ahead of her. Lu Qinghe smiled, but refrained from responding, instead inquiring, "Senior sister, what brings you here? Do you have any instructions?" Logically, Yu Wuxia should be participating in the core disciple competition. Yu Wuxia replied, "I merely came to check if you were going to miss this trial. Had I not come, you would have missed this opportunity entirely, just like before. If you reclaim your status as a core disciple, coupled with your innate talents, breaking through to golden core within decades is hardly an issue." Yu Wuxia glanced around and cast a barrier with her spiritual sense, whispering to Lu Qinghe, "This core disciple competition is of great importance. You should be aware of the emergence of the Immortal Palace. It has now been opened, and its information has been confirmed to be an ancient legacy hall. Within it lie 99 legacies of Qi refinement, 36 legacies of foundation establishment, 9 legacies of golden core, 3 legacies of nascent soul, and 1 legacy of supreme ascendance. The elite of the inner sect will compete for the Qi refinement legacies, while we core disciples will vie for the foundation establishment legacies. Should we manage to secure one, it would not be impossible to condense the golden core path immediately." Lu Qinghe was momentarily stunned, not realizing the Immortal Palace held such opportunities. He expressed his gratitude to Yu Wuxia. "Thank you for the reminder, senior sister." Yu Wuxia smiled. "Even if I hadn't mentioned it, you would have discovered it in due time. Now, let us proceed to the Trial Path Conference." Lu Qinghe did not refuse and followed Yu Wuxia as they departed. At the Trial Path Square, all eyes were fixed upon the arena, observing the duels of core disciples. Observing their battles could compensate for one's deficiencies and serve as a means of enlightenment, especially since the mastery of various techniques by core disciples is far beyond that of ordinary disciples. Learning the essence of their skills would lead to remarkable advancements in their own strength. A sudden wave of curious gazes turned towards a particular spot. It was Lu Qinghe. Many had assumed he would once again abandon the competition as he had 10 years prior, yet he had made an unexpected appearance. Wang Yuantai was unfortunate. Having previously filled the vacancy, now he must contend with the return of the king, Lu Qinghe. With a foundation at the 6th layer of cultivation, he is formidable. Having grasped the essence of the Tao heart, his true combat prowess may very well rival that of late-stage foundation establishment practitioners. What is most alarming is that he possesses a spirit beast at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Over the years, that spirit beast may have attained the pinnacle of foundation establishment, placing his overall strength among the top 5. Furthermore, regarding the Moon Fairy, the rumors have proven true. Their relationship is indeed extraordinary. If only I could be blessed with such fortuitous opportunities. First, one must attain the Tao of foundation establishment, then comprehend the Tao heart, followed by daydreaming. Not only the inner disciples, but also the core disciples have turned their attention towards Lu Qinghe and Yu Wuxia. Lu Qinghe's expression remains impassive. Although he conceals his cultivation, he has already embodied the temperament and demeanor of a golden core ancestor. Chapter 617. The sect leader's attention, Wan Xingzhu's recruitment. Lu Qinghe addressed Yu Wuxia, saying, "Senior sister, I shall remain seated here and not accompany you forward. As he is merely an inner disciple, he must stay behind." Yu Wuxia nodded in agreement. "I am also about to compete." She soared directly onto a competition platform. As Yu Wuxia departed, several inner disciples nearby hurriedly greeted Lu Qinghe with respect. "Senior brother Lu." Lu Qinghe returned the gesture. There is no need for such formalities. Despite his words, the inner disciples instinctively created some space for him to sit cross-legged. Although they were all inner disciples, their statuses were entirely different. They understood that Lu Qinghe would soon ascend to the ranks of core disciples. Lu Qinghe chose not to speak much. He was known for not being particularly sociable. His gaze shifted toward Yu Wuxia's platform, where her opponent was a disciple at the 8th layer of foundation establishment wielding superior water-based techniques. Yu Wuxia, however, produced a top-tier spiritual artifact, a precious orb that integrated offense and defense, which incessantly unleashed various vine attacks to ensnare her opponent. While Yu Wuxia possessed a wood heavenly spirit root, Lu Qinghe discerned that her primary cultivation method was not of the wood element, but rather a unique technique. Yet, he could not fathom its intricacies. He recognized that Yu Wuxia's status as a disciple of the peak master of the spirit medicine peak was no trivial matter. In the upper seat, Shun Qinghe praised Wan Xingzhu. "Your disciple's water attribute techniques have reached an extraordinary level, likely grasping the seeds of divine abilities. I wonder, however, how deeply she comprehends the path of fortune." He held Yu Wuxia in high regard, not only for her water attribute spirit root, but also for her smooth cultivation of the path of fortune, which surpassed that of others. Ruan Qingzhu replied, esteemed sect leader. I too am unclear about her understanding of the path of fortune, and I do not know to what extent she has cultivated it. Qinghe, however, did not believe this statement. It was evident that Ruan Qingzhu was withholding the truth. Yet, he did not mind. To him, every additional prodigy emerging from the Medicine King sect was a significant boon. There is no rush. She is still young. He turned his attention to Elder Yao beside him. Has Tianxian given up on competing for the position of core disciple? Elder Yao nodded in response, reporting to the sect leader. Tianxian is currently in seclusion for cultivation and will not contest for this core disciple status. For her, the title is of little consequence. Qinghe smiled broadly at Elder Yao. Elder Yao, if I were not deaf and blind, I would have known that Tianxian had left the Medicine King sect to seek enlightenment on the path of worldly inquiry. This is fortuitous. If she can grasp this path, she may indeed become a sword immortal. Many matters within the Medicine King sect could not escape Qinghe's keen perception, especially concerning Tianxian, a natural sword body, whom the sect had nurtured as a potential nascent soul, true monarch. She was entirely different from other prodigies. Elder Yao recognized that nothing could escape Qinghe's discerning gaze and could only reply truthfully. The sect leader is perceptive. Yet, Qinghe dared not agree fully. If I had such discernment, I would not have failed to notice a prodigy who has already attained clarity of heart. Lu Qinghe's earlier attainment of the Tao of Foundation establishment had drawn his attention. However, he merely regarded him as a promising candidate. The lowest achievers of the Tao of Foundation establishment could reach the late stages, and advancing to Golden Core was no simple feat yet. To have attained clarity of heart at the 6th layer of Foundation establishment, realizing one's own path, suggested that the Golden Core was not the limit. He might very well become at least a mid-stage or even late-stage Golden Core practitioner. Such a practitioner would be of immense importance to the Medicine King sect. It could be said that Lu Qinghe's demonstrated talent was not inferior to that of Yu Wuxia, who cultivated the path of fortune. Upon hearing such matters, Qinghe remained skeptical until he meticulously replayed the teachings of that day, at which point he grasped the true extent of Lu Qinghe's terrifying talent. Elder Yao, somewhat indifferent, remarked, it is merely a minor path. I did not expect it to draw the sect leader's attention. Qinghe shot Elder Yao an admonishing glance. Do not attempt to mislead me. The path of worldly inquiry is exceedingly unusual. At times, I wonder what kind of talent could comprehend such a path. Ultimately, he arrived at a possible conclusion. The Enlightenment Herb. This disciple must have used the Enlightenment Herb. Qinghe's speculation startled both Elder Yao and Ruan Qingzhu simultaneously. They had not previously considered the Enlightenment Herb, not because they doubted its efficacy in aiding enlightenment, but rather because they could not fathom that Lu Qinghe could obtain such a precious spiritual herb. However, now it seemed plausible. Ruan Qingzhu pondered for a moment and respectfully stated, the sect leader's reasoning is sound. This is indeed the most likely scenario. As the master of the spirit medicine peak, she possessed greater insight into spiritual herbs. Qinghe continued, to attain the path after consuming a single enlightenment herb signifies profound talent. It is merely unfortunate that it was used too early, yet it does not detract from the matter. Noticing Elder Yao deep in thought, Qinghe inquired, what is it? Are you reluctant to part with your inheritance? He could not understand why such a prodigy had not been taken as a personal disciple by Elder Yao. Upon hearing Qinghe's words, Elder Yao's expression darkened. Did he need to disclose that Lu Qinghe had declined to become a personal disciple? That would be utterly humiliating. He would rather die than admit it. So he could only grit his teeth and say, he has already comprehended his own path. Further cultivation of my path may lead him astray and cloud his heart. Ruan Qingzhu interjected, in that case, let him come to my spirit medicine peak. We happen to have a few worthy positions available. Elder Yao was displeased by Ruan Qingzhu's opportunism. Peak Master Ruan, this jest is not amusing. Lu Qinghe is a disciple of the Pill Peak. He cannot possibly transfer to another peak. Ruan Qingzhu suggested pointedly, what does that matter? Besides, he shares a good relationship with Wuxia. It would be beneficial for them to look out for each other. Elder Yao's aura trembled. He had not anticipated that Ruan Qingzhu would be so brazen as to attempt to leverage Yu Wuxia to attract Lu Qinghe. He could not fathom Ruan Qingzhu's motives. While Lu Qinghe was indeed talented, he was still inferior to Yu Wuxia. Such a losing proposition was uncharacteristic of such a shrewd woman. In the Medicine King sect, who did not know of Ruan Qingzhu's astuteness. Otherwise, she would not have been able to attain the position of Spirit Medicine Peak Master with her level of cultivation. Elder Yao replied indifferently, if Peak Master Ruan truly has such intentions, you might as well allow Wuxia to come to the Pill Peak. Besides, if my memory serves me right, Peak Master Ruan warned this disciple against stepping into the Spirit Medicine Peak back in Frostmoon City. You would not want to slap your own face. Before Ruan Qingzhu could respond, Qinghe interrupted, enough of this bickering. He addressed Yuan Xingzhu. You need not set your sights on this disciple. Someone from the Pill Peak is about to emerge from seclusion. And your spirit medicine peak should avoid provoking bad luck at this time. Qinghe's words caused both Yuan Xingzhu and Elder Yao's expressions to shift, and they fell silent. They knew precisely whom Qinghe referred to, the master of the Pill Peak, a top-tier Golden Core Grandmaster. In the depths of their hearts, the two were left in disbelief. Could it truly be that Qinghe possessed such remarkable aptitude, worthy of attention from such a formidable entity? In Chapter 618, titled Refining the Body's Cultivation, he vanquished Qinghe. After several rounds on the arena, Yu Wuxia, relying on a superior spiritual artifact and high-level techniques, triumphed over her opponent. The ensuing battles became increasingly intense, for the stakes of this core disciples competition were exceptionally high. The first place would earn a reverse destiny pill, the second place a low-grade magical artifact, and the third place an exquisite spiritual instrument along with an earth spirit pill. The subsequent 10 positions were also laden with various rare spiritual artifacts and elixirs. Yet, Qinghe was perplexed by the absence of Yu Tianxian. He had encountered her 6 months prior at the Golden Core Advancement Conference, where she seemed to have grasped a hint of the Sword Dao. While securing first place might pose a challenge given the Sword Dao's formidable nature, attaining a spot in the top 3 was certainly within her reach. However, her absence sparked mere curiosity in Qinghe. He remained unaware that her non-appearance bore significant implications for him. Ultimately, it was Qinghe from the Purple Sky Peak who claimed first place by mastering a minor earth-based divine ability, leaving everyone astonished. Those present were acutely aware that the strongest among them had comprehended divine seed techniques, which were incomparable to minor abilities. With a perfect foundation, comprehending a minor divine ability significantly increased the likelihood of grasping a major divine ability upon entering the Golden Core realm. Qinghe discerned that Qinghe had cultivated a commendable body refinement technique, as otherwise he would not withstand the force of the divine ability. Furthermore, Qinghe was a direct disciple of the Peak's master, Qinghe. Qinghe discreetly attempted to probe Qinghe's cultivation level, only to find himself unable to ascertain any information about his techniques or divine abilities. While Qinghe was certainly not at the nascent soul stage, his prowess surpassed that of the formidable blood Yinluo and the Du family's great cultivators he had previously defeated. Concerned about being detected by Qinghe quickly withdrew his gaze. The second place was taken by Huangfu Xuanqi from the Dan Peak, who had also comprehended a fire-based divine seed, while the third was Qi Yun from the Sword Peak, who had grasped the Sword Dao divine seed. Yu Wuxia secured the 6th position. As for the prodigies of 20 years prior, some had surpassed their time limits, while others had achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation. The specifics remained unknown to Qinghe. It was conceivable that in the next decade, many of these individuals might no longer be present, with some becoming elders of the sect and others ascending to the Golden Core stage as venerable ancestors. Even if Qinghe were to reclaim his status as a core disciple, he would only have 20 years to do so. Soon, it was time for the inner disciples to challenge the core disciples. Qinghe stood and called out, "Which inner disciple wishes to challenge a core disciple?" All eyes turned towards Qinghe, who reluctantly rose. His desire for discretion had been thwarted. Bowing respectfully to Qinghe, he declared, "I wish to give it a try." Qinghe nodded in approval. Granted. With a swift application of lightness technique, Qinghe ascended the arena, causing the faces of several core disciples lacking in strength to pale, as they silently prayed not to be chosen. However, Qinghe did not even glance at them. Instead, he focused on one individual, Qinghe, Brother Qin. "I know you have awaited this day for a long time. Please, step forward for a battle." Everyone was astonished. They had not anticipated Qinghe to select someone as formidable as Qinghe, who had already reached the late foundation establishment stage. Qinghe's expression darkened, yet he did not refuse and soared onto the platform. His demeanor regained composure as he remarked, "Junior Brother Lu, you are truly a genius, breaking through to the 6th layer of foundation establishment in just 20 short years. Congratulations." Qinghe scrutinized Qinghe, noting the seed of inner demons already manifesting within him. It appeared he had not advanced in his cultivation over the years and might even be regressing. "Brother, there is no need for pleasantries. Please, strike when ready," Qinghe urged. Qinghe inhaled deeply, recognizing his own predicament. He had to vanquish his inner demons. If he could not defeat Qinghe, his path to further advancement would be fraught with obstacles. "Junior brother, I know you possess a spirit beast at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Let it join the fray." A mid-grade fire-resistant defensive robe materialized on Qinghe, along with a high-grade spiritual weapon, fully revealing his cultivation at the 7th layer of foundation establishment. Qinghe chuckled lightly. "Against you, brother, there is no need for a spirit beast. The dismissal incited Qinghe's fury, yet he laughed in response. Very well, I shall not hold back. Starfire raging plains. A torrent of flames descended upon Lu Qinghe, who had anticipated Qinghe's tactics. A golden light enveloped his fist, shattering the fiery deluge. Qinghe's expression shifted dramatically as he regarded Lu Qinghe warily. You are a body refinement cultivator? Lu Qinghe smiled and nodded. Your talents may be lacking, but you have some aptitude in body refinement. Qinghe dismissed this. What does it matter how strong one is in body refinement? It pales in comparison to technique. Then take heed, brother. Lu Qinghe concealed his daylight, glazed true body beneath the guise with his own magic, employing the ice skin jadebone technique. This technique allowed him to exhibit a physical form surpassing that of a high-grade spiritual body. While it may not reach the level of an exquisite spiritual body, it was still formidable. Lu Qinghe unleashed the ice skin jadebone technique to its utmost limits, creating an afterimage that appeared behind Qinghe. Boom. The defensive spiritual artifact on Qinghe deflected Lu Qinghe's fist. Fire Dragon Whirlwind. Qinghe commenced his high-grade technique, summoning a roaring fire dragon. Yet Lu Qinghe dispatched it effortlessly with a series of impactful strikes. All present were left in stunned silence, witnessing Lu Qinghe's prowess as a body refinement cultivator. Having honed his skills to such an alarming degree, capable of shattering high-grade techniques with mere punches, the notion that body refinement was inferior to cultivation seemed to dissolve. Lu Qinghe's body refinement level had likely reached that of an exquisite spiritual body, rivaling a late Foundation establishment cultivator. No wonder he dared to challenge Qinghe. This led to the realization among many that perhaps a deficiency in talent could be compensated for through body refinement. Yet, others countered that body refinement required immense resources, far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Qinghe expressed his astonishment. I almost overlooked this. I did not expect him to be a body refinement cultivator, and to have perfected the ice skin jadebone technique, a legacy from ancient times. Lu Qinghe's standing in Qinghe's eyes rose considerably, barring the absence of a spiritual root. He was undoubtedly a promising candidate for achieving enlightenment. Only Elder Yao and Ruan Xingzhu exchanged glances of surprise, as they were aware that Lu Qinghe had not cultivated the ice skin jadebone technique, but rather the daylight, glazed golden body. For reasons unknown, Lu Qinghe had chosen to present himself as a practitioner of the former. However, the two chose to remain silent in their understanding. Yu Wuxia was also taken aback, her brow furrowing as she had always believed Lu Qinghe to be training in the daylight, glazed golden body, not another technique. On the platform, Qinghe had exhausted his magical energy after several applications of high-grade techniques and spiritual artifact assaults, while Lu Qinghe's strength appeared boundless. Ultimately, Lu Qinghe dispatched Qinghe with a single effortless maneuver, sending him flying. As Qinghe's eyes brimmed with unwillingness, Lu Qinghe declared, Brother, you have been defeated. Just as I once stated, you have strayed from the path. Otherwise, you would not find yourself in this predicament today. In Chapter 619, titled Returning to the Core, Qi Yun's Challenge, Qinghe spat a mouthful of reverse blood, glaring at Lu Qinghe with resentment. Junior brother, our paths will cross again. Disheveled, Qinghe departed, his inner demons evidently weighing heavier upon him. Elder Yao observed the departing Qinghe with a grave tone. This is somewhat excessive. After all, Qinghe was a core disciple of Danfeng, a figure of considerable renown. Ruan Xingzhu remarked nonchalantly, if he cannot endure such minor setbacks, he is unlikely to achieve great success in the future. They discerned that Qinghe's demeanor was amiss. For each disciple of the Yao Wang sect's core was known for their resolute mindset. His current display prompted them to regard him with diminished respect. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Qinghe had sown the seeds of inner demons within Qinghe using the soul-capturing bell. Having regained his status as a core disciple, Lu Qinghe found it convenient for his upcoming endeavors. Just as he intended to depart the arena, a terrifying sword intent emanated from the trial square, astonishing the onlookers who turned their gaze towards Qi Yun. Qi Yun rose, transforming into a beam of sword light as he descended upon the arena, his eyes gleaming with sharpness. Junior brother Lu, do you dare to engage in battle with me? The crowd was taken aback by Qi Yun's unexpected challenge to Lu Qinghe. Qi Yun, a prodigy of the sword path, was a descendant of the sword sovereign and ranked among the top 3 core disciples, having comprehended the seed of sword path divine abilities. Although Lu Qinghe had demonstrated commendable prowess, many were aware of his hidden strengths, including his formidable body cultivation and a 9th-layer spirit beast. Nevertheless, Lu Qinghe was merely at the 6th layer of Foundation establishment and could not possibly contend with Qi Yun. Qi Yun's challenge seemed a degradation of his own status. Lu Qinghe, equally taken aback, wondered if his previous provocation had gone too far, leading Qi Yun to regard him as a rival to be eliminated. were it not for the scrutiny of the assembled crowd. Lu Qinghe would have dismissed Qi Yun's challenge as irrelevant. After all, why would a giant concern itself with the taunts of an ant? Only if his master, the sword-peaked sovereign, were to intervene would there be merit in such a duel. Disinterested, Lu Qinghe was unwilling to squander his time. Qi Yun looked at Lu Qinghe in disbelief, unable to fathom his utter disregard for face, which amounted to a direct concession, tarnishing his identity as a core disciple. Qi Yun pressed, "Junior brother Lu, are you perhaps afraid?" Lu Qinghe regarded Qi Yun with an expression of disdain. "Is it your sword path to challenge a sixth-layer foundation establishment practitioner with your perfected foundation?" Qi Yun's heart tightened. Having previously suffered a setback at Lu Qinghe's hands, he had narrowly escaped the clutches of his inner demons. Now, he was wary of Lu Qinghe. He replied, "Your power is evident to all, and you possess a ninth-layer spirit beast. Surely, you must have reached the perfected foundation after all these years." Lu Qinghe scoffed at Qi Yun's ignorance, knowing that if his little fox were present, it could easily dispatch dozens of Qi Yun's ilk. Still, he remained uninterested. As Lu Qinghe prepared to leave the arena, Qi Yun interjected, "I distinctly remember your words from that day. Given your performance, what qualification do you have to stand alongside Sister Yu?" Lu Qinghe felt a sense of resignation. He had a cordial relationship with Yu Wuxia, primarily forged through several transactions. But nothing more. He had not anticipated such complications arising from it. However, he bore no ill will towards Yu Wuxia. Ultimately, he owed her, having approached her for the benefits he had gained. Though the exchanges were fair, and he had even incurred losses in some, it was unfortunate that misunderstandings had arisen. Lu Qinghe's tone grew firmer. "Brother, you overstep. My interactions with Sister Yu do not require your interference." Qi Yun gripped his sword and finally queried, "What would it take for you to accept the challenge?" Lu Qinghe, puzzled, asked, "What grievance do we share, brother, that necessitates this?" Qi Yun asserted, "If I do not defeat you, my heart will remain unsettled and my sword path unclear. I implore you to oblige." Lu Qinghe's interest was piqued. "If this is a matter of achieving enlightenment, what rewards might I expect in return?" Qi Yun, sensing Lu Qinghe's willingness, hastily declared, "The reward for third place shall belong to you, witnessed by all present." Lu Qinghe shook his head. "If that is the case, brother, your sword path is rather trifling." Qi Yun's expression darkened. "What do you desire?" Lu Qinghe replied, "A heavenly herb. If you can present me with one, I shall certainly grant you the opportunity to attain your path." The audience erupted in astonishment. They had not anticipated Lu Qinghe's demand, which was audacious in its magnitude. A heavenly herb was a treasure capable of granting enlightenment with a mere inhalation. Even the Yao Wang sect possessed few such herbs, all held by nascent soul true monarchs. And a foundation establishment practitioner might not even recognize what a heavenly herb looked like. However, it soon dawned upon everyone that Lu Qinghe was merely fabricating an excuse to decline Qi Yun's challenge. They understood that Qi Yun's prowess was undeniable. Why invite unnecessary suffering? Qi Yun's face darkened thoroughly, but Lu Qinghe offered him no time for further discourse, leaping off the arena and thereby concluding the challenge. Qinghe interjected, "Qi Yun, enough? Cease this folly and step down." Qi Yun cast a glance at Lu Qinghe's position, gripping his sword tightly. He had no intention of surrendering. The subsequent challenges among core disciples ensued, and a reinvigorated Qinghe defeated an opponent, reclaiming his status as a core disciple. As the trials came to a close, Qinghe announced, "This trial conference has concluded, and an opportunity shall soon arise. I believe everyone is aware of the emergence of the Immortal Palace. 1 month from now, the Yao Wang sect shall select 300 Qi refining disciples and 50 foundation establishment disciples to journey to the Immortal Palace under the guidance of the Golden Core Ancestor, competing for opportunities. The specific roster will be personally announced by me at that time. Simultaneously, the sect will elevate the exchange levels this month. Alchemical pills, cultivation techniques, magical artifacts, and even treasured items can be exchanged for those with sufficient sect contribution points. The sect contribution points are akin to the merits accumulated in the Taishan sect. All disciples were exhilarated. This was a chance to rapidly enhance their cultivation. Lu Qinghe, having regained his status as a core disciple, returned not only to his former residence in the Danfeng courtyard, but also gained the benefits accorded to newly appointed core disciples. He had access to the spiritual herbs of the Spirit Herb Peak, the alchemical knowledge of Danfeng, and the inheritance of cultivation techniques. Lu Qinghe had not anticipated such an outcome. If this were the case, could he not forego his 10-year core disciple status only to regain such an opportunity in the second decade? However, this notion was uniquely his. No other disciple would willingly squander a decade of core disciple privileges. The resources at stake could not possibly be compared to the inheritance of spiritual herbs and alchemy. Wasting 10 years equated to squandering prime cultivation time. The benefits and resources afforded to core disciples over a decade surpassed mere spiritual herbs and inheritance by leagues. In the realm of cultivation, a single misstep could lead to irrevocable losses, and once missed, recapturing such opportunities was far from simple. Throughout the millennia of the Yao Wang sect's history, no one had attempted such a thing. The most that had occurred was a unique circumstance like Lu Qinghe's, where a disciple lost their qualification during the trials for some reason. Chapter 620, Grudges, the Inheritance of Heavenly Pills. Upon returning to the window peak and having just organized his belongings, Lu Qinghe had yet to depart when a figure descended before his courtyard. Spotting the visitor, Lu Qinghe called out, "Senior brother Huangfu." Huangfu Xuanqi waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formalities. I should have come to express my gratitude long ago. What you shared about the great Tao has greatly benefited me. Your path may be broader than mine. Perhaps one day you shall become the Golden Core ancestor." He recognized Lu Qinghe's exceptional talent. Had Lu Qinghe been of the same age as him, the outcome of their rivalry might have been vastly different. Even more daunting was Lu Qinghe's path through the mortal realm. The deeper the research delves, the more astonishing the findings become, capable of compensating for his fire god path, yielding immense benefits, and taking the final step towards condensing the seeds of the fire god path. It has even inspired the likes of the sword immortal, Moon Celestial, who holds great admiration for Lu Qinghe. "You must have already surmised my purpose for coming here. The Uncle Master wishes to see you." Lu Qinghe had already guessed. "Brother, please lead the way." Huangfu Xuanqi rose with Lu Qinghe and flew towards the main hall of the Pill Peak, landing gracefully atop it. Huangfu Xuanqi turned to leave, while Lu Qinghe began to understand him. He was a person of unique disposition, having spent a year together in the Medicine King city. Moreover, Huangfu Xuanqi was a direct disciple of the Pill Peak's master, thus entitled to refer to the Medicine King sect as Uncle Master. As for the Pill Peak's master, Lu Qinghe scanned with his divine sense and pinpointed the location, though he refrained from further probing. Upon entering the grand hall, he saw Elder Yao seated at the head and respectfully greeted him. "Greetings, Elder." Elder Yao remarked, "You have done well. It was a mistake on my part that caused you to miss out on the core disciple status. Now that you have returned to the core, what are your thoughts?" Lu Qinghe replied earnestly, "The disciple shall strive diligently to cultivate and vow to uphold the status and dignity of the Medicine King sect." Elder Yao scoffed derisively. "A person who comprehends the path of the mundane world is hardly so pedestrian. Do you believe I would take your words at face value?" Lu Qinghe maintained a stoic expression. At present, Elder Yao posed no threat to him, and he regarded Elder Yao's attitude as relatively favorable. "You are overly concerned. Although the cultivation world necessitates vigilance and caution, the Medicine King sect is, after all, a reputable establishment, unlikely to engage in oppression of its disciples." Lu Qinghe believed this, but only in relation to others. When it came to himself, he preferred to trust in his own instincts. Furthermore, should his secrets be revealed, not even a Golden Core 7th layer ancestor, let alone the Medicine King's Yuanying true monarch, would hesitate to intervene personally. Lu Qinghe expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Elder, for your guidance." Observing Lu Qinghe's demeanor, Elder Yao realized that he had completely misunderstood his intentions. He held Lu Qinghe in high regard. Such a talent, if taken as a direct disciple, would have no issues with the Golden Core Tao. However, having declined, there was no further need to pursue the matter, a consequence of the Golden Core ancestor's own prestige. Moreover, because of Lu Qinghe, Moon Celestial had chosen a path that he could not control, and he still harbored some resentment towards Lu Qinghe. After all, Moon Celestial was akin to a beloved daughter to him, and due to Lu Qinghe's teachings, a path once destined for success had now become fraught with uncertainty and peril. A single misstep could jeopardize Moon Celestial's Tao. The elder did not mince words and addressed Lu Qinghe directly. "This time, you have one spot in the Immortal Palace. If you possess the ability, go and obtain a foundational inheritance. If you truly have such capability, you could attain the Golden Core within decades. Even the most mediocre inheritance is a genuine legacy from antiquity." Lu Qinghe had anticipated his inclusion among the spots. However, even without a designated spot, he intended to embark on this journey, as he had not forgotten his previous plans. Now the timing was ripe. Yes, the disciple will do his utmost. Furthermore, if you venture to the spiritual herb peak to procure spiritual herbs, be cautious of the peak master, Wan Xingzhu. She is not a person of good character. He worried that Lu Qinghe might be swayed by Wan Xingzhu's allure and defect to the spiritual herb peak. Although there had already been a warning from the sect leader, he remained uneasy regarding Wan Xingzhu. Lu Qinghe was taken aback. He had not anticipated Elder Yao to dare to speak ill of the spiritual herb peak's master. Not only did the master outrank Elder Yao, but their cultivation was also at the Golden Core 8th layer, on the verge of breaking through to the 9th layer. He couldn't fathom what the spiritual herb peak's master had done to elicit such a harsh judgment from Elder Yao. Indeed, Elder Yao waved his hand. "You may leave." Lu Qinghe bowed and turned to exit the grand hall of the Pill Peak. However, he did not depart from the Pill Peak, but instead proceeded to the Great Hall of Pill Dao Inheritance with his token. He had visited this place twice before, handing over the token to the astonished elder before stepping inside. An endless expanse of flames greeted him, above which were lines of Pill Dao inheritances and techniques. With a sweep of his divine sense, Lu Qinghe finally discerned a purple-gold flame deep within the core. It was a top-grade, earth-level spirit fire, and it bore a terrifying cultivation level of golden core 9th layer. The purple-gold flame sensed something and quivered slightly, but it detected nothing amiss, producing a faintly aged voice. "Could it be that I have slumbered too long and misperceived?" It had just keenly sensed a divine sense sweep by, yet upon investigation, found no trace. Turning its attention to Lu Qinghe's position, it mused, "What an interesting little fellow, but his spirit fire aura has dissipated. It seems I misjudged him initially." Lu Qinghe was astonished. He had previously suspected that this spirit fire had developed consciousness, yet witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. He thought of the glazed purity fire, wondering if it would ever attain consciousness one day. However, Lu Qinghe believed such a feat was unlikely. He had already refined the spirit fire, and his willpower constituted its consciousness. Unless it ascended to immortal fire, the emergence of consciousness was nearly impossible. For the glazed purity fire to gain sentience, he would have to relinquish the imprint he had placed upon it, which was clearly out of the question. Moreover, he would not allow a conscious spirit fire to exist by his side, as it would pose a significant risk. Compared to spirit beasts, spirit fire was akin to a part of himself, and he could not afford any potential accidents. Lu Qinghe ventured deeper. Having long since lost interest in ordinary Pill Dao inheritances, he had previously surveyed the area with his divine sense and detected an unusual jade slip in the core region. Its Pill Dao inheritance was undoubtedly extraordinary. Had it not been for his formidable divine sense, he would never have discovered it. Lu Qinghe moved with apparent nonchalance. Yet his aim was precise. The purple-gold spirit fire in the core region was astonished. In this sea of flames, any movement could not escape its awareness. As Lu Qinghe approached, it exclaimed in surprise, "Could it be that this little fellow has discovered this place?" Then it shook its head. "Impossible. It must be a mere coincidence." As its words fell, Lu Qinghe stood before it, and it concealed its form. Lu Qinghe seemed oblivious to its presence, simply reaching out to grasp a jade slip from the void. With a sweep of his divine sense, he confirmed it to be the celestial pill inheritance, the most precious legacy here. He stored the jade slip and hurriedly retreated. Chapter 621. A bold proposal, joining the spiritual herb peak. As Lu Qinghe departed, the purple-gold spirit fire revealed itself. It flickered several times, voicing its confusion. "The only celestial pill inheritance left here has been taken by him. Is it luck or coincidence? Or has he truly uncovered something?" After pondering for a moment, it found no clarity and could only attribute it to good fortune. Otherwise, it would not have been so unaware. With the celestial pill inheritance taken, it flew deeper, entering a significant formation where a powerful figure was seated on a fire spirit platform, cultivating a technique. Lu Qinghe returned to the Danfeng courtyard, skillfully unlocking the barriers. Inside, everything remained unchanged. This spiritual peak had not been transferred to anyone else over the years. The various spiritual herbs previously planted by Fu Lan had matured and fallen, but without management, their growth had not fared well. Upon contemplating Fu Lan, Lu Qinghe resolved to make a journey to Yaowang City to assess the status of her elixir sales and her collection of spirit herbs. He soared back to the Grand Hall, descended the Mi Shun Grand Array, and retrieved the jade slip of inheritance to peruse its contents. The Dao Yuan Pill, a low-grade heavenly elixir, is the most precious concoction for those cultivating to the true monarch of the nascent soul stage. With a single pill valued at a staggering 1 million spirit stones, in addition to the primary ingredient, the Dao Yuan fruit. The recipe necessitates 3 types of top-tier earthly spirit herbs, 3 varieties of superior earthly herbs, and an astonishing 36 other assorted spirit herbs. Crafting a single heavenly pill is a formidable challenge. Besides the Dao Yuan pill formula, he also possessed the formula for the Yinyang heavenly pill, albeit both were of lower grade. Lu Qinghe remained uncertain about the potential efficacy of the Lioli pure fire in refining heavenly pills. He doubted that such a premium flame could yield a flawless heavenly pill. Achieving a middle-grade heavenly pill would be commendable, while producing a superior grade one would border on miraculous. To create a flawless elixir, it would be essential to elevate the Lioli pure fire to the level of heavenly spirit fire. This recollection led Lu Qinghe to remember the fire child he had slain from the fire god sect, which likely possessed a form of heavenly spirit fire. He wondered if his current cultivation could suppress and refine it. However, Qinghe hesitated to attempt it, recalling the spirit fire at the inheritance hall, which was merely a grade of earthly treasure but corresponded to the cultivation of a 9th-layer golden core practitioner. A heavenly spirit fire would likely possess the might of the nascent soul, and given that the fire god sect was a force with nascent soul roots, they might have left behind means to confront a true monarch of the nascent soul stage. A sudden strike could leave him without a chance of survival. He remained acutely aware of the principle that excessive greed leads to downfall, a lesson learned from countless cultivators he had vanquished who sought his treasures. Qinghe entered the black earth space and utilized a cloud and rain technique on the purple gold flower and the spirit herbs for refining the purple gold pill, enhancing their growth and speed. Subsequently, he flew out of the Danfeng courtyard, heading towards the spirit herb peak. It seemed that Yu Wuxia anticipated his arrival, waiting for him with a smile at the spirit herb peak. Qinghe greeted her respectfully. "Greetings, senior sister." Yu Wuxia informed him, "The master wishes to see you." This startled Qinghe. The relationship with the peak master of the spirit herb peak was not particularly amicable, having been warned previously not to ascend the peak. Now, they sought an audience with him. He recalled Elder Yao's previous instructions and wondered if there was more to this than met the eye. Qinghe nodded. "Lead the way, senior sister." Ascending the spirit herb peak, he could not refuse when Ruan Xingzhu wished to see him, especially since his current cultivation no longer required him to tread as cautiously as before. Yu Wuxia guided Qinghe to the summit of the spirit herb peak, marking his first visit to this place. There, Ruan Xingzhu sat upon a chair crafted from a gathering of spirit herbs, a sight that astonished Qinghe, for it was a top-tier earthly spirit herb. Sensing their arrival, Ruan Xingzhu opened her eyes and directed her consciousness towards Qinghe, who met her gaze with composure. Noticing his unflappable demeanor, Ruan Xingzhu offered rare praise. "Impressive. You can maintain such poise in my presence. Yet, do you not realize this may offend a golden core practitioner?" Qinghe replied unfazed. "Disciple is from the Yaowang sect. Any transgressions will be dealt with by the law enforcement hall of the sect. As a foundation establishment practitioner, Ruan Xingzhu's intimidation tactics no longer held sway over him. She remained non-committal. "I intend to punish a mere core disciple. The law enforcement hall would not dare intervene." "Speak. What spirit herbs do you require from the spirit herb peak? I shall provide them." An idea sparked within Qinghe, and he clasped his hands, stating, "Respected peak master, I seek a gahan flower." This revelation left both Yu Wuxia and Ruan Xingzhu astonished. It appeared Qinghe was attempting to rob the spirit herb peak. They recalled Qinghe's earlier demand for heavenly herbs from Qiyun during the core disciple competition. Was this truly a reflection of his character? Ruan Xingzhu questioned. "You desire a top-grade earthly gahan flower?" Qinghe affirmed. "Indeed, I kindly request the peak master's assistance." While he held little hope, should he succeed, he would no longer need to scour the world for a gahan flower. Ruan Xingzhu scrutinized Qinghe. "I do not believe I have yet reached an age where my memory fails me, nor have I sustained injuries that cannot be healed. If I recall correctly, core disciples are limited to a single Xian-grade spirit herb." Qinghe stated bluntly, "For a disciple of my cultivation, Xian-grade spirit herbs are no longer of significant value." Though it was somewhat exaggerated, it was a valid point. At his foundation establishment 6th layer, he required superior Xian-grade spirit herbs. Ruan Xingzhu could not help but admire Qinghe's audacity. "You are indeed the first to dare speak so boldly to me." The gahan flower was available at the spirit herb peak, but obtaining it was nearly impossible. "Do you understand the worth of a gahan flower? It is valued at least 100 times that of a superior Xian-grade spirit herb. Furthermore, as a foundation establishment practitioner, you would be incapable of refining such a herb." Qinghe's heart leaped with joy upon learning that the spirit herb peak possessed the gahan flower. He could simply trade with Yu Wuxia later. He had numerous items of greater value than the gahan flower, all of which would be highly beneficial to Yu Wuxia. Had Ruan Xingzhu known of Qinghe's intentions, she might have struck him down in an instant. Qinghe bowed. "I humbly request the peak master's assistance." This time, Ruan Xingzhu did not refuse. Instead, she said, "Join the spirit herb peak, and I shall grant you a gahan flower." This proposal took Qinghe by surprise. Joining the spirit herb peak was indeed an appealing option, as it could provide him with opportunities to access the deeper treasures of the peak. All he needed was to acquire a seed, and he would be greatly rewarded. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. Firstly, joining the spirit herb peak would require him to take on a master, which he currently saw no need for. Secondly, given his revealed earth and fire spiritual roots, he was ill-suited for cultivation. Opportunities to engage with the seeds of spirit herbs were exceedingly rare, and his situation at the Dan Peak was quite favorable, with Elder Yao holding him in high regard. Qinghe clasped his hands again, expressing, Thank you for your kind offer, Peak Master. I am of the Dan Peak and have no intentions of transferring to another peak. Wan Xingzhu regarded Lu Qinghe with intrigue and inquired, have you considered this thoroughly? Obtaining a Gahan flower will be nearly impossible, even if you attain the golden core. She was unaware of the significance of the Gahan flower to Lu Qinghe, but it was evident it held great importance. Otherwise, he would not have brought it up at this juncture. Lu Qinghe's resolve remained unwavering. As I stated earlier, I will not forsake the Dan Peak for a single spirit herb. After a moment of contemplation, Wan Xingzhu asked, why do you require the Gahan flower? Lu Qinghe replied without hesitation, I fortuitously acquired a recipe for the soul-enhancing pill and wished to refine it after attaining the golden core. One soul-enhancing pill could significantly augment his spirit, benefiting both his cultivation and alchemical pursuits. There was no need for concealment, as the recipe for the soul-enhancing pill was available in the inheritance hall of the Dan Peak. You are indeed fortunate to have found the recipe for the soul-enhancing pill. Yet crafting a superior-grade precious pill is no simple task. However, I can extend a helping hand. You will need to answer me 3 questions. Should your responses satisfy me, I may grant you an exception and provide a Gahan flower. Lu Qinghe found it difficult to discern Wan Xingzhu's intentions, yet he nonetheless inquired, Master, I assure you that I shall speak without reservation. Wan Xingzhu did not trust a single word of this statement. As a venerable golden core ancestor, how could she fail to recognize Lu Qinghe's cunning and circumspection? Have you acquired the enlightenment herb? Lu Qinghe glanced at Yu Wuxia and nodded in affirmation. Indeed. From whence did you obtain it? From a garden of medicinal plants, Lu Qinghe replied, revealing the location of the now-destroyed garden, which held little value. Furthermore, after his exposition, Lu Qinghe suspected that someone might deduce he had indeed used the enlightenment herb, for with a mere 6th-layer foundation cultivation, it would be nearly impossible to achieve such understanding otherwise. This revelation conveniently aligned with the truth regarding the herb. Possessing a single enlightenment herb would render others skeptical of him having a second. It would be best if Wan Xingzhu personally investigated. It would soon become evident. Wan Xingzhu had not anticipated that Lu Qinghe would encounter such a fortuitous opportunity. She did not doubt his honesty. She could swiftly locate that garden and, as a master of spiritual herb cultivation, would easily discern the presence of the enlightenment herb. To what extent have you cultivated the great sun-glazed golden body? Both Wan Xingzhu and Yu Wuxia were curious. This time, Lu Qinghe showcased not the great sun-glazed golden body, but rather the ice-skin jade bone technique. An unexpected revelation for all. Lu Qinghe responded, a top-tier spiritual body. This was within Wan Xingzhu's expectations. She said to Lu Qinghe, this technique is no trifling matter. It is not merely a physical cultivation method, but also a foundational path technique. Beyond this, Wan Xingzhu said nothing more, for to attain the foundational path, one must cultivate the great sun-glazed golden body to the level of the great Tao golden body, at which point it could transform into a divine ability of the great Tao. For Lu Qinghe, such aspirations were exceedingly distant, perhaps even unattainable, as the gap between the top-tier spiritual body and the great Tao golden body was not merely a matter of a myriad of miles. Even attempting to cultivate to the treasure body golden body was a formidable challenge. I keep my word. Here is a geohuman flower for you. Wan Xingzhu conjured a geohuman flower from her storage ring and presented it to Lu Qinghe with her spiritual power. Lu Qinghe was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Wan Xingzhu to truly fulfill her promise and bestow upon him a geohuman flower worth hundreds of thousands. Moreover, the flower bore 5 precious seeds, ensuring a continuous supply of geohuman flowers in the future. Lu Qinghe hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. This time, his thanks were genuine. Wan Xingzhu waved her hand dismissively. You may leave now. Do not visit the spiritual herb peak unless necessary. Her reiteration of the spiritual herb peak's unwelcoming stance towards him prompted no response from Lu Qinghe. I take my leave. Exiting the grand hall, he swiftly took flight. Within the hall, Yu Wuxia expressed her gratitude to Wan Xingzhu. Thank you, Master. She believed that Wan Xingzhu's gift of the geohuman flower to Lu Qinghe was due to her influence. Wan Xingzhu cast a significant glance at Yu Wuxia. There is no need for thanks. My actions are guided by reason. This youth possesses extraordinary talent. Should he step into the golden core realm, there is a considerable likelihood he will reach the later stages of golden core. This is merely a favor. As for you, do not be swayed by his worldly pursuits. Without entering the golden core, one ultimately cannot approach the path. He harbors an ominous aura and is ill-suited for you. Neither I nor the Yu family would consent to such a pairing. Yu Wuxia bowed her head in silence, lost in her thoughts. Wan Xingzhu then produced a ray of brilliance. This is a low-grade magic treasure. It depends on your ability to refine it. The upcoming journey to the Celestial Palace is fraught with peril. If you can refine a magic treasure, it will greatly enhance your safety. Yu Wuxiao expressed her gratitude. Thank you, master. She then curiously inquired, will you intervene, master? Ruan Xingzhu shook her head. I shall seek opportunities within the Celestial Palace secret realm. Matters of inheritance are beyond my involvement. The 9 golden core inheritances each hold the potential to lead to the nascent soul. Only those of the golden core level may participate. Naturally, I desire the golden core inheritance, yet I am aware of my cultivation level. I would surely be competing against formidable golden core practitioners from the top sects, as well as ancient monsters who remain hidden. These powerful golden cores, unless they have transcended to the nascent soul, are invincible presences, far beyond my capacity to contend with. Lu Qinghe did not return to Danfeng Courtyard, but instead soared from the Medicine King sect, directing his sword towards the city of Medicine King. Once Lu Qinghe departed, a shadow with a grim countenance emerged. Qinghe, watching Lu Qinghe's retreating figure. Just wait. Anything can happen during the Celestial Palace expedition, and that will be your moment of demise. Lu Qinghe, you underestimate me. I have several good friends in other sects who will undoubtedly be interested in the opportunities you possess. And that fool Qi Yun, thinking to find celestial herbs to aid Lu Qinghe in his path to enlightenment. Such foolishness. I approached Qi Yun, but for some reason, he declined to act this time, opting instead to defeat Lu Qinghe with honor to fulfill his sword path. This infuriates me, yet I feel helpless. However, I must eliminate Lu Qinghe, otherwise, my resolve will dissipate, and my path will be severed, rendering further progress impossible. I need to find a few allies. He too soared from the Medicine King sect, heading in a different direction. Lu Qinghe stood in the void, astonished that Qinghe had not pursued him. How could Qinghe's concealment elude him? He had anticipated some tactic from Qinghe to pursue him for a lethal confrontation. Instead, he had veered off in another direction. This person is truly troublesome. Lu Qinghe flicked his fingers, sending a flame soaring, slicing through the void for thousands of miles. While flying, Qinghe sensed something amiss and turned to see a flame approaching. His face twisted in terror as he felt a terrifying power surpassing that of a golden core ancestor emanating from the flame. What is this? He attempted to resist, but the flame was overwhelmingly fearsome, instantaneously expanding from the size of a thumb into a sea of fire. His spiritual artifacts melted away in an instant, ultimately reduced to ashes amidst his furious cries. Chapter 6:23. Seeking Spiritual Treasures? Golden Core Ants. Lu Qinghe did not cast a glance back. A 7th-layer foundation cultivator was far too weak for him, as he now possessed strength that surpassed even the 9th layer of the golden core. He could leave without a trace, vanishing into the void, and soon reappeared in the Medicine King city. As he entered the city, several figures of golden core practitioners appeared at the spot where Qinghe had been slain. A golden core 6th-layer cultivator roared in fury, "Who dares to kill my disciple? I will ensure your utter destruction." Though this location was 1,000 miles from the Medicine King sect, the extinguishing of a core disciple's soul lamp could not escape the sect's notice. Beside him, the master of the punishment hall, Xingbaiqiu, scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, his expression dark as night. He was enraged that someone had the audacity to slay a core disciple of the Medicine King sect, especially on their own territory. How could this maintain the authority of the enforcement hall or the prestige of the Medicine King sect? Yet, aside from the lingering aura of a fire-type divine ability, there was no other information to be gleaned. It was a fire attribute golden core. Rest assured, Brother Wang, I shall find and annihilate whoever is responsible. If I cannot uncover the truth, I will certainly summon the Celestial Inspection Mirror. The Celestial Inspection Mirror was a true spiritual treasure capable of probing the entirety of the 10,000 realms, rendering all evildoers visible. Wang Chongyuan expressed his gratitude to Xingbaiqiu. Thank you for your efforts, brother. Now, all hope rests upon Xingbaiqiu, who is utterly oblivious to the presence of the assailant, leaving not even a trace behind. This could very well be the work of an unimaginable golden core grandmaster. Yet, he cannot fathom why such a formidable practitioner would target a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Lu Qinghe arrived at the alchemy shop, which was notably quieter, starkly contrasting the bustling Yaowang city outside. At once, Fu Lan spotted Lu Qinghe and hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "Greetings, senior brother," her tone imbued with even greater reverence than before. Lu Qinghe inquired, "How have the elixirs been selling?" Fu Lan respectfully replied, "Reporting to senior brother, the elixirs you provided were of excellent quality. They were completely consumed a month ago, and now we are left only with the procurement of spiritual herbs." She presented her storage ring to Lu Qinghe, who, upon scanning its contents with his divine sense, discovered not only over 3 million spirit stones, but also numerous spiritual herbs and several seeds. Among them were many herbs he required, prompting a satisfied expression from Lu Qinghe regarding Fu Lan's capabilities. Lu Qinghe commended her. "You have done exceedingly well. This shall be your reward." Instead of offering Fu Lan's spirit stones, he exchanged her due with Earth's spirit pills. While the Jade spirit pill would have been beneficial for her cultivation, Fu Lan had already reached the peak of the third stage of foundation establishment, making the Earth spirit pill a more suitable choice for her advancement. However, he remained uncertain about when Fu Lan would break through to the fourth stage. As ordinary cultivators often face significant bottlenecks between the early and mid stages of foundation establishment, requiring time to comprehend the Tao and accumulate experience for a breakthrough. The acquisition of the 5-spirit creation technique was undoubtedly a tremendous fortune for Lu Qinghe. Fu Lan did not refuse. Fully aware of Lu Qinghe's character and now comprehending that he viewed such elixirs and spirit stones as trivial. Conversely, as her cultivation improved, she would be able to assist Lu Qinghe more, leading to her own rapid advancement. "Thank you, senior brother." As she stored away the elixirs, Fu Lan hesitated. And upon noticing her demeanor, Lu Qinghe asked, "What is it you wish to say? If you have any concerns, feel free to express them. I am open to consideration." Fu Lan quickly responded, "The grace of senior brother is greater than the heavens. I would not dare voice any objections, yet there is one matter I must report." Lu Qinghe settled into a chair. "Speak." Reporting to senior brother, several months ago, a suspected golden core cultivator appeared, intending to seize my storage ring. Fortunately, thanks to the spirit beast bag you provided, I was able to avert the crisis. Lu Qinghe's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that a golden core cultivator would dare act within Yaowang City. Seeing Fu Lan unscathed, he inferred that it must have been a weaker golden core practitioner dealt with by the fire python. Did it attract any attention? He worried that the presence of the fire python might have been noticed by those in Yaowang City. Fu Lan gazed at Lu Qinghe in astonishment, realizing he seemed unconcerned about the golden core elder. "No, it was dispatched in an instant. I foresaw potential trouble and cleared all traces. Here is his storage ring. I ask you to examine it." Fu Lan produced a storage ring and presented it to Lu Qinghe. As Lu Qinghe's divine sense delved into the ring, he swiftly discerned its contents, which included information regarding the slain golden core cultivator, one from the endless immortal sea, a mere ant of the 6th layer of golden core, daring to set its sights on me. Such a death is no loss. Lu Qinghe's words were nonchalant, yet they struck Fu Lan like thunder. He dares to regard a golden core elder, especially one of the 6th layer, as an ant. This revelation sent shivers through her soul. How profound must Lu Qinghe's own cultivation be to utter such audacious claims? In the Yaowang sect, golden core elders are held in high esteem. Even the core disciples dare not defy them. A 6th layer golden core cultivator might even command a peak within the inner sect. Who would dare label such a being as an ant? If golden core practitioners are ants, what then of Lu Qinghe's own cultivation? Fu Lan dared not entertain the thought. Upon further examination, Lu Qinghe found the spirit stones to be minimal, less than 500,000, but the number of spiritual herbs and elixirs was impressive. Among them were 2 bottles of golden origin pills and 10 high-quality spiritual herbs, though there were no purple gold flowers, surprisingly. There were 2 types of herbs for refining Tao origin pills, valued at over 1,000,000 spirit stones, an unexpected windfall. However, the absence of a magical treasure puzzled Lu Qinghe. It was inconceivable for a golden core, particularly one at the 6th layer, to lack a life-bound magical artifact. Fu Lan could not have secretly appropriated a magical treasure. Her abilities were insufficient to subdue one, let alone refine it. She had only just managed to refine her first magical artifact in the late stages of foundation establishment. Forcing the refinement of a magical treasure would only lead to self-destruction, resulting in backlash. An idea struck him, and he addressed Fu Lan, "Hand me the spirit beast bag." Fu Lan complied, presenting the spirit beast bag to Lu Qinghe, who then unleashed the mysterious god Great Array, enveloping the area. Opening the spirit beast bag, the colossal figure of the fire python emerged. The overwhelming pressure forced Fu Lan to the ground, to which Lu Qinghe bellowed, "You wretched creature, behave yourself." Only upon receiving Lu Qinghe's reprimand did the fire python retract its oppressive aura. Lu Qinghe commanded, "Bring forth the magical treasure." The fire python understood, exhaling a long blade. And indeed, the magical artifact was subdued beneath its might. Lu Qinghe grasped it. It was a mid-grade magical treasure, easily subdued and stored away. He then cast several incantations upon the fire python, returning it to the spirit beast bag. Lu Qinghe handed the spirit beast bag back to Fu Lan, who was still in a state of shock. Although she knew there was a golden core demon within, witnessing it again left her trembling. Such a presence could obliterate her entirely. Observing Lu Qinghe's demeanor, it was evident that the fire python was indeed his spirit beast, and he dared to treat this golden core demon in such a manner. Was Lu Qinghe truly just a foundation establishment cultivator? She was uncertain and dared not inquire further. Chapter 624. Fulan's Task, the Second Swordgrass Seed. You have performed admirably this time. Consider this your reward. Lu Qinghe produced a high-grade spiritual weapon and presented it to Fulan. For a cultivator in the early stages of foundation establishment, a high-grade spiritual weapon was a formidable asset. Typically, a practitioner at the third layer of foundation establishment would consider themselves affluent with even 1 or 2 low-grade spiritual weapons. Fulan hesitated. Senior brother, this is far too precious. Lu Qinghe replied nonchalantly, it is of little consequence to me, and I have an important matter that requires your assistance. He handed the high-grade spiritual sword to Fulan. Channel your cultivation to refine it. I shall lend you my support. Fulan ceased her protests and began the refinement process. With Lu Qinghe's assistance, she completed the refinement within just 1 hour. Without his aid, it would have taken her at least 1 or 2 years to refine a high-grade spiritual weapon. Feeling the spiritual sword resonate with her spirit, Fulan expressed her gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. Lu Qinghe waved his hand. As I mentioned, this is not a gift without obligation. I need you to journey to the Chaos Star Sea. I have a senior sister on Qinghe, Immortal Island. Upon hearing about Qinghe, Immortal Island, Fulan understood that it lay within the treacherous expanse of the Chaos Star Sea, a place fraught with danger, where each island might be guarded by a golden core elder. Are you willing to make the journey? Fulan had only heard fragmented tales of the Chaos Star Sea, knowing it was a lawless and chaotic region, too distant from Yawang City. The renown of the venerable Golden Ao ancestor is vast within the chaotic expanse of the Starry Sea. However, he remains relatively obscure in the southern realms of the cultivation world. Fulan, upon receiving her instructions, vowed, I shall fulfill my senior brother's command without fail. Observing her commitment, Lu Qinghe revealed a faint smile, assuring her, rest assured, the fire python will safeguard you thoroughly. Here, take this token with you, should you encounter peril. It will serve you well. This token, originally belonging to the Golden Ao ancestor, had been stored within the Black Earth space, and now it proved its worth. Lu Qinghe emitted several strands of energy and bestowed the token upon Fulan, instructing, take the fire python to Golden Ao Island, and when the time comes, bring my senior sister back to the southern cultivation realm. Do not return to Yawang City. Proceed directly to Frost Moon Immortal City instead. Understood. Although puzzled by Lu Qinghe's arrangements, Fulan refrained from questioning him, gradually coming to appreciate the depths of his enigmatic nature. With a casual wave, Lu Qinghe produced a bounty of millions of spirit stones in the form of elixirs, alongside formidable golden core beasts. Dismissing the golden core ancestors with a wave of his hand, the surreal nature of it all was almost dreamlike. Prepare yourself and depart at once, he instructed. As he dismantled the divine array, Fulan bowed respectfully, gathered her belongings, and turned to leave. Under normal circumstances, Golden Ao Island was impervious even to the mightiest of golden core cultivators, and as long as no nascent soul true monarch intervened, it remained a bastion of safety. In the cultivation world, such terrifying entities as the Blood Yama and the Du clan's golden core were rare. Otherwise, the scarcity of nascent soul true monarchs would be unfathomable. Originally, Lu Qinghe had intended to resolve matters and return to the Starry Sea for seclusion and cultivation, aiming to break through to the golden core great perfection after decades of diligence. However, the entanglements with the Celestial Palace had grown too complex, and he feared exposure would bring calamity to Golden Ao Island. Thus, he had no choice but to strategize in advance. Once he departed from Golden Ao Island, the alliance of the 3 spirit beasts would suffice to contend against cultivators at the 8th layer of the golden core, establishing dominance within the cultivation world. Encounters with cultivators at the 9th layer of the golden core were not easily orchestrated. Even those at the late stages of the golden core faced difficulties in finding such individuals. Therefore, this arrangement ensured that, regardless of what transpired, Bai Yutong would remain safe. Lu Qinghe planned to sell a batch of elixirs to amass sufficient spirit stones before accompanying his sect to the Celestial Palace. Yet, several matters required his attention. Senior brother, please come forth, he called out. No sooner had Lu Qinghe spoken than a figure emerged, gazing at him with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. The figure had just attempted to probe the area but had been entirely thwarted by a sudden surge of energy. Qinghe, bowing respectfully to Lu Qinghe, stated, Junior brother, our master requests an audience with you. Lu Qinghe recognized him as Qinghe, a direct disciple of Su Wentian. Now with a cultivation level of the 7th layer of foundation establishment, having advanced from the 5th layer over the past decade. The rapid progression was impressive, explaining Su Wentian's choice to take him under his wing. Lead the way, senior brother. The two swiftly made their way to the Yawang sect's stronghold. Upon seeing Lu Qinghe, Su Wentian erupted in hearty laughter. Nephew, you arrive without so much as a greeting. Do you harbor any grievances against your uncle? I pay my respects to the elder. May I inquire what instructions you have? Lu Qinghe, taken aback by Su Wentian's exuberance, remained uncertain of his true intentions. Su Wentian scrutinized Lu Qinghe, realizing he had misjudged him once more. With a clear mind at the 6th layer of foundation establishment, Lu Qinghe would undoubtedly become a golden core powerhouse if he did not meet an untimely end. It was no wonder his cultivation speed was so rapid. After 20 years, he had attained the 6th layer, and it was likely he would reach great perfection in the next 30 years. At that point, a single reverse fate pill would allow him to enter the golden core realm. More valuable still were the resources at his disposal. A being like Lu Qinghe would certainly attract the attention of some powerful golden core ancestor within the sect. Rumor had it that several late-stage golden core ancestors intended to claim Lu Qinghe as their direct disciple, though ultimately, the sect leader had quelled their ambitions. Su Wentian, aware of the implications of this situation, continued, "There are no orders per se. I have merely heard that you possess golden Xian pills. Your uncle is on the verge of breaking through to the 5th layer of the golden core and is in need of golden Xian pills for assistance." While others were oblivious, he was aware that Fulan's pharmacy had recently stocked several golden Xian pills. Lu Qinghe, surprised that Su Wentian had come seeking elixirs, replied, "Elder, I do indeed have golden Xian pills, but there are circumstances attached that I cannot dictate. The golden Xian pills can only be exchanged for top-tier spirit herbs of earth grade or seeds of celestial grade spirit herbs." Su Wentian, familiar with the situation, responded, "I understand. While I do not have spirit herbs, I do possess a seed." He produced a jade box from which a dense aura of sword energy emanated. Within lay a seed resembling sword grass, albeit with notable differences. Lu Qinghe's spirit surged, though it was not the same as the sword grass he cultivated. It was undoubtedly a celestial grade sword grass. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qinghe exclaimed, "Sword grass." Su Wentian nodded approvingly. "Indeed, nephew, your eyes are keen. This is a sword grass seed, though merely a seed. If nurtured by a genius of the sword path day and night, it could grow into a formidable treasure in the future." Lu Qinghe inquired, "How many elixirs does my uncle desire?" Noticing Lu Qinghe's interest, Su Wentian boldly stated, 2 vials of golden Xian pills and 2 vials of golden yuan pills. It was unusual for him to make such a bold demand. Typically, he was the one who set high prices. For vials of elixirs being valued at 1.5 million spirit stones was a considerable sum. Lu Qinghe countered, "The sword seed is nearly impossible to cultivate. At most, it could forge a sword path treasure. Elder, your price is rather steep." Su Wentian remained unfazed. "You understand, nephew, that if I were not in need of enhancing my cultivation, I would never part with such a treasure." In Chapter 625, a reunion with the moon heaven Immortal takes place, amidst the grand presence of the Yaowang sect's formidable cultivators. Lu Qinghe understood that if he could not produce 4 vials of elixirs, the transaction would not proceed. The sword grass seed held immeasurable value for sword cultivators, potentially allowing them to reach the nascent soul stage, where they could nurture it with their own sword energy and, over the course of a millennium, transform it into a supreme spiritual treasure. However, this was merely theoretical. A nascent soul true monarch could live for a maximum of 1,200 years, necessitating the acquisition of the sword grass in the Qi refinement stage to have any chance of cultivating it to the nascent soul stage. Lu Qinghe's formidable spirit discerned that there was no room for negotiation. Previously, he would have shied away from such a risky trade. But now the potential rewards warranted the gamble. Gritting his teeth, Lu Qinghe declared, "Then I shall dare to engage in this transaction with you, elder." He retrieved 4 vials of elixirs from his storage bag, 2 vials of golden yuan pills, and 2 vials of golden Xian pills, remnants from his previous encounters with golden core foes. However, his stock was dwindling, and he would need to produce more standard quality elixirs for future exchanges with golden core cultivators. He had grown disinterested in treasures obtainable by Qi refinement or foundation establishment cultivators. Now, only high-grade spirit herbs and seeds held his interest, as he had amassed considerable wealth. His abundance of spirit stones and treasures far surpassed the imagination of other cultivators, possessing 5 exceptional treasures that even golden core cultivators would find hard to acquire, and nearing 30 spirit herbs of celestial grade. Su Wentian accepted the elixirs, inspecting them with his divine consciousness before bursting into laughter. "Indeed, nephew, your financial prowess is astonishing. To produce such a wealth of treasured elixirs so readily, it seems I shall have to trade with you more often in the future." Su Wentian presented the sword grass seed to Lu Qinghe, stating, "This seed belongs to you, my esteemed nephew. I shall not interfere with how you choose to utilize it. However, should you acquire the golden Xian pill in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out in the apothecary city." Lu Qinghe promptly accepted the sword grass seed, vowing to Su Wentian, "When the time comes for the golden Xian pill, I shall certainly present it to my revered uncle." With other matters at hand, He took his leave. The acquisition of a single sword grass seed was an immense delight for Lu Qinghe, as he aspired to refine the remaining 3 celestial swords from the 5 elements sword array into spiritual treasures. Typically, this endeavor would require 30 years. Now, it could be accomplished in approximately 20. Furthermore, he would later be able to exchange mature sword grass for celestial-grade spiritual herbs. While this might raise suspicions in Su Wentian, Lu Qinghe deemed the potential rewards well worth the risk. Given his current unique status, Su Wentian would likely refrain from taking action against him, and even if he did, it would not be overtly apparent. In such circumstances, Lu Qinghe faced minimal risk. As Lu Qinghe departed, Su Wentian pondered, "This nephew is no ordinary individual. I must maintain contact with him." He summoned Qinghe, instructing, "The details of our transaction must remain confidential, even from my direct disciples. I shall retreat into seclusion for a year or 2 to cultivate." Qinghe's expression brightened with excitement. "I preemptively congratulate you, Master, on your impending advancement in cultivation." The stronger Su Wentian's abilities grew, the more resources Qinghe, as his direct disciple, would receive. Lu Qinghe abandoned his thoughts of acquiring spirit stones and soared back to the apothecary sect. Upon returning to the spirit peak, he cloaked the main hall with a grand formation and entered the black earth space, retrieving the sword grass seed along with seeds of the earth soul flower. He allocated 2 acres of spiritual farmland for cultivation, planting the sword grass seed and 5 earth soul flower seeds. However, he did not pause there. He continued to sow a considerable number of spiritual herbs that Fu Lan had gathered, all of which were necessary for the concoction of earth soul pills, yin yang heaven pills, and Dao Yuan pills. The black earth space proved too limited to fulfill the cultivation requirements for all 4 types of pills. With 200 acres of black earth space, it could only satisfy half of Lu Qinghe's needs. Currently, he could only refine the purple gold pill, earth soul pill, and yin yang heaven pill, lacking numerous spiritual herbs for the Dao Yuan pill. Lu Qinghe worried about the future. If he aimed to cultivate celestial-grade spiritual herbs entirely, the entire black earth space could accommodate a mere 1,000 celestial-grade plants. Even if he were to break through to the Yuaniing true monarch level, doubling the black earth space, he would still only be able to cultivate 2,000 celestial-grade spiritual herbs. Moreover, it was impossible to plant solely celestial-grade herbs, as he would also require other auxiliary spiritual herbs. For instance, if he were to plant only Dao Yuan fruits, the maximum he could cultivate would be 200 trees, with each tree yielding 3 fruits. Calculating this, he realized that reaching the mid-Yuaniing stage from the early stage would take at least 50 years. This estimation hinged on 2 stringent conditions. First, he must comprehend the subsequent cultivation methods of the 5 spirits creation technique, and second, he must acquire a sufficient number of Dao Yuan fruit seeds. Not to mention, the spiritual herbs required for the mid-Yuaniing stage would demand 2,000 to 3,000 years to mature, while those for the late Yuaniing stage would require 5,000 years. Thus, relying on the black earth space's 100-fold growth rate, it would take nearly 50 years to barely gather enough resources to advance to the 9th level of the golden core. A significant portion of the resources needed to break through to the Yuaniing true monarch level remained elusive. After calculating, Lu Qinghe realized his reserves were alarmingly insufficient. Finally grasping the reason behind the Great Qin dynasty's millennium-long strategy to produce a Yuaniing true monarch, he calmed his emotions, resolving that as long as he could attain the Yuaniing level within 50 years, he would still have a millennium ahead of him. Even with a methodical approach to cultivation, he could achieve the great perfection of Yuaniing. Letting go of his preoccupations regarding the spiritual farmland, he prioritized the cultivation of spiritual herbs necessary for refining the purple gold pill, while also preparing for celestial-grade spiritual herbs. The refinement of the yin-yang heaven pill was hindered only by the absence of dragon snake fruit. However, he had all the necessary herbs for the spirit enhancement pill. Although expansion of cultivation was required, Lu Qinghe employed the cloud rain technique on the purple gold flower, knowing that the first batch would take 3 years to mature. He retrieved 3 purple gold flowers, procured by Fu Lan, and began the refinement of the purple gold pill. 3 days later, 15 purple gold pills imbued with Dao essence lay before Lu Qinghe. He commenced the process of refining the purple gold pills to enhance his cultivation. 20 days later, a colossal sky vessel appeared above the apothecary sect. Countless disciples ascended to the celestial ship, departing the sect. Lu Qinghe sat among them, accompanied by Yu Wuxia. He also spotted Yu Tianxian, who had lost her status as a core disciple due to not participating in the core disciple competition. He noticed her swordsmanship had become remarkably pure, only a step away from comprehending the sword Dao's divine abilities. Lu Qinghe suspected that Yu Tianxian might not even require the reverse fate pill and could directly manifest a sword Dao celestial pill. Lu Qinghe's gaze turned to the core area of the celestial vessel, where an elusive aura lingered, making it impossible for him to probe with his divine sense. This presence belonged to a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of the Golden Core, a being of unparalleled might within the apothecary sect. Chapter 626, A Sudden Crisis. The sword body shudders. As Lu Qinghe observed, Yuwuxia quietly explained, the leader of this expedition is the Peak Master of the Wind Peak, one of the most powerful Golden Core ancestors of the apothecary sect. Even my master holds him in high esteem. Yuan Xingzhu, a mere perfectionist at the 8th level of the Golden Core, could not compare to such an extraordinary ancestor. Within the realm of Golden Core practitioners, even the slightest discrepancy in tier could result in a vast disparity in power. Typically, lower-level practitioners stood no chance against their higher-level counterparts, as the latter not only possessed greater cultivation but also wielded more formidable divine abilities and magical treasures, their depth of experience beyond imagination. Yet, despite being a true disciple of Yuan Xingzhu, Yuwuxia could hardly fathom the true extent of a Golden Core ancestor's might. To her, they were all similarly formidable. After all, any Golden Core ancestor could easily eliminate someone of her caliber, a foundational stage prodigy. Lu Qinghe inquired with curiosity, do the other Golden Core ancestors not have an interest in the Immortal Palace? Yuwuxia shook her head. That is certainly not the case. However, Golden Core ancestors possess unparalleled divine abilities. They have their own means of reaching the Immortal Palace and do not travel alongside us. Moreover, even the Golden Core ancestors of the apothecary sect rarely reveal themselves before us. Once the competition for the Immortal Palace concludes, no one will know which Golden Core ancestors have participated. Although they belonged to the apothecary sect, Golden Core ancestors were not bound by the same constraints as disciples under the leadership of the sect master. They sought their own opportunities independently. They would only emerge to protect the disciples when facing the sect's common interests or during a crisis. Lu Qinghe nodded, having already considered this. Were he in their position, he too would act independently, avoiding any unnecessary exposure of his identity. At that moment, Yuwuxia quietly warned, be cautious, junior brother. While the apothecary sect can intimidate lesser beings, there are some truly terrifying practitioners who regard the sect with disdain. Do you know that Dan Peak's Qinghe was killed, causing quite a stir within the apothecary sect? It is rumored that a formidable ancestor, possibly a late-stage Golden Core, was involved. Even the master of the punishment hall has intervened, yet they have been unable to locate this Golden Core practitioner. Lu Qinghe maintained a calm demeanor. Sister, does that mean the sect has simply given up? Yuwuxia widened her eyes in disbelief. How could that be? Core disciples, especially true disciples, represent the future of the sect. If they do not retrieve them, what becomes of the apothecary sect's dignity? In the future, disciples of the Medicine King sect traversing the outside world would undoubtedly find themselves in perilous circumstances. Such matters would certainly prompt the sect to investigate thoroughly. It is highly likely that the sect will invoke the celestial mirror from the Hall of Punishments, which will naturally uncover who dares to lay hands on the core disciples of the Medicine King sect within its territory. Therefore, my fellow disciple must exercise utmost caution while journeying abroad. Furthermore, this celestial palace not only comprises several other top-tier sects, but also involves demonic cultivators and ferocious beasts from the demon clans. According to the agreement, life and death are inconsequential. Once inside, fate will dictate their survival and fortunes, lest it incite a calamity across the entire realm of cultivation. The mention of the celestial mirror caused a heaviness in Lu Qinghe's heart, as he surmised that it must be a spiritual treasure. He pondered whether the heavenly deceit mask and his own capabilities could conceal his identity from such a treasure, enabling the Medicine King sect to track him down. Lu Qinghe chastised himself inwardly. With his cultivation rising, his confidence had surged, leading him to abandon the caution and restraint he once possessed. He should have eliminated Qinghe within the Celestial Palace. Moreover, concerning the power of the heart demon, even if he refrained from acting, Qinghe would inevitably succumb to its backlash within a few decades. How careless! He resolved that if he could not devise a strategy to contend with the spiritual treasure, he would refrain from returning to the Medicine King sect after this Celestial Palace ordeal and instead establish his own power in the Chaotic Star Sea. He would strive to seize all resources within the Chaotic Star Sea, pouring every effort into elevating his cultivation to the nascent soul true monarch. However, without the protection of the Medicine King sect, the lack of resources would be merely part of the dilemma. He would also face greater threats, the foremost being the 4 Holy Islands. The Celestial Palace would likely summon nascent soul true monarchs, and he wondered if they might take action against the Golden Arowana Island. Additionally, the Blood Demon sect's true monarch would undoubtedly pursue him. Any trace left behind would lead to his demise in the Chaotic Star Sea. Reflecting on these matters, Lu Qinghe felt a sense of futility. It seemed he never instigated trouble, yet adversaries relentlessly sought to assassinate him, forcing him into a position of passive retaliation, culminating in a plethora of terrifying foes. Deep down, Qinghe felt resolute. If all else failed, he would execute a grand scheme within this celestial palace and then directly escape into the endless celestial sea, making it exceedingly difficult for any nascent soul true monarchs to pursue him. Given a century's time, he could emerge from the endless celestial sea and annihilate both the 4 holy islands and the blood demon sect. Yet, he merely contemplated this. If the blood demon sect and the 4 holy islands were truly that easy to eradicate, they would have been vanquished long ago. Furthermore, the 4 holy islands were capable of contending with the southern celestial realm, and the number of nascent soul true monarchs was certainly not a trivial matter. The path to achieving the status of a nascent soul true monarch remained long and arduous. Noticing Qinghe's troubled expression, Yu Wuxia mistakenly believed he was concerned for their safety and reassured him, "Rest easy, junior brother. We have the guidance of the ancestor of the way. Under normal circumstances, no one dares to act against us. Entering the celestial palace together, I possess means to ensure your protection." Although she had not fully refined her treasures, she could still command half of their power, possessing the ability to escape even from golden core ancestors. Qinghe regained his composure and replied, "Regardless of how favorable the opportunity may be, one must first survive. I intend to seek a place to cultivate. You should consider doing the same. With your talents, achieving the golden core should pose no challenge. There is no need to be overly fixated on the opportunities within the celestial palace. Safeguarding your own safety is of paramount importance." Yu Wuxia did not refute Qinghe's words, yet she understood that the path of cultivation required one to advance courageously. Stagnation equated to regression, a truth every cultivator must acknowledge. She nodded. "Thank you for your concern, junior brother. But my master has instructed me to compete for a certain inheritance, and I must take action when the time comes." Qinghe ceased to press the matter further. For Yu Wuxia was indeed correct. With the Medicine King sect's reputation and her status as a direct disciple of the 8th layer of the Golden Core, many would harbor apprehension. Even several major sects would hesitate to outright eliminate her. Moreover, she undoubtedly possessed hidden trump cards unknown to him. Remaining in each other's company naturally drew the attention of many, yet none dared to speak against them. Only Qinghe clenched his fists, his focus entirely absorbed in the path of the sword, as a brilliant sword light flashed by. This astonished everyone. Qinghe had not only grasped the seed of the sword path, but seemed poised to evolve it into a formidable sword art. The celestial sword fairy cast a glance at Qinghe's mastery of the sword path before withdrawing her gaze. Her attention was primarily drawn to Qinghe. Although he bore no semblance to the sword path, he evoked an instinctual dread within her sword body. Such a phenomenon could only arise when encountering a formidable sword path. Thus, she was certain that Qinghe possessed a powerful sword path, far surpassing the mere seed of sword arts that Qinghe had manifested. In response to Qinghe's sword path, her sword body remained utterly unperturbed. Only the tremors emanating from proximity to Qinghe were profound. Even more perplexing was that such vibrations exceeded those experienced by the sword peak master, who had comprehended the supreme sword path. Could it be that Qinghe's sword path was indeed superior? Chapter 627, Cave Heaven and Blessed Lands, the masterstroke of the Celestial Sword Sect. A month later, the Cloud Sky Warship entered the domain of the Celestial Sword Sect. The emergence of the Celestial Palace occurred at the juncture between the Celestial Sword Sect and the wilderness. As they ventured deeper, the number of cultivators they encountered increased, yet upon sighting the emblem of the Medicine King sect, none dared to obstruct their path or seek trouble. From a distance, a radiant light piercing the heavens could be seen, beneath which lay the position of the Celestial Palace. Surrounding the Celestial Palace was an enormous formation, a terrifying array composed of celestial swords, with sword chi soaring into the sky, a force even the nascent soul true monarchs would struggle to shake. As the Cloud Sky Warship of the Medicine King sect descended, several cultivators riding flying swords appeared in the air, led by an elegant middle-aged man who burst into hearty laughter. "Welcome, friends of the Medicine King sect." The Master of the Way stepped down from the Cloud Sky Warship and gazed enviously at the vast celestial city before him. "Your celestial sword sect possesses remarkable prowess, transforming the land into a kingdom. Not only do you seize the opportunity of the Celestial Palace, but this celestial city alone is worth the resources of a top-tier sect for 100 years. Establishing a celestial city would undoubtedly require the collection of spirit stones, and such an opportunity would see the Celestial Sword sect charging far more spirit stones from each cultivator than any other celestial city. With the number of cultivators drawn in reaching 1 million, if even half were to enter the celestial city, it would yield an unimaginable fortune. He lamented internally why the Celestial Palace did not emerge within the territory of the Medicine King sect. The middle-aged man recognized the Master of the Way and quickly bowed. I pay my respects to the esteemed Elder of the Way. He was familiar with the Master of the Way and had not anticipated that the Medicine King sect would dispatch such a formidable figure on this occasion. The Master of the Way waved his hand dismissively. You are also a late-stage golden core cultivator. There is no need for such formalities. Jian Petion, aware of the Master of the Way's renown, did not dare to treat him lightly. Please, esteemed elder. The Cloud Sky worship of the Medicine King sect settled within a courtyard that had long been established as their base. The Medicine King sect has arrived. Damn it. These top-tier sects. We fought tooth and nail to breach the perimeter of the Celestial Palace, losing countless cultivators in the process. And now they appear merely to seize our hard-won fruits of victory. Speak cautiously, strength reigns supreme. Who can blame them for their greater cultivation and influence? Besides, the Celestial Palace is vast. We will still have opportunities for fortune. Now the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, Celestial Sword Sect, and Sacred Beast Mountain have all arrived. With only the Divine Beast Mountain yet to make an appearance. The arrival of the Medicine King sect sent ripples through the crowd. Upon landing in the courtyard, the Master of the Way addressed everyone. Each shall rely on their own fortunes. There are both dangers and opportunities, depending on your abilities. Should you encounter peril, you may seek my aid. However, the world offers no free handouts. Qi refining disciples must contribute 10,000 points of resources, while core disciples are required to submit 50,000 points. Failure to comply will result in severe penalties, while successful completion will yield rewards from the sect. The methods to accrue contribution points are remarkably straightforward, encompassing elixirs, ores, magical artifacts, spiritual tools, and various inheritances. The higher the level, the greater the contribution points accumulated. Moreover, the resources submitted this time will not only yield contribution point rewards, but can also be exchanged unconditionally for resources from the sect. As long as one can amass sufficient contribution points, even treasures of heavenly grade can be procured from the sect's treasury. This revelation filled all disciples with delight. The resources they could obtain might not be particularly suited to them. Yet being able to convert them into contribution points for sect exchanges would grant them treasures more conducive to their cultivation. This is the privilege of disciples from prominent sections. Heeding the ancestral decree, the Master of the Enlightenment Peak waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse and seek their own accommodations, deciding for themselves whether to cultivate or pursue opportunities. The crowd scattered, some having already formed small teams to immediately embark on their quest for opportunities, while others opted to cultivate for a time, gauging the situation before taking action. Lu Qinghe quietly departed, and by the time Yu Wuxia sought him out, he had vanished without a trace. Lu Qinghe familiarized himself with the Immortal Palace, a vast cave paradise akin to a small world tailored for cultivation. Much like the Heavenly Spirit Secret Realm and the ancient Divine Tomb he had previously entered, the cave paradise boasted even denser spiritual energy, a grander scale, and a more favorable environment for cultivators. In ancient times, many formidable sects were established within such cave paradises, and this Immortal Palace was no exception. Currently, the periphery of the Immortal Palace had been encircled by millions of cultivators, who began probing the inner sanctum. Lu Qinghe had no intention of taking unnecessary risks. For him, the most prudent approach was to exchange resources for resources. Not only had a grand celestial city taken shape here, but a vast trading market had also emerged, teeming with a mix of individuals. On the surface, it comprised the top sects of the southern Immortal realm, alongside numerous powerful factions and loose cultivators. However, there was no sign of the Chaos Star Sea, the Endless Immortal Sea, demonic sects, or beast tribes. These entities were only encountered within the Immortal Palace, where encounters often led to life and death struggles. Under the guise of concealment, Lu Qinghe arrived at the management office of the Heavenly Sword Sect, revealing his cultivation at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, which astounded the office's steward. A mere first-level Golden Core sword cultivator hurriedly inquired, "Might I ask what assistance the esteemed senior requires from the Heavenly Sword Sect?" "I seek to rent a suitable shop to sell some resources," Lu Qinghe replied. The steward quickly produced a ledger and identified a commendable location. "Esteemed senior, this spot is excellent, spacious, and ideal for selling resources." Lu Qinghe inquired, "What is the cost in spirit stones?" "Not much," the steward responded, "only 10,000 spirit stones per month." This revelation shocked Lu Qinghe. While 10,000 spirit stones were negligible for him, it did not imply that the sum was trivial. Typically, a first-level foundation establishment cultivator would struggle to amass that amount, merely for a month's rent. The Heavenly Sword sect was clearly inflating their prices. And he finally understood the envy expressed by the master of the Enlightenment Peak in conversations with the sect's cultivators upon entering the celestial city. Calculating the figures. The pure profit from this celestial city could reach several tens of millions of spirit stones monthly. Of course, the Heavenly Sword sect had incurred costs as well, including a top-tier celestial city formation and a vast spirit gathering array, while also ensuring that no rule-breaking cultivators appeared within the celestial city. Qinghe did not haggle. I shall rent this shop. Here are the 10,000 spirit stones. He handed the steward the requisite amount. The steward inquired, "May I ask how to address the esteemed senior?" After a moment of contemplation, Qinghe replied, "I am the Golden Crow Taoist." The steward did not press further. The establishment of the celestial city was primarily to acquire spirit stones, and many cultivators concealed their identities. Even demonic cultivators, as long as they did not reveal their demonic aura, were typically left alone. Shortly thereafter, the ledger was completed, and the steward provided Qinghe with a token, signifying his ownership of the shop. Clutching the token, Qinghe turned and departed. He soon arrived at a core location, where his shop spanned an area of roughly an acre. Qinghe channeled his magical power, naming the establishment Elixir Shop. His voice, imbued with magical energy, echoed, "The Elixir Shop is now open, offering various elixirs including spirit transformation pills, essence cultivation pills, minor recovery pills, jade spirit pills, earth spirit pills, heavenly spirit pills, and several foundation establishment pills. Additionally, I am willing to purchase high-grade earthly spirit herbs and herb seeds at premium prices." Chapter 628, Bountiful Harvest. Inheritance of the Immortal Palace. Qinghe laid down the Divine Array and the 7-star Array. Although his expression of Golden Core 7th-level cultivation would deter anyone from targeting his elixirs, he took precautions, especially given the substantial quantity of elixirs he intended to sell. He organized the shop. With a flick of his fingers, hundreds of bottles of elixirs appeared upon the counter. His earlier proclamation had already drawn the attention of countless cultivators. Elixirs were considered rare treasures here. Whether for healing injuries or enhancing cultivation, elixirs were essential. Moreover, while seeking opportunities within the Immortal Palace, possessing an extra elixir provided an added layer of security, as they had become a highly sought-after resource. The rising prices of elixirs in the Medicine King city underscored this demand. Many cultivators lingered outside the elixir shop, yet the Divine Array enveloped the premises, causing them to hesitate and refrain from entering. Qinghe's voice resonated, "Esteemed friends, if you wish to purchase elixirs, please come in. This is the territory of the Heavenly Sword sect, and I would not dare to harm any of you." Ultimately, 3 cultivators stepped into the elixir shop, driven by desperation as their companion lay injured and urgently required a minor recovery pill for treatment. The 3 foundation establishment cultivators regarded Qinghe, seated cross-legged on a mat, but were unable to discern his features, as he was shrouded in a fiery glow. Upon seeing the array of elixirs displayed on the counter, they dared not act hastily and respectfully greeted, "We pay our respects to the esteemed senior." Qinghe rose to greet them. "What elixirs do the 3 esteemed friends wish to purchase?" The lead cultivator, at the 4th level of foundation establishment, replied, "Respected senior, I have heard that you possess minor recovery pills. Might I purchase one?" With a wave of his hand, Qinghe produced a bottle containing minor recovery pills. The minor recovery pill, a mid-grade elixir, was priced at 7,000 spirit stones apiece, or 35,000 spirit stones for a bottle, with no negotiation allowed. In the past, a typical mid-grade elixir was priced at 5,000 spirit stones each and 25,000 for a bottle, but now elixirs had become a scarce commodity. Quality elixirs were reserved for the disciples of sects, including the Medicine King sect, with very few available for public sale. Moreover, the minor recovery pill was even scarcer than ordinary mid-grade elixirs, making this price quite reasonable. Seeing the genuine minor recovery pill, the trio's faces lit up with joy, knowing their companion would be saved. The 4th-level foundation establishment cultivator respectfully stated, "I would like to purchase 1 minor recovery pill." He quickly produced 7,000 spirit stones, and Qinghe handed him a minor recovery pill, ensuring its authenticity. The cultivator expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed senior." The 3 hurriedly retreated. Watching them leave, Qinghe replaced the minor recovery pill, refilling to 5. It was indeed a lucrative venture. He pondered whether he could obtain heavenly-grade spirit herbs or seeds through such means. There was no rush. It would take over a year for the Immortal Palace to be fully unlocked. In the forthcoming year, the production of various spiritual medicines, including the refining of the purple gold pill, could be decelerated, allowing for the mass production of several commercially viable elixirs. Qinghe resolved to reconfigure the Black Earth space, temporarily slowing the cultivation of auxiliary herbs for the purple gold pill and dedicating his efforts to the cultivation of sellable elixirs. These elixirs could be cultivated on a grand scale, and with the supreme cloud rain technique, even the most challenging celestial spirit pill could mature within mere months. The transformation pill and the foundation pill could be harvested and refined in just a few days, with the first cultivator witnessing the successful acquisition of the small returning pill. Other practitioners gradually ventured into the alchemy shop. On the first day, only 30 cultivators were attended to, most being foundational level practitioners, resulting in sales worth 300,000 spirit stones. However, he had not received a single specimen of high-grade earth-level spiritual herbs or their seeds. Though he possessed low-grade earth-level herbs and seeds, he had no immediate need for them and preferred not to squander his spirit stones. By the second day, business at the alchemy shop improved significantly, with a surge of cultivators, allowing Qinghe to sell elixirs worth 500,000 spirit stones. He refrained from further sales, as this amount represented his daily limit, although these cultivators were unfamiliar with each other and typically unaware of his sales volume. The shop attracted not only scattered cultivators and minor family practitioners, but also numerous practitioners from Yuaning sects, including representatives from 4 top-tier holy sites. Over the course of a month, Qinghe amassed 10 million spirit stones. Yet, this was still insufficient, as he had previously expended tens of millions on 2 heavenly-grade spirit gathering formations. Now, with less than 20 million spirit stones left, the addition of this 10 million brought his total to a precarious 30 million spirit stones, barely sufficient for 2 years of expenditures. Previously, spirit stones were merely a means for acquiring magical artifacts and various resources, their value for cultivation being overshadowed by elixirs, resulting in sluggish progress. However, the situation had transformed. Sufficient spiritual energy within the black earth space was essential for employing the cloud rain technique to accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs. Qinghe harbored doubts about whether comprehending the law-level cloud rain technique would instantly deplete millions of spirit stones worth of spiritual energy. Moreover, he had acquired a considerable number of high-grade earth-level herbs and seeds, as many cultivators had nearly exhausted their spirit stones. These herbs and seeds had been obtained through perilous ventures within the Celestial Palace, their sale aligning perfectly with Qinghe's plans. Among them were 3 golden flower plants, all of which Qinghe refined into purple gold pills for his own cultivation. On a particular day, a tremor rippled through the entire celestial city as a colossal, terrifying spiritual beast soared into its confines, ridden by the practitioners of Beast God Mountain. The 5 top-tier sects had fully converged. As the restrictions of the Celestial Palace weakened, numerous rare treasures began to emerge in abundance, including earth-level ores, spiritual objects, and herbs. Unfortunately, this influx was accompanied by bloodshed and plunder, with countless cultivators meeting their demise. For Qinghe, the most significant impact was the increase in available spiritual herbs, as many cultivators had depleted their spirit stones. They began to exchange their resources for elixirs, a method that provided a swift means to enhance their cultivation. Over the span of 3 months, Qinghe acquired an additional 30 million spirit stones, along with 20 high-grade earth-level herbs and 50 seeds. Aside from a few exceedingly rare herbs, he had gathered most of the necessary ingredients to refine the Yin Yang Celestial Pill and the Dao Yuan Pill. However, celestial-grade herbs had yet to surface. Even in ancient times, such herbs were exceedingly precious. Moreover, the challenge of harvesting celestial-grade herbs remained immense for ordinary cultivators. Nevertheless, his harvest was substantial, as gathering these herbs would have otherwise consumed immeasurable time. On another day, a seismic event shook the Celestial Palace as its restrictions were finally breached. 36 lotus platforms imbued with unique Tao principles appeared in the void. A cold, indifferent voice resonated. The Qi refinement inheritance begins now, transmitting the supreme Qi refinement methods to establish the foundation of the great Tao. The duration is 3 months. Countless cultivators soared from the celestial city towards the location of the inheritance, eager to seize the opportunity. Even a mere Qi refinement inheritance from ancient times could lay the groundwork for golden core cultivation. As they approached, they beheld numerous Qi refinement practitioners battling fiercely in the air, vying for positions on the inheritance lotus platforms. Yet, those who ascended the spiritual platform were swiftly slain by later arrivals. Only the strongest Qi refinement practitioners could withstand the challenges posed by others, earning the right to occupy the lotus platforms. Qinghe, suspended in the void, was taken aback by the ferocity and terror of the inheritance contest. It was no wonder that the apothecary sect awarded substantial contribution points for a disciple claiming an inheritance. 100,000 contribution points equated to 1 million spirit stones, sufficient to purchase a low-grade magical artifact. Furthermore, the inheritance lotus platforms exhibited a peculiar trait. Any practitioner exceeding the Qi refinement level could not obtain the inheritance. Any forced interference would result in the immediate severance of the inheritance, causing it to vanish without a trace. After half a day's bloodshed, several formidable half-foundation Qi refinement practitioners secured the Lotus platforms, deterring further attempts from others. Unique divine lights enveloped these half-foundation practitioners, bestowing them with immense benefits. The closer one was to the front Lotus platform, the stronger the radiance, and the greater the rewards. The central Lotus platform gleamed with 5 times the brilliance of the outer ones. However, this was merely the beginning. In the coming days, they would need to defend the Lotus platforms, for failure to do so would result in their demise and replacement. Naturally, the longer they remained, the greater the benefits they would reap until they ultimately acquired the inheritance. Countless Qi refinement practitioners would undoubtedly perish in pursuit of this celestial foundation. Qinghe understood that for the next 3 months, this place would become a graveyard. None of this concerned him. His sole objective was the spiritual herbs. He had no interest in the heavenly inheritance, deeming it unnecessary to partake in the bloodshed. An intricate web of consciousness interwove around him. Yet the Golden Core ancestors maintained a tacit agreement not to intervene. This was merely a contest between the Qi refinement disciples of various sections. Among them were several demonic practitioners, wielding blood god puppets, soul banners, and bone swords, evoking considerable fear. Qinghe cast a glance into the distance before vanishing into the void. 3 figures emerged, pursuing him in the direction he had taken. Soon, deep within the celestial palace, the 3 figures caught up with Qinghe, surrounding him. 3 7th-layer Golden Core practitioners, such a rarity in the realm of cultivation, had now made their presence known. Qinghe had not anticipated that revealing his 7th-layer Golden Core cultivation would attract attention. Qinghe inquired, "Fellow Taoists, what is your intention in obstructing my path?" One of the stooped elders spoke in a slow, measured tone. "Friend, we 3 seek to borrow your storage ring for a time. We kindly request your compliance." Despite the calmness of his words, their auras erupted, and their innate magical artifacts materialized. The atmosphere turned hostile at the slightest provocation. Unfazed, Qinghe replied, "It appears I do not recognize the 3 of you. What reason do you have to demand my storage ring?" Another youth shouted, "Jinwu Daoren, cease your prattle. You have sold pills worth millions of spirit stones in the Immortal City. Swiftly hand over the pills and spirit stones to us. It would be wise for you to comply, as the 3 of us, united with our 8th-layer Golden Core cultivation, could easily annihilate you. As a mere Golden Core cultivator, you stand no chance." The powerful aura immediately attracted the attention of numerous Golden Core senses. It was the 3 ghosts of the South region. 3 late-stage cultivators of the Golden Core, who had slain many wandering Golden Core practitioners in recent times. The person they surrounded was Jinwu Daoren, a name previously unknown in the realm of late-stage Golden Core cultivators. Yet, his reputation had grown significantly, as he was rumored to be a formidable alchemist within the Immortal City, possessing a plethora of pills and spirit stones. No wonder the 3 ghosts had set their sights on him. Alas, if they could obtain the pills and spirit stones from Jinwu Daoren, once their cultivation reached the 8th layer of the Golden Core, would they then dare to challenge the 9th-layer Golden Core Grandmasters? Even the mightiest of 8th-layer cultivators could not contend with the 9th-layer Grandmasters. One could not help but wonder if Jinwu Daoren had any means of preserving his life. Qinghe chuckled lightly. "You 3 fellows are quite brazen. However, should you fulfill a modest request of mine, I shall willingly relinquish my storage ring to you." Another person inquired, "What is your request?" "I seek 3 of your Golden Cores to forge a magical treasure. I hope you will grant me this." Upon hearing this, the 3 realized they had been outwitted, their expressions darkening with rage. 3 great powers, coupled with their mid-grade magical treasures, surged toward Qinghe with lethal intent. "Jinwu Daoren, since you seek death, we shall oblige." To Qinghe, the 3 formidable powers and their mid-grade treasures seemed laughably weak. 3 golden crows manifested around him, their terrifying aura igniting the very air for miles around. Instantly, the 3 sensed an overwhelming power emanating from Qinghe. "How is this possible? This is a supreme divine ability," they exclaimed in alarm. "Retreat quickly." Sensing the impending danger, the 3 simultaneously recoiled, using their Golden Core divine abilities to vanish into the void. "Do you not think it is too late?" Qinghe taunted as 3 golden crows descended. Though lacking the enhancement of the glazed purifying fire, they represented a supreme divine ability. Each golden crow struck with the force equivalent to a top-tier magical treasure. Boom! The heavens trembled and the earth shattered. 3 deep craters appeared below, within which lay the 3 late-stage Golden Core cultivators, barely clinging to life. The vitality of Golden Core cultivators was remarkable, allowing them to survive such an onslaught. One of them cried out, "Senior, spare us." Yet Qinghe had no intention of granting them mercy. These Golden Cores possessed their own means of survival, and his aim was to eliminate them entirely. With a single stroke of his sword, the three were pinned to the ground, subsequently captured and thrown into the blood demon banner. Qinghe's figure vanished into the void above. Gasp! Countless observing senses gasped in astonishment as the combined might of the three ghosts, 8th-layer golden core cultivators, was annihilated in an instant. It was a supreme divine ability. Had Qinghe Daoren comprehended a top-tier fire divine ability? How could this be? Only grandmasters of the golden core were believed capable of such mastery, yet he was merely a 7th-layer golden core. There must be some prodigious talent at play. Qinghe Daoren was indeed such an exceptional being. Was this the true power of a supreme divine ability? Terrifying indeed. No wonder he dared to offer such a vast quantity of pills for sale. He was not to be trifled with. As the golden core senses dissipated, only a few figures remained suspended in the air. One among them asked, "Sword friend, do you discern the origins of this individual?" The middle-aged cultivator, wielding a heavy sword, withdrew his gaze. "I know not. I have never heard of him. Perhaps he hails from a reclusive sect, a 7th-layer golden core who has grasped a supreme divine ability. While he may not rival us, he can barely be considered a golden core grandmaster." The others, all 9th-layer golden core grandmasters from 5 prestigious sects, exchanged puzzled glances. An elder from the mysterious mist sacred ground speculated, could he originate from the Chaos Star Sea or the endless Immortal Sea? A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. If he were from the 4 sacred islands, such potential could lead to him becoming a true nascent soul in the future. It would be prudent to eliminate him now to avoid future complications. Sensing the elder's murderous intent, the Beast Eye man from Beast God Mountain cautioned, "Even so, it would be unwise to act. We do not know how many nascent soul true monarchs are watching the Immortal Palace. Engaging in a battle among them is beyond our capacity." He then turned his gaze to the practitioners of the treasure-gathering pavilion. "Your pavilion is renowned for its vast knowledge. It is inconceivable that a 7th-layer golden core cultivator has not had dealings with you." The treasure-gathering pavilion cultivator shook his head in denial. "With the multitude of transactions we handle daily, it is impossible for me to recall each individual. However, it seems this person has concealed his identity well, making him difficult to trace." Ultimately, the group refrained from taking action. Their objective was the inheritance of the Immortal Palace and the various treasures within, rendering it unnecessary to complicate matters further. The figures gradually retreated from the void. Qinghe, sensing the presence of several powerful golden core cultivators, wished to avoid conflict with them. United, they posed a formidable challenge he could not hope to meet. These were not merely the strongest 9th-layer golden core grandmasters. Their hidden trump cards were unfathomable, possibly including the extraordinary nascent soul manifestations. Moreover, he required time to cultivate spirit herbs, as the 100-fold growth rate, combined with the cloud rain technique, would allow him to cultivate vast quantities of yellow and profound-grade spirit herbs. However, the rapid consumption had outpaced his refinement speed. He needed a month to recuperate. This was entirely due to the efficacy of the 5 divine alchemy technique. Without it, creating such a volume of pills would take 5 times longer. Qinghe sought refuge on a spiritual peak, enveloping the surroundings in a grand formation. This time, he aimed not only to cultivate spirit herbs, but also to refine a portion of treasure pills. His next goal was to acquire heavenly-grade spirit herbs. Hoping to determine if he could refine treasure pills to obtain heavenly-grade spirit herbs, even if only the seeds would suffice. With a flourish of his hand, 3 corpses materialized before him. Observing the remains, Qinghe found himself unable to transform them into blood god puppets for the moment. Sealing them away for future use would have to suffice. Currently, the power of the blood demon banner was unknown to him. It had reached the level of a top-tier magical treasure, capable of unleashing the blood river divine ability. Moreover, he possessed a blood god puppet at the pinnacle of the golden core realm, which could typically contend with golden core grandmasters. Even if it could not ensnare them, it would not be a significant issue. Yet, with the potential emergence of the blood demon true monarch, he dared not utilize it. The pool of blood used to refine the Du family's golden core grandmaster had already been entirely depleted. He retrieved 3 storage rings and began to examine their contents. Qinghe was astounded by their wealth. While the spirit stones were somewhat modest, less than 5 million in total, averaging just over 1 million per individual, this was typical for golden core standards. However, the quantity of ores, spirit herbs, and magical artifacts exceeded his expectations. There were 232 pieces of ore, including 20 pieces of earth-grade ore and 300 spirit herbs, with 85 being earth-grade, including 20 superior earth-grade spirit herbs. Among them were 5 purple gold flowers, each bearing spirit herb seeds, 50 magical artifacts, 25 spirit tools, and 8 treasures, among which 5 are of inferior grade and 3 of intermediate grade, collectively amount to a staggering 30 million spirit stones. This averages to over 10 million spirit stones per item, a resource pool far exceeding that of a 7th-layer golden core cultivator. It is evident that these 3 individuals have slain numerous cultivators, including 8 golden core masters, treating the weaker practitioners of this celestial palace as mere prey. They now only lack a single Tianqing flower to concoct the yin-yang celestial pill. Just one more spirit herb is needed to gather the necessary ingredients for the elixir's refinement. Qinghe stored all the spirit herbs within the Black Earth space. While he planned to sell the remaining ores and magical artifacts at the Divine Dragon Immortal Island after leaving the Celestial Palace. Not only these, but he also contemplated the total yield from selling all the spirit tools and treasures he had previously acquired. He was uncertain of the immense wealth it could bring. Yet, Qinghe faced his own dilemma. He possessed a vast array of resources, but lacked a secure channel for their sale. He resolved to visit Lin Aoshang in Frostmoon Immortal City upon his return to seek her counsel. Although this posed considerable risk, Lin Aoshang was among the few he could trust. Suddenly, a sweep of his consciousness revealed an unexpected sight, prompting him to abandon his alchemical pursuits. To his astonishment, he discovered a formidable restriction beneath the spiritual peak. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned the 4-winged golden cicada, which seemed to sense something and darted towards a corner of the spiritual peak. It ultimately settled in a secluded nook, where Qinghe followed closely behind. The cicada emitted an invisible ripple, and Qinghe vanished from his original location. When he reappeared, the 4-winged golden cicada had transported him into a hidden cave. Qinghe was not taken aback. He had encountered such extraordinary spaces several times before. However, those instances had involved either chance encounters or the application of overwhelming power and formations to unlock restrictions. Now, it was the cicada that acted as a talisman for breaking seals, an extraordinary one at that, effortlessly allowing them to traverse the barrier into the cave. Moreover, the cicada had skillfully avoided the dangers inherent in the restriction, which was not merely a sealing mechanism, but also contained various lethal defenses. Were it not for the cicada, Qinghe would have hesitated to tamper with the restriction, fearing for his safety. Indeed, the celestial level restriction was far more terrifying than one might imagine. The cicada's success indicated that the restriction had been significantly weakened over the eons. Coupled with the emergence of the celestial palace, which affected these concealed barriers, the cicada was able to facilitate Qinghe's instantaneous entry. Otherwise, its capabilities would have only sufficed to breach top-tier earthly restrictions. To his surprise, a cave was concealed beneath this spiritual peak. Had it not been for his potent consciousness and the cicada's guidance, he might have remained oblivious to its existence, explaining why it had gone undiscovered for so long. This was not a secret realm, devoid of repetitively growing spirit herbs, but contained merely 3 boxes. Qinghe's consciousness swept across the area, and upon confirming it was safe, he approached the 3 boxes. One box contained 3 radiant, translucent spirit stones. Qinghe's expression shifted to one of astonishment and disbelief. 3 sealed top-grade spirit stones? These exquisite stones were indeed treasures among treasures, and they were intact. Previously, he had obtained 2 top-grade spirit stones, one of which had been consumed and eventually devoured by the Liuli pure fire. With these 3, he now possessed a total of 4 top-grade spirit stones. While a single top-grade spirit stone was valued at 1 million inferior-grade stones, its significance was irreplaceable, possessing mysteries unattainable by lower-grade stones. Chapter 631, Xianhuang Earth, Female Cultivator of the Demon Path. Qinghe's countenance grew peculiar. Could this be the fabled stroke of celestial fortune? This was his first encounter with such an opportunity. Previously, he had faced obstacles to acquire various cultivation resources. Yet, it was the 4-winged golden cicada that facilitated this encounter. Otherwise, it would have been easy for even a late-stage golden core cultivator to be slain by the restrictions here. He knew that within the celestial palace, aside from the palace's inheritance, various opportunities awaited, including spirit herbs nurtured over millennia and diverse ores. There were also such caves that might represent the legacy of prior cultivators. This was a fortuitous surprise. Qinghe stashed the 3 top-grade spirit stones into the Black Earth space and proceeded to open the second jade box, which contained only a small residue. He sniffed, and as a master-level alchemist, he recognized it as a decayed pill. Regrettably, the quality of this pill was not low, yet it had succumbed to the ravages of time, turning to dust. Much like cultivators, they too would dissipate beneath the passage of time. Only the legendary immortals could achieve eternal existence. There remained one final box, and Qinghe hoped it would not contain another pill or spirit herb, lest it too be mere waste. Upon opening it, he discovered a mass of yellow earth radiating divine light. Xianhuang Earth? Qinghe felt uncertain. Xianhuang Earth, also known as the essence of the earth, was the finest spiritual material for crafting earth attribute treasures or constructing medicinal gardens. It could also be utilized to comprehend earth-based divine abilities. Most importantly, Xianhuang Earth was a celestial-level inferior spiritual material, capable of being used to forge spiritual treasures. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was indeed Xianhuang Earth. This was true fortune, with the foundation for the third celestial sword established. The quantity of Xianhuang Earth was ample enough to forge a spiritual treasure. He required only 1/3 of it to refine the Wutu divine sword into a spiritual treasure. 4 Earth attribute cultivators. Its value was equivalent to that of a mature sword herb. Qinghe carefully sealed the jade box and stored the Xianhuang Earth away. He began to reconsider his previous intentions of seeking other opportunities within the celestial palace. If he could find a few more such caves, it would be immensely profitable. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. This spiritual peak was situated deep within the celestial palace and was exceedingly concealed, even eluding his powerful consciousness. Only through the 4-winged golden cicada had he been able to detect it, indicating that such places would be few and far between within the palace. Furthermore, he might encounter other formidable cultivators and unknown dangers, rendering any such venture unnecessary. To him, no treasure could rival the value of spirit herbs. As long as he possessed them, he could exchange them for various resources. Qinghe suppressed this train of thought and did not exit the cave, instead entering a state of closed-door alchemy. A month later, he emerged from the cave, soaring towards the outskirts of the celestial palace. During his flight, he sensed 2 powerful auras approaching, 2 late-stage golden core cultivators. One figure appeared to have spotted Qinghe and flew in his direction, a beguiling voice calling out, "Fellow cultivator, please lend me your aid. I shall repay you for saving my life." A ripple surged through Qinghe's consciousness. Startled, he unleashed a terrifying surge of spiritual energy, suppressing the ripple with ferocity. The approaching woman felt her consciousness falter, nearly plummeting from the air. She gazed at Qinghe from a short distance, her expression a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. How could he possess such formidable spiritual power? Could he be from the Corpse demon sect? With no time to confirm, the ominous aura behind her drew near, compelling her to call out once more, "Fellow cultivator, I am being pursued by malevolent individuals. Please, I beseech you, save me." A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Qinghe's eyes as he realized that the woman had just employed a soul attack, wielding her enchanting powers. A practitioner of the demonic path, he pondered whether she hailed from the Joyous Union sect. Before Qinghe could utter a word, a heavenly sword descended, causing the woman to scream in agony as she bellowed, "Heavenly sword sect, you shall pay for this." With a secret technique, she transformed into a streak of fleeing light and vanished. Soon after, a figure landed nearby, lamenting, "We've allowed that demoness to escape." He then turned his gaze toward Qinghe, stating, "As a righteous cultivator, you should have intervened to stop that demonic witch. She has harmed many virtuous cultivators." Qinghe, rendered speechless by the turn of events, recognized that this man was also a 7th-layer golden core cultivator, exuding a terrifying mastery of swordsmanship, an evident testament to his profound understanding of the sword's great mysteries. With a tone of indifference, Qinghe replied, "I am but a humble cultivator. How could I dare meddle in such matters? I ask for your understanding. Had it not been for this man suddenly descending from the heavens with a sword, Qinghe would not have let the woman escape after she attempted to ensnare him with her soul's allure. Now, to act would be ill-timed." The sword cultivator sighed. "We cannot allow that demoness to flee," and set off in the direction she had vanished. Qinghe contemplated the dissipating sword light for a few moments before departing from the celestial palace and returning to the Immortal City. He paid a month's rent and resumed his alchemical endeavors. Qinghe's voice rang out, "In a month of refining elixirs, I not only have the previous stock, but have also concocted numerous 5 elements and golden yuan pills. These elixirs are not for sale, but can be exchanged for superior spiritual herbs and seeds. Additionally, I have refined a reverse fate pill, which I will offer for sale. The reverse fate pill can only be exchanged for a heavenly grade spiritual herb or 5 heavenly grade herb seeds. During my recent venture into the celestial palace, I acquired a heavenly demon flower and a comprehension herb, both of which can only be exchanged for heavenly grade spiritual herbs or seeds." Qinghe's proclamation sent ripples through the crowd. Taoist Jinwu had returned, having refined precious pills and the reverse fate pill, alongside the heavenly demon flower and comprehension herb. The latter was a miraculous herb capable of aiding in the comprehension of the Tao, and although it was merely a top-tier earthly herb, its worth rivaled that of heavenly grade herbs. The heavenly demon flower held similar value, esteemed by both demonic and wicked cultivators. The fact that Taoist Jinwu had achieved such fortune within a mere month in the celestial palace raised questions about his extraordinary destiny. It was plausible that he had not obtained these treasures solely from the palace. After all, 3 months prior, 3 golden crow entities had slain the 3 ghosts of the southern domain, and he might have scavenged their spoils. Such treasures were beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Thus, it would be wise to procure other elixirs quickly, as they were becoming increasingly scarce. Only at the treasure-gathering pavilion and the apothecary king's establishment could one find them, albeit at significantly inflated prices. Countless cultivators hastened to Lu Qinghe's shop. Previously, his name had garnered modest recognition, but following his swift defeat of 3 7th-layer golden core cultivators, his reputation soared within the city, making his elixir sales exceedingly prosperous. His prowess instilled fear in many greedy individuals, dissuading them from acting impulsively against him. Even 9th-layer golden core cultivators refrained from seeking trouble with him without cause. Strength, indeed, remained the sole principle by which cultivators commanded respect. Chapter 632. The Seed of the Void Flower, Yuan Xingzhu's Probe. The elixir shop buzzed with activity, particularly for the mysterious grade spiritual pills. As many cultivators were willing to deplete their fortunes to acquire them for the sake of enhancing their cultivation. With the Qi refinement inheritance concluding in a month, the foundation establishment inheritance would soon follow. For loose cultivators, this represented a rare opportunity to defy fate, bringing them closer to the golden core Tao than ever before. As usual, Lu Qinghe offered elixirs valued at 500,000 spirit stones. One day, a 9th-layer foundation establishment cultivator cautiously entered the shop, taking a position in a corner and waiting until Lu Qinghe's stock was entirely sold out. As the other cultivators departed, this one remained, prompting Lu Qinghe to speak. Friend, we have no elixirs left for today. Come early tomorrow. The foundation establishment cultivator, visibly anxious, bowed to Lu Qinghe. Greetings, esteemed senior. I beseech you for a favor. Lu Qinghe did not dismiss him, but instead replied patiently. As you can see, I do not meddle in affairs beyond my concern and prefer fair transactions. The foundation establishment cultivator showed no surprise and respectfully stated, I understand, senior. I possess a seed of a spiritual herb and wish to trade it for a reverse fate pill. A glimmer of interest crossed Lu Qinghe's eyes. Finally, a heavenly-grade herb had surfaced, albeit only in seed form, yet it was of great significance to him. Noting Lu Qinghe's serious appraisal of the seed, the cultivator continued. This is a heavenly-grade herb seed, the void flower, passed down from my ancestors. It is a crucial ingredient for refining Tao pills. I humbly request that you grant me a reverse fate pill. Heavenly-grade mid-tier herbs are notoriously difficult to cultivate, requiring 3,000 years to mature. Even a nascent soul true monarch could undergo several reincarnations in that time. However, being a heavenly-grade herb, even a single seed, if one could discover a method to refine it, would hold value akin to top-tier earthly treasures. This rarity explains why heavenly-grade herb seeds are so hard to come by. The foundation establishment cultivator's expression shifted, and he implored, I ask for your benevolence, esteemed senior. Lu Qinghe nodded. As I have stated previously, I shall not go back on my word. A mid-tier heavenly herb seed is worth 1 reverse fate pill. He produced a reverse fate pill and handed it to the foundation establishment cultivator. Upon receiving the pill, the cultivator sensed its aura and felt a surge of disbelief. He was on the cusp of the golden core Tao. After a moment of dazed realization, he knelt before Lu Qinghe, who raised a hand to halt his motion. No need for thanks. I have already stated that this is a fair trade. However, I advise you not to spread word of the reverse fate pill. Doing so may invite calamity. Depart swiftly and seek a secure location to cultivate. Attaining the golden core is the true path. The foundation establishment cultivator, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, Thank you, esteemed senior. This was an extraordinary stroke of fortune for him. While the heavenly-grade herb seed was valuable, it could not compare to the reverse fate pill. Although the reverse fate pill was merely a mid-tier earthly elixir, it held greater worth for a foundation establishment cultivator than any heavenly-grade pill. He bowed once more and hastily exited the immortal city, not lingering any longer. Lu Qinghe tossed the void flower seed into the black earth space, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as another reverse fate pill materialized in his hand. This time, he was prepared with not just 1, but 10 reverse fate pills. Selling high-tier elixirs did not inherently invite danger. Rather, it was the opposite. Especially for a pill like the reverse fate pill, Lu Qinghe believed no one would dare to leak news of their acquisition unless they succeeded in attaining the golden core. However, for loose cultivators, the odds of achieving success with just a reverse fate pill were less than 30%, and even if they did succeed, it would take them years to cultivate. By then, they would be untraceable, and no one would know the true extent of their terrifying prowess. The following day, after selling out his elixirs, a formidable golden core cultivator appeared, one familiar to Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe activated his illusory sky mask to its utmost, addressing the newcomer, friend. Today's elixirs have all been sold. Come early tomorrow. Ruan Xingzhu scrutinized the enigmatic Taoist Jinwu, a seventh-layer golden core cultivator who had grasped top-tier great powers. Her apprehension was palpable. Ruan Xingzhu inquired, I have heard that you possess a comprehension herb. How might we negotiate for it? Lu Qinghe had already surmised the purpose of Ruan Xingzhu's visit. The only thing that could entice her to this place was the enlightenment grass. Not even the reverse fate pill would suffice. Please, esteemed friend. Lu Qinghe gestured towards a chair and presented a fine spirit tea. Ruan Xingzhu took a sip and remarked appreciatively, what an exquisite tea. This spirit tea has aged over 3,000 years. Indeed, a remarkable treasure. Lu Qinghe was taken aback by Ruan Xingzhu's ability to discern the age of the spirit tea. Yet he paid it no mind, for the tea had nearly reached 4,000 years in age. However, its grade was rather low. A single cup was merely equivalent to the effect of a jade spirit pill, offering no benefit to cultivators of their caliber, the golden core practitioners. Lu Qinghe nonchalantly replied, this was an unintentional acquisition from several years ago. I am pleased that you enjoy it. Unable to see through Lu Qinghe's true intentions, Ruan Xingzhu inquired, as I mentioned earlier, do you still possess a stock of enlightenment grass? Lu Qinghe nodded, it has yet to be traded. Ruan Xingzhu let out a sigh of relief and continued, might I ask what it would take for you to part with it? A celestial grade spirit herb. Or 10 stalks of purple gold flower, Lu Qinghe stated, causing Ruan Xingzhu's expression to shift subtly as her voice grew heavier. You truly are raising the stakes, my friend. The enlightenment grass is undoubtedly a top-tier terrestrial grade herb. The disparity in value compared to celestial grade herbs was immense. And 10 stalks of purple gold flower could yield 40 purple gold pills in the hands of a skilled alchemist. Lu Qinghe countered, your assessment is misguided, dear friend. The enlightenment grass may very well enable you to take that final step, something even ordinary celestial grade herbs cannot achieve. Moreover, you should be aware that I am also an alchemist. While purple gold flowers can indeed be used to refine purple gold pills, they are merely the principal ingredient, requiring various auxiliary herbs as well. Not to mention, I possess a fair degree of confidence in my alchemical skills. However, the success rate for refining high-quality treasure pills is only 50%, and that is under optimal conditions and fortuitous circumstances. Ruan Xingzhu then produced 2 Dao Yuan fruits, the rich aroma of medicinal herbs permeating the entire alchemy shop. For these 2 Dao Yuan fruits, I require 3 stalks of enlightenment grass. Lu Qinghe gazed greedily at the Dao Yuan fruits, as expected of the leader of the spirit herb peak from the Medicine King sect. She could easily produce 2 celestial-grade herbs. He forcibly suppressed his impulse to trade and said to Ruan Xingzhu, I am indeed very interested in the 2 Dao Yuan fruits you possess, but I only have 1 stalk of enlightenment grass at present. I am willing to offer 1 stalk of enlightenment grass along with 5 purple gold pills in exchange for both of your Dao Yuan fruits. Ruan Xingzhu furrowed her brow and retracted 1 Dao Yuan fruit, stating, 1 stalk of enlightenment grass and 5 purple gold pills will suffice for one of the Dao Yuan fruits. Lu Qinghe pondered for a moment. I can offer a maximum of 2 additional purple gold pills. If you are unwilling, then the Dao Yuan fruits, and I shall remain strangers. Deal. Ruan Xingzhu readily acquiesced this time.